Kalen had never seen the astral chart of Evernight act on its own. He had activated the artifact, yes, but his mastery remained rudimentary. Curiosity overriding caution, he slipped his divine sense inside. The starry sky within the chart hummed, a low, mournful vibration that felt less like sound and more like grief given form. The entire firmament seemed to scream in agony. Pressure crushed against him, opaque and suffocating, dragging an inexplicable urge to weep from somewhere deep in his chest. Then anger bloomed, cold and invisible, boundless as the void itself. It did not feel like his own. It felt like something ancient waking up, a fury that could only be quenched by burning the three realms to ash. The chart shuddered, ground and sky trembling in unison. Whether the quake came from his rage or the sky's lament, he could not tell. They fed each other, resonating until a single star tore free from the firmament, vast, fiery, dwarfing every star he had ever shattered. Its mere presence radiated extraordinariness. "This is me smashing him!" The thought arrived unbidden. Rage roared through him, so complete he felt capable of unmaking existence. Under any other circumstance, his first instinct would have been retreat. He could not break something this size, not with his current strength. But the anger demanded release. He threw back his head and howled, power erupting from him in dazzling flames, his aura swelling until he seemed less mortal than god or demon. His right hand blazed with golden light, the Raventh Silth or Tarnis answering the fire with its own radiance. The sight was eerie, unpredictable, his eyes burning with the promise of incineration. He launched himself upward, pouring everything into that golden palm. The artifact fled brighter than it ever had, his strongest strike, the culmination of his life to this moment. Broken. The blow landed. The star did not move. Hairline fractures spider-webbed across its surface, insignificant against its immensity. Then something shifted inside the star. A mysterious power awakened, vast and resonant. It met his golden palm print and the two forces recognized each other, harmonizing. Kalen felt the surge, felt them lock together, and he pushed deeper, eyes bloodshot, expending every reserve. Cracking sounds split the silence. Not surface fractures this time, but structural collapse. The star buckled, disintegrating inch by inch, until a thunderous crash marked its end. Fragments scattered outward, dissolving slowly back into the chart. The rage evaporated. Exhaustion crashed down, spiritual energy gone, soul power drained, not even the strength to twitch a finger. He fell, but the chart caught him, soft light cradling his soul and lowering him gently to the ground. Did it work? The words barely left his throat, voice scraped raw by fatigue. He could hardly keep his eyes open, yet joy threaded through the weariness. Outside, the Zerith immortal sect convulsed. Centered on the sect, 1,000 miles of territory heaved. Mountains and rivers roared. The sky blanched, then bruised. Thunder rolled like a war drum. The world tilted toward ending. Disciples screamed, scattered, clung to each other in terror. Every deacon and elder above the Tengara realm took flight. Kaldric, Darius, Sorrel, Shirith, the teaching elders, the 2 old men from the outer sect library, a dozen more whose names carried weight. Inner disciples followed. The inner sect leader and his elders materialized in the air, a constellation of power facing an invisible enemy. The sect sat on a dragon vein. Such upheaval did not happen without cause. Only one explanation existed: invasion. Artifacts gleamed in hundreds of hands, formations hummed to life, then silence, the clouds unraveled. Color bled back into sky and earth. The ground stilled, rivers remembered their courses. An old voice drifted from the inner sect's heart carrying absolute authority. "It is all right. Everyone, return." Every elder bowed toward the source. The patriarch. Kalen knew none of this. He had barely pushed himself upright, hands trembling, eyes fixed on the space where the fiery star had died. Something had been inside it. He needed to know what. Kalen rose on unsteady legs, the worst of the exhaustion already receding. No injuries this time, only the hollow ache of an overdraft pushed too far. He climbed the steps one by one, each footfall lighter than the last. Above, the fiery star had winked out entirely. The grey mist left in its wake curled and thinned, dissolving into the dimness like breath on cold glass. As it cleared, the treasure within began to glow, and Kalen stopped mid-step, breath-catching. A mountain of spirit stones rose before him, easily 100 meters high, each piece larger than his palm and shot through with colors that seemed to move of their own accord. He reached out, fingertips brushing the nearest, a red stone that burned like a live coal against his skin. A blue one followed, cool and fluid as running water. Cyan pulsed with verdant vitality, gold bit with a sharp metallic sting. Brown stones weighed heavy in his palm, dense as compressed earth. Top grade, the legends hadn't lied. In the Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture, low-grade stones were the common currency. Mid-grade veins existed, but were hoarded by the great powers, their output never reaching open markets. But top-grade stones, stones that carried elemental power within their very structure, were the stuff of rumor and ancient texts. Each stone here held a distinct attribute, a concentrated essence that would make cultivation not merely faster but qualitatively different. The value of this single pile staggered the imagination. Laughter bubbled up unbidden. "I'm rich. I'm actually rich." The weariness that had dragged at his limbs evaporated, replaced by a bright, almost giddy energy. With these, his stalled progress at the Tangara realm would break open. Every attribute technique he practiced would drink deep from a proper source. Then his gaze snagged on something smaller, half buried near the mountain's base. A tattered volume, its cover worn smooth by time. He knelt, brushing dust from the title, Fenara Galdrin Fenris. His fingers trembled as he opened it. Complete the entire cultivation technique intact, ranked low-grade heaven. The astral chart of Evernite had yielded not just a fortune in resources, but the very method to wield them. The resonance he'd felt earlier, the chart answering to something in the stars, suddenly made a terrible kind of sense. Excitement faded into something quieter, more uneasy. He still knew too little. The red stars in the chart, their violent resonance with his own anger. That moment of feeling utterly unstoppable, it lingered like a splinter in his mind. The star he'd just shattered, if the chart followed its natural order, who knew how long before another could be broken? He exhaled, forcing the thoughts aside later. When I'm stronger, the answers will come. He swallowed a spiritual medicine, feeling the cool rush of restored energy, and withdrew his consciousness from the chart. Kaelin emerged from the secret room to find its furnishings scattered, as if by a violent tremor. He wondered whether the star's shattering had caused it, then stepped out into the cave proper. The Oramis lion cowered in a corner, its massive frame shaking. When it saw him, it barked and bolted to his side, howling. A chill ran through Kaelin. He had the distinct sense he had missed something while sealed inside. Outside, the mountainside was a ruin. Stewards and elders streaked through the air in every direction. Vegetation lay smashed, rubble choked the ground, and the slope itself seemed tilted, warped. He had underestimated the commotion. Guilt pricked him. He was almost certainly the cause, but he could not admit it. He turned and slipped back into his cave. Deep within the Zerith immortal sect, in a lava-wreathed cavern thick with spiritual energy and suffocating heat, the white-haired patriarch sat with hands flying through seals. Cold sweat soaked his back. His face was grave, then suddenly flushed as he coughed blood. Seraphis' secrets cannot be revealed. As it backfired, fear flickered across his ancient features, a rare thing for one who had shaped heaven and earth. What could cause such upheaval? Enough. Enough. He produced a jade bottle, swallowed 2 golden pills, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The calculation was abandoned, his strength was far from sufficient. From the sliver of heavenly secret glimpsed, he sensed the crushing danger had passed. His thoughts remained his own. Kaelin, the root of it all, sat with eyes closed, studying the Seraphis rank technique he had acquired. A night passed without rest. Fenara Galdrin Fenris, as expected of a Seraphis rank technique, profound, containing terrifying martial arts. He opened his eyes, eager. Movement techniques were rare, celestial ones precious beyond measure. Ordinarily higher-grade techniques imposed stricter cultivation requirements, but Fenara Galdrin Fenris was different, accessible at the Starfall transformation realm, though its difficulty was extreme. His talent, now unparalleled, made mastery only a matter of time. He rose and activated the technique's core art. His body vanished, reappearing 10 meters away. The body can teleport. His eyes gleamed. Fenara Galdrin Fenris does not increase speed. Its key is shadow shift, instantaneous teleportation through extreme velocity. He was only beginning at his current level. 10 meters was the limit, and each shift drained tremendous spiritual energy. nearly as costly as Gloomvale Lockhaven. He breathed deep. That killing move, learned at the third level of Starfall transformation, had once exhausted him. Now it was trivial, repeatable many times over. At the critical moment, Shadow Shift combined with Raventh Silthor Tarnis, if the opponent is unprepared. Anyone below the Seraphis realm will die. His eyes burned. After washing and donning a clean blue robe, he left the cave. Today Eldamir would lecture on alchemy, and Kaelin had awaited this day. The astral chart of Evernight brimmed with spiritual herbs and elixirs, though it lacked a furnace. Since the star's shattering, it had also yielded texts on alchemy, herbs, and medicines. He suspected the chart was orchestrating something, arranging pieces with intent. The Zereth immortal sect teemed with outer disciples, especially today. In a grand hall built for tens of thousands, blue-robed outer disciples and grey-robed handymen packed the space, handymen far outnumbering the others. The lecture was free to all, and elders earned contribution points for each session, as was customary. Kaelin found the hall via his jade slip map and stopped. Surprised, he had expected a crowd, not a sea of faces. The plaza swarmed with at least 10,000 disciples, a sea of grey robes broken only by the blue-clad few occupying the forward ranks. Kaelin lingered at the periphery, unwilling to force his way closer. The segregation was obvious status, he assumed, though he had no intention of testing the boundary. Around him the crowd buzzed with yesterday's tremors. The shaking had terrified half the sect. Deacons and elders had spent the night inspecting formations and restrictions. Kaelin listened without interest, the chaos nothing to him. A streak of light cut the sky. Sorrel materialized on the platform before the main hall, gazing down with an arrogance so complete it seemed to flare from his nostrils, the particular pride of alchemists. Kaelin found himself liking the elder despite it. The bottle of pills Sorrel had given him months ago had worked remarkably well. 2 remained in his possession. Sorrel's eyes swept the masses, sharpened, locked. Kaelin, what are you doing at the back? Come forward. 10,000 heads turned as one. Who is Kaelin? The question rippled through the outer sect candidates, grey and blue alike. Older disciples whispered answers. First place in this year's selection. The winner. No wonder Elder Sorrel valued him. Kaelin stood frozen, the unwanted spotlight burning. His first alchemy class, and already he was the spectacle. Aren't you coming? Sorrel's voice hardened. They've arrived, Kaelin thought. The phrase bitter. He squared his shoulders and walked. He couldn't fathom how Sorrel had spotted him in this multitude, nor why the elder summoned him. He didn't know Sorrel's motive was simple kindness, fear the boy wouldn't hear from the rear. As for whether Kaelin could learn alchemy, that would depend entirely on himself. Sorrel approved his personality well enough. Decisive, ruthless, perhaps a touch too cruel. The crowd parted. Marek appeared in the forward ranks, eyes blazing, teeth grinding. He had never expected to see Kaelin here. At the platform's edge, Kaelin clasped hands and bowed. Sorrel smiled, nodded, even winked. Begin the alchemy class. Everyone, listen carefully. The murmurs died. 10,000 disciples fell silent. Sorrel held a position in the Zereth immortal sect that belied his title. An outer sect elder in name only, he commanded the deference of inner sect elders and the naked ambition of every disciple in the hall. His alchemy stood at the 4th grade, second only to the sect master himself, and a single word of guidance from him could redirect a cultivation path. He had accepted no formal disciples in decades. His standards were a wall few could scale. Today I'll speak on heat control in alchemy. His voice rolled like thunder across the plaza, reaching the farthest edges of the crowd without strain. Kaelin, standing near the front, had wondered whether those in back would hear. The question answered itself. Heat determines everything, success or failure, grade and quality, even whether the cauldron explodes. Sorrel mounted the platform with the arrogance of a man who knew his craft down to the marrow. Pills are graded 1 through 9, but within each grade lie 4 qualities: lower, middle, upper, perfect. The same recipe yields vastly different results. He began to pace. Complex pills require hundreds, sometimes thousands of ingredients. Each possesses its own heat tolerance. Paper burns at a touch, steel demands a forge. The alchemist must add each material at the precise moment and temperature its nature demands. Half an hour vanished. Sorrel spoke with unexpected earnestness, and Kaelin found himself learning despite the ancient texts stored in the astral chart of Evernight. Those records dealt in advanced theory. Sorrel taught the living foundation, where the books prescribed the spirit protection technomar, a secret art splitting divine consciousness into twin streams, one to tend the fire and one to shield fragile ingredients. Sorrel explained why such a technique existed. The text gave the how, the elder gave the reason. Kaelin's understanding clicked into place. Then the astral chart of Evernight pulsed against his chest. A frown touched his brow. Yesterday it had stirred, now again. The lecture still held value, but the chart's call carried its own urgency. He needed only close his eyes and let his divine sense slip inside, undetectable to any observer. He did. The chart's interior unfolded, a vault of twinkling stars. Among them, one star pulsed with a faint blue light, flashing rapid and insistent. This is... The blue star in the night sky flared, shedding its disguise as a faint point of light to become a miniature sun. A divine thought crashed into Kaelin's mind. Astral chart of Evernight, Phase 2, activate. Memories surged through his consciousness in a torrent. This is... His eyes widened. The inheritance concerned the chart's second stage. After the second phase begins, you will receive the inheritance of the Orin of Phaleth. As your alchemy skills improve, you will obtain more rewards. He had never expected the chart to contain an alchemy path. He had wondered whether its stars might hold something related to the Orin of Phaleth, but never imagined the lineage would be valued highly enough to become its own distinct system. The stars related to cultivation are separate, he realized, excitement rising. When his cultivation reached a certain level, the stars he blasted open would have no connection to alchemy. Conversely, when his alchemy skills crossed a threshold, they would trigger stars associated with that lineage. At that moment, the brilliant star drifted downward, halting before him. The first activation of the Phaleth star only requires essence blood. The condition matched the first star's activation. Kaelin clenched his right fist until his nails drew blood, letting droplets fall. With a thunderous crash, the blue star shattered, spilling its treasures: a massive bronze alchemy furnace, an ancient tome as tall as a man, and a seed pulsing with blue light. He stepped forward, gaze fixed on the seed. The furnace and texts were obviously alchemy-related, but the seed commanded his full attention. He reached out, yet before his fingers brushed it, the seed dissolved into a stream of light that shot straight into his dantian. A sound of confusion escaped him. His vision blurred, the world inverted, and his mind went blank. He entered a state of emptiness and tranquility, his divine soul already within the astral chart of Evernight, seeming to separate once more. A new sensation bloomed, something growing inside him, agonizingly slow, like a seed sprouting in soil. The feeling was wonderful, as if time itself had stopped, or he had been frozen in place. Outside, Sorrel stood on the podium sharing decades of alchemy experience. The disciples below listened raptly, many taking careful notes. A fourth-grade alchemist's insights were rare and precious, things the elder had never shared in previous classes. Half an hour passed at the very front. Kaelin stood upright, eyes closed, expression blank. Many noticed, including Sorrel, but the elder said nothing. To become a fourth-grade alchemist, one must refine a fourth-grade pill. Back then, Sorrel continued until a voice cut through from below. Elder Sorrel, Kaelin is sleeping. He's not taking your words seriously. All eyes turned to the speaker, Marek, also a blue-robed disciple, standing relatively close to the front. He had been watching Kaelin with deliberate intent. Gaze after gaze settled on the motionless figure. Those in back couldn't see clearly, but the blue-robed disciples nearby confirmed it, eyes closed, utterly unresponsive to the commotion. Sorrel frowned. He had initially assumed the boy was contemplating the lecture with closed eyes, but even this uproar failed to rouse him. Who dared sleep during an alchemy class? In all his years, the elder had never seen it, and from Kaelin, whom he valued highly, it stirred a flash of disgust. The elder was straightforward, his likes and dislikes ran strong. Kaelin. Sorrel's voice rolled across the hall, deep enough to make the disciples behind him wince. Kaelin did not so much as twitch. The elder's frown deepened, regret already souring his gut over the pill he had pressed into this boy's hands. Kaelin. Marek radiated satisfaction. He had only meant to humiliate him. Sleeping through Eldermir's monthly lecture was insult enough, and even a misunderstanding would serve. Eldamir teaches once a month. You don't cherish the chance. You dare doze off in front of him, and you won't wake no matter how I shout. What is your crime? His voice cracked like a whip. Heads turned, whispers rose. bold, sleeping before the elders. Eldamir values him, and he repays it with contempt. He deserves death. Wait, look closer. Something's wrong with Kalen. I feel it too. Sharper eyes had caught the anomaly. Sorrel had sensed it as well, though anger had blinded him for a moment. A 7th-level Starfall transformation cultivator resting on his feet with eyes closed was not unusual. What was unnatural was the total absence of response. No flicker, no breath shift, no sign of awareness, despite the noise and repeated calls. Kalen, still, you won't wake? You hold Eldamir in no regard at all. Marek fed the fire, though puzzlement needled him. Why no reaction at all? He had rehearsed his lines for the moment Kalen opened his eyes. But even an ordinary sleeper would have stirred by now. Sorrel's frown sharpened into something else. This is... Shock crept across his face. Kalen, you... Marek started forward, but the elder's bark cut him short. Shut up. Marek flinched, mouth clamping shut. The disciples fell into breathless silence, fear sealing their lips. They did not understand why Eldamir raged, but the danger in his tone was unmistakable. Inside the astral chart of Evernite, Kalen's consciousness drifted upward. Every sound from the hall reached him with crystalline clarity, yet his body refused command, a paralysis of the spirit, mind lucid, flesh locked. He felt the blue seed within him stir, roots unfurling, something fundamental shifting. What is happening? The thought circled, unanswered. But the seed came from the chart, it would not harm him. Time stretched, unmeasured. The hall's clamor faded. A warm current bloomed in his lower abdomen and spread, limb by limb, a tide of comfort. In the main hall, not a breath stirred, every eye fixed on the motionless figure. After Sorrel's shout, silence had become law. On the podium, the elder's expression cycled through surprise into something deeper, stunned, a shift the disciples read as portent. Marek's dread curdled cold, sweat soaked his spine. Then a thunderclap shattered the stillness, and a pillar of blue light erupted skyward from where Kalen stood, thick as a water vat, translucent as celestial radiance, piercing the roof and climbing beyond sight. Sorrel's old eyes bulged, his mouth hanging open. He rubbed them once, twice, as if the gesture could verify what he was seeing. That is right, he said, voice thin. That is right, I knew it, exactly how it is. Blue light erupted from Kalen's body, a pillar shooting through the main hall's roof and knifing into the sky. The entire Zereth immortal sect saw it. Astonishment rippled outward from the lecture hall. What is this? Someone muttered. That direction, the main lecture hall, is Elder Sorrel giving a lecture today. Outer disciples clustered in knots, speculating. Elders did the same. No one understood. Kaldric, the outer sect leader, frowned as recognition sparked. He bolted toward the teaching hall, shock carved into his face. That blue light. An inner disciple squinted toward the outer gate. Familiar. I've seen it in an ancient text. What's happening at the outer gate? The disturbance had reached the inner sect. Disciples and elders alike spilled from their quarters, craning toward the pillar. In a grand hall scented with elixir steam, an old man in crimson robes tended a pill cauldron. Behind him, over 100 purple-robed inner disciples stood motionless, listening. When refining pills, impatience is death, Boran said, not turning. Even if Mount Brind collapses before you, you remain calm, focused. Do you understand? Yes, master. The disciple understands. The chorus was reverent. Boran, the sect's premier alchemist, 5th rank, top 5 in the Marshallon Empyrean state, nodded satisfaction. Even the inner sect leader treated him with deference. Then his head snapped toward the window. This is a streak of crimson light. He vanished. The disciples stood dumbfounded, cauldron bubbling unattended. Master left? One stared at the vessel. 4th grade pills in there. What do we do? They exchanged glances. Even if Mount Brind collapses. The irony stung. Kaldric arrived at the pillar's base. Boran materialized beside him moments later. The inner sect leader followed. Then elders, some pale, some bewildered, a few refusing to believe. Inside the light, Kalen's consciousness surfaced within the astral chart of Evernite. His fingers twitched. Toes curled. The blue seed in his dantian had rooted, sprouting a sapling that stood motionless in the Chi-Si. He looked inward and froze. Multiple saplings? A single sapling would have been anomaly enough. Cultivators nurtured chi into a golden core, not vegetation. But he counted more than one. The shock left him wordless. His physical body remained still. What's happening outside? He'd heard Merrick and Sorrel's voices, then silence. The blue pillars thinned. Tens of thousands of disciples ringed the hall at a distance, not by choice. Sorrel had unleashed his profound core cultivation, blasting them back 10 meters with a casual gesture. The elder stood sentinel beside the youth, killing intent radiating from his withered frame. Anyone who approached would die, outright. Streaks of light cut across the sky as the elders of the Zareth immortal sect descended, the inner sect master, the outer sect master Caldric, and a retinue of senior figures. They halted mid-air, faces frozen in disbelief. The blue beam had thinned, yet its signature remained unmistakable. The enlightenment seed. Boren breathed, eyes wide, silence. Sorrel hissed, and the murmur died instantly. Caldric raised a hand, sealing the main hall behind a barrier that trapped the disciples within. Silence fell like a shroud. The enlightenment seed, a divine species recorded only in the oldest texts, rootless, originless, unattainable by any means but fate. The scriptures claimed it appeared only to one who had entered true enlightenment, perceiving all things and earning the recognition of the great Orin's fundamental principles. In 10,000 years across the Marshallon Empyrean prefecture, only a single soul had ever awakened it, and that person's talent had become legend. The seed's greatest gift, the ability to master alchemy, array craft, weapon forging, and similar arts with terrifying speed, compressing months of study into a single day. The blue light faded. Kaelin's eyes opened within his dantian. A seedling had taken root, its green leaves swaying gently, infant-like. He stared, baffled. Then the sight before him drove the breath from his lungs. He was surrounded. Elders hovered in the air, every one of them radiating cultivation far beyond the Tengara realm. The weakest stood at profound core. Their gazes ranged from horror to reverence to naked calculation. He recognized Darius, Shirith, Caldric, even the two ancient librarians. What happened? A chill traced his spine. His first instinct, the astral chart of Evernite, had been exposed. He had closed his eyes in the lecture hall, surrounded by witnesses. Careless. The thought flashed and vanished behind a mask of calm. He inhaled, bowed. Greetings, elders, sect, master. The titles tangled on his tongue. He did not know half the faces. Sorrel's eyes gleamed with something close to hunger. A middle-aged man stepped forward, bearded, sword-browed, radiating a pressure that surpassed profound core. The others deferred silently. He was the highest authority present. What did you do? Kaelin feigned shock, mind racing. He had been unconscious, his awareness consumed by the astral chart, his body locked in sleep paralysis. The blue light had erupted without his knowledge. I was completely unconscious, he said. The truth bent into a shield. He could not lie to these monsters, only deflect. The elders frowned, but none challenged him. The enlightenment seed was a first for all of them, and the ancient records confirmed, one who enters true enlightenment and emptiness retains no awareness. Have you noticed any changes in your body? Boren asked, his 5th-grade alchemist's badge granting him the right. Kaelin's face heated. He wanted to deny it, but their cultivation would sense the lie. He nodded. The elders caught his flush, curiosity sharpening. Why would the recipient of a miracle blush? Speak, what happened? Sorrel spoke first, anxiety plain beneath his excitement. Kaelin had awakened his enlightenment seed during the lecture, and while envy prickled the old man, pride swelled larger. His teachings had sparked enlightenment in a chosen student. Kaelin stammered, then forced out the words. A sapling has grown in my dantian. Sapling, the surrounding elders froze, the 10,000 disciples behind them gaped. Irdan and the inner sect rarely mixed, and most had never seen an inner elder, let alone the Zareth immortal sect leader. Terror already gripped them, and Kaelin's declaration only deepened the bewilderment. The elders' expressions shifted drastically, many lighting with sudden realization. Sorrel laughed until his body trembled. That's right, a true enlightenment seed? The elders stared at the boy, eyes shining. Possessing the seed meant a brilliant future. Caldric, the Yurdan sect leader, beamed. His sect hadn't produced such a prodigy in years. Inner disciples were usually promoted from the outer ranks or handpicked by inner elders. Few outer disciples stood out like this. Besides geniuses like Isolde and Varric, Kaelin had not only defeated higher-level opponents but also awakened the Enlightenment seed. Darius's face darkened. Cold dread settled in his gut. Just then, a burly, red-haired old man in a red robe, sleeves rolled to reveal corded arms, flashed before Kaelin, laughing heartily. Good, little fellow. You're something else, I, Cedric. Want you as my final disciple. What say you? The weapon-refining lineage head was overjoyed. An enlightenment seed meant unparalleled talent for both alchemy and weapon crafting. Taking Kaelin would bring glory to his ancestors. Slow. Two voices rang out together. Sorrel and Boren exchanged a glance. Sorrel glared, and Boren smiled awkwardly. This boy's talent would be wasted on weapon crafting, Sorrel said deeply. He should study alchemy. His future is limitless. Exactly, Boren chimed in, fearing his colleague wasn't forceful enough. My alchemy lineage is determined to have him. Cedric's outstretched fingers trembled with rage. As head of the weapon-refining lineage and a fifth-grade weapon refiner, one of Dragonspire Prefecture's few top-tier masters, he snapped, I noticed him first, I made the offer first, how dare you try to steal him? Lyriel drifted to Cedric's side, voice low. We valued Kaelin first. The two factions erupted into argument. Caldric stayed awkwardly silent, unwilling to offend either side. The imposing middle-aged inner sect leader said nothing either. Wait. Why assume he must join alchemy or weapon crafting? Is my formation lineage not good enough? A stunning woman arrived, every movement alluring. Nissa, head of the array formation lineage, had come. That's right, Shirith added with a smile from the side. I've had my eye on him since he entered Zereth Immortal Sect but never got the chance. Kaelin, will you join our formation lineage? She and Nissa were sisters. Kaelin was speechless. He didn't yet know their identities, but their bearing warned that none were easily crossed. Alone, any offer would have sent him overjoyed. Now, did he even have a choice? Agreeing too quickly might mean he wouldn't leave alive. Darius's face went ashen. He cursed his own stupidity. He'd met Kaelin first, favored him first, planned to take him as a disciple first. What had he been hesitating for? What more needed testing? Now a pack of old monsters had their eyes on the boy, and his chance was ruined. The martial arts lineage head stood beside Darius, a head taller, red-robed with bulging muscles. Darius sent a voice transmission. Senior brother, you have to take him. The towering man glanced over and replied the same way. We can't afford to offend them. I want him too, but those three lineages, we can't cross them. Darius had no answer. Phaleth, weapon crafting formations, their heads held immense power in the Zereth Immortal Sect. Even the martial arts lineage head dared not provoke them lightly. Yet he refused to give up. Senior brother at the 7th level of Starfall Transformation Realm, he can fight a half-step Seraphis Traseno cultivator. The martial arts leader started. Genius? No, a monster. Even his personally selected inner sect disciples lacked such strength. He joined the fray. This boy had to be taken. Wait. The martial arts lineage head stepped across the air, landing directly before Kaelin and the others. What? Fierce, warrior Aldrich, are you also trying to steal our disciple? Boren, head of the alchemy lineage, spoke directly. Aldrich was the martial arts head's real name. Though few used it, it sounded awful, and he flew into a rage whenever someone did. His face flushed, yet he dared not lose his temper. One did not offend an alchemist lightly. Still, he could not back down. A 7th level Starfall transformation cultivator against a half-step Seraphis Transcendor. This was a prodigy. What is the point of the three of you fighting over this? You are all adults, have you no self-awareness? Do you not know to ask the boy's opinion? Aldrich spoke up. Muscular as he was not simple-minded. He simply could not afford to offend the people around him. Boren and Sorrel belonged to the alchemy lineage. Lyrael hailed from the Gwyn weapon crafting lineage. Consort Nissa, also known as Shirith, led the array formation lineage. All three found merit in the warrior's words and turned their gazes to Kaelin. The boy remained silent, inwardly cursing Aldrich's entire family. Let him choose. Did he even dare? Kaelin had already decided he would never join the martial arts lineage. He lacked for cultivation techniques as it was. Seniors, He felt like crying. Under the weight of so many powerful gazes he forced out. I'm still young, I think I need to stay in the outer sect a while longer to gain more experience. It was the only answer that offended no one and committed to no one. The 10,000 watching disciples were stunned. They wished they could shove the boy aside and scream their acceptance. Even Merrick felt the same. No one had imagined things would turn out this way. Caldric and the inner sect leader exchanged a helpless smile. They too had considered taking disciples, but competing with such a crowd was beneath them, and without specific factions they had quietly withdrawn. Though the outer and inner sects of the Zereth Immortal sect rarely interacted, they were intricately linked. Darius, an outer sect elder, taught the martial arts lineage. He was also second in command of the inner sect's martial arts peak. The others held similar dual roles. Sorrel was vice head of the Dawnfalis lineage, specializing in elixirs. Shirith and Shirith Gwyneth were sisters, with Shirith serving as vice head of the formation lineage. Lyra El was vice head of the weapon refining lineage. While instructing outer disciples, they also scouted talent for their respective inner peaks. Suitable disciples could join directly upon promotion. Yet this was the first time the top leaders and their deputies had turned out en masse to snatch a single boy acting like madmen. Young man, how about this? Aldrich smiled faintly. If you choose my martial arts lineage, I will accept you as my personal disciple right now and directly teach you a high-grade Ithoria cultivation technique. He had led with conciliation, then unleashed his trump card, the martial arts lineage's most treasured possession. Darius immediately flashed before Kalen. That's right, a high-grade Ithoria technique. Kalen, come to my martial arts lineage. The boy stayed silent, shocked that even the usually aloof Darius would intervene. The surrounding disciples gaped. A high-grade Ithoria technique handed out as a signing bonus? You're shameless. Brave Aldrich, you're despicable. Don't ever ask me to refine pills again. Brave warrior Aldrich, don't ask me to forge weapons again. The three lineage heads fumed, never expecting such a maneuver. But they were not fools. If the warrior could produce a treasure, so could they. Kalen, join my weapon refining lineage, and I will personally forge you an earth-grade magic weapon, Lyrael declared. The crowd froze. Even the two sect leaders were shaken. An earth-grade artifact? That was extravagant. High-grade Ithoria techniques could eventually be exchanged for contribution points after decades of effort, but a fifth-grade weapon refiner capable of crafting an earth-grade weapon, nearly unheard of. This time, not only the onlookers but Kalen himself practically glowed green with greed. He owned only two low-grade Ashen-level broken weapons, a stolen longsword and the Luminar family's Solare Hastael. Compared to an earth-grade artifact, they were trash. You two shameless old thieves. Do you really think my array formation lineage has nothing to offer? Consort Nissa's displeasure was immediate. The formation lineage accepted disciples on aptitude alone, its threshold far higher than weapon crafting or alchemy. Yet having finally found a prodigy who had awakened the enlightenment seed, she refused to yield. Jaw set, she said, join my lineage and I will bestow the 8th killing Darnath upon you. The name rippled through the crowd. Disciples blinked in confusion, but the elders went rigid. Even the two sect leaders betrayed shock. The inner sect leader, a burly bearded figure hovering above the platform, cut in before the silence could deepen. Consort Nissa, don't be ridiculous. The 8th killing Darnath entrusted to a mere disciple? Boren, Aldrich, Cedric, they stared. Women could be terrifying when they went mad. Kalen had no idea what the 8th killing Darnath was. The name alone sounded formidable, and the reactions confirmed it. Curiosity tugged at him. He scratched his head, voice soft with embarrassment. Seniors, may I ask what the 8th killing Darnath is? The elders stared, speechless, then understanding dawned. The Shirith sisters exchanged a glance, smiles curving their lips. Phoenix's faint, Gwyneth's brighter, relieved the boy might actually be tempted. The 8th killing Darnath, Phoenix said, is the second largest formation my mother ever refined. At your current cultivation, its activation could kill an early-stage profound core cultivator. As you advance, it could slay a Yuan Soulforge expert or severely injure a sea-opening realm master. The words landed like stones in still water. Kalen froze. The surrounding disciples, ignorant of the formation's reputation, gaped at the elders' stunned faces. Sea-opening realm, a height beyond Yuan Soulforge, a level of power rarely glimpsed across the entire Martial and Empyrean continent. Each such expert was a regional sovereign. Yet this formation could maim one at full maturity. It could kill a Yuan Soulforge cultivator. He swallowed hard, heat rising in his chest. An Earth-rank magic weapon. An Earth-rank superior cultivation technique. A killing formation capable of obliterating a nascent Soulforge cultivator at its 8th level. He hesitated, genuinely torn. The 8th killing Darnath sang loudest. Beside him, the two alchemists shifted anxiously, nearly stamping their feet. Pills could save lives in desperate moments, turn ruin into miracle, but in this arena their utility paled. Kalen joined the alchemy lineage. Boren blurted, anxiety sharpening his tone. From now on, I'll personally refine any pill you need. Kalen wavered. The Astravi Pilvora flashed through his mind. The single missing ingredient, Octavra Aetherwind Spirit Blood, still far beyond his reach. But Boren's offer carried weight. If he revealed his goal, Boren's skill or the Zareth Immortal Sect's influence could secure the Octavra Davorn Spirit Galvorn. Ilara's face could be healed. He owed her that much. She had been so good to him. Boren never imagined a casual remark would tilt the scales. They were willing to surrender the Earth-rank weapon and the 8th killing Darnath both. Kalen hesitated again. Then the inner sect leader's voice carried down from the sky, cutting through the tension. This can be discussed later. Kalen's awakening of the Oran Seed is a major event for the Zareth Immortal Sect. We must first inform the Patriarch and let him decide. Kalen stared up at the bearded middle-aged man floating above them, that mustache. It had ruined everything. Resentment surged, hot and helpless. The 4 offers were each a fortune. Any choice meant victory. A single sentence from this man had nullified them all. He hated it, but their status was absolute. What could he do? Cedric's face darkened. Aldrich looked away, embarrassed. The Shirith sisters seethed in their estimation. Kalen had been closest to choosing formations. Boren alone exhaled in relief. He hadn't been confident in his bid. He never knew the boy had been seconds from accepting. If he had, he might have vomited blood and flown up to fight the inner sect leader to the death. Caldric Thalwyn also breathed easier, wiping cold sweat from his brow. He had genuinely feared Kalen would join the formation faction. The 8th killing Darnath was no ordinary treasure. It was a foundational strength of the sect. They could not afford a mistake. At the same time, shock lingered. The boy had actually awakened the Oran Seed. It still felt like a dream. He glanced at Darius with sympathy. That man had wanted Kalen as a disciple. Given the turn of events, that hope was dead, completely over. The inner sect leader exhaled, shoulders loosening. As long as the arguing stopped, he was satisfied. I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm taking them to the ancestor. His voice transmission reached Caldric, who nodded. There was plenty to manage after a commotion like this. At minimum, 10,000 disciples needed silencing. The fact that Kalen possessed a seed of enlightenment could not leak. If other forces learned of it, the boy would be in grave danger. Come with me. The inner sect leader addressed the crowd, then vanished in a streak of light. Boren gave Caldric a reassuring nod, glanced at Kalen with admiration, and launched himself skyward to follow. A flicker of resentment crossed Nissa's eyes. Kalen had clearly been tempted by the 8th killing Darnath. She smiled softly. Little guy, join the formation lineage and the 8th killing Darnath will be yours sooner or later. She nodded to Shirith and took flight as well. Aldrich sighed, helpless. He had offended 3 families and still failed to recruit the boy. Even reaching the old ancestor probably wouldn't change that. He shot Darius a resentful look and left without another word. Cedric stomped his foot in frustration. Lirael stood thin and frail beside him, a child next to the powerful head of the weapon-refining lineage. Little fellow, if you want to forge weapons, come find me, or Lirael at the weapon-forging lineage. With that, Cedric soared upward. The crowd seethed with murderous intent toward the Zareth Immortal Sect's Patriarch. The farce had ended, for now. What happened next remained unknown to the disciples, but the scene lodged itself in memory. Years later, after some had become powerful figures in their own right, recalling that day still brought a pang of sadness. By then, Kalen was no longer the Kalen of today. Caldric coughed lightly, scanning the sea of faces below. The dry sound snapped the disciples to attention. Every eye turned skyward. No one speaks of what happened today. Not even among yourselves. Do not discuss it privately. Pretend it never happened. His gaze swept across them, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down every spine. Kalen felt the pressure lock his body inside an ancient, icy cave, chill penetrating to bone. His first thought, the opponent was not at the profound core realm. At minimum Yuanhulis. Unbeknownst to Kalen, Kaldric had intentionally held back. The display was a warning to the 10,000 disciples surrounding them. If they revealed what happened, it would bring trouble to Kalen. The pressure was absolute realm suppression. Many disciples collapsed, faces pale, gasping for breath. Some lost control of their bladders. They simply could not withstand it. The usually kind and benevolent outer sect leader had revealed a terrifying side. Kaldric took in their expressions, satisfied with his intimidation and establishment of authority. Without this display, someone would immediately send word to their family, or to other sects. Once these people left, some might even be spies. If other sects discovered the truth, it would be a very serious matter. Remember, nothing about today's events, especially those concerning Kalen, can be leaked, or else exterminate the entire clan. He spoke the words with deadly seriousness. A fresh chill ran through everyone. No one doubted he would carry out such a threat. The Zareth Immortal sect possessed that strength, even with an incredibly powerful backer in the Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture. If the Zareth Immortal sect was willing to pay any price, it could absolutely destroy them. In the entire prefecture, apart from the misty Immortal Palace, the Luminor Cave Heaven, and the Fulgura sect, no one could withstand them. At this moment they realized even more clearly just how extraordinary the thing Kalen had awakened truly was. Marek's thoughts were a tangle: envy, jealousy, fear, outright terror. He had never imagined things would turn out this way. Not long ago he had sneered, hoping to sow discord between Kalen and Sorrel, even trying to make the boy a laughingstock. How ridiculous that seemed now. People had merely closed their eyes. How had that become a joke? Instead, it had become the most coveted prize in Dragonspire Prefecture's history. All of you may leave. Kaldric's deep voice rang out. With a casual wave, he deactivated the light barrier outside the main hall. The disciples accepted the order in unison, clasping hands in respect before filing out, pale-faced and staggering. Kalen had no idea how much fear and torment they had endured under the Zareth Immortal Sect Master's warning. He did not leave, or rather, he dared not. Kaldric, Darius, Sorrel, and the others were all watching him. Even the two old men from the library had not moved. Their eyes remained fixed on the youth. Since their arrival they had not spoken a word, silently observing the commotion. The library was different from other factions. It accepted neither disciples nor successors. Even if they wanted to recruit him, they could not outcompete the others. Old, he watched with a face full of sighs, a somewhat smug look directed at the other old man from the outer sect library beside him. That glance seemed to say, "See? I told you this kid was something special. I gave him special treatment, wasn't I right? A genius who awakens the seed of enlightenment will surely grow into a great figure renowned throughout the land. Even the entire Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture will be shaken. Perhaps the opportunity for the Zareth Immortal sect to surpass the Misty Immortal Palace, and once again become the #1 power in the Marshallon Empyrean state has arrived. Kalen, you should go back first. Don't mention this to anyone." Kaldric paused, then resumed his kind and gentle demeanor, smiling. "This is for your own good. What you've awakened is the seed of enlightenment. You may not realize how precious it is, but if it's revealed, you'll be in great danger." He emphasized the last word. Kalen nodded. From the expressions and demeanor of the group just now, he understood just how precious this enlightenment seed was. "Disciple understands," he respectfully clasped his hands, then bowed to Sorrel, Darius, Shirith, Lirael, and the two elderly men from the Aurelia Pavilion before turning and leaving the main hall. He never dreamed he would cause such a commotion. "It's good that the secret of the astral chart of Evernite hasn't been leaked," he muttered to himself, letting out a sigh of relief. If that secret were revealed, he'd be finished. Enlightenment seed? He murmured the term, unsure what it actually meant. He planned to find ancient texts to study it. The hall fell silent. With the disciples gone, only the outer sect elders and sect master Kaldric remained. No one could have imagined that a genius disciple with an awakened enlightenment seed would appear in the outer sect. Such a disciple's emergence was destined to shake the Marshallon Empyrean state. Sorrel's face was rather ugly. He fixed Darius, Lirael, and Shirith with a fierce gaze. "Kalen awakened his orange seed after listening to my lectures. You people are shameless to try and steal this." He's clearly a prodigy in my alchemy lineage. He was furious. He had maintained control while the boy was present, but now that he was gone, restraint evaporated. You think you can just take my class and then claim his awakening as yours? Shameless. Shirith glanced at him irritably, then flashed away in a streak of light. Darius didn't speak, his expression full of regret. Lirael's face was complex, his feelings indescribable. Caldric sighed, wanting to offer advice but thinking better of it. The two old men from the library exchanged a glance and smiled faintly. Old, he chuckled. Let's go! This matter had reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, at the secluded cultivation grounds of the Zareth Immortal Sect's patriarch, Lorcan led the 4 peak leaders to the cave, where the patriarch had secluded himself, still recovering from the divination backlash that had struck him yesterday. He knew nothing of the storm gathering outside. Patriarch of the Zareth Immortal Sect, Lorcan called, bowing at the entrance. The others clasped hands in unison behind him. We have important news to report. A deep voice rolled from within. What is it? Lorcan recounted Kaelin's awakening of the Enlightenment seed. The other leaders stood silent, each calculating how to sway the patriarch toward their own peak. Talented disciples always drew competition, but never with this ferocity. Inside, the patriarch listened, his face impassive. Then his fists clenched, a flash of anger crossing his features. He ground his teeth and muttered a curse. A once-in-a-century genius. Had he not been laid low by the backlash, he would have claimed the boy himself. Outside, the leaders remained oblivious. That is the situation, Lorcan said, washing his hands of the decision. We asked the patriarch to decide which peak Kaelin should join. Boren spoke first, his voice steady with the confidence of the sect's only 5th-grade alchemist. Patriarch, the boy awakened his orange seed after hearing Sorrel's teachings from my alchemy lineage. He belongs with Dawn Phalis Jorvin. Before the patriarch could respond, Cedric cut in. Sleeves rolled to reveal a hulking frame now shaken by uncontrolled weeping. Patriarch, I've forged weapons for this sect for years. Even without great merit, my labor counts. I noticed Kaelin first and asked to take him. Yet these people try to snatch him away. Please, do me justice. The sight was utterly disharmonious. Consort Nissa pressed a hand to her chest, aggrieved. Patriarch, Kaelin clearly showed interest in my formation lineage. A group of men bullying a weak woman like me, she recalled his expression when he saw the 8th killing Darnath. He had been tempted. Aldrich stood speechless a moment longer. The martial arts lineage ranked several levels below the others. Alchemy and weapon crafting mattered, but formations were vital to the sect's defensive arrays. Still, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Patriarch, Kaelin is also destined for my martial arts lineage. He can fight a half-step Seraphis Trasin or Cultivator at the 7th level of Starfall transformation. Inside the cave, the patriarch's pale complexion shifted again. 7th level Starfall against half-step Seraphis Trashnor? What caliber of talent did that require? He could not have done it in his prime. A true prodigy. Patriarch Kaelin belongs in my alchemy lineage. No, his true home is weapon refining. Patriarch formations are this child's destiny. If my mother knew in the afterlife, she would agree. Patriarch, they cried, shouted and roared. Even Nissa invoked her dead mother. Lorcan's face darkened. He had walked into trouble. He had expected decorum before the patriarch, but silence stretched from within the cave. Lorcan guessed the patriarch was angry at them. He did not know the patriarch was angry, but not at them. He was furious that he had failed to realize his own sect possessed an Enlightenment seed disciple. He cursed the backlash. If not for yesterday's divination, he would not have missed the strange phenomena outside. But it was too late. If these people had not openly begged for the boy, he could have claimed Kaelin quietly. Now they had spoken, and begged openly. How could he compete with them for a disciple? Taking in a prodigy who had awakened the Enlightenment seed, once grown, the boy would bring immense honor to the patriarch's line. At this moment, he hated yesterday's phenomenon, but he was helpless. The being capable of creating it was too terrifying. He could not defeat them. He did not even dare curse aloud, fearing detection. The patriarch's voice carried from the cave's depths before anyone could react further. Kaelin, this boy cannot join any sect for the time being. He should continue his cultivation in the outer sect to temper his character. The crowd fell silent, puzzled. Then the patriarch spoke again, addressing the assembled elders directly. Character is the most important thing. You are all vying to take him as your disciple. Do you know that you have already made a big mistake? No one answered. The voice continued, steady and unhurried. Cultivators must rise to the challenge. Talent is important, but hard work is also essential. If you treat him like this, and he becomes arrogant and neglects his cultivation, wouldn't that be a waste of a good talent? Color rose in the faces of every elder outside. Lorcan, standing slightly apart, exhaled slowly. Our ancestor was wise. Therefore, Kalen will remain in the outer sect for the time being, and his treatment will remain the same as before. He needs to hone his character while he is young, and he must not neglect his cultivation. Do you understand? No one refuted him. None could. Talent without discipline led nowhere. All right, if there is nothing else, you may all leave. Lorcan, please stay. The elders exchanged glances, said nothing, and dispersed, each already planning another approach, each determined to win the boy over eventually. When the last figure vanished, Lorcan bowed. Patriarch, what do you need? Keep an eye on Kalen, send someone to protect him secretly. We must not let anything happen to him. Lorcan blinked, surprised the ancestor had kept him for this, but his composure returned instantly. Understood, Patriarch. Bring me a copy of that portrait of Kalen later. You may leave. Lorcan bowed again and withdrew. For all his title as inner sect leader, he answered to the Eldermere Council, and above them stood the patriarch, figures who spent most of their existence in seclusion, emerging only when the sect's fate demanded it. Kalen returned to his cave dwelling and settled into meditation, directing his awareness inward to his dantian. A vibrant green sapling spiraled there, drinking the surrounding spiritual energy with quiet insistence. This little thing, it grew by absorbing my spiritual energy. He felt vaguely like a nursemaid. Although I don't know the specific use of this so-called enlightenment seed, the elders value it highly. It must be an extraordinary treasure. A glint of anticipation sharpened his gaze. The treasures contained within each star of the astral chart of Evernite were astonishing. He had merely used his life essence to activate the first star of the second stage, yet gained an opportunity countless cultivators would dream of and never obtain. He closed his eyes and entered the chart. The Anorin alchemy furnace waited inside, alongside an ancient alchemy tome as tall as a man. He had come to test the furnace's effect. He opened the book and began to study, focus absolute. He did not know the furnace's grade, but anything housed in the chart was exceptional. The ancient texts were exactly what he needed now. An hour passed. He paused, a soft sound of surprise escaping him. Passages that had once been impenetrable now yielded their meaning with ease. A moment of realization struck. Could this be the effect of the enlightenment seed? Joy surged. He would comprehend cultivation techniques and ancient scripts far faster than before. He studied another hour, then looked up at the furnace, ready to attempt pill refinement. He froze. How do you ignite this alchemy furnace? The question was absurd in its simplicity. Even ordinary people knew fire was required for alchemy. Most alchemists possessed fire attribute cultivation or had reached the profound core realm to wield alchemical fire. Failing those, the only recourse was the most basic wood ignition, an old clumsy method. He had no wood for the star chart, and none existed within the astral chart of Evernite itself. His storage bag could not cross the threshold, only his divine soul had entered. The realization settled over him. Refining pills here required at least the profound core realm, a threshold he had not yet reached. If all else failed, he would cultivate. The mountain of top-grade spirit stones he had claimed from the chart offered a path forward. He wanted to test their potency, to see if they accelerated his progress. Then his eyes caught the fire attribute stones mixed in the heap. They burned hot against his fingertips, pulsing with elemental fire. He carried dozens to the bronze furnace. Selecting one, he did not absorb its energy. He flooded it with his own spiritual power. The stone responded instantly, its surface kindling to a faint red glow. Heat spiked, searing his palms, but he held on, pouring more energy into it, until the stone blazed like red-hot iron. The pain forced him to drop it, yet he continued the infusion from a distance, draining his reserves faster. The stone ignited with a sharp bang. A palm-sized flame roared upward, fierce and clean. He smiled through the sweat. It works. The fire element can be stimulated independently. Top-grade spirit stones contained all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Cultivators typically absorbed them for their own cultivation. He had gambled that fire provoked by spiritual power would burn on its own. The gamble paid off. He felt no regret. The stones could not leave the chart. Hoarding them was the true waste. He added more fire attribute stones to the blaze, and the fire spread, its temperature dwarfing charcoal, exceeding any ordinary fire technique he knew. He dared not linger close. Extraordinary. If anyone in the Marchelon Empyrean prefecture saw this top-grade spirit stones unseen for countless years used as kindling, they would call him mad. But here they were merely fuel for an experiment. All right, let's refine. He retrieved the sorted herbs for the starfall-boosting pilvera, a first-grade pill, and returned to the furnace. The bronze vessel was massive, three-legged, weighing at least 8,000 jin. Even with his strength, maneuvering it left him gasping. But his eyes burned sharp. He positioned the furnace over the fire and began feeding the herbs, one by one, following the ancient recipe. This was his first time refining pills. Only a few months had passed since he first cracked open the ancient texts, and he had never watched another alchemist work. By rights, an apprentice needed years, learning herbs, mastering flame control, studying furnace temperatures, observing masters, before attempting even an ungraded pill, let alone a first-grade one. Alchemists were not born, they were bought, forged from spirit stones and endless trial. Sweat soaked his robes as he stared into the bronze furnace, spiritual fire roaring beneath a veil of black smoke. An hour had slipped by. This was his third batch. The first failed when he mistimed the herb additions. The second turned to ash when the flames surged beyond his control. This won't work. Fire spirit stones alone aren't enough. The stones ignited easily and burned hot, but the flames grew wild, the temperature climbing without check. He stepped back, eyes scanning the mountain of top-grade spirit stones beside him. Blue, water attribute, highest grade. Cyan wood attribute, also top grade. He carried both to the furnace, the heat pressed against his skin. He took a blue stone, poured spiritual power into it, and felt cool clarity spread through his palm, soothing the burns on his fingers. When the energy felt right, he hurled it into the fire. A violent hiss, steam exploded upward, driving him back several steps. The flames shrank visibly. He laughed, triumph sharp and bright. Water overcomes fire. One water stone had neutralized 2 firestones. The smoke thinned, he could continue. Let's see what wood does. Wood feeds fire. He lifted a cyan stone, infused it, and a vibrant, strange life force bloomed in his hand. Lightness, youth, something indescribable. Deep in his dantian, the enlightenment seed trembled. He frowned, surprised. The seed liked wood attribute energy. As he channeled power into the stone, his dantian drank the wood element greedily. Blue light streamed into his core, settling on the seedling as specks of luminescence that faded into absorption. The seedling shivered with what felt like delight. Its leaves deepened to a richer green. He didn't stint. Spirit stones were plentiful. Curiosity had overtaken the urge to refine pills. He wanted to know what this seed would become. Half an hour passed. The cyan stone dulled, its wood essence spent. The seed's absorption ceased with a gentle tremor through his dantian, like a satisfied burp. He picked up another wood stone. No reaction. Full then. He smiled at the thought of the small hungry thing inside him. The enlightenment seed existed only as legend in Dragonspire Prefecture, mentioned once in texts 10,000 years old. 10 millennia had erased the figure who once possessed it to rumor, leaving no record of its uses beyond alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations. The ancient texts held only one certainty: the seed chose its bearer by destiny alone, and no hand could seize it by force. He dismissed the matter. The seed in his body had settled back into dormancy, unresponsive. He turned his attention to the alchemy furnace, lifting another wood attribute spirit stone and flooding it with spiritual power. Without the seed siphoning the energy, the process flowed smoothly. The stone's wood element awakened, casting a cyan glow. He cast it into the flames and watched. Fire fed fire into violent intensity. Water drowned it, but wood fed fire differently, a slow, gentle swelling that endured. Wood fuels fire, he murmured. The seed trembled, imperceptibly, and clarity sharpened his thoughts. Mutual restraint among the 5 elements applied only within the same realm. Mutual generation was not simple addition, but a continuous, gentle cycle. In that moment he grasped the Althoria elements theory. Not as doctrine memorized from texts or passed down by masters, but as lived truth. Every blade of grass, grain of sand, spark of flame, and drop of dew existed within it. He had comprehended in a breath what cultivators realms above him would never grasp in lifetimes, a realization that would shape everything to come. The refinement continued when the fire flagged. He fed it top-grade firestones. When it needed stabilizing wood stones. When it raged too hot, water stones. Such extravagance, burning spirit stones of the highest quality as mere fuel, was possible for him alone in all Miravel Nethor. Each activation demanded a fresh pour of spiritual power, a cultivation method in itself. Unbeknownst to him, his flame control sharpened with every adjustment. Night deepened. Inside the astral chart of Evernight, sweat soaked through his robes. His body had been drained to the limit, the exhaustion indistinguishable from a major battle. Over 50 failures. I refuse to accept another. Resentment threaded his voice. 50 odd batches wasted, enough spirit stones and herbs to bankrupt a clan. Enough to have any other apprentice expelled in disgrace. But he possessed top-grade stones without limit, and the finest medicinal materials without count. Only the knowledge that alchemy demanded patience stopped him from attempting a third-grade pill outright. This time, he held the fire steady, neither rushing nor hesitating, adding the starfall-boosting herbs one by one with the deftness born of a sleepless night. This time we succeed. A flash of calculation crossed his face. He worked with meticulous focus. Smoke curled from the bronze furnace, but he did not hurry. Herbs followed herbs. The flame obeyed his will. A thunderous crack rang from within. Green smoke billowed, not the black of failure. The sound itself confirmed it. The pill had formed. He wrenched the furnace open. 2 soft thuds struck the floor. His heart hammered harder than when he had won the outer sect selection. This was different, progress in a new domain, the distance from novice to first-grade alchemist measured in a single breath. 4 pills lay cracked and fissured. The 5th rested whole, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. It is done. Kalen turned the starfall-boosting pillvora between his fingers. The single pill from his first all-night refinement glowing faint in the pre-dawn light. One success was enough. Most alchemists without a pharmacologist's intuition and precise heat control could waste 1,000 spiritual herbs and still fail. He had managed it on his first attempt. He swallowed the pill, feeling the mediocre surge of restored spiritual power settle in his meridians, and let his eyes drift shut against the exhaustion. When he opened them again, the sky was paling. The joy on his face was undisguised. A first-grade pill. One success qualifies me as a first-grade alchemist, doesn't it? He murmured. Rank was measured by the grade of pill one could reliably produce. In Dragonspire Prefecture, that recognition came from Sacred Pilvora City, a sanctuary no power dared provoke, not the Zareth Immortal Sect nor the Misty Immortal Palace. Legend held that alchemists had once been scattered, vulnerable to kidnapping and coercion, until several powerful practitioners founded the city as a haven. Over generations it had grown into the registry for every alchemist in the Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture. Figures like Sorrel and Boran held seats there. Kalen allowed himself the thought of one day walking its streets for assessment. A tremor ran through the golden token in his storage bag. He rose, left the secretum room, and stepped out of his cave. The sect's reaction to yesterday's Enlightenment seed commotion had been inevitable. 2 figures waited at the entrance. One carried the weight of mountains. The other, white-haired, wore a gentle smile. "Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Senior." Kalen clasped his hands. Caldric, the outer sect leader, and Lorcan, the inner sect leader, though Kalen knew only the former by title. Both nodded, satisfaction evident. "Kalen, this is the inner sect leader," Caldric said. Kalen started, bowing deeper. "Greetings, Sect Master." The dual address felt strange. Lorcan's gaze softened. "I am Lorcan, Sect Master Lorcan," Kalen repeated. "Won't you invite us 2 old men in?" Caldric's benevolent expression bore no trace of the severity that had silenced 10,000 disciples yesterday. "Please, Sect Master Caldric, Sect Master Lorcan." Kalen used their names to distinguish them. One governed the outer sect, the other the inner. Their joint visit was unprecedented. They followed him inside, taking seats at the stone table while he brewed tea and stood aside. "Sit," Caldric said. "No need for such formality." Lorcan echoed the gesture. Kalen sat opposite them. posture respectful. Kalen, do you know why we've come? Caldric sipped tea, eyes narrowing with a shrewd glint. Lorcan watched silently. The Enlightenment seed, Kalen didn't hedge. Correct. Its importance is greater than you likely realize. Caldric smiled, his voice measured. In the entire history of the Marshallon Empyrean state, only one person has ever awakened the Enlightenment seed. 10,000 years ago. He possessed extraordinary talent in both alchemy and weapon crafting. The conditions lie beyond human control. The seed chooses those the world itself has marked. Ancient records are scarce, and the specific reasons remain unknown. But you must understand, possessing this seed is a blessing, yet you must keep it secret, even from your closest relatives. Otherwise you will bring disaster upon yourself. He emphasized the last two words. Great disaster. Kalen heard no jest in his tone. He understood the principle all too well. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Understood, sect masters? Rest assured, I will keep this secret. He rose and bowed deeply. Thank you both for the warning. He had never spoken of the astral chart of Evernight to anyone, fearing precisely this kind of attention. The two elders exchanged a glance, tension easing from their shoulders. They had genuinely worried that youth and impetuousness might loosen his tongue. It's good that you understand, Lorcan said, his voice loud, expression grave. This world is dangerous. Even within the Zareth Immortal sect, you are not necessarily safe. Do you understand? Clear, Kalen's childhood had taught him that lesson early. The Korath family never treated him as their own. His parents cared only for his younger brother. They had beaten him half to death and shipped him off as a live-in son-in-law for resources. Consequently, there were very few people in this world he could trust. Actually, I originally intended to accept you directly into the inner sect, Lorcan continued. Given your talent and the seed you possess, it wouldn't be inappropriate, but… Allow me, Caldric interjected, stepping forward. He looked at Kalen. The inner sect holds an annual assessment for outer disciples. You're aware of this? Kalen nodded. The details were recorded in the jade slip from Valora's pavilion. Although both inner and outer disciples belong to the Zareth Immortal sect, a fundamental difference exists. Inner disciples are, bluntly put, the true core of the sect. But the sect is not monolithic. Spies from other forces may have infiltrated it. Caldric's expression hardened. For years, the Marshallon Empyrean dynasty has been the nominal ruler of the state, yet accomplished nothing. Major forces compete among themselves, with the misty Immortal Palace currently holding the greatest power and the most talented disciples. Moreover, because the Zareth Immortal sect is unique, other forces have always viewed it as a piece of fat meat they want to swallow. The phrase startled Kalen, then reminded him of Valerius's words in Iron Peak City. Though not the strongest, the Zareth Immortal sect possessed the deepest foundation, even surpassing the misty Immortal Palace. You may wonder why, but some things I cannot reveal yet. I can only say the sect's foundation is unfathomable. Caldric's cheerfulness returned. Those with deep foundations are not qualified to participate. Only inner disciples are. We intended to make you an inner disciple directly, but you awakened the Enlightenment seed, a natural phenomenon. The blue light may have already been noticed by other forces. Promoting you now would expose your identity. The sect master sighed. This was only one concern. Far too many had witnessed the awakening that day. Among 10,000 disciples, they could not guarantee no spies were present. They had discussed it internally and activated the sect's interception array, normally reserved for wartime to censor any outgoing information. The formation consumed staggering resources, all of it to protect him. Neither elder mentioned these measures. Kalen nodded. He understood the purpose of their visit. I understand. I'll participate in the inner disciple selection later. Excellent. Caldric smiled. Lorcan nodded in satisfaction, then tossed a jade bottle to Kalen. He caught it, examining it curiously. 3 drops of Halar essence blood, Lorcan said. Absorb them during meditation to enhance your strength, Caldric added. Consider it a token of my support. Halar's essence blood. Kalen stared at the elder, stunned. He had not expected Lorcan to hand over such a treasure so readily. What was Halar? Legend named it one of the 10 ancient dragons, mightiest of the monster clans, adults, said to reach 10,000 zhang in length, wielding power to unmake heaven and earth. Those were only stories from ancient texts. Kalen had never seen such a creature. He could not fathom where Lorcan had obtained the blood. Lorcan smiled. This essence blood was extracted from the corpse of a young Halo. You could call it one of the foundations of the Zareth immortal sect. Kaldric stood to the side, beaming, as if both elders took satisfaction in Kaelin's reaction. Kaelin nodded, mentally reassessing the sect's depth once more. They could produce Halo essence blood? What profound knowledge and resources did that require? This was Halor, the legendary ancient dragon. The two remained another half hour, speaking only of the Enlightenment Seed's function and warning him once more to be careful before they departed. Kaelin saw them off respectfully, then hurried back to the secretum room, excitement thrumming through him. Halo essence blood, what a treasure. I wonder how much it would fetch at auction. The thought barely formed before he shook his head with a bitter smile at his own naivety. The essence blood of the Halo was priceless. Its value could not be measured in spirit stones. Never mind, absorb it first and see. His face lit with anticipation. His cultivation currently sat at the late stage of the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm, a result of deliberate suppression. Had he abandoned that restraint, breaking through to 7th level great perfection would have been trivial. Now, with the essence blood in hand, he could attempt the next level. He uncorked the jade bottle. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, instantly flooding the chamber. Kaelin could hardly wait to swallow all 3 drops, but he was not blinded by greed. Doing so might burst his body. He took a single drop, feeling a fierce, potent force crash into his dantian. He resealed the bottle and immediately began circulating the Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation. His spiritual power climbed at an alarming rate. Before long, the 7th stage reached perfection. He broke through directly to 7th level perfection, and his power continued to surge toward the critical point of the 8th level. Only a little more effort would push him through, yet at that moment he abandoned the attempt. Instead, he desperately suppressed the surging energy, compressing it again and again. Several miles away, suspended in midair, Lorcan and Kaldric floated in the void, their gazes fixed on the direction of Kaelin's cave. At their cultivation level, distance was no barrier. They could clearly sense everything occurring inside. Though they could not see the details, the aura emanating from the cave told them plenty. Did you withhold the warning that Halo essence blood cannot be consumed all at once just to test the boy's character? Kaldric asked, his usual smile absent. You knew as well, yet you didn't remind me either. Lorcan smiled. I stayed silent to see what kind of person he is, whether he can resist temptation. You know, he now possesses the Enlightenment Seed. There are things we both understand. Although ancient texts record that the Enlightenment Seed cannot be forcibly taken away. If word gets out, he will be targeted. He is still too weak. Many would try to extract the seed from his body. Moreover, hostile forces would never allow a genius to grow unchecked. Kaldric fell silent. His silence was itself a test. The future strength of a sect rested on its young geniuses. If other sects learned Kaelin held the Enlightenment Seed, only 2 outcomes awaited: recruitment or elimination, costing the Zareth immortal sect a prodigy. Judging by this, his character is sound. He was not blinded by sudden fortune. Lorcan nodded in satisfaction. Kaldric remained wordless. To conceal the awakening of Kaelin's Auran seed, they had activated a magic array that consumed unimaginable resources daily. If Kaelin were not the sort of person worth such a price, the 2 elders would have to reconsider how to handle him. They would still protect him, but his freedom would be severely restricted. This young man is cautious in his actions and capable of keeping secrets. Lorcan watched Kaelin refuse to swallow all 3 drops of Halor essence blood at once, choosing instead to refine his cultivation. That restraint alone confirmed the assessment. Has his background been thoroughly investigated? Kaldric nodded. Our people returned last night. The record is clean, but... What is wrong? Lorcan noticed the strange twist to Kaldric's expression. He claims he was alive in son-in-law. I didn't believe it at first, but the investigation confirmed it. The kind who was beaten half to death and shipped off. A son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. Lorcan was stunned. Yesterday had been their first meeting with Kaelin. None of them had known his history. Correct. He was born to the Korath family in Iron Peak City. His younger brother is exceptionally talented, selected for the Misty Immortal Palace. But Kaelin is ambitious and ruthless, or so his family claims. They beat him half to death, his parents included, and sent him off as a live-in son-in-law. The arrangement extorted substantial resources from the bride's family, and the bride herself was considered ugly, marked by a prominent birthmark. Caldrick's expression grew wistful. Beaten half to death by his own brother? Sent by his own parents to marry an ugly woman? Lorcan's face shifted through something he couldn't name. Everyone in Iron Peak knows Kalen used to be a good-for-nothing. No status in his own family, endless humiliation, even servants looked down on him. That's why he was so easily discarded. Waste? Lorcan shook his head, a bitter smile forming. At such a young age, with such talent, having awakened the enlightenment seed, and I'm the one called a piece of trash. The absurdity of it. How could such a genius be labeled trash? Were there still geniuses in this world? After learning this, I found it equally strange. How could a genius be regarded as waste? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Caldrick continued. Kalen's arrival in Iron Peak, his defeat of Thorn, the public killing of a misty immortal palace outer disciple, his close relationship with Valerius of the Aurelia Pavilion. Lorcan nodded, satisfied. Kalen's background checked out. The only suspicious element was his sudden surge in strength. Tell me? How did he advance from the body Orindal realm to his current level in just 3 months? Lorcan's suspicion was natural. Every cultivator knew the difficulty of progression. Caldrick shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know, but everyone has their own opportunities. This child awakened the seed of enlightenment. That alone proves he's destined for something extraordinary, does it not? Lorcan nodded without argument. It seems we can go now. Good that the boy didn't swallow it all at once. I look forward to his performance at the inner sect selection. Caldrick smiled wryly. Yes, we have other matters to attend to. They exchanged a glance and vanished in streaks of light. They had lingered only because they feared Kalen might consume all 3 drops at once, his spiritual power expanding beyond his capacity to refine, an explosion waiting to happen. His caution had relieved them. Now they needed to gather every elder who knew about the enlightenment seed. This secret had to be contained. Time passed, unaware of their departure. Kalen's forehead beaded with sweat. The spiritual power from a single drop of Halar essence blood far exceeded his expectations. He fought to suppress it, compressing his spiritual power again and again, refusing to break through to the 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm. An hour later, Kalen exhaled, exhaustion etched across his face. The first drop was refined. That was close. I nearly broke through. He breathed out, muttering, with my current strength among Starfall transformation cultivators, unless they're monstrous geniuses, no one should rival me. The urge rose to challenge a first-level Seraphis realm cultivator, to test his true measure. 2 hours later, Kalen sat cross-legged, spiritual energy recovered to an unprecedented peak. The spiritual power within Halar's essence. Blood is far too violent. I wonder how powerful this creature was when alive, he murmured, recalling the terrifying energy he'd just absorbed, unable to stop himself from imagining the living Halar. 2 drops remain. With them I can reach the mid-stage of the 8th level. His eyes gleamed. He swallowed the second drop. Fierce, powerful spiritual energy surged through his meridians. This time, he lost control. A thunderous crash erupted from his secret room. Breakthrough. Early stage of the 8th level Starfall transformation realm. The noise was enormous, echoing through the surroundings, far louder than his previous breakthrough. But they were in a remote, secluded cave. Only a handful noticed the signs. Caldrick and Lorcan entered the hidden chamber behind the inner gate. It resembled a modest family courtyard, unadorned and plain, yet formations hummed invisibly through its walls and floor. They activated their communication jade slips, summoning the outer sect elders, Darius, Shirith, Lirael, and Sorrel, and the inner sect elders, Boran, Cedric, Shirith, and Aldrich. Streaks of light converged from every direction within moments. The agenda was singular. Kalen's possession of the enlightenment seed must remain concealed. Such disciples were the sect's lifeblood. The Anarin array sealed the room. Even the Patriarch could not penetrate it. The session lasted an hour. When the elders departed as they had arrived, each wore a different expression. Inside the secretum, Kalen compressed his spiritual power without pause. At the peak of the early 8th level of Starfall transformation, he finished refining the second drop of Halar essence blood. His internal energy surged, vastly exceeding his strength at the 7th level. Chaotic again, but at least it's a cave. Shouldn't have alerted too many people, he muttered, surveying the wreckage. Each breakthrough had grown louder. After a brief consolidation, he swallowed the final drop. Priceless though it was, he felt no regret. Only treasures used for oneself held value. Spiritual power erupted. He reached the mid-stage of the 8th level in moments, then fought to suppress the rising tide. The energy within the blood was feral, a wild beast tearing at his meridians. He pushed to mid-stage great perfection, suppressing with everything he had, but the pressure proved uncontainable. He broke through to the late stage. The Harlow essence gradually stabilized, fully absorbed. Never expected it to be this strong, he murmured. He had wanted to hone himself at mid-stage longer, but the sheer volume forced the advance. He clenched his fist, feeling the difference. Compared to a 7th level cultivator, he was a different order of being. Even if I sold and Varric combined, I could suppress them both now. The confidence was calm. He could fight 2 such opponents simultaneously. Though the jump to late stage had been abrupt, the impact was minimal. He had already compressed enough at mid-stage, the remainder had simply refused containment. At 19, the 8th level of Starfall transformation made him an anomaly among geniuses. He was satisfied. After resting, he closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the astral chart of Evernight. Having succeeded once, the success rate will definitely increase significantly. He began the refinement with practiced ease. Top-grade fire spirit stones for flame, top-grade wood spirit stones for timber, water spirit stones for fluid, a luxurious expenditure that lasted through the night. Tens of thousands of miles away, amid countless ethereal celestial palaces, Torin emerged from his seclusion chamber. His eyes held depth, his spiritual energy radiated violence so terrifying the butler waiting outside felt he faced a prehistoric beast, trembling so violently he nearly collapsed. "Young master you?" The butler's voice cracked. "I have broken through and reached the Seraphis realm," Torin said calmly, the violent aura receding. A 16-year-old at the Tengara realm, a prodigy among prodigies, even within the misty immortal palace, a top-ranking genius. "Wonderful, young master." The butler's ecstasy was palpable. "Shall we return to Iron Peak City now?" They had agreed to return first, wait for the Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion to leave, then challenge Kalen on the arena and take him away openly. "No rush." Torin waved a hand, laughing. "To be absolutely sure, I'll find my master and ask him to accompany us. Then we'll see who dares stop me from taking that good-for-nothing away." His face contorted with rage. He could not wait to see his useless older brother kneeling. He would break every bone, then drag him away like a dead dog, let him know the consequences of disobedience. Kalen would not give him that opportunity. "Wonderful, young master." The butler was already imagining Kalen kowtowing and begging for mercy. The Zareth immortal sect breathed with spiritual energy, its grounds wrapped in quiet. Kalen opened his eyes in the cave's secret chamber, fatigue etching his features but joy lighting them from within. The night's labor had been worth it. He had refined over 60 batches of first-grade pills, his success rate climbing from occasional flashes to 1 in 3 furnaces. More than 30 pills now rested in his astral chart of Evernight, and yields had risen from a single pill per batch to 2 or 3 by the end. For a novice alchemist, the progress was extraordinary. He stretched, spiritual reserves depleted. Yet his cultivation had surged to the late 8th level of Starfall transformation, leaving him stronger than before. He would rest, then return to practice. Cultivation was not urgent. His recent breakthroughs had come too fast, and he needed time to settle, to reflect. Before leaving the chart, he had taken a few of his own Starfall-boosting pills. He stepped out and made for the Spirit Beast room. The door had barely opened before Vorin burst through, tail wagging, enormous body wriggling with a fawning, dog-like whine. Kalen laughed and tossed a haul of dried meat from his storage bag. The golden lion fell on it with undignified delight. Nothing like the proud beast he resembled, more a timid, oversized hound. His golden token trembled. Kalen frowned, wondering who would seek him here. Outside the cave, a short, chubby boy paced the entrance, anxiety radiating from him. "Kaldor? What brings you?" "Big brother." Kaldor rushed forward, face pale. "Help me." "Slow down. Tell me what happened." Kaldor spilled it in a rush. He and a few new disciples had set up stalls near the Zyphorasara Zorath to earn contribution points. Missions were too dangerous. They planned to hunt game, make jerky, sell pelts. A solid plan. But days ago, senior outer disciples had descended on their lot, demanding 30 contribution points as a stall fee. The newcomers had none. Bound by sect rules against direct violence, the seniors blockaded the stall instead, hurling insults, goading them to the arena. Restraint frayed, one disciple snapped, accepted the challenge. They went together. One was already badly hurt, the others still fought. Kaldor's eyes were wet. He had boasted to those seniors that he and Kaelin were inseparable. If trouble came, Kaelin would handle it. He had never actually told Kaelin. Now he had no choice. Kaelin sighed. Lead the way. Relief flooded Kaldor's face. He turned and ran. Kaelin followed, mind already clear. The seniors had provoked this. He and Kaldor had shared enough days to call it friendship, and Kaelin had few enough of those. It would help if he could. The Irdan Gate Arena lay ahead, the same grounds where they had faced their third entrance assessment. Normally a training ground for spars and sanctioned duels, it operated on a simple, brutal logic. Both parties signed a waiver, paid a contribution point, and whatever happened on the platform carried no consequence. Even death went unpunished. 2 outer stewards oversaw the matches. An outer gatekeeper refereed. Today the arena teemed with outer disciples. The selection period had closed it to formal use, but private duels persisted. A fresh initiate lay broken on the platform, drenched in blood, too weak to rise. Below, 3 more new disciples sprawled in the dirt, similarly ruined. Useless trash, a voice sneered from the crowd. If you'd just handed over the points, none of this would have happened. On the arena floor, a tall outer disciple looked down with cold disdain at the new disciple he had just felled. When Brother Kaelin arrives, he won't let you off the hook. The young man on the ground had blood coating his mouth, his clothes torn, injuries severe. He could barely speak. He and a few others on the right side of the arena were the new disciples who had set up the stall with Kaldor. My own strength isn't enough. Being able to join the Zeri the Immortal sect is already a stroke of luck, so I thought to make a little money by setting up a stall. The thought had led to this brutal beating. Kaelin, the tall disciple sneered. What abilities could a mere novice disciple possibly have? You wait for Brother Kaelin to arrive. The fallen disciple protested, but before he could finish, a kick slammed into his stomach. He vomited blood and nearly fainted. Waste. The tall disciple glanced at the unconscious man, then looked up at the other newly initiated disciples. Next, who among you is next? 3 were already seriously injured, 4 including the one just knocked off the stage. Aloria stood on their side in total. 4 men and 3 women. All who had fought earlier were men, now only the 3 women remained capable of fighting. These 3 female disciples were all striking, with fine figures. I'll do it. A soft voice came from the right. A delicate-looking woman stepped forward, though her cultivation sat only at the 5th level of the Starfall transformation realm. The tall disciple opposite her stood at great perfection of the same realm. He chuckled. Are all the men dead? Why send a little girl like you into battle? He grinned wickedly. I think you're not bad looking. Why don't you come with me from now on? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. His voice carried clearly to everyone around. Onlookers wore varied expressions. Some sighed, some felt pity, some burst into laughter. This was common in the outer sect. Those laughing loudly were the tall disciples' companions, 5 outer disciples who had been in the Zareth Immortal sect for years. The weakest among them stood at the 9th level of Starfall transformation. They rarely took missions. Relying on superior strength, they often bullied menial disciples and forcibly seized their contribution points. They hadn't expected even outer disciples to be setting up stalls and doing business this year with such weak cultivation, and so the picking of fights, the provocations, and finally the ring duel had ensued. You, all of you. The woman in the blue robe trembled with rage at the man's disgusting words. She was also from a powerful family and had never suffered such humiliation. Fury erupted. She slapped her storage bag, drawing a Brindor-grade magic weapon longsword, and rushed forward, ready to fight to the death. Steward Everhart stood by watching coldly, looking like he was enjoying the show. You're not happy even when I say a few words to you? The tall disciple snorted coldly. So what if the other party had an Ashen-level magic weapon? His cultivation at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm gave him absolute dominance in realm. His aura surged, releasing terrifying pressure as he swung his right hand with great force. The woman's sword-holding wrist was struck. Her body tilted, nearly falling, but she managed to regain balance. Before she could catch her breath, he was already in front of her, punching her in the stomach. She groaned in pain and collapsed. unable to fight. The gap was too great. She was no match at all. The burly disciple didn't continue attacking. Instead, his attention fixed on the longsword she still gripped. A brindle magic weapon, a fine one. Not all outer disciples possessed them, and even those who did wouldn't complain about having more. The tall disciple walked up with a wicked grin, bent down and snatched the magical sword from her hand. Whether from anger or injury, the woman coughed up blood and tried to stand, supporting herself on the ground. This magical artifact is quite nice. I'll take it. Consider it your protection fee for this month. He grinned wickedly. Give me back my sword. She had barely managed to stand, eyes bloodshot, looking like she wanted to devour him. The man said coldly, You don't know what's good for you. Then he kicked her in the stomach. She could barely stand. How could she withstand such a powerful kick? She flew more than 10 meters, blood streaming from her mouth. Yet she gritted her teeth and, before fainting, lay on the ground, angry eyes fixed on the man playing with her longsword. Steward Everhart glanced sideways at the tall disciple. The other party smiled knowingly. Steward Everhart, don't worry, you'll get your share of the benefits. He took out a storage bag and secretly stuffed it into the deacon's pocket. Steward Everhart examined it, nodded in satisfaction, and pretended not to have seen the magic weapon being snatched. Irdan Gate Arena area rules allowed combat, but participants were not allowed to steal each other's magical artifacts. You are all despicable. Return Haven's magical artifact. Damn it, why hasn't Brother Ironwood come back yet? The newly initiated disciples were indignant and furious. 2 women rushed to the arena to check on Haven's injuries. The tall disciple chuckled, toying with the longsword quite satisfied. A wicked smile appeared as he mocked, Let me tell you, even if he brings in that new disciple named Kalen, so what? A new disciple, I can beat him into calling me grandpa with one hand. If I take back that statement now, I might still be alive. A voice carried across the grounds and heads turned. Caldor Ironwood was striding back toward the arena, a white-robed cultivator at his side. It's Kalen, Brother Kalen, one of the female disciples cried out. The injured men stirred with equal excitement. The one who had been knocked unconscious cracked his eyes open at the noise. On the stage, the badly wounded woman lifted her head, something like hope flickering through the resentment in her gaze. Kalen moved with measured steps, each one radiating a quiet pressure. His pace seemed unhurried, yet he covered ground with deceptive speed. Caldor hung back, anxious, rushing to check on the others. Kalen followed and took in the damage. 4 male disciples soaked in blood, wounds that would take months to knit. On the platform, 2 women were helping the 3rd down, blood still beading at the corner of her mouth. Big brother, Caldor said, his voice thick with something between grief and accusation. Kalen nodded, a faint frown creasing his brow. Leave it to me. Thank you, thank you. Caldor said nothing more. He had traveled with Kalen long enough to know the man beneath the cold exterior, someone who spoke little but kept every promise. If Kalen hadn't intervened when they first met, Caldor would have died at his stepmother's assassin's hands. He looked again at the injured men. Recovery would take months at minimum. Brother Kalen, thank you for standing up for us. Brother Kalen, please be careful. Brother Kalen, the words tumbled out one after another, eyes burning. Kalen recognized 2 from the entrance exam, though he had never expected to find them broken like this in the span of a heartbeat. He nodded without speaking. Brother Kalen, you have to be careful. Brother Kalen. The 2 newly initiated women were nearly vibrating with excitement. His arrival felt like a hero descending on clouds. Brother Kalen. He stole my sword. The injured woman spoke through tears, her voice raw with a grief that went beyond the wound. The sword meant everything to her. Kalen held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded. I'll get it back for you. He rose and walked toward the arena. His face revealed nothing, no joy, no sorrow, but those who knew him would have recognized the anger coiled beneath the stillness. Every eye tracked him. Most had never met him, but the name had spread fast. The winner of this year's Outer Sect selection, the one who had defeated Cedric Varrell at the 9th level of Starfall Transformation. Is that Kalen Corrith, the selection champion? They say he's strong. Sawn Dunmore is at great perfection of Starfall Transformation. Can Kalen match him? This Kalen is quite handsome. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. But several disciples went pale at the sight of him. When others asked why, they stammered and fell silent. They were the ones who had witnessed that scene in the main lecture hall. On the arena floor, the burly Scorned sneered. "You're Kalen. Your strength isn't bad, 8th level of Starfall transformation, but I'd advise staying out of other people's business. This doesn't concern you." He didn't want to make an enemy of the champion. Every selection winner was destined for the inner circle. Even if Scorned won today, what about tomorrow? He preferred not to antagonize such a man unless forced. No one had seen Kalen injure Sylvar Starfall and Dernick Ashford outside the cave, and those three would never speak of it. Kalen's public reputation rested solely on the selection, just over 10 days past. Kalen shook his head, expression unchanged. "I came to help a friend and I can't leave. The cultivation world is dog eat dog. Those with strength have the right to speak, so I can overlook what you did before." "So what you mean is?" Scorned didn't understand. "What I mean is, return the artifact, promise not to trouble them again, and kneel down and apologize." The tone was flat, the face impassive. "You want me to return the ritual artifact, and kneel, apologize, and promise not to cause trouble?" Scorned stared, then erupted in curses. "I think you've lost your mind. I gave you face, didn't want to mess with you, and you're still ungrateful. I'll beat you to death." He had never encountered such arrogance. Fury ignited. He gripped the stolen longsword and surged forward. "Wait," a cold voice arrested him. "You alone are not enough. You should all come at me together." Kalen's gaze swept over the challengers, calm and unhurried. Their expressions darkened at once, fury flaring. Damn it, Scorned, kill him quickly," one spat. Another shouted that the boy deserved death for placing first in the qualifiers and already growing this arrogant. The group roared, and even Everhart gave Kalen a strange look. He had never seen such arrogance. "Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll smash every bone in your body and turn you into a cripple." Scorned rose from the opposite side, murderous intent radiating from a cultivation at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, almost halfway to the next stage. Kalen shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to test his current strength, but this opponent wouldn't provide a real fight. Scorned charged, a Brindor magic weapon in hand. His speed was incredible, his strength formidable for his realm. Kalen didn't react, didn't draw a weapon. He simply stood there. Kaldor shouted a warning, unaware of Kalen's strength and afraid he'd suffer from carelessness. Scorned screamed for Kalen to go to hell. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. His longsword stopped 3 inches from Kalen's throat. The other man still didn't move. Scorned was certain the strike would sever his neck. His companions thought the same. Kalen would surely die. Accidental killing in the ring carried punishment, but it wasn't a big deal. Most onlookers agreed at such close range, before he could even dodge, Kalen was doomed. Then Kalen moved. He didn't retreat or defend with a weapon. He took a single step forward and arrived half an inch in front of Scorned. Scorned cried out in shock. But before he could react, his sword hand froze, gripped by tremendous force. His wrist cracked as bones shattered. Pain exploded through him. He tried to scream, tried to pull away, but couldn't. He cursed hatefully, panic rising. No time to think. He raised his left hand to strike Kalen away. The moment he did, a powerful blow slammed into his abdomen. He coughed up blood. The force nearly knocked him unconscious. Judging by the power alone, his opponent had already surpassed the Starfall transformation realm. Scorned collapsed but didn't fall. Kalen still held his shattered wrist. With his free hand, Kalen took the longsword from Scorned's grip and tossed it behind him without looking. It flew hundreds of meters, embedding itself in the ground before Haven, the injured woman. She stammered her thanks, sobbing uncontrollably as she endured the pain and sheathed the blade. On the stage, Kalen held Scorned's ruined wrist, silent and cold, looking down at his opponent. Scorned barely lifted his head, eyes filled with terror. This person's strength was terrifying. So much so he couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. "Noisy," Kalen said coldly, and slapped Scorned across the face. A sharp crack rang out. Several teeth flew out with fresh blood. Scorned was dazed, confused. A great perfection cultivator slapped in front of everyone on the arena. The crowd felt like they were dreaming, first time they'd ever seen something like this. Scorned was dumbfounded, but before he could speak, another slap landed. Then another. Sharp cracks rang out relentlessly, spinning his head until it resembled a pig's. Kalen didn't dare use full strength, fearing he'd smash Scorned's head like a watermelon. Gasps rose all around. Kaldor and the others were completely dumbfounded, especially the 4 male disciples. Was this the difference? They'd exerted everything and still lost to the powerful man in under 3 moves. Yet Kaelin had beaten them into this state so easily. Sorn's companions were equally stunned. They'd seen ruthless people, but never one this ruthless, openly slapping someone on the stage. The slapping continued. Everhart, standing by, couldn't take it anymore. He'd known Sorn for years. The man had just bribed him. "Stop, you've already won." "There's no need to be so ruthless," Everhart said coldly, his aura erupting and pressing down on Kaelin. Hearing the words and feeling the overwhelming pressure, Kaelin paused. Sorn's group breathed a sigh of relief, terrified he'd be beaten to death. "I fought him fairly. I only slapped him a few times. How can you say I used poison?" Kaelin turned, gaze calm and cold. "Why didn't you do anything when those people were seriously injured just now?" Everhart tried to respond, but Kaelin ignored him completely. He kept swinging, slapping even harder than before. Sharp cracks rang out. "You! How dare you disobey me, an outer disciple?" Everhart was furious. As a deacon, his status was naturally above a mere outer disciple. When had he ever been so openly defied by a newcomer who refused to heed him? Kaelin's voice cut through the air, cold and deliberate. "You? What are you? Do you even deserve the title of disobedient?" The courtyard erupted. Steward Everhart's face darkened with fury at being humiliated before a crowd by a newly initiated outer disciple. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers, amazement, disbelief, the electric thrill of witnessing something unprecedented. "That's incredible," one whispered. Kaelin actually cursed a steward to his face. "First time in outer sect history," another breathed. Communication jade slips flashed across the crowd, summoning friends to witness the spectacle. The slap Sorn had suffered moments ago now seemed a mere prelude, hardly worth mention. Everyone knew the minimum cultivation for an outer sect steward was the Tengara realm, a chasm away from any outer disciple. So young, yet so arrogant and domineering. Everhart's aura exploded outward, a gale tearing through the courtyard. The pressure of a transcendal realm expert, Anarin level, bore down on them all, terrifying in its weight. Kaelin met the storm with a cold stare, expression grave. He could sense Everhart's cultivation, Tengara realm, likely within the first 3 levels. He had never fought a Tengara expert, but that didn't mean he lacked the strength now, and given his status, even defeat wouldn't be the end of him. Behind him, Kaldor and the others stood dumbfounded. They had felt fierce satisfaction when Kaelin whipped Sorn, but this, clashing with a steward, was another matter entirely. "Big brother." Kaldor started, worry etching his face. The disciples around him voiced the same fear. "Brother Ironwood, aren't you going to stop him? He came here for us, we can't let him act impulsively. Even the lowest steward stands at the Tengara realm." Kaldor's fist clenched, his face grim, but he held his tongue. He believed Kaelin wasn't reckless, he had to be confident. Speaking now would only distract him, and Everhart could strike at any second. Arrogant and domineering? Kaelin's voice carried across the courtyard, clear enough for every disciple to hear. "I speak based on my own abilities. Am I wrong? If you're fair, why didn't you intervene when this man attacked and injured others, when he tried to steal the magical artifact?" He wasn't stupid. He had read every jade slip the Valora Wilden Pavilion provided. In a duel, magical artifacts belonged to the user. They could not be claimed as spoils. Everhart had stood there the entire fight, watching clearly. While Kaldor's people were beaten bloody, the steward said nothing. When the ritual implements were stolen, he turned a blind eye. That silence spoke volumes. "You little brat, you're asking for it." Everhart lunged, enraged. In a blink, he closed the distance, right hand shaped into an eagle claw aimed at Kaelin's head. Kaelin didn't hesitate. He gripped Sorn's unconscious wrist and hurled the body toward the charging steward. Everhart's eyes turned cold. His free hand rose and slapped the incoming projectile aside, sending Sorn flying deeper into unconsciousness. The blocker cleared. Everhart's vision snapped back. Empty space, his pupils contracted. A spike of crisis screamed from above. Kaelin descended, right hand blazing with the golden light of the Gloomvale Lockhaven seal. His cultivation now sat at the late 8th level of Starfall transformation, the technique far more ferocious than before. Everhart staggered back, stunned. 2nd level Tengara realm though he was, the fundamental gulf between transforming chi and reaching the heavens pressed against him. He narrowed his eyes, retreating rapidly into the air, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. He had nearly paid dearly for that mistake. The seal missed by less than 3 inches. The crowd stared, most unable to track the speed, Starfall transformation cultivators watching a battle 2 realms above them. Everhart exhaled, relief flashing cold. A vow formed in the dark of his mind: he would kill this beast with his own hands. "You little beast, I'll kill you." He slapped his storage bag. A mid-grade Ashen-level magic weapon longsword materialized in his grip. An outer sect steward always carried trump cards. He surged forward, ferocious, and Kalen vanished. Everhart's heart seized. He had no idea how a bone-chilling killing intent prickled his back. Kalen reappeared 10 meters behind him, shifting stars and Sylphara shadows carrying him in an instant. The Gloomvale Lockhaven seal slammed toward the steward's exposed spine. Everhart tried to twist, to block, to escape, too late. A thunderclap split the arena as the Gloomvale Lockhaven sealwood struck home. Golden light erupted from Everhart's back, spine shattered, flesh torn, yet the radiance did not fade. It pulsed stubborn as the steward's body hit the stone 30 meters away. Everhart had reacted the instant he sensed Kalen materialize behind him. A Tengara realm expert's instincts were not earned lightly. He lunged forward, but the teleportation had already closed the distance. A whoosh of displaced air, a wet crack, and Kalen's blood-slicked hand lowered slowly to his side. The steward lay gasping, back drenched crimson, eyes wide with a cocktail of rage, terror, and something deeper. The dawning horror of the inexplicable. He was Tengara realm. Kalen, by all visible metrics, stood at the 8th level of Starfall transformation. The gap should have been unbridgeable, yet in the space of a few breaths, the steward had been eviscerated in full view of the assembly. No one had seen the exchange, not Kaldor, not the clustered disciples, not even the sharper-eyed observers. Only the result: a steward broken, a disciple standing whole. "This Kalen, what is his cultivation?" a voice whispered. "I must be seeing things. In a blink. His figure. It vanished. Just gone." The murmurs swelled, each speculation more incredulous than the last. Kaldor and the others stared, wide-eyed. They had entered the Zereth Immortal sect in the same batch, mere days ago. Their classmate had just felled an outer sect steward. Kalen regarded the fallen man with cold detachment, exhaling slowly. The teleportation had cost more spiritual power than he'd anticipated. But the strike, swift, silent, lethal, was everything the text promised. A divine skill for assassination, and he had barely scratched its surface. "You? You little beast?" Everhart snarled, pushing himself up on trembling arms. "I am an outer sect steward. How dare you, little beast?" Kalen's lip curled. He began walking forward, each step deliberate. Killing intent radiated from him in palpable waves, pressing the air heavy. Everhart flinched. He sensed it. True intent, not posturing. His injuries had drained him to perhaps 1/10 of his strength. Flight was impossible. Standing was agony. "Kalen," the steward gasped, voice cracking. "I'm an outer sect deacon. You wouldn't dare kill me. You wouldn't." Kalen shook his head, a humorless smile touching his eyes. He didn't slow. The watching disciples went rigid. This was beyond insubordination. This was execution in plain sight. You, Everhart scrambled backward, heels scraping stone. A figure dropped between them like a falling star, 40s, mustached, bearing the weight of authority that Everhart only mimicked. The steward sagged with visible relief. "Brother Cedric, kill him," Everhart spat blood, pointing. He defied his superior, a sneak attack, cowardice, not combat. Cedric, one of the 2 stewards presiding over the outer arena. The crowd's murmur shifted, sharpening. Cedric's gaze swept Everhart's ruinous wound, then locked onto Kalen. "You did this." Kalen met his eyes, unimpressed. "That's right. Then you know the law." Cedric's voice hardened. "A disciple laying hands on a deacon is insubordination, disrespect to elders, a capital offense." Kalen smiled then, first time since entering the arena. It carried no warmth. "Who does he think he is? To touch him is insubordination? What logic is that?" His gaze flicked past Cedric to a figure watching from the pavilion above, the pavilion manager, and held unbowed despite the gulf in cultivation. Okay. Cedric's laughter was brittle, edged with fury. "Boy, you're tired of living. As an outer sect steward, I'll kill you for this today, and the Zareth Immortal sect won't whisper a word of protest." He unleashed his aura. 3rd level Tengara realm. The pressure crashed down like a physical weight, flattening grass, cracking stone. Kaelin, 10 meters away, felt his bones groan. His spiritual reserves were depleted. Teleportation, the seal wood, a night spent refining pills. He had nothing left for arrogance. Cedric moved to strike. A vortex of wind screamed across the intervening space, gouging a trench 20 feet long through bluestone slabs. The shockwave hurled Kaelin back a dozen staggering steps. Cedric retreated 5, boots carving furrows. Dust settled. A voice cut through the silence, carrying unchallengeable authority. Kaelin, as a disciple, you attacked a steward. You deserve punishment. A majestic voice rang from the void, turning every head. Caldric had appeared at some unknown moment, suspended in mid-air. At his words, the heavily injured Everhart flushed with relief. Darius glared at Kaelin, naked impatience in his gaze. He wanted the disciple punished, killed even, for the capital offense of striking a steward. Kaelin frowned upward. Recognizing Caldric, he let out a silent breath, wondering whether the man would condemn or protect him. Darius dismissed the hope instantly. The deacon opposite him stood expressionless, unmoving. Caldor and the others wore ashen faces. Hyven had tears welling in her eyes. It's not Brother Kaelin's fault, they've gone too far. At her cry, the men around Caldor could hold back no longer. They spoke over one another. Sect Master, this isn't Brother Kaelin's fault, it's all Sorn's and the others. Sect Master, punish us if you must, it has nothing to do with Brother Kaelin. Silence fell. The onlookers dared not breathe. Caldric usually wore a benevolent smile, but once angered no one dared ignore him. Darius scanned the crowd without haste. His gaze settled on Sorn, already unconscious, and his lips twitched. At his cultivation, he needed no proximity to judge injuries by aura alone. Without miraculous intervention, Sorn would not leave his bed for half a year. Kaelin's ruthlessness was one thing, but the slap he had received from Everhart carried equal weight. Sorn had fallen, leaving 4 men frozen, heads bowed, faces grey, not daring a sound. Even the sect leader had been alarmed. The matter was of utmost gravity. Everyone assumed Kaelin finished. Even if Sorn and his cohort were guilty, beating a steward so severely violated sect rules, and gravely. In mid-air, Caldric sighed inwardly, a headache forming. After a moment he spoke, his voice deep. I witnessed the whole thing from beginning to end. The competition between Kaelin and Sorn was fair, but Everhart interfered first and acted without authorization. Kaelin then intervened. It was just for self-preservation. The crowd gasped. Onlookers stared, stunned. Self-preservation? Even Kaelin gave Caldric a long, measuring look. Truly worthy of the sect leader, he thought. His words are indeed sophisticated. Everhart gaped, blank. The other party was protecting themselves? You made the first move, and then the other party beat you half to death in order to protect themselves. That seems reasonable. But if that's the case, wouldn't that little beast be fine? Darius scoffed at the notion. Sect Master, I'm not convinced I didn't. Everhart shouted, but Caldric cut him off. What objection do you have? To be a deacon at the Tengara realm, and yet lose to a mere novice disciple, I think you're better off without this position. The sect leader's voice cracked with anger. Everhart trembled and fell silent. Corvin remained quiet. From Caldric's tone, he clearly intended to downplay the matter. Seeing the steward submit, Caldric turned to Kaelin, his tone calm. Of course, it was wrong of Kaelin to attack the steward. The punishment is to clean the library for 3 months. During this period, Eldamir Darius and Eldamir Vera will make arrangements. 3 months of library cleaning. Kaelin was taken aback. Was this some kind of punishment? Darius did not know who Eldamir Vera was, but Eldamir Darius could only be the old man at the library entrance. In an instant, he roughly guessed Vera's identity. The watching disciples were equally stunned, having never heard of such a penalty. But the sect master had spoken personally. Who would dare question it? Caldor's expression was strange, while the disciples beside him looked rather ashen. They had just joined the sect and knew nothing. Now their beloved brother Kaelin was being punished with 3 months of library cleaning because of them. Especially Haven, injured, and about to speak up again, to defend Kaelin and offer to clean in his place. Caldor, standing nearby, noticed the danger and quickly stopped her, terrified of causing more trouble. Kaelin, do you have any complaints? Caldric's voice came through. This disciple obeys the order and is willing to accept the punishment. Kalen bowed respectfully, a stark contrast to his previous attitude toward the two stewards. The man before him was clearly a good disciple who respected his teacher. Caldric nodded in satisfaction, then vanished in a streak of light. Kalen was not stupid. Punished by cleaning the library? What's there to clean in that place? The people around him wore strange expressions, and many outer disciples were rushing over, having received messages from friends. They saw nothing. Kalen glanced at the flushed Everhart, said nothing, and strode away. Everhart's face turned ashen. Corvin beside him also looked displeased, but the sectmaster had already spoken. What could they say? They were not stupid. How could they be beaten up like this in public by a steward and then punished with 3 months of cleaning duties? It's supposed to be a library. They could hardly believe it. But if they knew Kalen had awakened the Enlightenment seed, if they knew that because of his involvement, the 4 inner peaks had each seized their treasures and vied to take him as a disciple, the 2 stewards estimated they might wet themselves in fright. After stepping off the stage, Kalen made his way to Kaldor and the others. Kaldor looked worried, as did the people clustered around him. "Brother Kalen, thank you so much." "Thank you so much," Hyven said, her voice trembling with tears. She stood beside Kaldor, hands clasped tight.
"Brother Kalen, thank you this time,"
one disciple said. Another echoed the sentiment, and the rest quickly added their gratitude. The 4 outer disciples bore serious injuries, yet they forced themselves upright and bowed with clasped fists. Kalen glanced at them, then smiled. "It is nothing, do not worry." After a few more words he left. Only then did the arena truly come alive. A crowd had rushed over on word that a newly recruited disciple would fight Steward Everhart, but by the time they arrived, Kalen was gone. Everhart had already fled in shame. Still, as the story spread, many refused to believe it. A mere initiate at the 8th stage of Starfall transformation defeating a deacon at the 2nd level of the Tengara realm. Yet a handful of listeners, hearing Kalen's name, held their tongues. For days the sect had been whispering about the blue light that appeared in midair. The official explanation that Elder Sorrel Mirith had caused the phenomenon while refining pills during his lectures was accepted without question. Disturbances during alchemy were hardly surprising. Kalen did not return to his cave. He went straight to the library. He still had to endure the motions of a nominal punishment. What kind of cleanliness could a library possibly require that was easy to maintain? At the entrance, 2 old men sat over a chessboard, a pot of tea steaming beside them, just as they always did. They did not turn to any outsider. They appeared absorbed in their game. Kalen approached respectfully, bowed, and clasped his hands. Disciple Kalen greets Elder Darius and Elder Vera. He held genuine respect for them. When he first came to the library, they had treated him kindly, even offering him the chance to choose a cultivation method again. At the time, his enlightenment seed had not yet awakened, and he remembered the kindness shown to him when he was still lowly. Old Darius chuckled. "Not bad. That old fellow Caldric just came over." Vera, standing to the side, glanced back, surprised. Kalen has truly reached the 8th level of Starfall transformation. Impressive that he actually defeated someone at the 2nd level of the Seraphis realm. Neither had been present, but Caldric had briefed them. "Just luck," Kalen said, clasping his hands in humility. "Luck or not, it proves your potential." Darius turned his head, gaze sharpening. "The technique you used, shifting stars." Kalen paused, then nodded. He had indeed used the shifting stars technique from the shifting stars story. No one in the Zerith Immortal sect had mastered it in countless years, so naturally no one remembered the name. "Not bad. This enlightenment seed, truly powerful." Darius sighed wistfully. Vera echoed the sentiment. In all their years in the library, this was the first time they had seen anyone actually master shifting stars. They did not press further. In their view, the cultivation technique was incomplete and fragmented. A complete version might not even exist in the Miravel Nithor. They attributed his success entirely to the Enlightenment seed. One of its functions was to grant sudden enlightenment. They had no idea that before obtaining the seed, Kalen had already mastered the star shift technique to a minor degree. Kalen did not answer. Silence was best. "Caldric said he's punishing you by making you clean the library." Vera smiled. "Since that's the case, we 2 old folks can hardly refuse. Library cleaning differs from other places. It begins at midnight each night, after the library closes. Return at midnight tonight." Kalen nodded, offered another fist salute, and left. Every night at midnight? Did he really have to clean? He was momentarily speechless. He had thought Caldric was only talking, but the elder's reaction suggested otherwise. After he departed, both Darius and Vera set down their chess pieces. In truth, they had stopped playing the moment he arrived, secretly observing him from behind. Pride had kept them feigning indifference. Did you see that? The boy has actually reached the 8th level of Starfall transformation, Darius exclaimed. I saw. And Caldric said he actually defeated that steward Everhart, who stands at the 2nd level of the Seraphis realm. Vera replied. That brat in the arena, I've disliked him for a long time. He's doing quite well, Darius said. However, when this boy came to the library, Caldric said we should give him some benefits. How should I give it to you? Vera added. Kalen heard none of it. He returned to his cave and immediately entered the astral chart of Evernight to refine pills. Tonight he would go to the library to clean. Midnight. The library stood shuttered, but a yellow glow seeped from the attic window. Come in, Darius called from within. Kalen entered. The interior was immaculate, stone tables, stone chairs, not a mote of dust. Darius and Vera sat at a chessboard with tea steaming beside them. Kalen paused. The furniture was new since his last visit. Darius, Vera, he clasped his hands. How should the library be cleaned? Darius chuckled, turning a jade pendant in his fingers. The dragon carved upon it matched the dragons coiled around every bookshelf. He tossed the token to Kalen. Place this in each recessed slot to break the restrictions. Then wipe the shelves clean. Rags on the table. Vera frowned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Kalen took the token and cloth without another word. The elders exchanged a look, faint smiles touching their lips. Whether he seized the opportunity was his own doing. Kalen fitted the token into the first shelf. The protective array dissolved. He began wiping, methodical and thorough. The elders probed with divine sense, both surprised. He worked with the practiced efficiency of someone who had scrubbed floors since childhood. Menial labor in the Korath household, no servants to spare him. The elders knew only the outline of his past. The details would have shamed their doubt. He wiped each shelf 3 times on the first floor. Darius and Vera grew restless. They had given him every elder token in the library. The prohibitions were lifted. Wasn't he curious? Didn't he want the techniques? Caldric had visited days earlier, asking them to let Kalen study here. This scheme was their answer. The result, a block of wood. It didn't seem like it. What should we do? Remind him. Darius sent. Huldris. We can't say it openly, that breaks the rules. This little guy isn't getting it. Too shy with us watching? Should we leave? Good idea. They ended the transmission, nodded and rose. Kalen, we're leaving. Clean every shelf thoroughly, carefully. Darius emphasized the last word. They slipped out. Assuming embarrassment held him back. Kalen turned to reply. Empty chairs. Cold tea. He sighed and returned to work. The first floor held yellow rank arts. He had no interest. The weakest techniques he knew were profound level. An hour later he climbed to the 2nd floor, profound rank, fewer shelves, but the token in his hand opened them all. He cleaned with the same care, pausing when a manual caught his eye. He read the introduction, murmuring, "This technique is quite good." A thought struck him. Am I allowed to peek? They're gone. I'm the only one here. They sent me to do meaningless work. Could it be? His eyes lit. He glanced around, truly alone. He pulled a manual from the shelf and opened it. Lyric Hastael mid-grade Ashen level spear technique. Outside in the void, Darius and Vera exhaled in unison. This little guy has finally gotten the hang of it. The 2 elders lingered outside the library long after they claimed they would leave. They had meant to remind Kalen of something. What, exactly? They could not say aloud, and so they stood in silence, watching through the window as he swept the first floor with methodical care, never once glancing at the cultivation manuals lining the shelves. Vera pressed a hand to his forehead, groaning. Darius exhaled a breath that might have been a curse. For years they had tended this archive together, and never had Darius granted such latitude. The result was maddening, a boy who did not appear stupid, yet ignored every technique within reach. They did not know that Kalen simply disdained yellow rank methods. On the 2nd floor, the obsidian hall, Kalen stood before the shelf holding the lyric Hastael for half an hour. One hand cradled the manual, the other gripped a rag, ready to feign cleaning at any intrusion. When Darius finally reclaimed the book, a sharp glint cut through his gaze. Favoritism, certainly. The whole process had been transparent, both elders had approved this. Half an hour to skim a mid-grade Ashen technique was hardly mastery, but it was a foothold. Kalen could read in the evenings, cultivate by day, return for clarification. The thought thrilled him, access to every technique in the outer sect library. The third floor, the earth level, held dozens of Ithorian methods. The sect was treating him well. Satisfied he had caught on, Vera and Darius exchanged a wry smile and departed as streaks of light. They could return before dawn. Caldric had ordered the back door opened mainly because the inner sect selection assessment began in a month. Missing it meant a year's wait. They could force Kalen through other channels, but that risked exposing his enlightenment seed. Talented disciples often vanished between sects. Major powers routinely assassinated rivals, and the Zareth Immortal Sect's protective array could not hold forever. Whether granting him the Halor essence or this library access, the logic was the same. If he could not enter the inner sect on his own merit in a month, they would need other ways to protect him. Kalen remained unaware. For the next 7 nights he arrived before midnight, worked diligently, and spent his days in the cave practicing what he had memorized. He learned quickly 2 spear methods, 1 saber technique, 1 sword technique, all mid-grade Ashen level, greatly expanding his repertoire. He lacked not cultivation methods but martial skills, and the library supplied them. On the 3rd night he reached the 3rd floor, the earth level, only to find most Ithoria techniques were basic cultivation methods unsuited to him, with few martial arts, and many requiring the Tengara realm. He left speechless. During this period Kaldor brought the 7 outer disciples Kalen had helped to his cave. Their injuries had healed enough for travel. Because he had stood up for them and been punished by the sect leader, they felt intense guilt. Even the 3 women wept apologies. Kalen was at a loss but could not explain. He simply told them not to worry, that he was fine, and to call him if it happened again. Deeply moved, they spread word that he was a good man, not the jinx rumors claimed, vowing to clear his name. Thus, 7 consecutive nights passed. By day he drilled the arts he had memorized. Then his golden token flared. A visitor had come to his cave. Kalen stared, stunned, at the last person he expected. Isolde. Why would this woman come looking for him? The thought struck Darius as the stone door swung open, revealing Isolde standing on the threshold, silent and unreadable. He waited. She said nothing. Finally he coughed. Isolde, what brings you here? You lecherous thief. Darius's hand twitched toward his sword. He exhaled, forcing the impulse down. I came here to ask you to team up with me and go on a mission together. Rivara? What mission? He had never set foot in the Rivara pavilion since joining the Zareth Immortal Sect. There's a city under the sect's jurisdiction where cultivators have been disappearing. The bodies turn up mummified, signs of evil arts. The mission pays high contribution points, but it's dangerous. Requires a team of at least 3. 3 even with me. That's not enough. I already asked Varric, he agreed. Darius almost refused on the spot. He had no interest in missions. His time was better spent cultivating or even cleaning the library. He didn't need contribution points. You? She blinked, stunned by the blunt rejection. You lecherous thief, you despicable. Tell me why you keep calling me that. Give me a reason. He'd let it slide in the arena. The first time they'd met in the library, the accusation had merely baffled him. Now it was becoming a pattern. You're not just a lecher. Her face was cold, pretty, edged with anger. Still a coward, a good-for-nothing. Darius stared at her, genuinely lost. What had he done to earn this? Wait. She paused, glancing back. What do you want, lecherous scoundrel? Stop calling me that. What have I done to you? How about this? Tell me why, and I'll go on the mission. She considered, then nodded. Deal. A flicker of something, relief, triumph, crossed her features. She needed the points. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of Starfall transformation, the Seraphis realm within reach. She'd converted every spirit stone she owned, but the Blackthorn family wouldn't simply hand her the fortune required for a Tengara realm technique in the library. She'd been grinding tasks frantically. This mission paid far more than usual. Darius watched her, waiting. She lowered her head, thoughtful. It's because you were spying on me without even looking at me. Spying? Before the first Bone Age test? Your eyes never left me. He froze, memory rushing back. The testing grounds. He had watched her, curious, because the rumors named her the strongest of their generation. He'd taken a few extra glances. Others had looked too, or wanted to, they just hadn't dared. "Just because I looked at you, I'm a lecher," she nodded seriously. "I observed carefully. Only you kept your eyes on me, moving up and down, never looking away, so you are the lecher." Darius pressed a hand to his forehead. "Who taught you this logic?" "My mother. She always said if a man keeps staring, he's a lecher." He looked up at the cave ceiling and sighed. "When's the mission?" "Tomorrow at noon. The three of us meet at the Ravara Pavilion." She vanished in a flash of movement, leaving the door swinging empty. Kalen always felt a peculiar powerlessness around Isolde, a sensation he couldn't name. That evening he went to the library and requested leave from Darius and Vera, citing a sect mission. The two elders were speechless. Wouldn't he be safer staying to clean the stacks? Why court danger? Still, they hesitated only a moment before assenting. Kaldrick and the others had already debated how to handle him. The consensus was to treat him like any other disciple, avoiding special protection for his own good. After securing leave, Kalen spent the night cleaning the library, returning to his quarters only in the early morning. The appointment with Isolde was at noon, so he skipped daytime martial practice. Instead, his divine soul entered the astral chart of Ebonite to refine pills. Despite his daily library visits, he still devoted 2 hours to alchemy and had progressed significantly, occasionally producing first-grade pills. When the enlightenment seed within him hungered for a top-grade wood attribute spirit stone, he simply held it in his palm and let the seed absorb the essence. Darius told no one. The astral chart's existence was a secret. If Boren and Sorrel learned he could already refine top-grade, first-class pills, they would rally every Dawnfaelus Jorvan disciple to petition the Aelvin Phoenix Immortal Sect Patriarch to reclaim him as a disciple. Time slipped by. Noon arrived. The Ravara Pavilion stood near the Vorthan building. Darius arrived a quarter early, priding himself on punctuality, only to find Varric and Isolde already waiting together. "Brother Korith." "It's been a long time," Varric said, clasping his hands. "Brother Chenvar," Kalen returned the greeting politely. And during the exchange he covertly assessed the other man. Their last fight had been brutal. Varric should have been gravely injured, yet he looked perfectly fit, mission ready. Darius had meant to ask Isolde about this yesterday, but her absurd theories had driven the question from his mind. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Varric explained, "My injuries are healed. The Zareth Immortal Sect has many pills. I bought some with contribution points and my family sent more before I came." Kalen nodded. "All right, let's stop catching up and go get our mission." Isolde glanced at them but didn't call him a lecherous thief this time. She wasn't stupid. What if she scared him off? She still wanted the contribution points. The three entered the pavilion. Isolde went straight to the mission counter while Varric and Kalen lingered. This was Kalen's first visit. The hall was spacious, filled with blue-robed outer disciples. Menial disciples were few. Bamboo slips covered the walls, recording tasks of every stripe. Hunting monsters, gathering elixirs and herbs, escort and protection details, even assassination and investigation. Kalen gained a new understanding of the Zareth sect's Ravara Pavilion. It was nothing like he had imagined. Varric chuckled. "Brother Korith, you may not know this, but many outsiders spend spirit stones to hire the sect for these tasks, and the sect distributes the rewards as contribution points. With enough points you can post tasks yourself," he explained the operating principle. Kalen had wondered where the pavilion sourced so many missions. "Thank you, Brother Chenvar," he said. "Actually, this mission was issued by nearby Ebon City. A large number of cultivators have gone missing or died there, so the city lord spent a fortune to post it." While they talked, Isolde returned, a jade slip in hand. "Imprint your divine consciousness into this." She tossed it to Kalen. He scanned the contents with his divine sense. "Investigate the disappearance of cultivators from Ebon City, uncover clues. Reward 100 contribution points for clues, 300 for resolving the incident. At least 3 outer disciples required, 300 points equivalent to 15,000 spirit stones." Darius stared. Ebon City had truly emptied its coffers. Without hesitation, Kalen imprinted the slip and passed it to Varric, who did the same. Isolde handed it back to the two stewards. They verified the imprints and nodded to each other. The task was accepted. The 3 disciples strode out and set off directly for Ebon City. It was the first time Kalen had left the Zareth Immortal sect since his arrival. Kalen and his two companions had barely cleared the gates of the Zareth Immortal sect when word reached Kaldric, the outer sect leader. In truth, he had known since the previous day when he visited Darius and Vera. Darius had not intervened. It would have been pointless. Seedlings sheltered too long withered the moment protection vanished. Still, he did not dismiss the matter lightly. He made other arrangements. Two dark figures melted into the trees behind the departing trio, keeping a silent, patient distance. In the ethereal halls of the misty immortal palace, Torin had already sought out his master. Shomir, an outer sect elder of the palace, stood at the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm within the profound core realm. Darius held high rank at the outer gate and doted on his disciple, a prodigy who had reached the Tengara realm at 16, so gifted that Darius had petitioned for Torin's direct entry into the inner sect. Shomir listened to the recount and did not hesitate. He agreed at once to accompany Torin to Iron Peak City. The Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion might command respect, but Shomir was an elder of the misty immortal palace. He feared no one. Torin, for his part, intended to crush Kalen fairly on the dueling stage, provided no one interfered when he beat him half to death. "Master, when do we leave?" Torin asked, barely containing his glee. He did not yet know he would soon be trampled beneath Kalen's feet. "At noon tomorrow," Shomir said, smiling at his disciple with deep satisfaction. Iron Peak City lay far from the palace, but at his cultivation he could carry them both there in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, Kalen's party had been on the road for a day. Ebon City lay 800 miles north of the sect. 2 days' walk at their pace. None of them owned mounts or spirit beasts. Kalen felt a pang of regret. Darius kept a golden lion in his cave that did nothing but eat, and Kalen had forgotten to bring it. He promised himself he would never make that mistake again. Evening settled over the road. "Ebon City is 10 miles ahead," Isolde said. Her face was pale as frost. She had kept her distance all day, while Kalen and Varric exchanged occasional words. She radiated a stillness that warned strangers away. The two men nodded, but neither spoke. Contribution points meant little to Kalen this time, which was why he had agreed to her request so easily. He wanted to see the world beyond the sect. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Yet he had not attempted a breakthrough, preferring to hone his skill. Reading techniques in the library was one thing, testing them in the wild was another. Since arriving at the Zareth Immortal sect, he had never once left its grounds. Half an hour later, all three froze. Magical artifacts appeared in their hands. 30 meters ahead, a mummified corpse lay in the road. "Careful," Kalen murmured. Isolde and Varric nodded. They advanced with caution. This could be bait. Kalen crouched beside the body. Life had fled, but the flesh retained a residual warmth. He died recently. 2 hours, perhaps. The mission records had mentioned mummified corpses. Finding one before even reaching the city pressed a weight onto all three. No signs of a struggle, Varric observed. The killer's cultivation must be vastly superior. "Everything in his storage bag is gone," Isolde added. "Not a drop of blood remains in the body." They studied the corpse a while longer but gleaned nothing further. The killer was at least Tengara realm and had used some unknown technique to drain the victim dry. They decided to press on to Ebon City and report the body to the city lord. They were not saints. Death was commonplace in the cultivation world. Even Isolde showed no sentimental weakness. She insisted on taking the corpse with them to see it properly settled. The city gates were tight. A recent spate of missing monks had put the guard on edge, and the streets lay deserted. Only after the trio revealed their identities as disciples of the Zareth Immortal sect, come on official mission, were they admitted. They exchanged a glance and made straight for the city lord's mansion. The guards received them with polite deference and led them inside. The city lord's mansion sprawled across its grounds, a testament to wealth and power, servants moving through corridors like silent currents. Kalen had never set foot in the residence before, and his gaze drifted over gilded screens, carved jade inlays, the quiet opulence of a household that had never known want. It fell short of the Zareth Immortal sect's austere grandeur, yet it dwarfed the Vela family's holdings by every measure. The cities they had passed confirmed it. Ebon City was a metropolis beside which Iron Peak amounted to little more than a remote outpost. Isolde and Varric, by contrast, wore no tourist's curiosity. The Chenvar and Blackthorn names carried weight in Dragonspire Prefecture, pivotal as keystones in an arch, and their posture reflected it. Servants ushered the three to the main hall. Tea had barely cooled before the city lord himself arrived. A tall, imposing figure in middle age whose face bore the pallor of someone who slept poorly. "Welcome, young friends from afar," Zevron said, clasping hands in formal greeting. The three rose to return the salute. "My lord, you are too kind." Power radiated from him, dense and controlled, profound core realm at minimum. "I am Zevron Varel. Thank you, my young friends, for coming to aid Ebon City." Another fist salute, courteous to a fault. Kaelin and Varric moved to reply, but Isolde cut across them, voice flat. "No need for pleasantries. We are here for a mission." The air in the hall seemed to thicken. Zevron blinked, taken aback. Kaelin observed her sidelong, a reluctant assessment forming. Stunning, undeniably, the kind of beauty that stopped conversation, but she wielded it like a blade with no hilt. He coughed, stepping into the breach. "Senior, please don't mind. My junior sister is simply direct." Varric glanced at him, something like admiration in his eyes. A smile thawed Zevron's expression. He opened his mouth to respond. "Who is your junior sister, you lecherous thief?" The words dropped like stones into still water. Zevron froze. Kaelin's face hardened. Varric's admiration curdled into pity. Kaelin turned on her, fury sharp. The entire journey she had held her tongue, and the moment they crossed the threshold she chose this. Zevron recovered first, smoothing the rupture with practiced ease. "You young friends truly know how to joke? Talented disciples of the Zareth immortal sect? Lecherous thieves? Impossible?" Kaelin held his breath, let it out through his nose in a cold snort, and said nothing. Internally he was cataloguing grievances. To call him a lecher in private was one thing. To do so before the city lord and his staff was another entirely. Shameless. If she pushed further, he would reconsider whatever arrangement bound them. "My dear friends, you must be exhausted from the road. I have ordered a feast. Let us eat and talk." Zevron gestured them toward a side hall. The table groaned under a spread that smelled of fire and spice and rare beast. Mythical delicacies steaming in porcelain. No one moved first. "Senior," Varric said, "we encountered a mummified corpse on our way here." Kaelin recounted the finding. Zevron nodded, but his expression remained troubled. "Young friends, please eat first." They ate. A day's hard travel had hollowed them. Varric dining with measured courtesy, drawing Zevron into detailed discussion of the corpse. Isolde spoke little, listening with the intensity of a hunter, taking only small bites. Kaelin ate without restraint, fingers glistening, yet his attention never left the conversation. Zevron was strong, profound core, unmistakably, but he had no leads. None of Ebon City's major families did either. The missing came from those families whose patriarchs peaked at the Tengara realm, well below the city lord's own cultivation. Iron Peak's lord had been similarly weak. Here the power disparity was stark. After the meal, Zevron set down his chopsticks with a sigh that seemed to come from deeper than fatigue. "This matter gives me a genuine headache. My position is particular. I cannot leave Ebon City without permission, not without risking unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, the city drowns in fear and chaos. The people suffer. The disappearances occurred within the city walls, yet every mummy was discovered outside. Trapped by his station, and with the great clan's already bleeding members, none would spare investigators. The families in the mansion had pooled a fortune in spirit stones to summon aid from the nearest Zareth immortal sect outpost. Kaelin had no difficulty believing Zevron's confinement was genuine. Through dinner, Kaelin learned a great deal from Zevron, but another question pressed at him. "Lord Varel, the great families of Ebon City have suffered heavy losses. What of your own household? How many are missing?" All three at the table turned toward their host. Isolde frowned, silent and lost in thought. A glint flashed in Varric's eyes as he studied the city lord. Zevron's face darkened briefly before smoothing into a faint smile. "My people rarely leave the city. They spend their lives within these walls. No one has gone missing." Kaelin nodded and let the matter drop. But Darius sensed something false in the city lord's words. The major families had pooled a fortune in spirit stones to summon investigators from the Zareth immortal sect. Upon entering the mansion, Darius had noted the constant traffic of people coming and going. Yet Zevron showed no anxiety. The four continued chatting. After dinner, the city lord ordered servants to prepare adjacent guest rooms for Kalen and his companions. The trio clasped hands in thanks and followed the servants to their quarters. Once the servants withdrew, the three men dismissed them. No further movement came from the rooms. 2 hours passed. In the void outside the guest chambers, a figure coalesced. Darius murmured, "No reaction at all, looks like I was overthinking it." The figure flashed and vanished. Zevron, the city lord of Eben City. Shortly after he disappeared, Kalen and Varric slipped into the corridor. They nearly collided, exchanged a glance, and together went to Isolde's door. She wasn't asleep. She opened it, curious but silent. The three entered without lighting the lamps. Moonlight cut a pale rectangle across the floor. "Have you noticed anything suspicious about this place?" Kalen's voice was barely a breath. The other two nodded. Varric said, "Zevron just left. After we went to our rooms, he stayed outside." They looked at him, curious how he knew. "Don't look at me like that." Varric flushed, then explained, "I've been sensitive to the smell of blood since childhood. Zevron carries it. Normal noses can't catch it, but I can." They didn't press. Kalen had seen Varric wreathed in blood energy before. The man had his own secrets. "Then, Brother Korith, what about you?" "I only came out because the blood scent vanished." "You?" Varric studied Kalen with bright eyes. Kalen nodded. "I didn't smell blood, but I sensed strong killing intent from outside. I emerged only after it faded." "You sensed his murderous intent?" Isolde and Varric both turned to Kalen. Darius had indeed felt it. The other's cultivation ran deep. Though concealed, a faint aura fluctuation had reached Kalen. Isolde glanced at him, irritated. "What are you showing off for?" Varric shook his head with a bitter smile. Kalen remained silent. "What I perceive through my own strength has nothing to do with you." But the urgency of the situation silenced further bickering. "What do you think?" Varric looked at his companions. Isolde frowned, her pale face lifting toward Kalen. Varric followed her gaze of the three. Kalen was undoubtedly the strongest. At the 7th level of Starfall transformation, the other two had been no match for him. Now he had reached the 8th, and had even defeated a 2nd-level Seraphis Realm Deacon. Uncomfortable under their expectation, Kalen considered, then said, "First, the City Lord is definitely hiding something. His strength is at least Profound Core Realm, 2 major realms above me, but his face is completely bloodless, and his aura fluctuations are chaotic, unstable." Darius offered his analysis. "While we can't confirm he killed anyone, he must know what's happening." Profound Core was 2 major realms beyond Kalen's 8th level. Under normal circumstances, even with his perception, he shouldn't have detected the other's aura fluctuations at all. "I suspect Zevron may be injured." They nodded in unison, gazes fixed on him, making Kalen acutely uncomfortable. "So what's the next step?" "You lecherous scoundrel, what do you suggest?" They spoke together once more, dumping the burden on him. Kalen was speechless. "You asked me to do this mission. Why am I acting like team leader?" Darius kept the complaint internal. "First, we can't stay in this mansion. We won't find clues here anyway, perhaps." The next morning, Kalen, Isolde, and Varric took breakfast at the City Lord's manor, and set out under the pretense of an investigation. Zevron assigned 3 servants as guides, the trio accepted. They spent the first day combing Eben City's streets and questioning residents about the missing persons and the mummified corpses. 2 more days followed, the search widening to the outskirts. Nothing turned up. The disappearances that had plagued the city every few days had ceased entirely. The last mummified body discovered was the one the 3 had found on their approach. On the 4th morning, they returned to the manor and informed Zevron they were departing. With no leads, they would report back to the sect and hand over the mission. Zevron smiled politely, though disappointment flickered across his face. "Leaving so soon? A longer stay would allow me to extend my hospitality." Isolde said nothing. Kalen and Varric clasped their hands in formal regret. Zevron presented each of them with a storage bag containing 500 spirit stones. After a round of courteous refusals and acceptances, the 3 took the gifts. A servant was sent to escort them from the hall. The moment they were gone, Zevron's expression curdled into something grotesque. He coughed a mouthful of blood into his palm, then licked it back between his fingers. "Little brats!" Finally gone. "If I weren't afraid of exposure, why would I have invited the Zareth Immortal sect in the first place? Another day and I might not have been able to stop myself from killing you." Night fell over Eben City. The streets lay empty, shops shuttered early, moonlight pooling in the alleys. A dark figure moved through them like a breath of wind. Zevron paused at a corner and spotted two young men in fine clothes hurrying along, nervous glances darting behind them. One hissed a curse at Eris for making them leave so late. The other, face pale despite his reassurances, insisted the disappearances had dropped off. It was safe. Both radiated the modest aura of the 4th or 5th level of body or indel, typical for their age. They never sensed the shadow detach itself from the wall behind them. A cold gust was their only warning. By the time they turned, a heavy blow had caught each at the base of the skull. Consciousness fled. Zevron gathered both bodies, vaulted onto the rooftops, and vanished into the silent city. The main gates were heavily guarded, a great perfection starfall transformation cultivator leading the watch. None of them saw the figure sweep past overhead, a young man slung over one shoulder. The gap in cultivation was too vast, they felt only a sudden wind, and when they looked up, the sky was empty. The full moon hung high as Zevron crossed the city walls and touched down 20 miles out on a stretch of wasteland. His face was deathly pale in the moonlight. He coughed dryly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 4 days without blood, and he was nearing his limit. He set the captive down. Red hair sprouted across his cheeks and jaw, his canines lengthened into fangs. But he did not bite. Instead he pressed a palm to the young man's crown. A blood-red aura flared and the captive's muscles withered, his rosy skin draining to a corpse's pallor. Zevron's expression twisted into pure ecstasy. 500 meters away, in the tree line, 3 figures watched from concealment. It really was him, Isolde whispered, her face drained of color. Kaelin made a sharp, involuntary sound. Varric and Darius. Zevron's true name, the name the trio did not yet know, both tensed. Zevron's head snapped toward them. The feral hair receded, the fangs retracted, and his features smoothed back into the City Lord's pleasant mask. In a single motion he bridged the distance, appearing 300 meters away at the forest's edge. "My 3 young friends," he called, voice warm, smile wicked. "Why not come out? I think there's been a misunderstanding between us." Isolde's frown deepened. She knew with sick certainty that she had made a mistake. Kaelin and his 2 companions moved through the wasteland forest with grim purpose. Their investigation had traced the bloodless mummies to this stretch of ground outside Ebon City. Corpses left exposed to the sun, drained dry without a mark upon them, the signature of evil arts. All evidence pointed to Zevron, the City Lord. They knew the odds. Even together they were no match for a profound core cultivator. The plan had been to watch from concealment, confirm their suspicions, and slip back to the Zareth immortal sect for reinforcements. Their mission required only evidence, not a kill. Kaelin, at the 8th level of Starfall transformation, had assessed Zevron at early profound core, formidable but injured. An uninjured Obsidian Dawn expert would have sensed them regardless. As it stood, their suppressed auras should have gone undetected. Then Isolde spoke. "Young friends, I know you're here, come out. I think we can have a talk." Zevron's voice carried from the manor's shadow, warm and reasonable, a jarring mask over the bloodlust they had witnessed. "What you have done is wrong. When you came to my City Lord's mansion, I treated you well, and when you left, I even gave each of you spirit stones as a reward. But what have you done? Not only did you not leave obediently, but you also secretly staked out this place. Do you not trust me?" The warmth curdled into cold steel. Isolde pressed her lips shut, realizing too late. Kaelin and Varric needed no signal, her voice had betrayed them all. "Fine, fine, fine. Since you do not want to show yourselves, then do not blame me." Zevron's aura erupted, violent and inhuman. He rose into the night sky, fireballs blooming in each palm. He hurled them indiscriminately, explosions tearing through the forest, lighting the darkness with the raw destructive power of the profound core realm. Varric's face hardened. Flight was impossible. They could not outrun this. Isolde's expression was calm, touched only by regret for the others. Kaelin did not move. His eyes tracked Zevron's erratic barrage, cold and calculating. The City Lord floated above the burning tree line, his injuries blurring his senses. The fireballs served as both artillery and illumination. To him, 3 sub-Tengara cultivators were insects, crushable with a thought. Another fireball fell in its glare. A shape shifted in the undergrowth. "Found you, you little beast." Zevron laughed, feral and triumphant, and plunged toward the figure. Kaelin standing exposed. Isolde and Varric tensed, helpless. 3 against 1 injured profound core. The gap was absolute. Zevron closed the distance in a heartbeat. His right hand swung for Kaelin's crown, measured not a killing blow. He meant to knock the youth unconscious, then drain him dry. Half an inch from impact, Kaelin vanished. Zevron froze, stunned. A starfall transformation cultivator had simply ceased to exist beneath his perception. Then golden light flared behind him. The Raventh Silthor Tarnis drove through his chest. Die. Kaelin's roar carried every ounce of his spiritual reserves. Shadow shift, fused with his strongest technique, a gamble staked on a single opening. He had baited the strike, offered himself as target, all to buy his companions a chance to flee. Thunder cracked. Wet impact. The golden palm print punched through heart and spine. Zevron's face twisted. Blood sprayed. He whipped around, fury distorting the void, his palm descending with lethal force. Kaelin was already gone. 10 meters back in the burning forest, he reappeared, gasping, spiritual reserves emptied by the teleport. Varric and Isolde stood frozen in the shadows, the breath locked in their throats. They had never imagined Kaelin would meet an Ashen Dawn expert head-on, trading blows with a cultivator of the profound core realm, and surviving. Kaelin fell back 10 meters, then kept retreating. His hand found his storage bag, producing a jade bottle. He swallowed a 3rd-grade spiritual energy recovery pill, the gift from Sorrel, and felt the familiar warmth spread through his depleted meridians. Zevron's face twisted into something barely human. A bloody hole gaped in his chest, his eyes shot through with crimson veins. He spat curses at the little beast, declaring him dead a dozen times over, but the heart wound that should have killed any mortal barely slowed him. At the profound core realm and beyond, cultivators transcended the body's mortal limits. The Oramis core, once condensed, became the true seat of life, indestructible unless targeted directly. The flesh was merely a vessel now, replaceable, repairable. Kaelin didn't wait to admire his handiwork. He fled at full speed, spiritual energy trickling back into his core, shouting for the others to run. The sound of his voice shattered Varric and Isolde's paralysis. They had been too stunned by the spectacle to even consider escape. Now they moved. Behind them, Zevron surrendered to rage. His transformation erupted outward, red hair bristling across his face, eyes burning scarlet, fangs lengthening from his jaw. The same monstrous state he'd worn while absorbing Essence blood. The bleeding from his chest ceased instantly. In a single stride he crossed the distance between them, speed that defied his injuries. Kaelin felt the wind of that pursuit like a physical blow. He had underestimated the profound core realm. Even wounded, an Ashen Dawn cultivator was a force of nature. His sneak attack would have crippled a Tengara realm expert at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm. Against Zevron it had barely drawn blood. No time for analysis. The enemy materialized at his back, murderous aura and blood energy coiling around a palm strike meant to pulp him. Kaelin gritted his teeth and invoked Shadow Shift the instant the attack landed. Zevron's pupils contracted. He was ready this time, wary of another counter, but Kaelin had no strength left for offense. He reappeared 10 meters away and ran, legs burning, spiritual reserves scraping bottom. He couldn't teleport again. If caught now, he died. Zevron accelerated, closing the gap with terrifying ease. A Starfall transformation cultivator could not outrun a profound core expert. It was virtually impossible. The pursuer's bloodshot eyes tracked Kaelin's fading energy signature, and he roared for them to prepare for death. Kaelin's lungs screamed. His legs moved on instinct alone. Then Zevron produced 2 more jade bottles. He downed the last of Sorrel's recovery pills, then clutched the second bottle with white-knuckled desperation. The Galvorn burning Pilvora looted from Gavric, an outer disciple of the misty immortal palace. Gavric had nearly lost his mind to it, his body berserking as strength surged through him. The side effects were horrific, obvious. Kaelin would never take it willingly, but faced with certain death, choice evaporated. Zevron's clawed hand closed on empty air as Kaelin stumbled forward, then the night split open. A jet-black sword aura screamed through the darkness, fast and perfectly concealed in the gloom. Even Zevron, for all his heightened senses, hadn't detected it until it was nearly upon him. Already reeling from Kaelin's strike and his own berserk transformation, he refused the risk. He abandoned his attack and retreated in a single explosive motion. Kaelin didn't swallow the Pilvora. He stood stunned, the bottle trembling in his grip, staring toward the source of that sword energy. Isolde gasped for breath, both hands locked around the massive black blade. Sweat soaked her pale face. She called him a lecherous thief and demanded to know why he wasn't running. She had poured everything into that strike to buy him an escape, and he stood there like a fool. The word broke his trance. Kaelin bolted, every fiber straining. Isolde turned and ran beside him. Behind them, the sword energy gouged the earth. The ground cracked and collapsed into a fissure dozens of feet long, billowing grey mist from the depths. The strike would not have killed Zevron, not at his cultivation, but it would have worsened his injuries significantly. He stood at the fissure's edge, trembling with fury, absolute, cold fury. He vowed to kill them all, insects, beasts, every last one, and launched himself forward again, faster than before, the killing intent a palpable weight in the night air. A profound core cultivator fell first, his chest pierced by Kaelin's palm strike. Then Darius was driven back by a girl in the Starfall transformation realm wielding sword energy, a humiliation that sent him spiraling into something far worse than rage. The ground shattered beneath his feet with each step, shockwaves pulsing outward to flatten vegetation for meters in every direction. Kaelin cursed. Darius had barely gained 100 meters of distance, exploiting the moment Zevron was forced back, yet he returned in a heartbeat. Isolde's face was bloodless, her knuckles white on the black greatsword. She gritted her teeth, forcing her aura to climb again, raising the Chimera Gladius for another strike. Zevron turned, his scarlet gaze locked onto her, cold and killing. Isolde trembled. The pressure of an enraged Obsidian Dawn expert crashed down on her, primal and suffocating. Darius roared for her death, a fireball blooming in his palm and hurtling toward her. She couldn't condense sword energy in time. The projectile closed the distance in a blink. At point-blank range, evasion was impossible. She brought the massive blade down to block, but she had underestimated an Ashen Dawn expert's attack. The fireball detonated on contact, a violent bloom centered on her that obliterated vegetation within tens of meters and sent rippling shockwaves through hundreds more. Isolde was blasted backward, her blue outer disciple robe burning, her body a ruin of injuries. Zevron didn't bother finishing her. He wanted Kaelin dead first. When Kaelin saw her state, something twisted in his chest. Darius had been clutching the jade bottle containing the Galvorn burning Pilvora in his left hand the entire time. Kaelin had no choice now. He took it. Not because the pill could bridge the gap between him and Zevron, he knew it couldn't. It would only buy him a sliver of time, a slightly better chance to escape. He took it to buy that chance for her. Zevron screamed for his death, a massive hand snapping toward Kaelin. An invisible sword aura slipped between them in that instant. Kaelin flinched. Zevron froze, then his face contorted. The arm reaching for Kaelin severed cleanly at the shoulder, spinning away into the air. The man retreated at lightning speed, turning to flee without hesitation. Someone who could take his arm without him sensing the attack had to be a true powerhouse. He'd flown only a few dozen meters before he slammed into an invisible light barrier blocking his path. Darnath, Zevron spat, the name grim, a spike of genuine crisis piercing his arrogance. Kaelin stood stunned, the sequence too fast to process. "Little one, are you all right?" A woman's laughter rang from the air, charming, familiar. Kaelin looked up. Two figures hovered in the mid-air. A graceful woman covered her mouth with a smile, Shirith, an elder of the outer sect. Beside her stood a man of majestic bearing and imposing presence, Eldamir, the one who had passed on his skills. Relief washed through Kaelin. They'd been nearby all along, he realized. Zevron stared at the newcomers and began retreating in earnest, cursing under his breath. Darius tried to flee as well, but a rays flared around him, sealing every path. Impossible to breach in his condition. Eldamir's eyes turned to ice. He swung his longsword. An invisible sword aura slashed down, unseen yet undeniable, and Zevron's remaining arm fell. "Who gave you the audacity to touch someone from my Zerith immortal sect?" Eldamir's voice boomed with furious authority. The word struck Zevron like a physical blow. His face went ashen. At his peak, he'd only reached the second level of the profound core realm. He couldn't fathom the true depth of the pair before him, at least the 8th level, perhaps higher. Even in his prime, he would have been crushed. "Demon cultivator." Shirith frowned, studying Zevron's transformed state. The red fur, the altered eyes, the twisted features before delivering her verdict. The term was new to Kaelin. He had no idea what it meant. Demon cultivator or not, they die. Eldamir spoke coldly, his longsword flashing casually. In a blink, Zevron's legs were severed. He collapsed to the ground. Shirith vanished, reappearing before Kaelin to assess his injuries. Eldamir was her darling. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him. It was close. My spiritual energy is severely depleted. She exhaled, relief softening her features. Then her gaze fell on the jade bottle Kaelin had already opened. She frowned. Galvorn burning Pilvora. How did you get this, kid? Her tone turned glacial. I left it in the storage bag of the misty immortal palace disciple I killed earlier. Kaelin stumbled over the explanation, sensing she looked ready to devour someone. Shirith's expression softened. Good thing you didn't eat it, otherwise you'd have been ruined, destroyed. Kaelin stared at Shirith, the word failing to land. She smiled, patient. The Galvorn burning Pilvora burns essence and blood to force open a cultivator's potential. A temporary surge in strength, yes, but the cost is absolute. At best, your cultivation stagnates forever. At worst, it consumes your life. The implications settled cold in his chest. Worse than he'd imagined. Even if he escaped after taking it, death would only be delayed. Every misty immortal palace disciple carries one, Shirith said, satisfaction flickering across her face at his expression. For when they stand at death's door, Kaelin's mind snapped back to the Iron Peak arena, to Gavrik locked in that desperate battle. He'd forced the pill down his opponent's throat, not knowing what it truly did. Now he understood. I see. Darius glanced up sharply. By the way, Isolde's over there, badly injured. Shirith's brow furrowed. She vanished, reappearing at the indicated spot in a heartbeat. Isolde's blue robe hung in tatters, shredded by the explosion's aftershocks. But her body was whole. She sat on the ground, chest heaving, spiritual energy drained to dregs from her brief intervention. Shirith examined her, then exhaled. Good, you're alive. A jade bottle appeared from her storage bag. She tossed it. Take it. Isolde caught it, swallowed the pill without question. Kaelin arrived moments later, relief unknotting his shoulders. Darius had been shaken twice now. She'd saved him, and he knew the debt. Isolde's eyes snapped, Kaelin cold as winter flint. You, lecher. What are you staring at? He opened his mouth. Nothing came. Shirith covered her mouth, laughter dancing in her eyes as she glanced between them. Heat rose in Kaelin's face, ashen and trapped. He held his tongue. When the pill took hold, Isolde rose, steady again. The three of them moved toward where Darius stood over Zevron. The demon cultivator had been reduced to a human stump, limbs severed, face twisted beneath a mask of red hair, fangs still bared in defiance. Tell me, Darius said, voice devoid of warmth, looking down. How did you become a demon cultivator? I have no idea. Darius frowned. His sword flashed, cold steel precise. Zevron's ear hit the dirt. Explain. Silence. The other ear followed. Explain. The torture was methodical, ruthless. Soon Zevron was a ruin of bloody holes. His mouth the only intact feature left. Isolde turned away, refusing to witness. Shirith's frown deepened, but she said nothing. Kaelin watched with cold eyes, his hand itching for the killing stroke. I nearly died because of that old bastard. Still won't talk? Shirith asked quietly. Darius shook his head. We'll take him back to Zareth Immortal Sect, question him there. The emergence of demon cultivators so close to the sect's territory was no small matter. They were human cultivators who had rewritten their bloodlines, transmuting golden core into demon core, neither human nor demon. The advantages were substantial, vastly enhanced physical strength, extended lifespan. But the transformation demanded baptism in the essence and blood of a powerful demon beast. That someone had turned an Obsidian Dawn realm expert implied a beast of terrifying power lurking behind it all. Shirith stepped forward. A golden compass materialized in her palm, she chanted, and a beam of golden light lanced towards Zevron's Dantian. Darius threw back his head and roared, not a human sound but a wild beast's howl. A blood-red golden pill emerged, pulsing with the same crimson as his veins. No legendary golden core, this. The golden light drew the demon core into the compass, then faded. With a wave, Shirith banished the instrument. Zevron went still. Once the golden elixir departed, the body was merely meat. All right, let's go back. Shirith smiled, waving her hand. The formation dissolved, the light barrier enveloping the surrounding 1,000+ meters vanishing like mist. Kaelin blinked, disoriented. A legendary formation master. Incredible. Catching his expression, Shirith covered her mouth and laughed. Little guy, it's not too late to join my array formation lineage. I'd teach you personally, how about it? Kaelin chuckled, non-committal. Darius glanced at her, said nothing. Isolde's frown deepened, something sharp and disapproving in her gaze. How dare she speak to a male disciple so familiarly? She looks exactly like the vixen mother described. But she swallowed the words. They couldn't win this argument. I feel like something's missing, Kaelin murmured, scanning the clearing. Right, where's Varric? After leaving the light screen, Kaelin realized Varric was gone. When Zevron attacked, Varric had shouted for them to run, but Kaelin hadn't watched to see if he actually fled. Isolde had seen the danger and turned back to help. Darius and Shirith exchanged a furrowed glance. Just now a trace of energy fled westward from here, Darius said. The two had been ordered to secretly protect Kaelin, keeping their distance to avoid detection. Sensing danger, they had rushed over immediately. Neither expected he could withstand a profound core realm expert for so long. Coward Isolde commented coldly. Kaelin smiled but said nothing. When he was in danger, Varric had chosen to run without looking back. Darius didn't know how to judge the matter. All right, go find him first, then hurry back to Zareth Immortal Sect, Darius said, face grim. The appearance of demon cultivators near the sect was a very serious matter. Beneath the City Lord's mansion in Ebon City, a huge secretum chamber held a red-furred monster cursing the Zareth Immortal Sect. Its eyes were bloodshot, sharp fangs filling its mouth. A thick, pungent smell of blood emanated from corpses. The chamber was large enough to hold 1,000 people, surrounded by arrays that concealed it from anyone outside unless a powerful expert passed by. Half the sealed room was filled with human corpses, mummified, piled into a small mountain of men, women, young and old. Not a drop of blood remained on their bodies, but each had 2 gruesome holes in the neck. All had been drained of life essence by this monster. On the ground lay a young man recently drained dry, one of the 2 Zevron had captured. On the other side, another young man still lived, though unconscious. The monster's ferocious voice continued, I finally managed to hide here and I've been discovered. Damn it, damn it. If the Zareth Immortal Sect discovers my current state, I'll surely die. It turned crimson eyes toward Varric. This was the demonic beast that had converted Zevron's bloodline, and it had just sensed its servant in danger. Fearing something might happen to Zevron and expose its presence, it had left the secret room to provide support. Before reaching halfway, it sensed 2 terrifying auras. Injured and needing human blood to heal, it lacked confidence to defeat Darius and Shirith, so it retreated. On the way, it spotted Varric, knocked him unconscious, and brought him back. In fact, more than half the missing persons in Ebon City had been captured by Zevron and sacrificed to this monster. The person Zevron was supposed to be, now a dried corpse outside, was just a decoy to attract attention. With many people missing and no bodies found, the matter would be taken seriously by the Zareth Immortal Sect. But if someone went missing and several mummified corpses were found, the City Lord must personally report it. While the sect might suspect evil cultivators, they wouldn't pay special attention. Evil cultivators were still human, while demon cultivators no longer belonged to that category. As a result, Kaelin and his 2 companions had arrived. There's a low-grade magic weapon inside my body constantly draining my life essence, the monster said, looking at Varric, eyes gradually glowing red. Not bad, not bad, heaven is helping me. Then it turned to the corpses, a ball of demonic fire appearing in its hand, setting the entire chamber ablaze. It carried the unconscious Varric away, their figures vanishing. Soon the entire City Lord's mansion was engulfed in flames. Kaelin and the other 3 followed Darius's directions. They searched for 3 whole hours but found no trace of Varric. Finally Darius spoke. Let's go back to Zareth Immortal Sect first. The demon cultivator matter is even more serious. Isolde and Kaelin were curious. What is a demon cultivator? Kaelin asked, looking at Darius. Darius had heard the term before. Humans accept the baptism of powerful demon blood essence, voluntarily giving up their human identity and transforming into demon beasts, Darius said. Humans turning into monsters. That's right. It transforms into a demon beast but cannot completely become one. Darius explained, the demon race has strong physiques and lifespans dozens, even hundreds of times longer than human cultivators. They have abundant vitality, and after undergoing transformation into demon cultivators, humans receive these benefits. However, humans are still humans and cannot completely transform. In the end, they remain half human, half demon. The word ladyboy crossed their minds. Kaelin and Isolde's expressions suddenly changed. No one interrupted. They continued listening. Becoming a demon cultivator strengthens the physical body and extends lifespan, however. Darius paused. It means no longer belonging to humanity. Habits change, and they develop a craving for human blood. Simply put, they constantly slaughter humans. So becoming a demon cultivator is the greatest taboo for the human race. Hearing this, Kaelin nodded, finally understanding. Even Isolde understood. Because Zevron had become a demon cultivator, he secretly murdered Ebon City's people, absorbing their life essence. Hearing Darius's words, Kaelin had considered, however briefly, that becoming a demon cultivator might strengthen his body and extend his lifespan. An apparent benefit. Then he learned the cost. Killing humans and draining their life essence. The knowledge left him numb. So he's a demon cultivator because his body is covered in red hair and fangs grow from his mouth, he asked, confused. That's right. The beast's race determines the cultivator's strength. The stronger the race, the stronger the result. After transformation, they cultivate by absorbing human essence and blood. Darius's voice was flat. For demons to adopt human cultivation also drains their own resources, so they rarely do it willingly. Kaelin nodded, the terms settling into something concrete and ugly. Let's return to the Zareth Immortal Sect. We need to report this immediately, Shirith said from beside them. Darius asked nothing further. The two elders bore Kaelin and Isolde through the air, their speed effortless. From their conversation and grim expressions, Kaelin pieced together the implication. A powerful demonic beast likely lurked near Ebon City. The region was remote. Zevron had ruled there for years, and recently large numbers of people had vanished, only to turn up as mummies. If true, the matter was grave. The elders moved with blurring swiftness. Carrying 2 disciples was no burden. They touched down before the sect's outer gate within moments. You may enter on your own. We'll report to the sect leader first, Shirith said. And both elders vanished. Elders needed no gate, they flew straight in. Ordinary disciples passed through the main gate, with its detection array. A dozen blue-robed disciples stood guard. They bowed to the departing elders, then resumed their posts as if nothing had happened, glancing at Kaelin and Isolde with idle curiosity. No questions were asked. The pair exchanged a look, exhaustion etched into both faces. I'm going to rest you, Kaelin asked, the admission of his own fatigue surprising him. Before the mission he had refined a cache of pills within the astral chart of Evernite, meant for a decisive moment. Facing a profound core realm expert, he had never found the breath to take one. Death could have come in a heartbeat. I must return to my cave first. Isolde's face had already hardened back into its usual cold mask. Kaelin was left speechless. Darius turned to leave, but a voice called from behind. Brother Kaelin, are you all right? Both turned. Varric approached, pale. Isolde raised an eyebrow, snorted, and walked away without a word. Kaelin looked at Varric, surprised. I'm fine. 2 elders happened by and saved us. What about you, Brother Varric? Fortunate an elder was passing. Varric's voice was thin. You told us to run, so I ran for my life. My only thought was to reach the sect and bring help. I didn't expect you to return first. Kaelin nodded. Good fortune too. If Darius and Shirith hadn't appeared, I would have died today. It was the truth. Even with the Galvorn burning Pilvora, he could not have defeated Zevron at the profound core realm. At best he would have delayed the inevitable a little longer. That's good. Varric nodded, his pallor unchanged, and fell silent. The 3 entered the sect. As Kaelin passed beneath the towering gate hundreds of feet high, he felt divine senses sweep over him repeatedly, just as they had on his first arrival. In a few breaths he and Isolde passed through the light barrier. Varric was noticeably slower, but the screen neither blocked him nor sounded an alarm. All 3 were clean. Brother Kaelin, Isolde, I'll take my leave. Varric clasped his hands in a fist salute and turned away. Kaelin watched him go, brows furrowing. Something felt off, though he could not name it. At that moment Isolde spoke. I'm leaving as well. I'll give you the contribution points after I hand in the mission. She turned. Kaelin's thanks stumbled out behind her. She paused but did not face him. A cold voice drifted back. You're welcome. It was my mistake that led to our exposure. She left. Kaelin smiled bitterly at her retreating figure, a tangle of emotions rising. In a life-or-death moment, the first person he had saved was a woman. Darius had called her cold, stupid, brainless, but a good person. Darius departed for his own cave dwelling. The three disciples' caves lay near one another, yet each chose a different route home. Elders Darius and Shirith went straight to Caldric with their report of the demon cultivator. His face darkened at the news and he immediately reached out to Lorcan, the inner sect leader. After a brief conference, the two mobilized more than a dozen profound core elders and 100 Tong Taurin disciples, all under the command of two supreme elders of the Eldermere Council, cultivators of the Yuan Soulforge realm, who formed the sect's core high-end combat strength. The deployment rippled through the inner sect, though the outer sect remained largely unaware. Iron Peak City. The Korith estate. Taurin and his master, Shomir, had arrived only recently, the latter bearing both disciple and steward through the air at tremendous speed. In the days since, Roderick and his wife had attended the visitor with utmost deference, a legendary expert of the profound core realm, a figure most in Iron Peak might never glimpse in a lifetime. Shomir took the seat of honor in the Korith Hall. As an outer sect elder of the misty immortal palace, the dominant power of the Marshalon Empyrean state, such respect followed him wherever he went. Taurin stood to the side, his expression grim. Darius had intended to shatter Kaelin's limbs and drag him back like a carcass, but the boy had already vanished. The failure gnawed at him. Taurin, what do you intend to do? Shomir asked calmly, his gaze holding a quiet depth. With such monstrous talent, he will surpass me in time. Master, I've sent people to investigate. The Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion left Iron Peak some time ago. His whereabouts are unknown. Kaelin is trash. Darius must have fled to the Zareth Immortal Sect to escape me. Shomir nodded. The Zareth Immortal Sect is formidable. Even though the misty Immortal Palace surpasses them now, we cannot provoke a war lightly. Their foundation runs deep. They were once the overlord of this state. Diminished as they are, they still possess the teeth to make any conflict costly. Then there is truly no other way? Taurin's eyes were ice. Darius hated Kaelin to the marrow and wanted him tortured to death. The elder paused. He sensed his disciples' impatience and ferocity, but offered no reproof. In his view, there was nothing wrong with claiming an opportunity from a waste, even if that waste was his own brother. Going to the Zareth Immortal Sect to seize someone is impossible, unless... Shomir's eyes cooled. We lure him back. We cannot move inside their sect, so why not act here in Iron Peak? Taurin's eyes sharpened. Master, you mean, even if he joins the Zareth Immortal Sect, he will be an outer disciple at best, perhaps only a menial one, nothing remarkable. As an elder of the misty Immortal Palace, Shomir knew the sect's inner workings well. I will accompany you to the Vaylor family. You said he is now their son-in-law and disowns the Koriths. Then let the Vaylors summon him. Give him a deadline. Return within 10 days. For each day he is late, we kill one member of the Vaylor family. The words were calm, the undertone glacial. An outer disciple of the Zareth Immortal Sect dying in an arena match was a trivial matter. Much the same in the misty Immortal Palace, but dragging him from the sect itself would challenge the Zareth's reputation. And that was a line they could not cross. Taurin bowed, overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Darius relayed the plan to Roderick and his wife. They received it with delight, the humiliation they had suffered before the Vaylors finally had its answer. The group set out in a grand procession toward the Vaylor mansion. Since Kaelin's departure, the Vaylor family's power had swelled. The spirit stone mine he had secured for them yielded tremendous returns. Even the Manor's disciples saw their cultivation rise with the increased monthly allotment. The Korith procession drew a sizable crowd of onlookers. At the Vaylor gates, the Koriths drank in the spectacle. Who do you seek? The Vaylor servants trembled at the door. Roderick stepped forward, voice cold and amplified by cultivation. Tell that old bastard Garrick to get out here. The words rang through the crowd and into the mansion itself. When had the head of Iron Peak's greatest clan ever been so insulted at his own threshold? Inside, Garrick slammed his fist onto the table and stormed out, murderous intent radiating from him. Roderick, I think you've tired of living. Garrick's roar shook the courtyard. Behind him trailed a phalanx of Vaylor elders and servants. The master of the house verbally abused on his own doorstep. This was a disgrace to the entire Vaylor family. When Garrick saw the Korith delegation at the gate, he froze. Roderick and Seraphine stood beside Taurin, who had returned with a white-haired old man whose cultivation Garrick could not read, though the man's aura radiated lethal promise. Beside him, Darius, standing at the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, wore the same stunned expression. If neither of them could gauge the visitor's depth, only one conclusion remained: they had reached the Seraphis realm. "You, Roderick, what brings you to Draconis Mansion?" Garrick forced the words through clenched teeth, suppressing the urge to strike. Roderick spat on the flagstones. "Can't you tell? I'm here to cause trouble." Seraphine sneered from his flank. "Where's that bastard Kalen? I'm taking him. Refuse and I'll wipe out every Veiler in Iron Peak." Fury erupted among the Veiler elders. Even Garrick, who had hoped for a peaceful resolution, felt murderous intent rise. To be threatened with extermination on their own doorstep, if they swallowed this, the family would have no standing left. The elders surged forward, killing intent palpable. Torin frowned, took a single step, and released a wave of force that slammed into the advancing elders. They flew backward, coughing blood, faces crimson. Eldamir, second Eldamir! The Veiler clan scrambled to catch them. Garrick stared, disbelief cracking his composure. Seraphis realm, Darius had felt it most clearly. The fluctuations rolling off Torin belonged to a Tengara realm expert. Torin gave him a cold look and said nothing. Roderick and Seraphine exchanged smiles, triumph written across their faces. Seraphine planted her hands on her hips. "Want to die, Valers? Dare lay a hand on me? My son has reached the Tengara realm? Touch me, and your family is finished." Rage boiled in every Veiler chest, yet no one spoke. In the entire mansion, only the ancestor Branna possessed Tengara realm strength. At that moment, a white-haired figure materialized in the air above the courtyard, majestic, radiating authority. That illegitimate son courts death. Branna, patriarch of the Veilers. He could not sit idle after such humiliation. Torin's frown deepened by the aura. Branno had reached the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm within the Seraphis realm. Torin himself stood only at the first level of the Tengara realm. Though he could challenge above his level, the gap to the patriarch remained vast. Beside Torin, Shomir smiled faintly, gaze fixed on Branno. When Branno caught that smile, a chill traced his spine. Others might miss it, but he sensed it clearly, a profound core realm expert. "Forward," Branno began, but Shomir merely waved a hand. A terrifying pressure swept the courtyard. Branno was struck mid-sentence, blood spraying from his mouth as he plummeted from the sky. "You dare insult my disciple to my face? You have a death wish." Shomir's voice was casual, as if swatting a fly. Terror seized the onlookers. The patriarch of Zareth immortal sect, the strongest man in Iron Peak City, defeated in a single gesture. Was the city about to be upended? Roderick and Seraphine, nervous when Branno appeared, now radiated confidence, with a profound core realm expert behind them. What was there to fear? Branno emerged from the residence moments later, pale blood trickling from his lips. The old man had not killed him, only taught a lesson. Even so, the patriarch bowed low. "Senior," Darius lowered his head beside him. Resistance meant annihilation. Shomir remained silent, disdainful of acknowledgement. Torin stepped forward, voice carrying across the silent courtyard. "My purpose is simple. Hand over Kalen, and I'll fight him to the death in the arena." Branno's face was grim. "Kalen has already gone to the Zareth immortal sect. Darius is no longer with the Veiler family." He knew what was coming could not be escaped. Torin sneered. "The Zareth immortal sect? I don't care. I want Kalen on the Iron Peak arena within 10 days. Or else," his voice turned to ice, "for each day of delay, I'll kill one of your direct descendants. For 3 days' delay, I'll strip his wife naked and parade her through the streets." Torin's voice cut through the courtyard like winter wind. The Veiler clan erupted, eyes bloodshot with fury. Branna, standing at the forefront, could bear it no longer. "If we delay even a day, will we kill one member of the Veiler family?" 3 days later, he stripped his granddaughter naked and paraded her through the streets. "You illegitimate son, how dare you?" When had an outsider ever dared humiliate his family before his very eyes? But before Branno could move, Shomir, standing at the periphery, acted. A cold glint streaked toward the old man's abdomen. Branno coughed blood, his body hurtling backward through the high wall of the Vala mansion. He traveled a full 100 meters, shattering several houses before finally halting. "The Patriarch of Zareth immortal sect." The cries rippled through the crowd. "The Patriarch of Zareth immortal sect, Father." Silence fell like a shroud. Clansmen and spectators alike forgot to breathe. Garrick's face darkened, his jaw working. Every instinct screamed to rush forward, to fight to the death, but the clan's survival held him fast. His own father beaten before him, his daughter threatened with public degradation, yet he drew a ragged breath and forced himself still. Branagh had no choice. Any move would doom the Vela family today. The Vela family understands. We will send someone to inform Kaelin. Garrick lowered his head, bowing respectfully to Shomir. The old man smiled, unsurprised. Had the Velas refused, he truly would have wiped them from Iron Peak City. The misty immortal palace had the confidence to back it. Torin's face twisted with sneers. Arrogant since joining the palace, he had never taken the Velas seriously. I return in 10 days. If I do not see Kaelin, your Draconis manor is in for a world of trouble. Branagh turned and bowed to Shomir. Master, let's go. Shomir nodded and followed him away. Roderick and Seraphine were only now processing what they had witnessed. Never in their lives had they seen anything like it. Iron Peak City's strongest, sent flying with a single blow, shock mingled with fierce pleasure. This man was their son's master. One of their own. The number one family in Iron Peak City will no longer be your Vela family, Roderick sneered. Let me tell you, if you don't see that little beast in 10 days, your clan can just wait to die, Seraphine mocked. They left with the rest of the Korath family. They would have stayed longer to gloat, but Shomir and Torin were gone. Vela clansmen glared with murderous intent, yet only these two dared not retreat. Garrick and the others rushed back to check on the Patriarch's injuries. Fortunately, he was only seriously hurt, his life not in danger. The crowd dispersed. But everyone knew Iron Peak City was about to undergo a major change. Inside the residence, the old Patriarch was carried to his secretum room. After a few pills, his complexion improved considerably. Garrick and a group of elders stood beside him. The Patriarch of Zareth Immortal Sect. The Patriarch of Zareth Immortal Sect. Are you all right? They asked anxiously. Silence fell. These patriarchs and elders were deeply aggrieved, their faces written with shame. The Vela family had never suffered such humiliation in all its years. Branagh shook his head and sighed. It's all right, he said wearily. So what do we do next? An elder asked. The atmosphere turned instantly cold. Let us fight them, an elder shouted. When has the Vela family ever endured such humiliation? Yes, let's fight, another agreed. We'd rather die standing than live on our knees. Hot-tempered elders spoke up one after another, though it wasn't just one person, most shared the sentiment. Fight, what's the point? Garrick's shout cut through the hall. Branagh was angrier than anyone. The opponent is at the profound core realm. The entire population of Iron Peak City combined wouldn't be enough to kill him. The Patriarch looked around, finally sighed, and spoke slowly. Send someone to inform Kaelin. Tell him everything that's happened here. But Kaelin will definitely die if he comes back. An elder hurriedly objected. The entire clan now held a completely different opinion of the boy. They regarded him as one of their own. Tell him everything. If he's not capable of protecting himself, then tell him he doesn't need to come back. Branagh can avenge the Vela family in the future. The old man's voice was calm. Arrange for the female members and direct descendants to leave, so the clan may preserve its lineage. The Vela family members remained silent. No one objected. No one spoke further. Second Eldamir, Third Eldamir, you two go to the Zareth Immortal Sect. Garrick turned his gaze to them. The two exchanged a glance, nodded, and left without pause. Faced with an Obsidian Dawn Realm expert, the Vela family had no power to resist. All their hopes now rested on Kaelin. The Vela clan's uncertainty ran deeper than they let on. Branagh's message to Kaelin had been blunt. If he could not resolve the crisis in Iron Peak, he need not return. Let him bide his time and avenge the clan later. No one voiced the obvious. Summoning him was futile. Torin had already reached the Tengara realm, while Kaelin had departed at the 5th level of the Verdant Vale, scarcely 2 months past. How much could he have grown? Worse, Torin moved with a profound core expert at his back. They had never imagined Kaelin would make a name for himself in the Zareth Immortal Sect so quickly. Their only slender hope was that he might reach Valerius Orin of the Aurelia Pavilion. That connection might yet save them. Late at night, the women of the clan and the direct line, Elara, Seraphina, Baldric among them, gathered in the ancestral hall. Bags and bundles lay packed at their feet. Every face was drawn, the day's events weighing on them like a physical thing. Garrick surveyed the room, his voice low. "You all know what happened when the Koriths came calling." Silence answered him, heavy and complete. "My Valar family faces a calamity. We may not survive," Darius said, stepping forward. "Tonight, we send a group of you away. If the clan endures, we will come for you. If..." He hesitated. "If we are destroyed, you must stay together, live well, and wait for the future." The air thickened. Tears traced silent paths down many cheeks. "Father, I won't go," Seraphina said, her chin lifted. "I stay with you?" Her natal clan was formidable, yet barely a match for the Valars, dust before a profound core expert. Garrick sighed, calling her a foolish child as he patted her head. The danger extended only to Valars within Iron Peak. Once clear of the city, they would be safe. A profound core cultivator would not pursue them unscathed. "Father, I won't leave either." Ilara wept, her veil damp. The catastrophe had come because of Kaelin, and her grief cut deeper than most. Darius was her husband, yet his own brother sought to annihilate her clan. Garrick's heart cracked again. Darius muttered that she was stubborn, reaching to comfort her. "Leave? Why? Why should I leave?" Baldric's roar shattered the moment. Every head turned, his ferocity yanked them from grief into something rawer. "All of this is Kaelin's doing. Hand him over, and the Koriths will leave us be." Baldric's face twisted. Garrick bellowed for silence, but his son rode over him. "Father, you know the terms. They want Kaelin. Send someone to the Zareth sect, bring him back, deliver him. Done. If he's too afraid to return, trick him. The 10-day deadline, ask for an extension. If that fails, offer Ilara first as a show of sincerity." Horror rippled through the hall. Baldric had become a stranger. Garrick trembled with rage. Ilara went pale, retreating a step. Seraphina interposed herself, voice sharp. "My brother-in-law isn't afraid of death, and he doesn't run." The atmosphere curdled. Minds turned. The Koriths wanted Kaelin. Why should the Valars flee? Why should they pay with their lives for a son-in-law living peacefully in a sect? Why should my Valar family be wiped out for a live-in son-in-law? Baldric shouted, desperate. If the clan fell, he lost everything. Garrick exploded. Darius moved fast, 2 steps, a cracking slap that sent Baldric sprawling, blood flecking his lips. "Kaelin fought to the death for our spirit stone mine while you did nothing but idle at home." Disgust and disappointment carved lines into the patriarch's face. "Unfilial son. I'll kill you." Seraphina rushed to intervene. Baldric fell silent. Garrick breathed hard, gaze sweeping the room. "I know some of you think I've erred, but Kaelin is Valar blood. We leave now under cover of darkness." No one dared speak further, Baldric's example still stinging. 2 elders took the lead. The escapees moved cautiously through the night streets toward the city gate. A cold voice cut the darkness. "Where are you going?" Taurin's arrival froze Garrick and the 4th and 5th clan elders in place. None had expected him to be waiting here. The Valar women and direct descendants recoiled in undisguised terror. Taurin's smile was thin and devilish as his gaze swept over them. "Your Valar family is bold. Have you not taken my words to heart?" Seraphina and Ilara stood together, barely able to retreat a few steps before his gaze pinned them. Their faces drained pale. Taurin's eyes lit on Ilara. Darius laughed. "This must be my sister-in-law then." Darius stepped forward. Garrick and the 2 elders moved to block him. "Taurin, what do you want?" Darius glanced at the 3, sneering. "Nothing much. I just wanted to see my useless older brother. It seems your Valar family doesn't keep its promises." "How did you know we'd be here?" Garrick's voice was cold. The midnight flight was known only to direct descendants and the women. Even servants were unaware. Even if the Koriths suspected, sending watchers would be normal. Why would Taurin personally guard this place? Darius chuckled, glancing at the crowd. "I said it," a voice from the crowd answered. Garrick's heart skipped. Baldric strode out and bowed low. "Master Korith?" Taurin nodded. "You did well," Baldric beamed, obsequious. "I am honored you think so, Master Korith. I would do anything for you, even die." You unfilial son," Garrick raged. Darius moved to strike Baldric down. Taurin frowned. A backhand slap sent Garrick staggering back several steps. "You dare touch my dog? You must have a death wish." The word didn't faze Baldric. His fawning smile never wavered, his expression just short of panting. Garrick was no match. The 4th and 5th elders paled and rushed to support him. Taurin ignored them. turning his wicked smile to the descendants and women. Since your Valar family won't listen, I'll take these people with me. 10 days from now, if you're late to see Kaelin by 1 day, I'll kill 1 person. If you're 3 days late, his gaze locked on Elara, his smile turning feral, then I'll strip my sister-in-law naked, parade her through the streets, and let every man in Iron Peak City see the body of my useless brother's woman. Elara's face went grey. She staggered, near collapse. Seraphina caught her just in time. The man before them was a devil. Garrick roared. Tauren answered with a shockwave that forced blood from Garrick's mouth. "Let's fight him," an elder shouted. The 4th and 5th elders lunged uselessly. "Overestimating your abilities," Tauren sneered, striking again. Both crumpled, spitting blood. All 3 were seriously injured. Tauren looked at Baldric, laughing. "Take all these Valar members away, lock them in dog cages. Hang them on the arena outside the City Lord's mansion. If Kaelin isn't seen in 10 days, kill 1 for every day he's late." Baldric nodded rapidly, smile intact. Time passed. The Zareth immortal sect, Aelthoria days had passed since the return from Ebon City. Kaelin consumed the pills refined within the astral chart of Evernite and recovered to peak condition within half a day. Life settled into rhythm, cleaning the library at night, practicing techniques by day, refining elixirs. His cultivation reached the peak of the late 8th level of Starfall transformation. Darius could break through at any time but constantly suppressed it. Phalith's alchemy success rate for top-grade pills had risen significantly. On the 3rd day Isolde arrived, her cold, pretty face offered a single sentence. "You Lecher, here's some points for you." Contribution points were divided 3 ways for killing Zevron. The sect awarded 300 points, 100 each. Kaelin accepted his share silently, watching her leave with a mental catalogue of curses and a vow to seduce her entire family. Darius assessed his strength. Going all out, he could defeat a 2nd-level Tengara cultivator and stand a chance against a 3rd. Ordinary cultivators, that was. Prodigies who challenged across levels were another matter. As for what the sect had learned from Zevron, or the mysterious demon beast possibly in Ebon City, he remained unaware. Darius also visited the chubby Kaldor recently. More new disciples had set up stalls with him, over 30 now, up from a handful. Kaelin's arena victory over Steward Everhart had become outer disciple legend. Kaelin smiled helplessly and said nothing. At the library, Elder Valerius and Elder Vera informed him. The next inner disciple selection would begin in 10 days. Darius should use the time to improve. Only entering the inner sect would make him a true disciple. 3 days blinked past. Aeloria days remained until the selection. At that moment, 2 weary, elderly men arrived outside the Zareth immortal sect. "Kaelin, someone is looking for you." Kaelin sat in meditation within the cave when a disciple arrived, breathless, saying someone sought him. He rose and followed the disciple to the mountain gate, passing through the light screen to find the 2nd and 3rd elders waiting, their faces drawn with exhaustion. "2nd elder, 3rd elder, what has happened?" he asked. Kaelin. The 2nd elder hurried forward. "Something terrible has befallen the Valar family." Kaelin's heart lurched. What happened? The 2nd elder spoke quickly, laying out the sequence. Torin, Kaelin's younger brother, had led forces against the Valars. Torin had broken through to the Tengara realm. A mysterious expert of the Obsidian Dawn realm had appeared, likely Torin's master. The ultimatum was brutal. For each day Kaelin delayed, 1 Valar would die. If he took 3 days, Elara would be paraded through the streets. Rage surged through Kaelin, hot and volcanic. He wanted to kill Torin on the spot. "Kaelin," the 2nd elder said, voice bleak. "The ancestor sent word. If you lack confidence in resolving this, you need not return. You can avenge them later." Kaelin's face darkened. He bowed his head, silent. Not return. Even if it meant death, he would go back. He would kill his own brother with his own hands. The 3rd elder pressed, desperate. "You know the Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion? Can you contact him? His influence in Dragonspire Prefecture is considerable. Even the misty, immortal palace would not provoke him lightly." Kaelin shook his head. He could not reach Valerius. Despair settled over the elders' faces. If Valerius could not be summoned, the Valars were doomed. Even defeating Torin would not suffice. An Obsidian Dawn realm master stood behind him. Neither elder had imagined Kaelin could have made such a name for himself in the Zareth immortal sect in barely a month. Excluding travel, he had been a disciple for scarcely 30 days. They likely had not even spoken to the sect's elders yet. Kalen lifted his head. I will handle this. Second elder, third elder, come with me. They stared, then joy broke across their features. They followed him through the gate unchallenged. The disciples on duty knew better than to impede him. His reputation in the outer sect was formidable. He had defeated Steward Everhart in the arena and walked away untouched. No one dared cross him. Inside, Kalen produced a communication jade slip, the one linked to Kaldor, and sent a pulse of telepathic urgency. Kaldor arrived moments later, bewildered by the summons. Without preamble, Kalen tossed him the golden token of his cave dwelling. Take these 2 elders, my family's elders, to my cave and wait for me. He vanished before anyone could respond, the shifting stars technique carrying him forward with speed that outpaced same-level cultivators several times over. Kaldor and the elders exchanged glances. But Kalen had called them family, and Kaldor knew his duty. Seniors, I am Kaldor, Kalen's sworn brother, this way to his cave. The elders followed, still travel-worn, too hurried to have assessed Kaldor's cultivation. They noted only that an outer disciple commanded such deference, and that cave dwellings existed for outer disciples at all. Kalen raced toward the outer gate hall, where Sect Master Caldric resided with Sorrel and Lirael, the elders of alchemy and weapon crafting, the only ones not otherwise occupied. The 3 had been drinking when Kalen appeared in the doorway. Caldric's smile froze. The killing intent radiating from Kalen was palpable, his expression grim as a storm front. Sect Master, Kalen said, dropping to one knee, voice raw with grief and fury. Please, do justice for me. The 3 elders stared, stunned into silence. What was Kalen doing, given his temperament? Why had he dropped to his knees without hesitation? Speak now. Caldric's voice was low, edged with something rare, alarm perhaps, or the weight of something he could not yet name. Sorrel's face had darkened. Darius, who had championed the boy from his first days in the sect and taken pride in the awakening of his enlightenment seed, felt a familiar fire rising. He had boasted of Kalen to Boren more than once. Lirael, usually the quietest among them, looked equally shaken. By their reckoning, Kalen would sooner cut his own flesh than ask the sect for aid, unless the matter was catastrophic. The misty, immortal palace has crossed every line, Kalen said, his voice hollow. A profound core elder leads them. He assaulted my wife and threatened to exterminate my entire clan. His status as a son-in-law was no secret within Zareth. When he finished, the color drained from all 3 faces. 1 day's delay, 1 death. 3 days, and they would strip his wife naked and parade her through the streets. Good, Sorrel spat, the word bitter. Good for them. Darius smashed the coffee table before him, splinters flying. Caldric did not stop him. His eyes had turned to ice. Lirael, gaunt and mild by nature, wore a coldness that did not belong on his face. The families of Zareth disciples bullied to this extent by the misty immortal palace. Kalen kept his head bowed, kneeling, his expression black as storm water. Caldric, what do we do? Sorrel rounded on the sect leader, shouting that he would handle it regardless. Caldric sighed, his customary cheer gone. Most of our elders are deployed near Ebon City, hunting suspicious individuals. Kalen's heart lurched. Darius read the same resignation in the pause. The sect would not risk war with the misty immortal palace for an outer disciple. Sorrel thought the same. Caldric always weighed the larger picture. Sorrel was about to explode when Caldric continued, steady. Sorrel, Lirael, you go with Kalen now. The sect will send reinforcements behind you. The words hung in the air. Kalen lifted his head, stunned. Sorrel gaped. Lirael, silent until now, rose from his seat. Kid, let's move. Sorrel thumped his chest, voice booming. Lirael said nothing, but he was already standing. Kalen looked at the 3 of them, then rose and bowed low, hands clasped in deep respect. Don't worry, Caldric said, a smile touching his mouth. Nothing will happen, not even if the other party is the misty immortal palace. The tone was calm, but beneath it ran a thread of iron. Sorrel clapped Kalen's shoulder. Enough hesitating, go. Lirael nodded once. Kalen exhaled. He had hoped only for an elder to escort him back so he could face Torin on even ground, so the palace could not interfere when he won. He had not expected 2 elders, nor the promise of more to follow. The weight of it settled in his chest, hot and sharp. They returned to the cave together. Caldor greeted them with a warm smile that faltered when he saw Sorrel and Lirael. The two elders stared. They had never seen a true cultivator's cave, let alone sat drinking tea inside one. The realization dawned: the disciple was far better situated than they had imagined. The entrance opened. Kaelin entered with the two elders at his back. The golden token was only part of it. He had blood-oathed his master, and the cave recognized him. Caldor turned, startled, then hurried forward, clasping hands in respect. Kaelin had no time for formalities. "Elders," Darius said, stepping up, "let's go. We're returning to Iron Peak City." Kaelin had expected Sorrel and Lirael to carry him through the air, as Darius and Shirith had done on the return journey. Instead, Lirael produced a wooden boat from his storage bag, unremarkable in appearance, yet a high-grade Ashen-level magic weapon. It floated above the ground, spacious enough for over a dozen people, and moments later shot westward from the Zareth immortal sect as a streak of light. Kaelin stared, stunned. So this was a weapon refiner's craft. His regard for Lirael shifted instantly. Sorrel noticed, pressed his lips together, and said nothing. Lirael betrayed no outward reaction, though satisfaction warmed him privately. Securing Kaelin for the weapon-refining lineage would be a considerable coup, and Darius would have a chance to display his lineage's strength. The second and third clan elders were dumbfounded. Darius had not only brought two profound core realm elders, but one had conjured a vessel that clearly surpassed ordinary artifacts. Its speed matched that of an Obsidian Dawn realm expert in flight. At this pace they would reach Iron Peak City in under 3 days. Half an hour later, Kaelin closed his eyes. Darius, meanwhile, settled into meditation, intent on honing his cultivation before arrival, and pushing for a breakthrough to the 9th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Iron Peak City, the Veilers suffered an unprecedented humiliation. On Tauren's orders, Baldric arrested every fleeing female member and direct descendant, Garrick, the 4th and 5th clan elders among them. Over 100 dog cages were prepared. The prisoners were locked inside and hoisted into the tall trees surrounding the arena. They endured the elements day and night, sleeping under open sky. The Koriths supplied food and water, but any bodily function had to be performed in full view of the crowd. For this reason, Elara, Seraphina, and several other Veiler women had refused sustenance for days. Both women held body Orindel realm cultivation. 10 days without food or water would not kill them, only leave them sallow and weak. The non-cultivators among the captives had no such resilience. This torture was crueler than execution. Branagh seethed with rage. Yet the Veilers had no recourse but to endure. City Lord Haldor could only sigh helplessly. Though he governed Iron Peak, he answered to the Marshallon Empyrean Dynastra, and even the Dynastra would not lightly oppose a power like the misty Immortal Palace. He was merely a minor city lord. Throughout the city, countless families flooded the Koriths with lavish gifts, each item priceless, some smaller houses liquidating assets to curry favor. The shift in power was unmistakable. The Valor's survival now hung on a single word from the Koriths. Roderick and Seraphine, newly wed, beamed beneath the daily deluge, their hands sore from receiving tribute. Tauren cultivated without slackening, even after his arrival. Shomir was deeply pleased. The boy's talent was extraordinary, and he would surely become a formidable ruler in Dragonspire Prefecture. When he learned of Tauren's order to cage the Veilers, Shomir did not intervene. In his view, it was somewhat cruel, but the cultivation world was inherently cruel. Having witnessed countless deaths, the spectacle stirred little emotion in him. The arena at the Iron Peak City Lord's mansion baked under a scorching sun. Even the shade left one drenched in sweat. Baldric lounged in the pavilion at the arena's edge, herbal tea and fruit at his side, his gaze fixed on the cage holding Garrick and the others. Enjoyment flickered across his face. The Veilers hung from the trees like caged birds and beasts, watched by over a dozen Korith servants posted to keep guard. Baldric spat, then strode toward the cages with his retinue. Darius looked up at Garrick in the first cage. The elder's face was ashen, lips cracked, body streaked with blood. At the sight of Baldric, Garrick's eyes reddened and he roared, "You unfilial son, why did I birth such a beast?" The 4th and 5th clan elders and the others in nearby cages stirred awake. Severely injured, unable to muster their full strength, they would otherwise have thrown themselves at Baldric to tear him apart. "Baldric, you beast, you'll die horribly. Baldric, do you still consider yourself Veiler? How dare you treat us so?" Every direct descendant and woman in the cages turned toward him. their fierce glares laced with deep fear. Seraphina spat back. You don't deserve to be my second brother, you beast. Elara's face had gone deathly pale. She had not spoken a word since being locked up. Me, an animal? Baldric spat again. What are you, beasts hanging in trees, locked in dog cages? Darius sneered. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kneel and beg mercy now. Renounce the Vela family, and perhaps I'll plead with Master Korith to spare you. Otherwise, when the 10 days are up, I'll kill you all one by one. You're a traitor. A traitor? The words scraped from Garrick's throat, his face twisted into something barely human with rage. Baldric had never imagined the man in the cage would be his own father. Heartless. Ruthless. The lot of them. Old man, finished cursing? Baldric glared through the bars, disgust burning bright. If you weren't my father, if these people didn't share my blood, do you think I'd waste food and water on you every day? The Veilers hanging in the cages stared back with strange, hollow eyes. You unfilial son. You still call yourself a Veiler. Garrick strained against the bamboo, fingers bleeding, wishing he could tear the young man apart. The Veiler family? A sneer curled Baldric's lip. What's so great about it? You'd have us rot in this dog cage for a useless son-in-law, a laughingstock in all Iron Peak City. Silence, Baldric. Kaelin secured a spirit stone mine for us. 30 extra spirit stones a month, all thanks to him. Don't be stubborn. As a Veiler man, you cannot fear death. The 4th and 5th clan elders leaned against their cage bars, voices strained with persuasion. Bloodkin, they thought. He might listen. They didn't know. Shut up, you 2 old geezers. Baldric strode forward, snatched 2 stones from the ground and hurled them through the gaps. The elders, already broken, couldn't dodge. The stones cracked against their skulls. Blood sprud, blood sprud, blood sprud, blood. Baldric, you beast, worse than a pig or dog, Garrick roared, rattling his cage, his own son attacking elders. Shut up, you old bastard. If you weren't my father, I'd have killed you first. Baldric's gaze swept the women and direct descendants cowering in the other cages. Mockery lit his face. Darius, Baldric, the name settled like a stone, felt a dark satisfaction at their fear. Ever since he'd clashed with Valerius of the Aurelia Pavilion at Garrick's birthday banquet, the family had turned on him. The patriarch had punished him severely. Resentment festered. He'd wanted revenge on Kaelin, but Kaelin was too strong, his star rising too fast. Helpless Baldric had sold Kaelin's location to the Luminar family. He'd thought Kaelin dead, certain of it. Then word came, every Luminar elder, the family head vanished, presumed dead. Terror, cold and unprecedented, gripped him. If Kaelin discovered the connection, then Tauren arrived. Baldric went to the Korath estate alone, knelt and offered himself as Tauren's dog. Tauren accepted gladly, and so this scene unfolded. Baldric's gaze landed on Alara. Something ruthless flickered. Ugly freak, years since I've seen you without that scarf. Hatred for Kaelin twisted into cruelty toward his sister. Fear flashed in Alara's eyes. She clutched her clothes, silent, only Tauren's order. 10 days, no touching the Veilers, kept her whole. Otherwise Baldric would have stripped her naked and thrown her to every man in Iron Peak. Don't touch her, Garrick howled. Baldric, stay away, second brother, don't. Seraphina's voice trembled. The rest stayed silent, terrified of the madman. Touch her? Baldric laughed, scanning his father and the elders. Let me tell you, if Master Korath hadn't said wait 10 days, I'd have already stripped her bare and let every man in this city have his turn. After all, she's Kaelin's woman. His laughter cracked into mania. Tears streamed down Alara's face. She didn't speak. The pain in her chest had no words. Garrick sputtered, a mouthful of blood spraying the bamboo bars before him, staining them crimson. Baldric laughed until his sides ached, drunk on his own power. The dozen Korath servants behind him wore matching sneers. The Veilers, the most powerful family in Iron Peak City, caged like performing monkeys. They wanted to tear Baldric apart. Their hatred for him surpassed even Tauren, but no one dared speak. They'd seen his ruthlessness, a man who treated father and sister like this. How vicious! A fierce gale tore across Iron Peak's sky. A streak of light slowed above the arena, resolving into a wooden boat. A man stood on its deck, Kaelin. The wooden boat cut across the sky, drawing every eye upward. A man in a white robe stood at its prow, hands clasped behind his back, the fabric snapping in the wind. His face was expressionless, but his eyes burned with a quiet, terrible fire. Baldric went pale. He stumbled backward, the name tearing from his throat. Kaelin. The Korath clansmen behind him recoiled as one instinct, screaming to flee. Kaelin's face was dark. He surveyed the arena. Veiler kin locked in iron cages like animals, their faces twisted with pain, shame, a desperate kind of hope. Tears streaked weathered cheeks. His gaze found Garrick and Seraphina, then Alara. A roar erupted from his chest, shaking the very air. His cultivation had broken through to the early 9th level of the Starfall transformation realm during the voyage, and the sound carried across half of Iron Peak City. In the City Lord's mansion, Haldor bolted for the arena. He stopped at its edge, unwilling to cross the threshold. The cold radiating from the boat was a physical weight. At the Korath residence, Tauren's eyes snapped open. A feral smile stretched his mouth. You're here, you piece of trash. He rose from meditation and strode to the main hall where Eldamir waited. Eldamir smiled toward the arena. Let's go, I'll accompany you. Kaelin sensed 2 profound core auras at the mansion, equals in realm. Yet he felt no fear. He stood at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, 1 foot already in the Yuan Soulforge realm. More than that, he was an elder of the Misty Immortal Palace. At the arena, Alara froze. The shattered pieces of her heart seemed to knit themselves whole at the sight of him stepping down from the boat. Kaelin reached her cage in a heartbeat. His palm struck out, a concentrated gust shattering the iron bars into harmless fragments. The wind died before it could touch her. A gentle vortex caught her falling body and set her down on solid ground. Kaelin, Kaelin, the name came as a sob, releasing every grief she had swallowed since Tauren's beating, since Baldric's betrayal, since the cage in Caldros. For the first time she wept openly. Kaelin felt something tear inside him. Since they had been together, he had given her nothing but suffering. Beaten half to death. Mocked as a crippled son-in-law, he had watched her care for him without complaint, only to watch her suffer this humiliation. He crushed her to him, rage banked, but burning. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Time suspended. She clung back, silent, whole again in the circle of his arms. 2 more figures descended from the boat. The second and third clan elders surveyed the scene with grim faces. Without a word, they moved to the remaining cages, reducing iron to scrap. "Patriarch, what happened?" Garrick demanded, setting down the burden he'd carried. The disgrace of it, every Veiler caged like livestock. The 4th and 5th elders stumbled free, both gravely wounded, the latter 2 with blood streaming from forehead wounds. "Baldric, that beast!" Garrick erupted. The wounded elders clutched their injuries, voices rising. "Where is Baldric?" Baldric had already fled, a knot of Korith servants with him, 100 meters and counting. They knew what Kaelin's return meant. "You beast, stop!" Garrick launched himself after them. Baldric felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Every eye in the courtyard snapped toward him. Until now, all attention had been fixed on Kaelin's arrival. The traitor in their midst had gone unnoticed. "Baldric, you beast! Baldric, you deserve to die! Baldric, you beast!" The curses rose from every Veiler, those newly freed from cages and those still trapped inside. 9 days of humiliation had carved the same hatred into all of them. Baldric was the architect. Darius had sold the clan's location, and on Torrin's orders, penned them like dogs. Baldric cursed inwardly. Darius wasn't stupid, he wouldn't stop now. Darius turned and fled, the Korith servants scattering behind him. Why wouldn't they run? Darius would likely die here. Then Kaelin, still cradling Elara, lifted his head. His cold gaze swept the fleeing crowd. A tap on his storage bag summoned the Solare Hastael, hovering in the air. Darius formed a sword finger, channeling true energy to guide the weapon forward. A sharp whistle tore through the air. The spear became a terrifying gale, its power formidable, and drove into the earth 10 meters ahead of the runners. The ground cracked outward, a massive pit opening to block their path. "If you dare run again, you're dead." Kaelin's voice rang out, cold enough to drain the color from Baldric's face, nearly scattering his soul. "This is the Solare Hastael?" Garrick recognized it instantly. The surrounding elders stared at the weapon buried in the crater, then at Kaelin. Their suspicions were confirmed. The disappearance of the Luminar elders and their patriarch, a peak Starfall transformation cultivator, was tied to this young man. But comprehension failed them. Had he truly killed them all? Seeing the spear in the crater, hearing the elders' gasps, Baldric nearly fainted. The Solare Hastael, the Luminar family's sacred weapon. Kaelin patted Elara's shoulder. She steadied herself quickly. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Leave the rest to me." Delicate as she appeared, Elara possessed an iron core. She met his gaze and nodded slowly. All the Veiler direct descendants and women were freed from the cages. Their faces were grim, most women weeping quietly. Even Seraphina, tears in her eyes, kept her gaze locked on Kaelin, unblinking. As more people converged on the City Lord's arena, the crowd swelled. The wind from the wooden boat's passage and Kaelin's roar had drawn half the city. Everyone knew Iron Peak stood on the brink of upheaval. Garrick exhaled, surveying the scene, then turned to the young man before him. His feelings toward the once despised son-in-law were a tangled knot. That man had become the clan's savior. The elders and members shared the sentiment, complex, conflicted, grateful. Baldric and the Korith servants trembled, panic etched on their faces. The 2nd and 3rd elders escorted them to Garrick and the others. "Rebellious son." Garrick lunged, fists and feet driving into Baldric with lethal intent. The 4th and 5th elders watched coldly, making no move to intervene. Recent events had hardened their hatred. The 2nd and 3rd elders, who had gone to fetch Kaelin, knew nothing of Baldric's recent treachery. The clan members glared, wishing to tear him apart. Kaelin said nothing. Darius understood without asking. Baldric had earned this wrath. "I'm Master Korith's man. How dare you touch me?" Baldric screamed through the beating. The claim only inflamed Garrick further. "Master Korith? That would make Kaelin his son. You beast! Damn it, I'll beat you to death." The patriarch's assault grew more ruthless. Father, I was wrong, please stop." The 2nd and 3rd elders moved to intervene. but the fourth and others blocked them. That Baldric still breathed was miracle enough. This beast didn't deserve mercy. Baldric was reduced to pulp, coughing blood. His cultivation sat at body Orindal. Even injured, Garrick stood at great perfection of starfall transformation. No contest existed. Good, well done. This beast should be beaten to death. That's right, well done. I've never seen such a shameless person. Well done. The crowd roared approval. Baldric had betrayed his clan, caged his own father and kin. He deserved death. 2 sharp whistles cut the air. 2 figures materialized above the arena, looking down, every head lifted. Rage and fear flared across Valar faces. Kaelin frowned, killing intent flashing in his eyes. One figure laughed, voice carrying, "Useless trash. I've been waiting for you for ages, 9th level of the Starfall Transformation Realm." Tauren looked down from above the arena, a ferocious smile twisting his mouth. "It seems you've obtained a considerable opportunity. Trash." Eldamir, standing to the side, glanced at Kaelin with surprise before quickly looking away. His gaze settled on the wooden boat floating in the void. After arriving in Iron Peak City, Kaelin and his group had intended to head straight for the Draconis mansion, but mid-flight he spotted the situation in the arena, which led to the current confrontation. Sorrel and Lyriel remained on the wooden boat, unseen. "Tauren, you're asking for death," Kaelin shouted, his aura surging coldly. The pressure staggered Garrick and the others nearby. Among the Valar family present, Garrick held the highest cultivation at the great perfection of the Starfall Transformation Realm, yet they were simply no match for the ferocious weight radiating from Kaelin. This was the first time the brothers had met since Tauren left for the misty Immortal Palace, yet the atmosphere resembled that of mortal enemies. Beside Kaelin, Elara felt the terrifying aura emanating from him. Her face flushed as she stumbled back several steps. Kaelin took a breath, suppressed his anger, and withdrew his imposing presence. Darius stared coldly at Tauren in mid-air, eyes filled with killing intent. 9th level of Starfall Transformation Realm. Not bad strength, but unfortunately still too weak, Tauren sneered. "Trash, I challenge you to a life-or-death duel in the arena tomorrow. Do you dare to accept?" Darius remained calm. As a genius, he had naturally grown arrogant after reaching the Tengara realm. So what if his opponent stood at the 9th level of Starfall Transformation? "Tomorrow is your death day," Kaelin answered coldly, though raging anger burned in his eyes. They had bullied and humiliated him since childhood. To obtain cultivation resources, they beat him half to death and sent him off as a live-in son-in-law. Now, for some so-called opportunity, his brother had done something utterly outrageous. Kaelin knew his younger brother well. Since Tauren had threatened to kill a Valar family member for each day of delay, he would certainly carry it out. What if Kaelin couldn't reach Iron Peak City within 2 days without the Zereth Immortal Sect Elders' help? The consequences were unimaginable. Very good. Tauren looked at Baldric and the Korath servants indifferently. "Come back." Upon hearing this, Baldric and the others felt as if granted a pardon. The servants took off running, afraid of being even a step too slow. The Valar family members seethed, but no one dared utter a word. Locked in a dog cage, hanging here for 9 days, whether Baldric or these servants, they had all made sarcastic remarks about them. "I said it before, anyone who dares to run will die at that moment." Kaelin's cold voice rang out. Darius gathered a gust of wind in his right hand and swept it toward the dozen figures fleeing ahead. The gale struck more than 10 servants and Baldric in the blink of an eye. They were either ordinary people who had never cultivated, or at the 1st or 2nd level of body Orindal realm. Unable to withstand the attack, they immediately coughed up blood and collapsed, dead. Apart from Baldric, all the Korath servants perished. Baldric lay on the ground, convulsing and spitting blood continuously. Tauren shouted in fury, never expecting Kaelin would dare kill his family's people right before his eyes. A blatant provocation. Kaelin said calmly, "I told you, if you dare to run, you die." Fine, Tauren repeated, enraged. "I see you don't want to wait until tomorrow, you just want to die today." Darius immediately produced a long sword and slashed at Kaelin on the arena. Gladius energy hummed, flashing with terrifying light, an incredibly powerful strike. Kaelin was ready. He stretched out his right hand and the Solari Hastael, stuck in the giant pit, flew back into his grip. He thrust it skyward. The spear moved as if a living dragon had appeared in the world, a dragon's roar accompanying golden light soaring upward. A thunderous crash rang out as the attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. The shockwave forced many nearby to retreat, expressions changing drastically. Kaelin and Torin remained motionless, but their expressions turned extremely solemn. "I never expected that you, a piece of trash, would be so strong." Torin spoke coldly. Although he hadn't used full strength, blocking it so easily was remarkable. Proof that Kaelin's strength was extraordinary. "The strength of the Seraphis realm is nothing more than this." Kaelin sneered, though he was also quite surprised. A 16-year-old at the Tengara realm, with power so great his hand holding the Solari Hastel went numb. "You? I think you want to die today," Torin snarled, humiliated by the trash label. In his eyes, Kaelin remained trash even at the 9th level of Starfall Transformation Realm. At this moment Eldamir smiled and looked at Kaelin. Not bad. Although his talent is a bit inferior to Torin's, he is still a talented person. "How about this? I'll make the decision for you this time. Hand over what Torin wants, and I'll spare your life. How about that?" Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Kaelin. This was a promise from an Obsidian Dawn realm expert, meaning the matter could be resolved if Kaelin agreed to give Torin what he wanted. Even the Vela family members looked over. Even Torin was stunned, looking at his master, puzzled by the intervention. No one spoke, no one dared. Kaelin regarded the old man hovering above the arena with calm eyes. "Are you Torin's master?" "It is I," the elder smiled, stroking his beard. "Young man, you're not bad yourself, you might consider it." His gaze flicked to the wooden boat moored at the field's edge, a high-grade Ashen-level flying artifact, far costlier than any offensive treasure. 2 auras slept within, both Obsidian Dawn realm, matching his own cultivation, elders of the Zerith Immortal sect, no doubt. He had no desire to provoke them. "Hand it over? You have the nerve to say that." Kaelin's voice cut cold through the silence, startling even the elder. A profound core expert publicly humiliated. The old man's finger snapped toward the youth, rage igniting. Kaelin did not pause. "Old dog, you let your disciple run wild in Iron Peak City, stood by while he suppressed my grandfather, and became his accomplice. You deserve to die." The elder Darius seethed. When had a mere Starfall transformation cultivator dared such insolence? Flame bloomed in his palm, condensed spiritual fire that blanched the sky and whipped the air into a gale. Kaelin frowned. The gap was vaster than he'd imagined. Darius was leagues beyond Zevron, the injured lord of Ebon City, who had only touched the early profound core. 10 Zevrons would not match this man. The onlookers scattered. Even the aftershock of a profound core strike could kill them instantly. Yet the Veilers did not flee. They ringed Kaelin, faces ashen, eyes fixed on the figure above. Darius raised his hand, the flame swelling, a blow that would level the arena and everyone in it. Then the boat stirred. 2 figures flashed out, intercepting Darius in a heartbeat. Sorrel and Lirael hovered before him, shielding Kaelin and the others. "So it was you." Darius's frown deepened, flames still burning. The boat's craftsmanship left only 2 possibilities within the Zerith sect. Lirael's identity was clear. Sorrel's presence was the surprise. A renowned 4th-grade alchemist in Dragonspire Prefecture. He drew attention wherever he went. Darius didn't expect the old geezer to still breathe. Sorrel's voice dripped arrogance, though he hovered several feet lower. He tilted his chin, displaying his nostrils. "What? Bullying my little one directly? We old bastards aren't dead yet." Lirael said nothing. He tapped his storage bag, and 36 flying swords unfurled beside him, each a high-grade ashen artifact. Darius's face grayed, he exhaled sharply, the flames guttering out. The Veilers and fleeing citizens gaped. 3 profound core experts in Iron Peak, a city that rarely saw one. Kaelin's gaze flicked coldly to Darius, then he clasped hands in salute to Sorrel and Lirael. "Darius, no, old dog, Darius sounds better," Sorrel sneered. The elder's face twisted. "Sorrel, think I won't touch you?" Lirael's voice was flat. "Try it," Darius paled. Alchemists like Sorrel possessed noble status, but average combat strength. Few dared offend them. Weapon refiners were different. Forging demanded not only fire control but endless tempering of the body. Refiners like Cedric, like Lirael, possessed formidable physical power beneath frail appearances. Darius drew a long breath, swallowed his fury. He glanced down at Kaelin, then at the two elders. "I'll stay out of it, but tomorrow's life or death battle, no interference, regardless of outcome. Agreed?" Lirael remained silent. "Old dog, you think we're as shameless as you?" Sorrel spat. Darius snorted. "Let's go." He vanished in a streak of light. Torin lingered a moment, eyes locking on Kaelin. A feral smile stretched his face. "Enjoy today, you die tomorrow." He streaked after his master far slower. After Torin and Shomir departed, Sorrel and Lirael descended to the ground. Kaelin bowed deeply once more. The two smiled without speaking. The Veilers nearby followed his example, clasping hands in salute. These were profound core realm experts, and given all that had transpired, they must have been summoned by Kaelin. "Seniors, please rest at the Draconis mansion," Garrick said, stepping forward respectfully. Sorrel nodded. Lirael only waved a hand, retrieving the wooden boat from the void into his storage bag. Garrick turned a cold gaze on Baldric, half dead on the ground. Darius wished he could kill his unfilial son, but could not bring himself to do it. He ordered his men to take Baldric away and imprison him in the mansion. Darius did not know Kaelin's attack had shattered Baldric's heart. Meridian, even if he survived, he would be a cripple for life. The group headed to the Veiler residence. The Iron Peak city crowd dispersed, everyone eagerly anticipating tomorrow. For days the Draconis mansion had been deathly silent. Garrick and the others had been arrested and detained at the Iron Peak arena, enraging the remaining clan members. Branna was injured and unrecovered. Only a few elders remained. With the patriarch detained and clansmen humiliated, many wanted to fight the Koriths to the death, but Branna stopped them. The entire family had sunk into a despair unseen in hundreds of years. Most believed sending word to the Zerith immortal sect would change nothing. Could Kaelin defeat a Tengara realm expert like Torin? Was there any stopping an Obsidian Dawn realm master? At their lowest, Kaelin gave them a glimmer of hope. In the main hall, Sorrel and Lirael occupied the seats of honor. Below them sat Branna, Garrick, and a group of elders. Kaelin took a place on the lower bench reserved for clan elders. "Many thanks to the two seniors for your aid," Branna said, clasping his hands again. They had been back for half an hour. Branna nearly coughed blood upon learning what happened at the arena. Excitement, not injury. Darius never dreamed Kaelin would bring two profound core realm elders. Even if Torin had an Ashen Dawn master, what of it? Both were Zareth immortal sect elders, in no way inferior to Shomir in status or strength. "It's nothing. No need for such formality," Sorrel waved a hand. For some reason the usually arrogant man was far kinder to the Veilers. Lirael only nodded throughout, not uttering a word. Sorrel studied Branna, then produced a jade bottle from his storage bag and tossed it over. "Take it." Branna stared, stunned. "Just a bottle of pills?" Seeing his expression, Kaelin smiled. "Grandfather, Elder Myrith, is a 4th-grade alchemist." Darius could not bring himself to say grandpa, so he settled on grandfather. Gasps filled the hall. A 4th-grade alchemist? Branna nearly crushed the bottle. How many 4th-grade alchemists existed in the entire Marshallan Empyrean prefecture? A 1st-grade alchemist in Iron Peak City acted arrogant. This man was leagues above. Sorrel glanced around, pleased. The looks directed at Kaelin now held more admiration. He knew how to handle things. Alchemists deserved respect. Branna's face flushed. Darius opened the bottle. Rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the hall. He swallowed hard, took a pill and downed it. His complexion improved dramatically. Most internal injuries from Shomir's beating healed instantly. This is a grade 3 elixir." Branna's hands trembled. Darius had never tasted a 3rd-grade elixir in his life. He turned and bowed deeply again. "Thank you for saving me, Senior," Sorrel smiled. "A small matter." Lirael pursed his lips, silent. Garrick had arranged a banquet, extravagant, drawing on years of stored treasures and considerable spirit stones to expedite procurement. 3 tables were set. The main table's dishes far surpassed the others. Seated at the head, Branna, Garrick, Kaelin, Sorrel, Lirael, and Elara. Even clan elders sat elsewhere. No direct descendants qualified for this table. Elara had not wanted to come, but Kaelin insisted if she did not attend, neither would he. She was deeply moved. It was not reluctance, but fear of embarrassing him. With Lirael and Sorrel's cultivation, her veil could not hide her true appearance. After this, the two elders' opinion of Kaelin rose further. They had seen him as a prodigy disciple, and even Sorrel, always optimistic about him, felt he was too ruthless. Recent events changed that. As a son-in-law, Kaelin could have abandoned the Veilers, but he returned to fight. Despite his wife's ugliness, he remained devoted. That quality alone made the two elders feel inferior. The dinner ended quickly. Sorrel and Lirael were people of the world, indifferent to ordinary delicacies, and Kaelin did not linger once the banquet broke up. Darius and Alara bid their farewells and returned to the villa, the small courtyard where they had once lived. Darius dismissed the servants, leaving the two of them alone. Husband and wife in name only, they had never crossed that line. It had been a long time since they last met. In truth, she had much to say, but now that he stood before her, she did not know how to begin. Darius felt the same. His mind was full of things to share. He was learning alchemy, for instance. Once he reached the 3rd grade and secured the last main ingredient, the blood of the Octavra Aetherwind spirits, he could attempt to refine the Astravi Pilvora. There was far more besides, yet the night was destined to pass with little conversation between them. "Alara, I'm going to the secretum room to prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle," he said softly. She nodded, murmuring agreement. In truth, her feelings had been a tangle these past 9 days. She had both wanted him to return and dreaded it. She had not been sure he would come back at all, and if he did, whether he could resolve any of it. His arrival with 2 elders from the Zareth immortal sect had surprised everyone. "I'll catch up with you after tomorrow," he said with a smile, then turned and left, entering the secret room in the courtyard. The layout was unchanged, but not a speck of dust remained. Darius could tell it had been cleaned regularly. This girl, he smiled bitterly, unable to name the feeling in his chest. It felt good to be remembered. He sat cross-legged and entered the astral chart of Evernight with his divine sense. On the journey here, he had repeatedly compressed and refined his spiritual energy, breaking through his limits to reach the early stage of the 9th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Yet clashing with Tauren during the day had given him a new assessment of his younger brother's strength. The opponent was currently several levels above him, of course, in a real battle. Trump cards decided the outcome. If he combined Shadow Shift with the Raventh Silthor Tarnis, the result was uncertain. But he did not want that. He wanted to win head-on. Inside the astral chart, he consumed a large number of Grade 1 creation pills, his own refinement, which replenished and increased spiritual power. His reserves were already ample. He could break through at any moment if he wished. After an hour of meditation, he stood, right fist clenched, golden light flashing. He roared, and all the golden light gathered in his fist, a terrifying aura rising without end. He unleashed the punch into thin air. Its power distorted even the void within the astral chart. Immediately cold sweat covered his forehead and he panted heavily. This 9th stage of the Starfall transformation realm, with its final trump card, is indeed extraordinary, he murmured, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Xanthor Fist, the ultimate killing move of the Athoria cultivation technique, Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation. Its destructive power far exceeded Erwin-smashing Lockhaven and Raventh Silthor Tarnis. Although I have never practiced any Athoria martial arts, I feel this Xanthor Fist is not bad at all. His eyes gleamed. Judging from the power of that strike, it was very strong, extremely strong. Darius had once had access to the library's 3rd floor, but had not focused on the Athoria techniques there. His cultivation was only at the Starfall transformation realm. He planned to first master more Ashen-level martial arts. Athoria techniques were not necessarily better in greater numbers. With a solid foundation, learning anything afterward would be easy. He continued consuming pills. He had refined many recently, but had not had time to take them. His spiritual energy recovered in less than half an hour. He resumed practicing Xanthor Fist until he confirmed he had mastered the move to near perfection. Then he moved to the next item, swallowing more pills. He needed to further enhance his strength. Kaelin would have preferred more time to consolidate at the early 9th level of Starfall transformation. But the circumstances demanded advancement. He ceased suppressing his cultivation and let the breakthrough take him. 3 hours later, beneath a hazy sky, his aura surged and compressed in violent cycles until it shattered the ceiling of the mid-stage 9th level. Thunder cracked from the secretum room, minor for a minor realm breakthrough, quiet enough not to wake the household. At the Vela residence, Lirael and Sorrel sat cross-legged in a guest chamber, meditation substituting for sleep. The boy has broken through again, Lirael said, amused. Impatience, Sorrel replied, his younger brother. He clicked his tongue. Torin is not simple. 16, and already in the Tengara realm, Lirael murmured. An absolute prodigy. His strength far exceeds ordinary Tengara cultivators. Kaelin is no simple character either. Have you forgotten the commotion when he reached the 9th level? Sorrel's expression shifted, proprietary pride flickering across his face, as if Kaelin were his own disciple. Lirael recognized the look, but let it pass. On the journey here, Kaelin's breakthrough from 8th to 9th had shaken their wooden boat, so violently Lirael had expended considerable effort stabilizing it. Sorrel had mocked him the entire way. Indeed, Lirael conceded. A genius who can awaken the Korith seed is naturally extraordinary. Torin is no fool. He's likely at the 2nd or even 3rd level of Tengara, though his cultivation reads as 1st. Sorrel paused, certainty hardening his voice. If Kaelin were at the same level, he wouldn't last 5 moves. Lirael did not argue. The claim was exaggerated, yet not without truth. Torin could challenge above his level, but Kaelin could challenge further. Sleep abandoned Iron Peak City that night. Servants lingered awake, the Vala household tense with the knowledge that 2 Zarath immortal sect elders had arrived. Even if Kaelin lost tomorrow, the Koriths would not dare move against the Valas, not after the Obsidian Dawn expert's departure had prompted the Valas' quiet withdrawal from the city. But that was not the immediate question. The question was whether Kaelin could win. At the Korith mansion, Torin's face was grim. He wanted his brother before him now, wanted to trample him, humiliate him for the insult of having blocked an attack. The memory enraged him, killing intent coiling through his meridians, yet he did not lower his guard. He retreated to the secretum room to prepare for a battle he now understood could cost him his life. In the master bedroom, Roderick and Seraphine venomously blessed their youngest. "That little beast, Kaelin," Seraphine hissed. "I bore him only to serve Torin's ascent, and this rebellious son. He'll be beaten to death tomorrow," Roderick said flatly. "I thought to beg Torin to spare him, now I see no need." Their world contained only one son. Down the corridor, Eldamir sat motionless in a guest chamber, eyes closed. He had told Torin only that the visitors were Zereth elders, that nothing else mattered but the fight. Eldamir's loyalty was absolute, his power formidable, insufficient to defeat Sorrel or Lirael perhaps, but sufficient that neither could defeat him easily. "These parents," he murmured into the darkness, "truly heartless." Seraphine and Roderick had cursed all night without lowering their voices. At his cultivation, every word reached him clear as daylight. The ruthlessness was absolute. Whether Kaelin or Torin, both were Roderick's biological sons. Torin's attempt to kill his brother was ruthless, yet Eldamir believed it merely reflected the fragility of their bond. Even tigers do not devour their own cubs. Still, he said nothing. Darius stood with Torin, and so he spoke for his disciple. Time slipped by unnoticed. Dawn broke, and though the duel was set for noon, the arena outside the City Lord's mansion was already packed. The atmosphere had shifted. In the past, whether Kaelin faced Thorn or killed Gavric, spectators pressed against the barriers, terrified of missing a single exchange. Today, despite the crowd, people kept their distance from the ring, wary of the fallout. Yesterday's brief clash had left onlookers in awe. "Who do you think will win?" "Torin, obviously. He's already reached the Tengara realm." "I agree, Torin has the better chance. You know, the Koriths produced 2 geniuses, yet one was treated like trash, beaten half to death, and shipped off as a live-in son-in-law." The murmurs rippled outward. This generation should have been brilliant. Torin, a 16-year-old Tengara expert, Kaelin, who had vaulted from the 2nd level of Body Orindal to the 9th of Starfall transformation in 3 months, a prodigy anywhere. Yet the family had come to this. It was heartbreaking, an ache without name. By noon, both households arrived simultaneously, uncoordinated. Every Vela save the servants had come. Branna, Garrick, the clan elders, Elara, Seraphina, the direct descendants, even the female relatives. They came to support Kaelin. Darius had saved them from Baldric, the traitor who had caged Elara and subjected her to humiliation. The elders' opinion had turned after Kaelin secured the Spirit Stone mine. They now claimed him as their own, more fiercely now. Sorrel and Lirael were absent, but a wooden boat materialized in mid-air. On the other side, the Corith clan arrived in force. Roderick, Seraphine, and her husband, a retinue of direct descendants, even the servants. Eldamir stood beside Torin, expression indifferent. Kaelin looked at his brother, then swept his gaze over the clan members. Torin, you must win. Beat that beast to death. That's right. Kill the little beast. Don't hold back. The couple kept issuing commands. Brother Torin, you must win. Brother Torin, kill him. That's right, Brother Torin is the strongest. Kill him. Voices rose. Cousins, male relatives, even women joined in. They all wanted Torin to kill him. Kaelin laughed, the sound bitter and self-deprecating. At his current cultivation, he heard every word from across the distance. These were Torin's cousins and his many familiar faces, childhood playmates cheering for his death. Darius had never gotten along with them. They had always looked down on him, but they were blood. Darius had never verbally claimed the Corith name, yet after growing stronger, he had never acted against the clan. He knew Corith blood flowed in his veins. He asked himself if he had ever wronged them. Yet this was how they treated him? Torin remained indifferent, nodding only to Seraphine and Roderick, ignoring the rest. In his heart, these people were no different from servants. He had never considered them family. Suddenly, Kaelin leaped onto the arena. Darius frowned at his opponent. In the past, no matter the circumstance, this younger brother had always outshone him. Kaelin had always yielded, giving him the best of everything. Even walking side by side, he stayed half a step behind. Not this time. It would not happen again. Torin looked at him coldly, then a sinister smile curled his lips. Darius leaped forward, landing opposite. Let's begin. Kaelin spoke first, his aura flaring, eyes alight with battle intent. Trash, Torin replied, voice calm. 9th level of Starfall transformation or not, you're no match for me. Confidence radiated from him. Darius had reached the Tengara realm at 16, towering over peers who would become outer sect luminaries in the misty immortal palace, inner sect candidates at the next assessment. Powerful figures already courted him. Darius intended to nurture that promise. Kaelin shook his head, a wry smile twisting his mouth. He could not articulate what rose in him before his younger brother, the brother who had sneered good for nothing since childhood, who would kill kin for 1,000 spirit stones. Memory flooded back, the Corith household in Iron Peak City, prestigious if not paramount. As eldest son, Kaelin had once been the center of every gaze, adored, unchallenged. Then Torin was born. Kaelin was 3, old enough to recall the joy of a brother's arrival. 3 more years and cultivation began, but Kaelin was like dead wood. Effort yielded nothing. Peers outpaced him. At 8, he watched 5-year-old Torin display prodigious talent and felt genuine happiness. Then came the comparisons. Useless eldest. Genius younger. No one could say when it started, but whenever Torin called him brother, Trash rode the word like a prefix. The smile that came now was desolate. 2 tears traced his cheeks, falling to the arena floor. The onlookers wore a spectrum of expressions. In the Corith cluster, Seraphine's voice cut cold. Scared now? Too late? Roderick roared for Torin to kill him. Kill this beast? Family voices piled on. The Draconis faction answered in kind, elders joining juniors. Kaelin, kill him, defeat him, you can do it. Alara stood in the crowd, tears silent on her face. Kaelin, she murmured, feeling the weight of him. Seraphine Avela cheered for her brother-in-law. Kill him, kill this bastard. Strange expressions rippled through the spectators, hearts heavy, tongues tied. A careless word could exterminate a clan. Merely watching was peril. This battle would decide whether the Longs or Coriths ruled Iron Peak. City Lord Haldor remained hidden behind the walls, silent as ever. Eldamir glanced at the airborne wooden boat and vanished, reappearing beside it mid-air. Lirael and Sorrel glanced at him, snorted, said nothing. None of us 3 would stoop to meddling in a junior's fight, Eldamir said, amused. Darius never doubted Torin. Tengara and Starfall transformation were different worlds. Torin, a genius who challenged higher realms, would prevail. Kaelin's summoning of 2 Zareth immortal sect elders simultaneously marked him as extraordinary, but not enough. Do I need you, old dog, to remind me? Sorrel laughed, the insult deliberate, surname stripped. Lirael stayed silent, his companion handled provocation well enough. Alchemists excelled at anger. Eldamir snorted and subsided. On the arena battle loomed. Useless trash. Prepare to die. Torin wasted no more words. His brother was already dead. The extraordinary opportunity Kaelin had found would merely set the date. Darius charged, a blur of surging aura, brutal and fierce. Gale force wind scoured the arena. Bluestone slabs disintegrated in his wake. Horrifying, terrifying, the arena had never suffered such damage. He reached Kaelin's side. The elder brother moved, eyes flashing with killing intent. Kill, Kaelin roared, his aura surging until he seemed another person entirely, its weight now matching Torin, who stood at the first level of the Tengara realm. The ground beneath him shattered instantly. Bluestone slabs meters away began to crumble, arena stones far sturdier than any in the Zereth immortal sect. Torin leaped forward, and in a heartbeat the brothers stood face to face. The first exchange erupted at once. Torin was taken aback. He had not expected such strength. Darius, watching from the wooden boat above, cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated the youth. The combat power on display far exceeded anything possible at the 9th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Sorrel and Lirael both smiled. Shomir, standing beside them, had gone ashen. Darius could not believe the boy's strength had reached at least the 3rd level of the Tengara realm. Of course, Sorrel said, glancing at Shomir with flared nostrils, every disciple of my Zereth immortal sect is a talent. Lirael shook his head with a wry smile, marveling at the alchemist's ability to infuriate people. Shomir had no attention to spare for him. The fight below showed Kaelin in no way inferior to Torin. If this continued, Torin would lose. The older brother was even more shocked, cursing repeatedly. The good-for-nothing he had always dismissed fought with a ferocity and ruthlessness that stunned him. No matter the angle of attack, Kaelin never dodged. He seized every opening to strike, even at the cost of taking a hit himself, and retaliated in kind. In that moment, Torin thought him a madman. Torin sidestepped a fierce punch, a mid-grade ashen-level longsword materializing in his right hand. With a sharp whistle it slashed downward. Kaelin did not hesitate. He patted his storage bag. The Solari Hastial appeared to block the heavy blow, while a Brindor longsword manifested in his other hand and slashed at Torin. The older brother started and quickly retreated. Both he and Shomir recognized the weapon. The sword in Kaelin's hand bore the mark of the misty immortal palace. Its artifacts were unmistakable at a glance. Torin's expression turned icy, anger flashing in his eyes. Darius did not ask where it came from. Shomir, watching from above, asked nothing either. Everyone knew it had been left by the outer disciple of the misty immortal palace that Kaelin had killed earlier. Sorrel was even more pleased. What is so good about this broken magic weapon from the misty immortal palace? Lirael, you can make one for this kid later. I will provide the materials. Darius patted his chest magnanimously. Lirael pursed his lips and stayed silent. Shomir beside them nearly vomited blood. His outer disciples had been killed and their artifact stolen, shameful enough. Yet Sorrel still called it a piece of trash. Darius almost attacked then and there, wanting to fight the alchemist to the death. Below, Kaelin held spear and sword, expression indifferent. Since returning to the Vela family, he had changed into a clean white robe. Now it was tattered and soaked in his own blood, yet his face showed not a trace of fear. Closer inspection revealed excitement in his eyes. Darius roared for blood and charged. Torin gritted his teeth. Carelessness and underestimation had cost him. He was no match at all. The crowd was dumbfounded. The two moved so fast few could follow. The arena had long since been destroyed beyond recognition. Pebbles everywhere. Not a single intact bluestone slab remaining. Among the Korith clan, Roderick, whose cultivation was highest, could not even track the exchanges. Only in the brief moments the fighters separated could they see that Torin's injuries appeared worse. Roderick cursed, face ashen, and the clansmen beside him wore similar expressions. The Vela family was overjoyed. Kaelin had the upper hand and their excitement was palpable. Onlookers recoiled instinctively, putting significant distance between themselves and the ruined arena. The combat was simply too fast, too fierce to watch. That a 9th-level Starfall transformation cultivator could trade blows with a 1st-level Seraphis expert said everything that needed saying. Kaelin was strong, frighteningly so. They collided again with a roar. Taurin, who had sparred with disciples of the misty immortal palace, found himself shaken by the sheer ferocity of Kaelin's fighting spirit. It surpassed anything he had witnessed among those ethereal palace disciples. Darius understood better than most what it meant when a genius could challenge across realms. Raw cultivation speed and high realm were only part of the equation within powerful forces. What mattered more was dominance among peers and the ability to threaten superiors. Taurin could challenge opponents 2 levels higher and did not fear 3rd-level Tengara experts. Yet Kaelin, merely at the 9th level of Starfall transformation, was matching him blow for blow, fighting across an entire realm boundary. "You damned piece of trash," Taurin snarled, a sword slash opening a bloody gash across his chest and forcing him back, blood spewing from his lips. The strike had damaged his internal organs. "Trash?" Kaelin's sneer was pure mockery. "If I'm trash, what does that make you? Worse than trash?" Taurin froze. The logic was inescapable. If he could not defeat the trash he despised, he was something lower still. "Kaelin, I want you dead." Darius roared skyward. His flagging momentum surged anew, injury and exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he mobilized every scrap of spiritual power and charged, blinded by decades of hatred toward the good-for-nothing he had despised for over 10 years. Kaelin exhaled. His injuries were nothing. Darius had survived countless life-or-death battles. After a night of cultivation, he had pushed his cultivation to the peak of mid-stage Starfall transformation. Kill. They engaged again. Taurin, driven mad by rage, fought recklessly, an eye for an eye. But Kaelin did not flinch. If Taurin wanted to trade wounds, Kaelin would trade. In a few breaths, both men carried dozens of fresh injuries, neither willing to yield. Above the arena, Shomir's face was grim. Taurin knew his own limits, and he had never imagined he would be outmatched. If this continued, Taurin would lose. Damn it. Shomir muttered a curse, the first in years, perhaps decades. Sorrel and Lirael glanced at him, but neither had the heart to mock. Kaelin's injuries were also severe, yet the difference was fundamental. Even evenly matched, Taurin would come up short. Kaelin had been labeled worthless since childhood, but he had survived too many death matches against Thorn and Ashen in the mine competition against Corvin and Darien. He had escaped the pursuit of the Luminar Elders and Patriarch after leaving Iron Peak City. He had fought endlessly within the Zerith Immortal sect. In Ebon City, he had faced a profound core expert head-on. That mindset, that awareness, it was not something talent could replicate. Anyone else would have died a dozen times over. Taurin's expression twisted toward the feral. His aura weakened, his cultivation destabilizing. Darius had only recently broken into the Tengara realm and had not consolidated before rushing to Iron Peak, yet the good-for-nothing had grown beyond all recognition. Darius cursed. The Solarai Hastael pierced his left chest. Taurin coughed blood, teeth gritted against the pain. Darius slashed viciously at Kaelin's head. Kaelin swung the Hastael while his other hand caught the descending blade horizontally, then drove a kick into Taurin's chest, separating body from weapon. Blood Galvorn erupted violently. Darius spat a mouthful, his body hurtling backward off the stage with tremendous force, crashing through 3 tall trees before finally stopping 50 feet away. Gasps rippled through the crowd, but no one spoke. Eldamir frowned in midair, descending until Sorrel and Lirael, standing on the wooden boat, cut off his path in a heartbeat. "Get out of the way. Taurin has already left the arena. He lost." Eldamir's voice was low, edged with anger. Darius scoffed. "A life-or-death battle? Falling off the stage means defeat?" Before Sorrel could answer, Lirael cut in with a sneer. "Get out of the way." Fury flared. Taurin had given everything and still fallen short. If this continued, Kaelin might kill him. The young man's strength shocked the old master, rare, monstrous talent, but Taurin was his apprentice. "Old man, have you no shame? You want to cross? No way," Sorrel mocked directly. Eldamir bristled, righteous indignation rising. On the arena floor, Kaelin exhaled, emotions tangled. Had he won? They must have. Darius had defeated his brother, the younger sibling who once treated him like trash. What now? Kill him? Darius hesitated. Countless times, especially yesterday, seeing Alara caged like a dog, he had imagined skinning Taurin alive, yet faced with the moment, his blade wavered. His gaze fell silently on the crater where Taurin had crashed. Fingers tightened around the hilt. The Korith clan exchanged glances. They hadn't seen the clash clearly, but Kalen stood alone on the stage. That meant he had lost earlier, and Torin had been the one forced out. Torin will not lose. Roderick and Seraphine stared, incredulous, along with every other Korith family member present. The Vela clan erupted in cheers, clapping, shouting victory for Kalen, for their family. Alara gazed blankly at the figure on the platform, speechless, heart churning with feelings she couldn't name. Kalen's thoughts remained a storm, yet in the end his grip on the longsword hardened. Darius took a step. A roar tore from the deep pit. Galvorn red energy exploded upward. I will not lose. How could I lose, especially to trash? Damn you, trash. I'll kill you. Skin you alive, pull your tendons, drink your blood. Torin rose, wreathed in sanguine chi, eyes bloodshot, mind teetering on madness. Yet his aura surged, depleted spiritual reserves refilling, presence climbing violently, turning savage. Torin. Good. Torin is all right. Husband and wife trembled with excitement. Their disciple hadn't fallen, he stood. Long faces darkened instantly. Silence fell over the onlookers. The battle was far more dangerous than imagined. Above all three aerial figures' expressions shifted. Galvorn burning Pilvora. Darius actually took a Galvorn burning Pilvora. Sorrel, an alchemist, recognized the transformation at a glance. The other two needed no explanation. Eldamir paled. How could he swallow that? It will ruin his future. Rage and dread warred in him. Darius knew the pill's cost, overdrawing potential and life essence for a fleeting power spike. Go wrong, and Torin was finished. Darius wanted to intervene, but it was too late. The pill had already taken hold. Sorrel and Lyrael wore grim looks for Kalen's sake. They understood the terror of that pill. Torin already wielded third-level Tengara strength. Under the pill's influence, he would reach at least the fourth Seraphis level, and the drug would drive him near madness. Fighting a strengthened madman was a nightmare. Eldamir inhaled deeply and abandoned his plan to force a rescue. Sorrel and Lyrael froze as well. All three frowned toward the arena. Galvorn burning Pilvora? Kalen murmured, eyes complicated. Is admitting defeat to me so hard? Torin's face twisted, body flooding with overwhelming blood chi. His state dwarfed Gavrik's from before. Kalen remembered that fight vividly. He had dominated until the pill flipped everything, forcing a bitter loss. Now Torin had taken the same poison. Darius would be even more terrifying. Torin stepped onto the arena floor without touching the stairs, his ascent effortless. Flight was second nature to a Seraphis realm cultivator. Come on, you piece of trash. Kalen didn't flinch. As expected, you're not so easily defeated. His voice was steady. If his older brother could fall that easily, he wouldn't be Torin. Darius knew him better than anyone. Stop talking nonsense and die. Torin's face twisted, feral, his body wreathed in blood energy as he lunged. Kalen frowned. The Galvorn burning Pilvora had turned his brother into something terrifying. Darius had already emptied himself against his previous opponent. Now the two clashed again. As the pill's effects deepened, Torin's attacks grew wilder, more ruthless. The Galvorn burning Pilvora consumed essence and blood to force strength beyond its limit, and Torin's expression had gone monstrous. Kalen was driven back step by step, barely holding his ground. Darius knew the tactic for Pilvora users: stall, delay the backlash. But Torin was nothing like Gavrik. His baseline strength was far greater, and berserk, he became a different order of threat. Go to hell, Torin roared, face contorted, fists driving for Kalen's chest. Kalen caught the blow on his Solari Hastael, sliding back 2 steps to root himself. At the same instant a sword thrust at his neck. Darius raised his blade to deflect, but his strength fell short. The sword veered only slightly. It opened a half-inch gash across Kalen's neck, superficial, not piercing, but blood welled hot and fast. Damn it. Darius retreated, heart hammering. He had been inches from death. Go to hell, go to hell. Torin pursued, the pill already stealing his senses. The ground spiderwebbed beneath his feet, yet he attacked without regard. Gladius light flashed in all directions, spilling past the arena's edge. More than 10 onlookers fell wounded. The crowd wasn't stupid, they fled. Not worth dying for a spectacle. Those with strength and courage withdrew to safer distances. Among the Korith direct line, Roderick and Seraphine were ecstatic. Their Torin had the upper hand, crushing his opponent. Great! Torin's going to win! They cheered. That's right, Torin's going to win! They didn't know the cost of the Galvorn burning Pilvora. They'd never even heard of it. The Valor elders Branna and Garrick recognized it instantly. Eldermir's already formidable opponent had become something worse. Elara gripped her dress hem until her knuckles whitened. The three figures suspended in the air, Shomir, Sorrel, and Lirael, wore matching grimaces. The longer this dragged on, the more severe the backlash. If the fight continued, Torrin's talent and foundation would be ruined. The situation was dire for Kalen. He could only dodge, no other options. For a moment, none of the three knew what to do. On the arena, Kalen's injuries multiplied, each worse than the last. Every exchange forced him to retreat, leaving a trail of blood. His opponent fought like a madman. Darius couldn't meet him head-on. The gap in strength was too great. Torrin's expression stayed feral. With each strike he laughed, shrieking that his brother was trash. Darius's mind had gone blank. Only the drive to kill remained, to kill the man across from him. Even the original plan to force Kalen to reveal the source of his opportunity had burned away. He simply wanted to kill. Kalen made no sound, no matter how badly he was wounded. He couldn't afford distraction, lose focus for an instant, and Torrin would end him. The fight had dragged on for a quarter of an hour. Kalen still stood, though barely. Blood slicked his armor and the ring floor beneath him. Torrin remained on his feet as well, but his wounds had deepened, his breathing ragged. Suspended above the arena, Eldamir frowned, his voice cut through the humid air, cold and precise. The boy's cultivation sits at the 9th level of Starfall transformation. Torrin has been burning spiritual energy for this long. Even with reduced consumption, his reserves cannot be this full. Not with injuries like these. Not with this much blood loss. How is he still moving? He had not noticed at first, distracted by concern for Kalen. But the longer the exchange continued, the clearer the anomaly became. Sorrel snorted. "You ask me, and I'll answer? Why should I?" Lirael watched them both, saying nothing. In truth, the alchemist was equally baffled. Kalen's endurance defied every calculation. Eldamir's voice hardened. "What pill did you give him, Sorrel? You're cheating." The accusation was not baseless. Alchemists routinely dosed their disciples before matches. Even Lirael assumed as much. Sorrel glanced at the elder, unimpressed. "Whether I did or not is none of your concern." Eldamir's finger trembled as he pointed, rage choking his throat. By rights, Kalen should have collapsed long before now. What the spectators could not see was the pharmacy he had swallowed inside the astral chart of Evernight. Before the match began, spiritual energy restoratives, wound-knitting elixirs, doses massive enough to kill a lesser cultivator. Torrin had come prepared for his younger brother. He had not prepared for this. And Torrin was terrifying now. The Galvorn burning Pilvora coursed through him, a poison that traded life for power, its potency scaled with the essence and blood in the user's body. The Koreth clan watched with rising delight, convinced victory was inevitable. Eldamir's face darkened. If Torrin persisted, the pill would burn through his foundation. Essence and blood could be replenished. A shattered foundation could not. Torrin was covered in wounds, his reserves draining. Kalen was worse, not a patch of intact flesh. The Solary Hastael and his longsword webbed with cracks, both artifacts screaming toward failure. "Have the pills worn off?" Kalen coughed crimson, retreating. The first-grade restoratives he had taken beforehand were never meant to sustain this. His spiritual energy was a dry well. "Useless trash. Stop running. Is flight all you know?" Torrin's face had twisted into something demonic. The hatred was old, rooted in childhood. Kalen's existence was a stain on his brilliance. Every accolade Torrin earned came with a whisper, "But his brother is worthless." That shame had driven him to attempt fratricide, then to ship Kalen off as a live-in son-in-law. Now he would finish what he started. Their clash had already shattered buildings around the city lord's mansion, the aftershocks alone leveling walls. But the Galvorn burning Pilvora was fading. Torrin's blood energy ebbed. He drove his longsword into the stone, gasping, sanity returning with the ebb. Damn trash. He glanced at his own ravaged body, fear curling in his gut. If he did not kill Kalen now, the foundation damage would cripple him for life. Blood energy swirled around his right hand, condensing into a crimson blade. Kalen exhaled a slow, deliberate breath. His eyes sharpened. Above, Eldamir, Sorrel, and Lirael shifted in unison. Galvorn and Starfall transformation into a blade. Sorrel murmured, grim. Liriel's face mirrored his, both considered descending to halt the match. The technique used one's own essence and blood as catalyst, compressing chi into a blade of concentrated vitality. It could shatter low-grade ashen artifacts. Kaelin's weapons were already broken. Kaelin's frown deepened, the weight of the moment pressing his expression into something near solemn. The Soleri Hastil and the longsword in his grip had been failing since the Zareth Immortal Sect trials, their edges nicked and cores unstable from clashes with Varric and Isolde now. As Torin's blood coalesced into a blade that hummed with a low, sharp resonance, Kaelin did the unexpected. He hurled both weapons forward like hidden darts, the motion ragged, almost desperate. Torin sidestepped with a ferocious grin. Useless trash, scared, too late, prepare to die. The Galvorn Starfall longsword solidified in his hand, its presence instantly thickening the air. Blood and chi thinned from his body, funneled into the steel, and his right hand began to radiate a terrifying fluctuation, a sound like a knife drawn across bone. Kaelin's eyes went cold. His right hand slipped behind his back, unseen. The four observers in the mid-air gallery, Darius, Sorrel, Liriel, and Eldamir, wore matching gravity. Darius had only survived Torin's earlier assaults behind two Brindor artifacts. Even those would shatter against the Starfall blade. Kaelin knew it. That was why he had discarded his own broken steel. For as long as the Galvorn burning pilvera coursed through Torin, the sword would not fade. Kaelin had no defense left, only evasion. A single true strike to a vital point would end him. Torin became a streak of light, roaring as he plummeted from the sky, blade aimed for Kaelin's skull. Kaelin stood empty-handed. Even an intact magic weapon would not have stopped that blow. Darius, watching from above, frowned, then launched himself upward to intercept. Torin blinked, stunned by the madness of meeting a Starfall blade with bare hands. The gallery thought the same. Kaelin, don't be impulsive. That longsword is no ordinary weapon. Sorrel flashed forward, power gathering, only for Eldamir to materialize in his path, a giant axe coalescing in his grip. Sorrel, have you forgotten the rules? Get out of my way, Sorrel snarled. Lirael's aura surged in answer, 36 flying swords blooming behind her. The three locked gazes, a standoff suspended over the arena below. The combatants closed. Torin's blood-red arc descended, a ferocious smile curling his lips. Go to hell, trash, 3 inches from cleaving Kaelin's skull. No escape, death certain. Yet Kaelin's gaze did not waver, almost there. His right hand erupted in golden light, blinding, sudden, pulling the attention of every Obsidian Dawn expert above. What martial art is this? Someone breathed. Gold met crimson in the midday sun, intertwining, enchanting, Xanthor fist. Its radiance outshone even the Irwin-smashing Lockhaven or the Ravanth Silthor Tarnis. Eldamir sneered. Powerful or not, the sword reaches him first. Darius saw the punch's extraordinary nature and its fatal timing. Before the fist connected, Torin's blade would have split Kaelin's head. Old dog, move, Sorrel barked. Lirael echoed him, both straining against Eldamir's guard. They knew Kaelin was not reckless, but this was suicide. Torin's face twisted in rage, the Starfall blade already above Kaelin's crown. A sharp whoosh split the air. And Kaelin vanished. The gallery felt only a momentary spatial ripple, a displacement so fast it exceeded profound core speed. Torin's strike sheared empty air. In the next breath, Kaelin stood behind him. Blood sprayed from Kaelin's mouth, the cost of the movement, but his expression was ferocious, terrifying. Xanthor fist. Golden light slammed into Torin's back, a wet crunch. The punch drove straight through, emerging from Torin's chest in a spray of Galvorn. Kaelin's arm protruded from his enemy's torso. Silence fell. No one had expected the end to come so quickly. Damn it. Eldamir's shock was palpable. The sequence had unfolded faster than intervention. Torin's head turned slowly, his face contorting with hatred and resentment. Go to hell, he whispered. The blood-red aura longsword in Torin's hand, already unraveling, whipped horizontally toward Kaelin. In that instant, Torin forgot his own arm remained buried in his brother's chest. Darius no longer cared for anything. He wanted this man dead, a life for a life. Few on the scene could follow the exchange. The Koriths stood frozen, eyes unable to track the speed. Of the Veilers, only Branus saw clearly. Darius gasped, face draining. Haldor, inside the City Lord's mansion, nearly dropped his jaw. The three figures suspended in mid-air went rigid. Everyone surged forward, too late to intervene. The blade fell, but Kaelin was hollowed out, every scrap of spiritual energy spent. Condensing the Xanthor fist had drained him, and Shadow Shift had closed the distance at its absolute limit, preserving just enough force to unleash the fist rather than arrive empty. Now he could not resist, could not even twitch a finger. Darius watched the sword descend. Yet the weapon in Taurin's grip was also vanishing, dissolving with terrifying speed until only the hilt and a sliver of steel remained. As the Galvorn burning Pilvora's effects faded, his heart and lungs suffered catastrophic failure. The strike had missed his heart by a hair, or he would have died instantly. Even so, the last of his essence and blood was gone. Supporting the Galvorn blade was impossible. The horizontal slash aimed for Kaelin's heart. The younger brother was powerless to stop it. Taurin's condition mirrored his own. Grievous wounds, depleted vital essence, a crumbling Galvorn starfall longsword. A wet sound. The knife struck Kaelin's arm. The dissipating blade proved unstoppable, severing the limb cleanly. It did not stop there. The remnant edge carved through half his body, shattering the ribs on his left side, bisecting the left lung. Just as the tip neared the heart, the blood light winked into nothing. Taurin collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth. Kaelin coughed blood continuously, his right hand still embedded in his brother's chest. The two fell together, dying together. At that moment, the three figures in mid-air, Sorrel, Lirael, and Eldamir, flashed to their sides. Everything had happened too fast to stop. Sorrel and Lirael went straight to Kaelin. Eldamir raced to Taurin. They barely landed before catching the falling youths. Without hesitation, Sorrel cradled Kaelin, swiftly assessed his injuries, and began pouring elixirs from his storage bag. Lirael wrenched Kaelin's right arm free from Taurin's body. Eldamir clutched Taurin, frantically checking his wounds. "Half his heart is shattered," Eldamir said, face ashen. "His foundation is ruined, vital essence exhausted. Darius is a cripple." Kaelin fared little better, left arm severed, left lung bisected, ribs on half his body crushed, but he still breathed. Sorrel pried his mouth open and poured bottle after bottle of pills down his throat. Both hovered on death's door. Eldamir, an outer elder of the misty immortal palace, was no alchemist yet possessed many precious pills. Darius emptied them all into Taurin. The onlookers stood frozen. "Taurin, Taurin," Roderick and Seraphine screamed. Stunned, the battle had ended before they could process it. Was Taurin not winning moments ago? How had it reversed in a blink? The couple rushed toward Eldamir. The Koriths followed. The Veilers stood equally shocked. Kaelin maimed, missing an arm. "Kaelin, Kaelin," Ilara roared and charged. Seraphina and Garrick close behind. Eldamir, Sorrel, and Lirael all wore ashen expressions, especially Eldamir. Both youths were barely alive, but Taurin had taken the Galvorn burning Pilvora. It consumed not only vital essence, but destroyed one's foundation. Darius swore bitterly. Damn it. Damn it. Eldamir's eyes bloodshot. He whirled and glared at Kaelin in Sorrel's arms. Sorrel and Lirael exchanged a glance, both exhaling shakily. The pills had stabilized Kaelin. His life was saved. He could recover slowly once back at Zareth Immortal Sect. The worst was the lost arm, but Starfall Transformation Realm cultivators could not regenerate limbs. Seraphis Realm could. With his talent, that was nothing. So it was nothing. Lingering fear remained. If Kaelin had died, they would be sinners of the Zareth Immortal Sect. The disciple who possessed the seed of enlightenment dead under their watch. Not to mention the two sect leaders, Caldric and Lorcan. Cedric and Boran would likely hunt them to the death. "You little beast, you ruined my disciple. You deserve to die." Eldamir lowered Taurin's body, aura flaring with killing intent. Darius moved to kill Kaelin. Eldamir's voice cracked, like breaking stone. "Eldamir Shomir Yuanthor, what are you doing?" Sorrel sensed the terrifying aura before he saw it move. Pressure rolling off the old man in waves that made the air itself groan. He was on his feet instantly, body intercepting the path to Kaelin. The Veilers had already formed a ring around the youth. Lirael, standing apart, didn't hesitate. 36 flying swords materialized around him in a silent hemisphere of steel, each blade catching the light. Sorrel slapped his storage bag and a massive alchemy furnace manifested overhead, several thousand kilograms of iron hovering like a second moon. Eldamir's giant axe reappeared in his grip, and his aura exploded outward. pressing the nearby Koriths to their knees. "Get out of my way," Eldamir said, eyes bloodshot, "or I'll kill you both today." The prodigy he had chosen, the boy he had raised as a son, Torin, lay broken because of this. Eldamir had no children of his own. He had begged the Zareth immortal sect for a special dispensation, a chance for Torin to enter the Marrow-deep Cleansora poolshade, all of it wasted. If that little beast had obediently relinquished the opportunity, my disciple would not have acted this way. The thought twisted in him, grief curdling into something deranged. Torin's severe injuries were pushing him toward demonic possession. "That old man has gone mad," Sorrel transmitted to Lirael. Lirael's silence confirmed it. Demonic possession was near indistinguishable from madness. Even together, they dared not be careless against a profound core cultivator in that state, especially one at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm. And their target was Kaelin, not these two. "Get out of my way." Eldamir took a single step. The ground heaved for dozens of miles. Iron Peak City convulsed. Onlookers screamed and scattered. When a profound core expert raged, the world ended for everyone nearby. One such expert could level a city, and this one stood at the peak of the Starfall transformation. "Old dog, if you want war, then let us fight," Sorrel cursed. The furnace roared, flames licking its belly, temperature spiking until the air shimmered. Lirael turned to the Veilers. "Take Kaelin and leave, now." Branna nodded. His cultivation sat at the Seraphis realm, great perfection of the Starfall transformation. But before a profound core expert, the difference was fundamental. He was useless here. Staying another second was suicide. Roderick hoisted Torin onto his back and the group fled. Grief and rage warred in Roderic's voice as he glanced back. "Senior, you must avenge Torin! Kill that little beast!" He wanted to curse Sorrel and Lirael too, but courage failed him. Eldamir didn't answer. His aura swelled further, a vortex forming around him, expanding into something that made the soul recoil. The crowd vanished. The old man's gaze locked onto Branna, soaring away with Kaelin. The giant axe cleaved the air. A flash of light, carrying the weight of a collapsing world, hurtled toward the fleeing man, the void distorted in its wake. Even at Branna's level, the strike would bisect him. He panicked, but the axe light had already locked on. Escape was impossible. Then Sorrel moved. The furnace streaked across the sky like a falling star, intercepting Branna's path in a heartbeat. Axe met iron with a thunderclap that shattered windows for miles. Branna, airborne, felt his blood boil. His aged face flushed crimson. He nearly spat blood. Cold sweat soaked his robes. "If that had hit me, I would be dead." He didn't think. He turned and ran. Desperate flight, the only logic left. Simultaneously, Lirael unleashed his swords. 36 high-grade ashen-level blades erupted in dazzling light, encircling Eldamir in a cage of killing intent. "Gladius Darnath," Eldamir frowned. His aura surged again. He had noticed. To kill the boy, he would have to break through these two first. The storm expanded, miles wide. Trees snapped. Houses collapsed in swathes. In the city lord's mansion, Haldor tasted bitterness. Protecting Iron Peak was his duty. The result was this. The combatants were all profound core experts. At the Tengara realm, he wouldn't dare approach. After a long hesitation, he fled too. The three had sensed him from the start. But to peak profound core cultivators, there was no meaningful difference between the Seraphis realm and the Starfall transformation realm, just slightly larger ants. "Get out of the way," Eldamir said, stepping forward. "Or die." Eldamir had lost all reason. 36 flying swords spun around Lirael in a lethal halo, every tip fixed on the old man's center. A single thought would drive them home as one. Eldamir radiated a terrifying aura, eyes bloodshot, oblivious to everything as he swung his giant axe at the void. The blades moved as a single entity, streaking toward him. The axe unleashed a devastating strike, blasting away the 10 swords above his head, and he slipped through the gap to dodge the rest. Even at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, taking 36 high-grade profound rank flying swords simultaneously would have left him severely injured. Eldamir did not linger after breaking the formation. He brought the axe down at Lirael, the flashing blade carrying terrifying power. Sorrel snorted coldly. The huge alchemy furnace flew back in a blink, intercepting the axe light. Eldamir hovered, his attack checked, but he did not hesitate. One terrifying strike after another rang out, deafening crashes, shaking the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lirael sent the 36 swords soaring in pursuit. At peak profound core, the old man was incredibly fast, dodging them in a heartbeat. The blades followed relentlessly, locked on as if they had eyes. A ruthless glint flashed in Eldamir's eyes. He seized the air with his right hand, flames bursting forth with terrifying power. Using a moment's distraction, he vanished hundreds of meters away and hurled the blazing fire at Lirael and Sorrel. The two frowned and immediately dodged skyward. A thunderous explosion erupted. The raging flames unleashed terrifying power, instantly destroying the entire arena and half the City Lord's mansion. Sorrel and Lirael floated in the air, impressive for experts of their level, no different from standing on solid ground. Taking advantage, the 36 swords caught up again. A huge axe flash instantly blasted away more than a dozen. The giant axe was a low-grade Ithoria magic weapon. Mad dog, Sorrel cursed under his breath. Eldamir was an alchemist, not particularly skilled in combat. Though his cultivation sat at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, his actual combat strength was probably only at the 6th or 7th level at most. Lirael's face was gloomy. He had known the old man was strong, but never this strong. Simultaneously manipulating 36 high-grade Ashen-level flying swords took a huge toll, his face grim. He knew defeating his opponent would be difficult. Eldamir was nearly insane, hair completely white, having long lost his former dignified, otherworldly appearance. "Do you think my misty immortal palace fears your Zareth immortal sect? Today I'll kill you all first, then that little beast, and slaughter everyone in Iron Peak City. Let's see what your Zareth immortal sect can do to me." Galvorn red light emanated from his body as he wielded the axe. It looked similar to the Galvorn burning pill Vora had taken, but he had swallowed no pills. Secretum technique, Lirael cursed. There were many ways to forcibly enhance combat power besides Galvorn burning pills, but most required at least profound core realm. Once an Auramis core formed, its essence underwent tremendous change. Eldamir laughed maniacally. "Go to hell!" he charged again. The giant axe swung continuously, unleashing terrifying beam after beam. The enormous alchemy furnace kept blocking, but was forced back step by step by the shock, several cracks appearing on its body. The 36 swords pursued relentlessly, but each time they closed in, the axe knocked them away. 36 high-grade Ashen-level flying swords were terrifying, yet against absolute power they remained merely a quantitative change, unable to produce a qualitative leap. Centered on the City Lord's mansion, overwhelming light bombarded all of Iron Peak City. The entire population fled desperately. It was like the end of the world. Fortunately, the battle stayed near the mansion, limiting the destruction. If they moved elsewhere, the whole city would likely be destroyed soon. Meanwhile, Branner had already led Kaelin away. When profound core experts clashed, even watching was dangerous. Kaelin kept coughing blood, but after a large amount of pills his injuries stabilized and he regained consciousness. Eldamir had been very weak before this, unable to even speak. Yet he was fortunate. Without Sorrel, he might have truly died. In his previous condition he could not have entered the astral chart of Evernite to take the elixir. Even if he had, his first-grade pills would have struggled to save his life. The battle of 3 Obsidian Dawn experts had turned Iron Peak City into a slaughterhouse. Veldrin lay unconscious, a ruinous hole in his chest, coughing blood as the Valar clan dragged him toward the gates. The city walls offered no shelter now, the only safety lay beyond them. Half an hour Sorrel and Lirael had held Eldamir at bay, a heartbeat for cultivators of their stature, an eternity of burning essence. A dozen miles around the Lord's mansion had become a sea of flame, and above it 3 profound core figures carved the sky. Sorrel, the alchemist, was no warrior. The fight survived on Lirael's shoulders alone. "Let us see how long 2 elders of the misty immortal palace can delay me," Eldamir snarled. The secret technique fueling him showed no sign of fade. At the profound core, essence and blood ran deep. Such expenditure was trivial. Sorrel and Lirael, uninjured in body but hollowed of spirit, panted under the weight. Lirael commanded 36 flying swords in a single breath. Sorrel wielded his furnace as a shield, each block a mountain on his soul. Eldamir's axe battered aside a sword. Darius, the name he wore now, blinked forward, steel meeting bronze. The massive furnace manifested between them, but he did not yield. He brought the axe down with thunder. The furnace shuddered backward, cracks spiderwebbing across its scorched hide. Sorrel's face flushed crimson, a curse dying in his throat. The backlash of a damaged furnace struck through spiritual channels like lightning. A deafening boom. The lid flew open. A wave of heat, terrible and silent, swallowed Eldamir whole. Even he flinched at the temperature. Darius tried to withdraw, but the 36 swords had already closed the ring behind him, severing retreat. A killing blow. Eldamir's eyes went cold. The heat rushed him like mist, formless yet searing. He gritted his teeth and chose neither defense nor evasion. He accelerated, charging straight into the inferno. Sorrel cried out, 1,000 degrees at least. An obsidian dawn body would blacken and blister, yet the old man did not hesitate. In the heartbeat, Sorrel and Lyriel froze in disbelief. Eldamir crossed the distance, dozens of meters, nothing at their level. They cursed in unison and scattered. The furnace lumbered after, too slow. The swords streaked behind, too slow. Eldamir, wreathed in burns, swung the axe with a roar. Go to hell. Light cleaved the air. Lyriel's left arm shattered, the limb falling away like dead wood. Sorrel fared worse. The axe took his leg at the knee, yet neither slowed. They widened the gap again, swallowing pills from storage bags as they flew. Missing limbs meant little so long as golden cores endured. Flesh could be knit anew. Still, fear lingered cold in their chests. They had never imagined the outer sect elder so monstrous. Their own fault, perhaps. Alchemists were not killers, and even a weapon refiner of Lyriel's caliber found no purchase against a name like Eldamir's. Both of you die here, Eldamir said. Darius twisted, the 36 swords singing anew. The heat wave had stripped him, clothes ruined, face and hands raw, bone white on his gaunt cheeks. In a single instant, all three stood ruined. Miles away, Kaelin drifted in and out of consciousness. Branner had already carried him beyond the city walls, the Vela retinue streaming behind. When Kaelin's eyes fluttered open, Elara exhaled, her eyes red as wounds. Seraphina wept silently beside her. The clash of obsidian dawn titans had doomed Iron Peak. And in the void, dozens of miles out, 3 streaks of light tore toward the burning city at impossible speed. The gates of Iron Peak City choked with fleeing residents. City Lord Haldor hurried his guards into some semblance of order. But the disaster had already outstripped his authority. Throughout the city, houses collapsed in clusters, fires swept unchecked, and shockwaves from the profound core realm battle radiated outward, battering civilians caught in the aftermath. 3 streaks of light crossed dozens of miles in a heartbeat, halting in the void beyond the walls. The figures frowned at Kaelin, barely alive in the dirt, their expressions grim. One cursed, then jerked his chin at the others. You two into the city? I'll see to the boy. Darius dropped beside Kaelin in a blink. The other 2 vanished toward the gates, unnoticed by the panicked crowds. The Vela family held a tight circle around Kaelin when a voice spoke from behind them. Let me see his injuries. Everyone turned. No one had sensed an approach. Branner felt it most keenly. No presence at all, yet a danger deeper than Caldros. The family froze, unwilling to rise. Seraphina stepped forward. Who are you? The old man shook his head, a bitter smile touching his mouth as he studied Kaelin. Kaelin's eyes cracked open, unfocused. Move aside. Darius rasped, voice thin but carrying. This is a senior of the Zereth Immortal sect. Astonishment rippled through the Velas. Another elder? The man before them radiated nothing terrifying, only age and something like sorrow. He smiled, walked the few steps to Kaelin, and the family let him pass. Darius's frown deepened as he took in the damage. A missing arm, half the ribcage shattered, a lung split and rotting with violent blood energy. Little guy, you're barely holding on, you almost died here. He produced 2 jade bottles, poured 2 pills into his palm. The moment they appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance bloomed. Cool, sweet, lifting the air itself. Seraphina inhaled, her expression going slack with something like intoxication. The same hunger touched every Vela face. Elara, cradling Kaelin's head in her lap, breathed deep, caught in the same current. But Branner felt it sharpest, richer than the pill Sorrel had given him at the residence, spreading on the wind until even the fleeing crowds at the gates turned their heads, faces bright with sudden delight. Open your mouth, Kaelin obeyed. The pill dissolved on his tongue, a warm current surging through limbs and viscera. The screaming pain of his arm, the knife shards in his chest, the dead weight of his left side all eased. The corruption eating his lung retreated. Color returned to his face, the bleeding slowed, then stopped. Darius rolled his neck, tested his own battered frame, and rose with a groan. He bowed low. "Thank you, Boren." The old man nodded. Smile, gentle. "Good, you're alive. I didn't expect you this broken." Kalen scratched his head, embarrassed. Boren's smile didn't reach his eyes. He had just given 2 fifth-rank pills, the pinnacle of Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture alchemy, each a fortune in materials and months of labor. But he kept his face calm. The benevolent elder, the recruitment of Kalen into Dawn Phalus's lineage depended on it. 2 figures came running from the distance, throwing themselves before Boren. "Senior, please, save my son." The couple who had just arrived knelt before Boren, begging for mercy. The elder frowned, uncertain what he was witnessing. They were Roderick and Seraphine, Kalen's parents, though Kalen himself stood silent and expressionless, as if the scene did not concern him. Behind him, Elara glanced at the pair. But the Vela family members beside her could no longer hold their tongues. "Have you no shame?" "Why should I save your son?" Seraphina spat. "It was your son who nearly killed my brother-in-law." "That's right. Get lost. You Koriths are shameless." The Vela clan's curses erupted, fueled by decades of hatred. Their ancestor had been injured. Their direct descendants and female relatives caged like dogs and hung outside the city lord's mansion, a bloody disgrace they had never forgotten. Boren's brow furrowed. Darius had sensed Taurin's presence outside Iron Peak City, felt the severity of the boy's injuries, worse even than Kalen's. He had already guessed the couple's identity. Kalen had returned because of a threat from his younger brother, and the misty immortal palace had intervened. The pieces fit. "You Velas don't push your luck," Roderick snapped, glaring at the surrounding cultivators. Seraphine was even less willing to back down. She shot a vicious look at Kalen, then turned back to Boren, wailing, "Sir, you saved this little beast. Why won't you save my son? Please, save him." The Velas fell stunned. In front of a Zerith immortal sect elder, she had just called Kalen a little beast. Kalen's face turned cold, though he did not speak. Boren's expression darkened further. "Get out! Why should I save him?" A wave of force erupted from his sleeve, flinging Seraphine several meters back. Darius had not harmed her. She was still Kalen's birth mother, and family matters were not his to settle. Seraphine stared, dazed. Roderick paled, a terrible realization dawning. Boren said nothing, but his grim silence spoke volumes. The Velas held their breath. They could feel his anger. Only Seraphina pressed forward, sneering at Seraphine. "You old monster. What right do you have to call my brother-in-law a little beast? This senior is an elder of the Zerith immortal sect. Darius came for my brother-in-law. What claim does your son have?" "Zarith immortal sect." Seraphine nearly fainted. Roderick's face went ashen, exactly as he had feared. They had rushed over the moment they saw an old man appear and feed Kalen something that got him standing. They had not known who he was. Now they did. Seraphine and Roderick looked up at the elder. His face was indifferent. He did not spare them a glance, but his eyes flicked to Seraphina with a hint of admiration. She had handled the situation neatly. Even if he wanted to, saving Taurin was impossible. The boy's injuries were too severe. He might not have half a life left. Suddenly Seraphine's gaze locked onto Kalen. Without rising, she crawled across the ground and seized his leg. Everyone froze, even Kalen. Darius tried to step back, but his injuries allowed only 2 staggering steps before her grip tightened. Tears streamed down her face. "Kalen, please. Beg your sect elder to save your brother. Taurin is your own brother." Kalen stood frozen. The Vela clansmen around him mirrored his stunned silence. No one had anticipated Seraphine dropping to her knees before him, let alone what followed. Boren stood apart, his face grim. Darius had heard the rumors of Kalen's past and understood why he had been sent back. And now, "Kalen, Taurin is your own brother. Are you truly so heartless as to watch him die?" When Kalen did not react, Seraphine's voice sharpened to a shrill edge. She wanted to say worse but feared provoking him. His expression darkened, unreadable. Roderick hurried over, anxiety etched across his face, tears welling. "Kalen, he's your own brother. How can you be so heartless as to watch him die like this?" The Vela clansmen looked grim. None had expected the Koriths to be so shameless. They had beaten Kalen half to death. shipped him off as a son-in-law to secure resources, committed every vicious act imaginable, and now they begged him to save the younger brother? Kaelin, you little beast, you grew up eating Korith food and now you just watch. How can you be so heartless? Darius is your own brother. The name hung wrong in the air, but Seraphine was past noticing. Her screams grew frantic. Kneeling before her own son, she clutched and shook his legs like a madwoman. Roderick stared coldly, his thoughts mirroring hers. Both regarded Kaelin as an ingrate, calling him ungrateful, utterly forgetting how they had treated him. Seraphina Vela stepped forward, fury rising. Then the silent young man spoke. "My younger brother?" A bitter smile curled his lips, cold, yet everyone nearby felt the sadness beneath it. "I was born and raised in the Korith family. How have you treated me?" His gaze settled on Roderick and Seraphine. His tone was calm, but his eyes held a fury as fierce as a volcanic eruption. "Has Tauren ever considered me his brother? But he is, after all, your own brother," Seraphine retorted, unwilling to accept it. Kaelin ignored her. "Tauren called me a piece of trash since childhood. Has he ever treated me as a brother? Have you ever treated me as your son?" His voice hardened. "Tauren was valued by the misty immortal palace. What did you do then? To ensure he wouldn't lack resources or fall behind, you wanted to send me as a son-in-law in exchange for them. I refused. What did you do then?" His voice roared, unleashing years of pent-up emotion. "Tauren beat me half to death, and you, as my parents, not only didn't send me for treatment, but worried I'd die, so you shipped me to the Vela family overnight to exchange for resources. Did you ever think of me as your son at that moment?" His eyes were red, tears sliding down his cheeks. He had never told anyone these things, not even Ilara. He had kept it all inside, wanting countless times to ask them face to face. They were both sons. So why treat him that way just because he was less talented? Seraphine and Roderick were stunned. For a moment, neither could refute him. The Vela clansmen fell silent, even Seraphina. Boren watched, then sighed softly. Previously they had only valued his talent, although they knew of his tragic past who had truly experienced it. No one could imagine what this 19-year-old boy had endured. "Tauren, I don't care about his bullying and humiliation, even if he beat me half to death for a mere 1,000 spirit stones. I don't care about any of that." His tone softened, but his voice remained icy. "But then he had someone try to kill me, interrogating me about that so-called opportunity, and now he's come here in person to finish the job. What did he do to the Vela family while I was gone? Tauren suppressed the Vala clan patriarch, imprisoned the direct descendants in dog cages, and even locked my wife in one. If he's delayed by a single day, he'll kill one person from the Draconis mansion. If delayed by 3 days, he'll strip my wife naked and parade her through the streets. When he says such things, does he ever think I'm his elder brother?" In the end, he seemed to collapse completely, face flushed, expression ferocious. Kaelin coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Brother-in-law, Kaelin." Silence fell. Everyone was stunned, even Seraphine and Roderick, but the couple didn't react. Boren instantly rushed over and helped him up, hurriedly checking his condition. Darius breathed a sigh of relief, took a jade bottle from his storage bag, poured out a pill, and gave it to the young man. Boren said, "Darius is fine, just overwhelmed by anger and temporarily unconscious." The Velas exhaled in collective relief. Seraphine and Roderick looked grim. With Kaelin already fainted, they had no hope left. They turned to Boren, ready to plead again, but he cut them off coldly. "Get lost. I won't help your son." Their expressions darkened. Seraphine refused to yield and opened her mouth, but Boren's voice turned glacial. "If you don't disappear from my sight within 3 breaths, you die." A chilling aura erupted from him, dropping the temperature instantly. Everyone felt plunged into an ice cellar. Seraphine and Roderick stared blankly, undisguised fear on their faces, pupils contracting, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Footsteps echoed. Roderick immediately took 3 steps back and bolted. Seraphine, enveloped by murderous intent, collapsed heavily. After a moment she scrambled up and fled as well. Those around them exchanged glances, none understanding what the two had just experienced. Aside from Branner, their reactions had been the most obvious. Boren's killing intent had been directed squarely at them. Locked in the gaze of such a powerful figure, it was no wonder they'd broken. Ilara approached Kaelin, carefully taking him from Boren's arms, her expression worried. Boren glanced at her and guessed her thoughts. Darius smiled. Don't worry, he'll be fine after some rest. In fact, this is a good thing for him. Elara bowed. Senior, what do you mean? Boren's amiable demeanor returned. What Kalen just said must have been weighing on him for a long time, a knot in his heart he never shared. Now that it's untied, it will greatly benefit his future. Elara nodded slightly, vaguely understanding. The Veilers also fell into deep thought. Boren's words were too profound. A tremendous boom rang out continuously from within Iron Peak City. Boren said no more, turning his gaze toward the city. His figure flashed and vanished in a streak of light. Above the Iron Peak City Lord's mansion, Eldamir, Lyriel, and Sorrel faced off. Both sides were in a sorry state. Eldamir, wielding a giant axe, looked like an ancient monster, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. Lyriel and Sorrel had very little spiritual energy left. Sorrel swallowed a pill and tossed another bottle to Lyriel, the second time they'd used elixirs to restore their power. The advantages of being an alchemist were apparent. They simply had more medicine. No matter how much you take, it's useless. You're all going to die here today. Eldamir snarled, murderous intent radiating from him. Galvorn red light flashed along his giant axe, manifesting a phantom dozens of feet long. Lyriel and Sorrel frowned, not daring the slightest carelessness. At that moment, two streaks of light shot in from the west. All three looked simultaneously. The newcomers arrived near the arena in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing them, Lyriel and Sorrel immediately showed joy. Eldamir's face darkened. The visitors were Aldrich and Darius. The two surveyed Lyriel and Sorrel, panting heavily from exhaustion. Aldrich clicked his tongue. I say, you can't be this tired from fighting 2 against 1, can you? Sorrel snorted coldly and said nothing. Lyriel remained silent as well, but both breathed sighs of relief. Aldrich and Darius's gazes settled on Eldamir. After a long moment, Aldrich spoke. So it's you, old man. Didn't expect you to still be alive. No wonder the two of them were so worn out fighting one. Eldamir, wreathed in blood energy with a ferocious expression, had been full of murderous intent, but his aura weakened the instant he saw them. Aldrich? Darius? His face grim, he took a deep breath and turned to run. What was the point of fighting? That was just asking for death. Aldrich smiled faintly and slapped the air with his right hand. The motion seemed ordinary, but a terrifying palm print condensed in mid-air, 100 feet in size, covering the area above the city lord's mansion. Eldamir cursed. He realized there was no escape. No matter where he ran, the palm print followed, always hovering above his head, relentlessly pursuing, slowly descending. Aldrich's voice carried a faint smile. Don't try to run. You can't escape. Eldamir's face turned ashen. Just as the man had said, there was no escape. Wherever he went, the palm print would surely hit him. Darius roared, blood energy surging brighter, the giant axe blazing with blood-red light. He charged head-on into the enormous palm print in the void. Defeating it was the only way to break the technique. But the blood-red axe mark, tens of meters long, struck the empty hand and left only a crack. The giant palm erased the axe mark and continued falling. Galvorn sprayed from Eldamir's mouth as the enormous palm struck him, powerless to resist. It slammed into the ground with tremendous force. A thunderous crash rang out. A terrifying roar echoed. The earth cracked open and a huge sinkhole appeared, shaped like a palm. Eldamir lay covered in blood, unable to move. Darius stared at Aldrich in mid-air with a look of despair, muttering to himself. Yuan Huli's realm. Aldrich stood ahead above the rest, not merely in stature but in the quiet certainty of a Yuan Hulis realm expert. His position as head of the martial arts Jorvin within the Zereth Immortal sect was no honorary title. The gulf between him and Shomir, great perfection of the Starfall transformation, a half-step from Yuan Soulforge, was the difference between a mountain and the mist that clung to its slopes. Darius, for all his skill, would not have survived a single exchange, yet Aldrich's arms remained crossed, his face impassive, while inside he savored the rare chance to demonstrate dominance before the alchemy and weapon-forging schools. Darius glanced down at Shomir's crumpled form, his expression unruffled. The Obsidian Dawn realm was formidable, but the chasm separating it from Yuan Hulis was fundamental, not incremental. Lyriel and Sorrel exchanged a look of bitter amusement. They had fought Shomir to the edge of death, only to watch Aldrich end him in a heartbeat. The relief was palpable. Their strength lay in technique and craft, not brute force. Are you all right? Darius asked, directing the question to both. It's nothing fatal. Sorrel swallowed a pill from a vial at his belt, color flooding back into his cheeks. He glanced between Darius and Aldrich, the easy arrogance of an alchemist returning. Lirael watched the vial with naked longing, silent until he could not contain himself. "Give me one." Sorrel sneered. "We're not fighting anymore. Why should I waste pills on you? Meditate and recover on your own." Lirael seethed inwardly. Moments ago they had been allies, now Sorrel turned on him over a single pill, as if Aldrich's display was somehow Lirael's fault. Beside him Darius cursed Aldrich with equal venom. "Let's see what the old man looks like now," Aldrich said, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. The others nodded, and 4 figures descended into the pit.
"Still breathing, you're lucky, Darius," Aldrich remarked, feigning surprise. The others studied Shomir with the clinical detachment of butchers.
An obsidian dawn cultivator did not die easily, not while the Oramis core remained intact, but with 3 profound core experts and a Yuan Hulis master present. Even a fleeing golden elixir would find no escape. Shomir's face was grey, his eyes burning with a desperate calculation. "I am an elder of the misty immortal palace. Kill me and you invite war between our sects." His voice carried authority, yet a tremor betrayed the fear beneath. It was the only leverage he possessed. Threats of force were meaningless against this assembly. Lirael, Sorrel, and Darius frowned but held their tongues. Aldrich spat. "Old man, you think the Zerith immortal sect fears your palace? You earned this death yourself. The misty immortal palace may be strong," Aldrich continued, his tone hardening, "but that does not mean we will cower." A new streak of light tore across the sky, resolving into a figure who landed lightly beside Aldrich. The Zareth quartet did not so much as flinch, but Shomir's face twisted anew in the pit. "Damn it, you two?" Boren's smile was faint, unbothered. Shomir's mind raced. He had wondered why both Lirael and Sorrel had accompanied the boy. Kalen must hold extraordinary standing, but he had never imagined 3 more would arrive, 2 of them Yuan Hulis. Boren Caldwell, the 5th-grade alchemist, was one of them. Aldrich and Darius stood shoulder to shoulder. Arrogance mirrored. Lirael's face was a mask. Sorrel glanced at Boren, unimpressed. "You needn't concern yourself with the boy," Boren said softly. "Simply set off on your journey in peace." "I am an elder of the misty immortal palace," Shomir roared, fury cracking his composure. "How dare you kill me?" Boren shook his head, a bitter curve to his lips. "What wouldn't a 5th-grade alchemist dare? Even if I kill you, what can your palace do to me?" He raised his right hand. The pressure of the Yuan Huli's realm rolled outward, heavy and absolute. Above them, a phantom pill furnace coalesced, vast, intricate, dwarfing the one Sorrel had summoned. It inhaled, and Shomir's body was drawn upward, swallowed by the construct. A scream tore from his throat. "You will all die horribly." The curses faded, muffled by the furnace's walls, until silence settled. Even an obsidian dawn master was reduced to ash. Countless miles away in the Eldamir hall of the misty immortal palace, a natal soul lamp shattered. The disciple guarding the soulforged lamp screamed a telepathic alarm that rippled through the sect. An elder had fallen. Veira, elder of the misty immortal palace, was dead. The matter was of utmost importance. Alchemists commanded noble status, and a 5th-grade practitioner like Boren stood among the most formidable in the Marshalon Empyrean state. Even the misty immortal palace would not cross him lightly. He held positions as an inner sect elder of the Zareth immortal sect, head of Dawn Phalis Jorvin and honorary Eldamir of Luminara Sanctum. The alchemists of Dragonspire Prefecture were exceptionally united. Had Boren killed Eldamir Shomir, he would have faced no consequences. Had Aldrich been the one to strike, a storm would have followed. "Why are all 3 of you here?" Sorrel asked, irritation and embarrassment threading his voice. Boren shook his head with a wry smile. "The sect worried the 2 of you aren't suited for combat and might suffer losses, so we returned together." Sorrel snorted and fell silent. They had suffered a crushing defeat this time, nearly losing their lives. "Let's go then. Let's see what's happening outside the city." Boren ignored the remark, glanced at the others, and with no objections, the group transformed into streaks of light and flew toward Iron Peak's outskirts. Outside the gates, a sea of people stretched into the distance, residents streaming out in a mass exodus, the first such blow in the city's history. City Lord Haldor's face was ashen as he directed the evacuation. The Korith family clustered around the still unconscious Taurin, their expressions grim. Roderick and Seraphine had returned to their son's side. Torin, everything will be all right, Seraphine said fiercely. Eldamir Shomir will kill all those people, then slaughter that little beast, and bring you back to the misty immortal palace. You'll be fine. Roderick remained silent. Kaelin had woken recently. Darius felt strangely relaxed after waking, though he couldn't say why. Elara had stayed by his side the entire time, as had the rest of the Vela family. Kaelin looked around and asked, "Where is Eldamir Boren?" Darius just went into the city, Garrick replied, his expression equally complicated. So much had happened today that even he, the family head, found it hard to process. The battle between Obsidian Dawn realm experts had been too shocking. People like them were as powerless as ordinary mortals before such might. Even more surprising was that the Zereth Immortal sect had sent another elder to help. Just what was Kaelin's status in the sect? Not only Garrick, but every Vela member wondered the same. With their cultivation, they hadn't sensed the others at all. In truth, besides Boren, Aldrich and Darius had also been present. Otherwise, their shock would have been even greater. Just then, 5 streaks of light shot from Iron Peak City and landed near the Vela family in the blink of an eye. The Velas stared in astonishment, then hurriedly clasped their hands in salute. In their haste, they forgot to present a gift to Boren. They recognized Sorrel and Lirael among the newcomers. The other two were unfamiliar, but their ability to fly alongside the elders marked them as anything but ordinary. Seeing them arrive, Kaelin struggled to his feet and bowed deeply. "Greetings, elders." Even if he'd wanted to address each by name, the list would have been long. So he greeted them as a group. Sorrel and Lirael showed surprise that Kaelin could stand at all. Their recovery ability was truly remarkable. When the two glanced at Boren beside them, both visibly relaxed. Aldrich and Darius, however, looked grim. Kaelin was seriously injured. One arm was broken, a terrible sight. Boren chuckled.
"Good that you're all right."
Aldrich's voice was flat. "Boy, you're seriously injured." Kaelin shook his head with a bitter smile, unsure how to respond. A heavy silence settled over the group. The surrounding Vela family members were stunned. Though they'd guessed earlier, hearing Kaelin confirm it themselves brought a different weight. The 5 opposite were all elders of the Zereth Immortal sect cultivation, at least at the profound core realm. For a moment, pride flickered through the Vela family. And the great battle inside Iron Peak City, was it over? Mixed emotions churned in everyone's chest. Curiosity burned, but no one dared speak. Branor stepped forward, cupping his fists in a deep bow to Boren and the other 4. "Elders, you've come from afar for the sake of my Vela family and my son-in-law. I thank you for your help." The rest of the Vela family naturally followed suit. Bowing in unison, Boren laughed. "It's nothing, really." The others smiled and nodded, exchanging pleasantries, all of it because of Kaelin. Otherwise they likely wouldn't have given a mere Tengara realm cultivator like Branor the time of day. "Gentlemen, please come to my Vela family residence for a chat," Branor said, beaming, heart-pounding with excitement. "Althoria elders of the Zereth Immortal sect." As for the matter within Iron Peak City, it was safe to assume it had been resolved. 5 elders had arrived. How could they possibly fail? The process and result weren't his to ask. "Let the Vela family extend our hospitality and entertain you all." Branor fell silent, and the Vela family behind him stood equally stunned. Kaelin managed only a wry smile. Every gaze turned toward Iron Peak City, which from this distance resembled a sea of fire. No one knew whether the Draconis mansion had survived.
"It is nothing," Sorrel said. "We never drew close to the Draconis palace during our battle. As a participant, he knew exactly where the clash had occurred."
The Patriarch exhaled, and the tension behind him eased. The mansion's destruction was a minor concern. The real problem was how to entertain the 5 figures standing before him. If word spread that he had hosted 5 elders of the Zereth Immortal sect simultaneously, the Vela family would profit enormously. Even powerful neighbors like the Murongis would never dare offend them again. At that moment, another figure hurried forward. He clasped his hands and bowed. "Lord of Iron Peak City, Haldor greets all the seniors." Haldor froze. Darius had once paid respects to Torin and Eldamir, but they had ignored him entirely. Later, when Lirael and Sorrel arrived, he had not had the chance to show his face, and they had not dared to show theirs. Though he governed Iron Peak City under the Marshallon Empyrean dynastra, the benefits of befriending an Obsidian Dawn realm expert were immeasurable, especially when the opposing side consisted of 5 Zereth elders, As City Lord, he knew the sect's power well. 2 of them radiated terrifying auras. The others' cultivation levels he could not sense, but he estimated they had surpassed the profound core realm, meaning Yuanhulis realm experts. Boren nodded with a smile but said nothing. Sorrel ignored him completely, not even turning his head. Lirael glanced at him with no interest in acknowledging a City Lord at the Tengara realm. Darius remained expressionless, his face cold as ice. Aldrich merely nodded, with no intention of paying attention. Holdor's face darkened, but he dared not show anger. He could only stand there, humiliated before the crowd of residents who had fled the city and now witnessed his snub. Branner felt a pang of embarrassment for him, but he could not intervene. He was unfamiliar with the 5 elders. Then Kalen stepped forward and bowed with clasped hands. Lord Haldor, it has been a long time. The City Lord knew better than anyone that Kalen had returned. Young friend Kalen, it has been a long time, he replied, his smile broad with relief. At least someone was speaking to him. Kalen smiled. When people from the misty Immortal Palace came to cause trouble, I never had the chance to thank you in person. Today, several of my sect elders are here, so we will return to the Draconis mansion first. When I have time, I will personally visit the City Lord's mansion to pay my respects. Very good, Haldor said, nodding. Aldrich, Darius, and the others glanced sideways at the City Lord. They had figured something out. You are not bad, Aldrich said, laughing as he clapped Haldor on the shoulder. You helped my disciples from the Zareth Immortal sect? Darius nodded, studying him a few more times. Lirael nodded as well, his expression less cold than before. Even Sorrel hummed in agreement. Boren smiled. You are welcome to visit the Zareth Immortal sect when you have time. Seeing the shift in attitude, hearing Boren's invitation, Haldor quickly bowed. Thank you, seniors. He glanced at Kalen with gratitude. The elder's change of heart was undoubtedly thanks to the young man. A single sentence had made 5 elders remember him. Otherwise they would never have bothered with a City Lord at the Seraphis realm. Kalen's words had not only saved him from embarrassment, but earned him the appreciation of 5 powerful figures. Seniors, this way please, Branner said, stepping forward with a smile. Boren, Aldrich and the others nodded and followed the Patriarch into Iron Peak City. The damage was not severe. The main battlefield had been near the City Lord's mansion, other areas touched only by the aftermath. The group entered the city. Kalen, with only one arm remaining, walked at the very back, Ilara supporting his other side. At the gates he turned silently. His gaze swept over the Koreth family members. Ilara stood quietly beside him. His face was pale as paper, his eyes heavy with complex emotion. After a long moment he spoke to himself, or perhaps to someone else. Whether you survive or not, from this day forward, we brothers will no longer be brothers. All past grudges will vanish like smoke. We will be like strangers. He turned and left with Ilara, 2 brothers, from now on strangers to each other. In his heart, his younger brother had always been an inner demon, especially after he was beaten half to death and sent to the Vela family. Now that the grudges were settled, the demon had vanished. His mind became clear and pure. Haldor saw them off with a broad smile. Darius meanwhile felt a chill. The presence of these individuals implied that Eldamir had been defeated, or had perished. The thought sent a tremor through him. He took a deep breath and decided to report the matter immediately, leaving the rest to the important figures of the Thelia Dynastra. He began dispersing the city's residents and led people back into Iron Peak to inspect the damage and handle resettlement. The Koreth family members all looked grim. The Vela family had already entered the city. All the elders had appeared. But Eldamir was nowhere to be seen. A bad feeling spread through the hearts of everyone in the Koreth family. The news settled over Iron Peak like dust after a collapse. Shomir Roderick Kalem was dead. No one believed it at first. An expert of the Obsidian Dawn realm did not simply perish, not so easily, not without a body to show for it. The Vela household had returned to their residence in silence. Kalen had changed into fresh robes, the left sleeve hanging empty where his arm had been. The bleeding had stopped, but the absence was a weight he had not yet learned to carry. In the main hall, Branor was entertaining Boren, Aldrich, and the other elders. Conversation stilled when Kalen entered. Apart from Sorrel and Lirael, none had witnessed the fight. That he could be injured at all seemed impossible, especially to Aldrich and Boren, who had heard he could challenge cultivators above his realm. Neither Sorrel nor Lirael offered an explanation. How do you feel? Boren asked, smiling. Kalen managed a wry smile. A little hard to get used to. The others laughed, the tension breaking. Your cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of Starfall transformation, Aldrich said. Once you break through to the Seraphis realm, your arm will grow back with little effort. Losing limbs is normal for cultivators. At the Tengara realm, severed limbs regenerate naturally. The higher the cultivation, the faster the recovery. Look at Lyriel and Sorrel. One lost an arm, the other a leg. Both are fine now, though recovery consumes considerable spiritual energy. Kalen nodded. He knew this. Thank you for your concern, elders. Darius clasped his hands in a respectful bow. For his sake, the Zareth Immortal sect had sent 3 additional elders, a gesture that moved him deeply. The group smiled in return. By the way, Boren said, there are only 3 days left until the inner disciple selection. How are you doing? The mood shifted. Branner, standing to the side, did not know the full story, but the mention of the selection told him enough. They looked at Kalen with surprise. He would participate so soon, and in this condition? The gap between outer and inner disciples was vast. Even with piles of pills, he could not fully recover in 3 days. The selection would include not only his generation, but outer disciples from previous years, many of them past geniuses. I will participate, Kalen said seriously. This injury is nothing. Only by joining the inner sect could one be considered a true disciple. Lorcan had told him the Zareth Immortal sect's true strength lay within. Missing this chance meant waiting at least another year, and he would not wait. Moreover, he possessed the seed of enlightenment. If that got out, he would be in danger. He needed to become stronger, as quickly as possible. Outside, Iron Peak was in chaos. City guards swarmed the streets, cleaning up the battle's aftermath. When the crowd reached the center of the city lord's mansion and saw the giant palm print pressed into the earth, they were stunned. The cultivation required for such destruction was unfathomable. The area was completely leveled. Worse, the city lord's mansion had been reduced to ashes. Haldor's face remained dark. Discussions surrounding the Vela and Korath families continued. Though the city's state was due to those 2 families, no one dared insult them, neither could be offended. But everyone knew one thing. The Vela family was about to rise. Many had seen the 5 Zareth Immortal sect elders fly over, and coupled with the city lord's respectful attitude, their identities were clear. In contrast, the Korath family. Shomir had vanished, his body never found. When the Koraths returned to their residence, everyone was dumbfounded. Roderick cursed viciously. Half the mansion was already destroyed. The remaining half still burned fiercely. The Korath family is gone, and Torin is like this now. Seraphine felt the sky falling and collapsed. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and put out the fire! Roderick roared at the direct descendants and servants behind him. Everyone knew the Korath family had collapsed inside the Vela mansion. The banquet began, a table laden with a sumptuous feast. They had brought out all the remaining good stock from the storeroom. Even for Thauric's birthday they had never prepared such a lavish spread. The 5 elders, Boren, Aldrich, Lyriel, Sorrel, and Darius, sat with Kalen, Ilara, and Branner. Aldrich and the others knew Ilara was Kalen's wife. Several sighed with regret over the whole affair. Forced to become a live-in son-in-law and marry an ugly wife, yet now that he had risen, he remained devoted, cherishing their past. They all sighed at this. During the meal, Branner handed Kalen a storage bag containing a coiled dragon spear and a magical longsword, both badly damaged. Darius had ordered them retrieved from the ruins upon their return. Kalen sighed, never expecting his 2 Brindor magic weapons to end up like this. But recalling what Cedric had said, he did not seem in a bad mood at all. Since they were all broken artifacts anyway, he would deal with them later and save them for the future. The arena burned behind them, flames consuming the sand where Kalen had left his arm. He asked after it once, puzzled it was his own, after all, broken or not. But Branner only shook his head. Destroyed, most likely, in the chaos. Kalen nodded and let it go. Flesh and blood, not artifact. Its loss was ordinary in a world where brothers turned on brothers for profit. That he minded at all marked him rare. At the banquet, Boren smiled across the table. We leave for the Zareth Immortal sect tomorrow. Any problem? None. The inner disciple selection waited in 3 days. 2 days' travel would see them there with time to spare. The Valors had known he might leave, but not so soon. Branner fell silent. Ilara said nothing, her face drawn. The family had given their 2 finest rooms to Sorrel and Lyriel. The 3 elders, Boren, Aldrich, Darius, took ordinary guest quarters, and the whole household burned with guilt. The elders themselves did not care. That night, in a secluded courtyard, the servants withdrew without being asked. Kaelin and Elara remained. 2 months had carved lines into her. Her eyes were bloodshot, her frame haggard. Torin's doing, Kaelin knew. He reached for words and found none. "Elara, I'm sorry you've endured this." She shook her head. "We should apologize. If not for my family, you wouldn't have returned, wouldn't have risked." Her voice, low and lovely, cracked. She swallowed, held the tears back. He did not know she had spent evenings gazing east toward the sect, silent, refusing to burden him. She had once believed she would grow old alone or marry without choice. Her face, she thought, barred her from a prominent match. Fate had given her Kaelin instead. They talked until dawn. He should have been healing, he refused. Darius, watching from the shadows of his own debt, let the night unfold. Elsewhere in the mansion, a figure slipped toward Boren's door. Seraphina paused, hand raised. "Little girl, come in." She started, scratched her head, entered. Boren smiled. "So late? What troubles you?" She knelt. "Senior, please accept me as your disciple, or at least into the sect." Boren laughed, surprised. "Why me? I'll study alchemy. Serve you respectfully." "You know alchemy." She nodded vigorously. "Iron Peak has a first-grade alchemist who looks down on everyone as he walks." She blinked, realizing Sorrel carried the same air. Benen's smile warmed. "Joining the sect won't be easy. Please, my parents will agree if you accept." Darius stirred in the doorway, thoughtful. "How about this? Go get their consent. If they agree, return with me. You won't be my direct disciple, not yet. You'll enter as a medicine apprentice. Prove yourself and the path opens. What do you say?" The role of a medicine boy resembled an apprenticeship, yet differed in its breadth. Once an alchemist reached a certain stature, aspirants flocked to serve him, trading labor for proximity to his craft. Unlike formal apprentices, medicine boys undertook every manner of chore closer to pages than students. Still, to enter the inner sect of the Zerith Immortal Sect as medicine boy to Boren, head of Dawn Phalis Jorvin, was a distinction that would inspire envy in countless cultivators. Seraphina did not know what the title entailed, but she nodded eagerly. I'm willing. I'll go tell my father right now." She bolted from the room, grinning, but halted a dozen meters out, as if struck by a sudden thought. She turned, bowed deeply toward Boren inside, then fled again. The door stood open. Boren smiled wryly and waved it shut with a casual gesture. Aldrich and Darius, waiting outside, had witnessed the entire scene. The 2 elders exchanged looks, their expressions unreadable. That night, Seraphina told Garrick. Darius was stunned. He knew his daughter was bold, but not this bold. She had marched straight to a Zareth Immortal Sect elder and secured a place, not as a disciple, but as a medicine boy. Was entry truly so simple? There was no time for lectures. He seized her and went directly to Branno's residence, laying the matter before the Patriarch that same evening. Branno was equally taken aback. Darius had heard of medicine boys, and though he did not know Boren's exact grade, the man's bearing and the quality of the pills he had given Kaelin marked him as at least a 4th-rank alchemist. To serve such a master was the dream of every aspiring alchemist. "All right, Seraphina, you may go." The white-haired patriarch clapped his hands, cheering with rare, unrestrained delight. "Very good." The girl leapt up, radiant. Garrick smiled wryly. He hated to see his daughter leave, yet the Zareth Immortal Sect was a tremendous opportunity. A medicine boy destined for elderhood, perhaps this was her fate. Before dawn the next day, Kaelin and Elara departed the courtyard. They had spoken through the night, voicing every longing, though their marriage remained unconsummated. The one-armed man and his wife arrived at the Vala main hall to find Boren, Aldrich, and the 4 other elders already assembled. Today they would return to the sect. Branna, Garrick, and a cluster of clan elders stood ready. Seraphina lingered at her father's side, her face a tangle of reluctance and excitement. Kaelin found the expression strange. She looked as though she, too, were leaving. By all rights, she should have been at his side, pestering him. There was no time to puzzle it out. He clasped his hands in a bow to Boren and the elders. Elara followed with a slight inclination. The elders nodded. Boren smiled. "Then let us go." They left Draconis Mansion without breakfast. "Take care of yourself at the Zereth Immortal Sect." Tears spilled down Elara's cheeks. The onlookers watched the young couple, each lost in private thought. Garrick sighed, glancing at his eldest daughter and Kaelin, then turned to his younger. You must take care as well, don't cause trouble. If anything happens, contact your brother-in-law. Understand? She nodded obediently. I understand, father. I'll contact him if I need anything. The words rippled through the gathering. Every Vela present, save Branna, turned sharply toward her. Even Sorrel and Lirael stared. Kaelin and Alara, mid-farewell, froze. Kaelin's hand, clasped in his wife's, trembled. His gaze snapped to Garrick and Seraphina, shock and question warring in his eyes. The girl ducked her head, shy. Garrick answered for her. Kaelin Boren has taken Seraphina as his medicine boy. She goes to the Zareth immortal sect as well. When you arrive, look after your little sister. Kaelin's thoughts whirred. She's going too. Brother-in-law, Seraphina beamed, darting to his side. You'll have to take good care of me. Darius said nothing. The news too sudden to process. He looked to Boren, questioning. The elder stroked his beard, nodding slightly. That is correct. I have accepted Seraphina as my medicine apprentice. He was pleased by Kaelin's stunned expression. No thanks necessary. If I take your sister-in-law, you'll have little choice but to join Dawnfaelis Jorvin obediently. Kaelin stood frozen. His first unfiltered thought, the old scoundrel had ruined his life. The farewell turned sour. Lirael produced a wooden boat from his storage bag, a magical artifact both swift and convenient. It became a streak of light shooting eastward, dwindling until it vanished. The Vela family watched, deeply saddened. This Kaelin is a good kid, Branna said with satisfaction as he soared back to his courtyard. Yes, he is. However, Seraphina went along too. I hope she doesn't cause trouble at the Zareth immortal sect. The elders fell silent. They, along with Garrick, shared the same opinion. Kaelin was loyal and righteous. Though the Iron Peak City incident had been caused by him, he was not strictly family, only a son-in-law. It would have been normal for him to choose survival and not return. Yet he had come back. Elara stared blankly eastward, her thoughts unreadable. The boat tore through the void faster than Tengara realm experts could fly. Aboard, the elders, Lirael, Aldrich, and the others, gazed into the distance or meditated cross-legged, faint smiles on their faces. Sorrel's was the most obvious. Kaelin sat with eyes closed, recovering. After boarding, Boren and Sorrel had given him many pills. The most restless person was Seraphina. Senior Boren, since you won't let me call you master, what should I address you as? Is the Zareth immortal sect big? Will I get lost? Senior Boren, how is the food? Senior Boren, why are you ignoring me? She pestered him without pause. At first she had been reserved, but after half a day she could not contain herself. Kaelin was still healing, and she did not want to disturb her brother-in-law's recovery. There would be plenty of time together at the sect, so she fixated on Boren. At first he answered willingly, but his face gradually darkened. After another 2 hours he snapped, ordering her to be quiet and threatening to send her back to Iron Peak City. Aldrich and the others nearly burst out laughing. The girl had not repeated a single word in several hours. Sorrel nodded slightly, noticing that Seraphina did not turn up her nose at him, but looked at him with great admiration. The threat proved effective. She fell obediently silent. Throughout the entire day, Kaelin was awake for less than 15 minutes. The rest he spent meditating. His injuries healed at an astonishing pace. Even the Zareth elders exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom where he had acquired such monstrous recovery. A normal cultivator with such serious wounds would need months of recuperation, yet he had recovered more than half his health in just over a day. A day passed quietly. At the Zareth immortal sect's outer sect, the arena, the Velora Wilden Pavilion, and Aurelia Pavilion were packed. Only one day remained until the inner disciple selection. All participating outer disciples went to the Wilden Pavilion to register, to the arena for combat practice, and to Aurelia Pavilion for artifacts and elixirs. The annual selection was a major event. In previous years, the most promising talents signed up. Though only a one-word difference separated outer from inner disciples, the gap was enormous. Menial disciples could advance to outer disciples through other opportunities. But for outer disciples to become inner disciples, the selection was the only path. Exceptions existed, but were exceedingly slim. Before the Zyphor Isara Zoroth, a deacon shouted, "Today is the last day to register." After today, there will be no more opportunities. Beside him, 4 other deacons recorded information. It was common for cultivators to enter seclusion for months, and in the past some had missed the assessment because of it, though those cases were extremely rare. Moreover, disciples capable of such seclusion were all monstrous geniuses. A long, densely packed line stood before the deacons. One aloof, beautiful woman attracted many male disciples. She was expressionless, her demeanor cold, her features breathtaking. This was Isolde. She would also participate. Besides her, this year's outer disciples included Mirabel and a host of other prodigies. Kalen had disappeared without a trace. Apart from Kaldor, no one knew where he went, and Kaldor had revealed nothing. Varric did not come. Among the crowd was a woman with a stunning figure. Though incredibly beautiful, no one dared to peek at her. She was a powerful Tengara realm expert, Falora, whom Kalen had met once in the library. There was even another man Kalen had seen on the 3rd floor. With so many powerful figures around, no one knew how many monstrous geniuses the outer sect truly possessed until this day arrived. Among them, only a few dozen had reached the Seraphis realm. Only 300 people were selected as inner disciples each year. Time passed slowly. The queue gradually decreased, but even after dusk, Kalen was still nowhere to be seen. The inner disciple selection dawned grey and cold. Kalen had missed the registration window entirely. During the waiting period, Isolde had gone to his cave herself and found only emptiness. The competition structure was brutal in its simplicity. Single elimination within a secret realm beyond the sect's boundaries. 7 days, every disciple entered with a teleportation token. Crushing it meant instant expulsion. Victory points came from tokens. Force an opponent to break theirs, or take and break it yourself, and you claimed their points. Killing before crushing yielded the same result. Each token represented a single point, so every win guaranteed at least one. Inside the realm, sect law held no sway. Life and death were irrelevant. Only the final tally mattered. The top 300 would become inner disciples. The top 10 earned access to the Marrow-Deep Cleansora poolshade, where the waters cleansed marrow, purged impurities, and remade the body, an advantage that had lifted Tauren into the Tengara realm. The top 3 bathed closer to the spring, receiving a baptism several times more potent. First place received a grade Aelthoria Miralon Pilvora, personally compounded by boron. Its materials were astronomically precious, and a single dose could vault a cultivator below Tengara forward without side effect. No hidden techniques or concealed artifacts functioned within. Entry points were randomized, meaning even a formidable outer disciple could materialize in the midst of a waiting pack and be erased before drawing breath. Over 5,000 outer disciples massed before the outer sect hall. A sea of blue robes. Some faces were solemn, some eager, some grim. Most clustered in groups, dozens strong veterans of previous years who knew the arithmetic. 300 spots, random dispersal, prearranged rendezvous. Cooperation multiplied survival. New disciples almost never made it. Isolde stood apart. Pride and a cold selectivity kept her circle empty. Mirabel stood alone as well, both too new to have woven the necessary webs. Mirabel hesitated, then approached. Isolde. Temporary alliance once we're inside. You know the rules. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of Starfall transformation since joining, respectable, but meaningless against the dozens of Tengara realm cultivators in the field. She glanced at him, calm as still water. You're too weak. Not worthy. Mirabel's face flushed. He snorted and turned away. Falora moved through the crowd with 7 or 8 female cultivators at her flank, each radiating quiet lethality. She stopped before Isolde, eyes assessing, failing to plumb the full depth of the younger woman's cultivation. Junior sister. Impressive. Care to join us? Isolde turned. Falora's level was higher, unfathomable. She glanced at the companions, hesitated, then nodded. She had hoped to recruit Kalen. He was not here. Falora was curvaceous and direct, where Isolde was ice and silence. Together they drew male gazes like lodestones, brief glances only, because staring too long at killers was unwise. Tens of thousands of outer and miscellaneous disciples ringed the perimeter. A vast audience for the sect's annual spectacle. Not only would the Erden sect leader Kaldric preside, but inner sect leader Lorcan and a retinue of inner elders. The 3 hovered mid-air, expressions strained, burdened. They spoke in voice transmission. Where is that boy Kalen? Lorcan asked. I just raised sorrel, Caldric replied. They're en route, another hour. Lorcan declared the competition over. Caldric asked what they should do, suggesting they stall. Behind them, a cluster of elders traded messages, Cedric from the weapon crafting lineage, Gwyneth and Phoenix from the formation lineage, a mix of outer and inner sect elders. Everyone who recognized Kalen was discussing his absence. The inner disciples especially had already planned how to claim him once he joined. Whether he made the top 100 had not crossed their minds. Even if he failed, they had ways to pull him in. The selection was merely a formality to keep outside spies from learning he possessed the Enlightenment seed. Naturally, they would not tell him any of this, but the prerequisite was participation. Special treatment was impossible if he did not show up. It is Chenvar Shirith, 7 to 9 in the morning. Why has it not started? Usually it begins at 5. Why the delay this year? Strange, this has never happened. Murmurs rose. The disciples buzzed in bafflement. Lorcan and Caldric exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Quiet. Caldric's voice rang out, and the 100,000 disciples fell silent, gazes locking onto him suspended in the air. Darius surveyed the crowd. Today is the inner sect disciple selection. For outer disciples, this is the only path into the Zereth immortal sect's core. You all know this. The process is ruthless, only 100 chosen each year. Inside the secret realm, beyond your battles, terrifying monsters lurk. Every year many perish. I grieve, but why should cultivators fear death? Darius paused. Caldric spoke passionately for half an hour while suspended mid-air. At first the outer and menial disciples listened raptly, excitement high. Gradually their expressions turned strange. His later words were things they already knew, but he had not been told and seemed entirely useless. So, everyone, do your best. Darius sighed, face flushed, stepped back, and winked at Lorcan, signaling his turn. Lorcan sighed and stepped forward. I am Lorcan, inner sect leader. Many of you joined the Zereth immortal sect, aiming to enter the inner sect. He paused. Lorcan rarely appeared in the outer sect, surfacing only for the annual selection. At first sight, the disciples were thrilled. Soon they realized his later remarks, like Caldric's, were nonsense, stalling. In previous years, the two leaders kept it brief, combined speaking time under a quarter hour. This time they were buying time for someone. Everyone, be careful in the secret realm, there are. A streak of light tore toward them from dozens of miles away. Lorcan breathed a sigh of relief. The secret realm opens in half an hour. Prepare yourselves. His expression shifted instantly and he vanished. Silence fell. The participants were bewildered. The spectators stunned. Was it really that casual? The elders exchanged confused glances. Not long after, a streak of light halted mid-air. A wooden boat-shaped artifact hovered in the void. A figure landed on it. A handsome young man in white robes, left sleeve empty. Kalen. Someone recognized him. Darius hit the ground, looked around and exhaled. On the return journey they had plenty of time, but the misty Immortal Palace's agents blocked their path and caused trouble. The moment the longevity and loyalty lamp shattered, it signaled the other party's death, Oramis Core included. With the palace's reach, their investigation led to Iron Peak City within a day. They dispatched several Yuan Hulis realm experts eastward. The two sides met en route. Knowing Boran was responsible, the palace experts dared not act, but the delay cost precious time. That was why he returned only now. Kalen's arrival drew every eye again. Darius clasped hands respectfully to the elders aloft. Caldric, Lorcan, and the others exhaled secretly. The boy had finally come. Yet they were shocked. How had he lost an arm? His aura screamed serious injury. It is Kalen. How does he have only one arm? Kalen's reputation in the outer sect preceded him. This year's top selection performer, he had felled Cedric, a 9th-level Starfall transformation disciple, before even stepping through the sect gates. Then in the arena he defeated Stuart Everhart, a 2nd-level Seraphis transcending cultivator, transforming his Starfall mid-battle to overcome a Tangara expert. Fame was inevitable. How does he have only one arm? Someone asked. One-armed, another gasped. The murmurs swelled, every eye fixed on the empty sleeve, yet no one questioned how he had descended from the wooden boat suspended in mid-air. By the time the thought occurred to anyone, the vessel had simply vanished. The inner sect selection begins, Caldric announced. Darius stepped forward, tapped his storage bag, and thousands of jade tokens scattered into the waiting hands of the participating disciples. Kalen caught one, Before he could grasp the rules, a violent force seized him. The world inverted. Consciousness fled. When his eyes opened, the forest pressed close around him, dense, ancient, its spiritual energy nearly 3 times richer than the sect's. A secret realm, a carved pocket world, either crafted by powerful beings or born of nature, connected to the outside only by hidden passageways. This woodland was one such place. Find someone. Learn the rules, he murmured, and flashed westward toward a flickering aura he had sensed. Outside, more than 5,000 outer sect disciples simply disappeared from the plaza. The jade tokens they clutched were keys. The 100,000 disciples left behind stared at empty air, bewildered, only a handful understanding what had transpired. Thousands of light screens bloomed overhead, each tracking a participant's every move, every battle, linked to the tablets in their possession. When a disciple lost their qualification, their screen would wink out. Caldric, Lorcan, and the other elders watched from the platform. Streaks of light descended beside Lorcan and Sorrel, Boran, Aldrich, Darius, Lirael, and a young woman trailing Boran. Boran's face was thunderous. The others wore faint smiles. "Stand silent beside me, or I'll send you back," Boran told Seraphina. She nodded, her expression promising she would not speak though the heavens fell. Lorcan waved a hand, raising a soundproof barrier around them. "What happened? Why so late?" Caldric asked. They should have returned days ago. Each held a jade slip capable of transmitting voice across 10,000 miles, yet none had used them. In the end, Caldric had contacted Sorrel directly. The reply had been arrogant, terse. "Nothing. I killed an outer elder of the misty immortal palace. On the return, a few Yuanhulis realm elders from the palace intercepted me. Delayed me a bit," Aldrich said. Lorcan and Caldric exchanged a grim look. The misty immortal palace was not a power to provoke lightly. "I killed him," Boran said. The 2 elders exhaled, though their expressions remained dark. Sorrel stepped forward and laid out the full sequence. "So that's how it stands." Lorcan's face iced over. A cold glint sharpened Caldric's eyes. "The palace has overreached. An elder of Vera went out merely to crush a minor family and threaten our disciples. They earned their deaths. Boran's strike had checked the palace and drawn blood, but knowing the palace, they would not swallow the insult." "Leave the rest for later," Caldric said, his mouth twisting. "Kalen is barely standing, he's missing an arm. If he enters the assessment." At their cultivation, a glance sufficed. Mid-stage 9th level starfall transformation. Normally, with his record of challenging above his weight, inner sect entry was assured. Even a loss, if not humiliating, could be managed. But the damage was too severe. Lorcan chuckled. "Fairer to the other disciples, isn't it? That he's down an arm." Sorrel wore his arrogance like a second skin, and Lirael inclined his head in silent agreement. The onlookers, Boran, Aldrich, Darius among them, exchanged uneasy glances. None had witnessed the duel between Kalen and Turin, and the true measure of Kalen's strength remained a mystery. Sorrel chuckled. The boy unleashed everything he had earlier, 4th level of the Seraphis realm. Darius spoke with a calm that felt anything but. "A starfall transformation, 9th level cultivator wielding Seraphis Transcendence 4th level combat power." The words hung in the air, absurd and undeniable. Genius, monster, prodigy. The labels collided, leaving the crowd speechless. When Lorcan lifted the sound barriers, the surrounding elders frowned at the sudden conference. Shirith, Gwyneth, Cedric, and the others wore the tight-lipped expressions of people who had already guessed the truth. Seraphina stood quietly beside Boran, her gaze fixed on the floating light screen, searching for Kalen's figure. Inside the secret realm, Kalen moved through the dense forest. The missing arm did not slow him. The shifting stars technique, a movement art that blended shadow stepping with explosive leg strength, propelled him several times faster than peers of his level. In less than a quarter hour he had covered miles. Ahead, a young man in outer disciple blue hurried through the undergrowth, delicate features tight with concentration. He sensed the approaching aura and froze. "Who goes there?" He spun, frown deepening as a white-robed figure materialized 20 meters away, right sleeve empty and fluttering. "Kalen." The disciple's face drained. "You, Kalen Erindor?" That was his name, though Kalen didn't know it yet. Staggered back. His cultivation sat at mid-stage starfall transformation, 9th level, same as Kalen's, but the reputation preceding the one-armed cultivator had grown heavier than any technique. In the outer sect, Kaelin's name now outweighed even the older generations. You recognize me? Kaelin asked, curiosity genuine. He held no hostility. He had been dropped into the selection blind, unaware of the rules, unaware that his name had become a summons. Since defeating Stuart Everhart, his days had dissolved into library nights and cave mornings, a frantic return to Iron Peak, and almost no contact beyond Caldor. What do you want? Irindor retreated another step, nearly tripping. He forced his chin up. I'm Irindor. I'm allied with Dernick and senior brother Silvar. You'd better not try anything reckless. The names were shields. Silvar and Dernick, both half-step Tangara, commanded respect in the outer sect. Their alliance numbered over 30 disciples. Irindor 9th level Starfall transformation was en route to the rendezvous. Silvar, Dernick, Kaelin murmured, the names surfacing from memory, his eyes sharpened. Good people. Both of them. He raised an eyebrow at Irindor. You know them? Of course, I'm heading to meet them now. Meet them. A faint smile curved Kaelin's mouth. Irindor shuddered. Let's go. Take me with you. It's been a long time since I've seen those two old friends. Old friends, Irindor gaped. Kaelin, an Eldamir Vera disciple, a menace by all accounts, wanted to walk into the heart of a 30-man alliance. He opened his mouth to refuse. You don't want to? Kaelin's expression darkened, the smile vanishing like breath in winter. The shift was instantaneous, violent. Irindor swallowed hard and nodded. This one would kill me before the real enemy even moved. Kaelin's smile returned, easy as sunlight. The secret realm stretched thousands of miles, forests, caves, deserts, lakes, mapped by generations of outer disciples. Obvious gathering points were known, now from different directions. Silvar and Dernick converged on the same location, dozens of disciples trailing behind them. In the realm, everyone was a competitor. Safety lay in numbers, isolation meant elimination. They shared the same calculation. Before long, Silvar and Dernick arrived at the foot of a massive banyan tree. You've arrived? How was the journey? Any danger? Silvar asked. Dernick shook his head. Smooth sailing. What about the others? No idea. Some may have been teleported farther out, which would slow them down. The rest were probably eliminated. Both fell silent. The first 2 days inside the secret realm were when eliminations happened fastest. Among the disciples taking the assessment, some lay in wait, planning to reveal themselves only on the final day. Others went all out from the start, hunting victory points before hiding away. Selecting inner disciples was no longer just a test of individual strength, it had become a test of the law of the jungle. Under the enormous banyan tree, more than 10 outer disciples arrived one after another. Silvar and Dernick relaxed slightly. Over a dozen were already gathered. Then 2 more figures rushed toward them. It's Irindor. Someone recognized him immediately. A disciple called out, asking who was behind him. All eyes turned. Upon seeing the second figure, expressions shifted, especially Silvar and Dernick, whose faces turned as black as soot. A murmur ran through the crowd. One disciple cried out in alarm, asking what was wrong with him. Another whispered confirmation. A third muttered that it was that jinxed Kaelin. Someone else questioned how Irindor could be with him. The dozen or so outer disciples went on high alert, each preparing for battle, some even drawing magical artifacts. Silvar and Dernick looked ashen. Why did this jinx have to show up? In the blink of an eye, the pair reached the banyan tree. Seeing the tense faces, Kaelin almost laughed, then turned his gaze to Silvar and Dernick. Haven't seen you in a long time. His words were calm, almost like an old friend's greeting. Yes. Long time no see. They forced themselves to remain calm, foreheads beaded with cold sweat, backs icy. Others might not know how dangerous this evil star was, but these two had experienced it firsthand. They were certain he would dare kill them inside the secret realm. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Kaelin clearly knew Silvar and Dernick. Irindor exhaled as well. Darius had been terrified when Kaelin ordered him to lead the way, but hadn't dared disobey. I ran into Kaelin on the road, Irindor explained. Darius said he knows senior brothers Silvar and Dernick and wanted to come along. The surrounding disciples suddenly recalled the earlier greeting and relaxed. I never imagined senior brothers knew Kaelin, one exclaimed. Even if you hadn't seen his strength, you'd heard of it. Now that he was here, didn't that mean he wanted to join their team? That would greatly boost their chances of entering the inner sect. At first I was worried, a disciple admitted, with this many of us and no transcendence realm cultivator to hold the fort, surviving 7 days seemed impossible. But then Kalin actually showed up. As expected of the senior brothers, another agreed. They must have contacted him long ago as a surprise. The disciples all spoke up, exchanging pleasantries and bowing to Kalin. Darius smiled. He had learned some of the inner sect selection rules while traveling with Irindor. Silvar and Dernick stayed silent, faces extremely gloomy. Both were prepared to crush their jade tablets and teleport away if he turned on them. Where's Cedric? Why didn't he come? Kalin had beaten Cedric half to death on impulse, then deeply regretted it. At the mention of the name, Dernick and Silvar's expressions darkened further. They had been tricked by Cedric into provoking Kalin. Not only had they been severely injured, they'd lost their storage bags and contribution points, but they dared not refuse to answer. Silvar forced a smile. Cedric hasn't recovered yet. He only recently regained the ability to walk normally. As they spoke, both stared at Kalin with cautious eyes, watching for any reaction. Still not recovered. Kalin sighed, realizing he had been too ruthless. I just heard the general rules for the first round. Could you explain them again? Darius looked at the two, voice calm. Silvar and Dernick both swallowed hard. Darius patiently laid out the details. Irindor and the other outer disciples didn't rush or show impatience. They all believed Kalin was in cahoots with the pair. Excitement rippled through the group. A moment later, the top 300 scorers joined the inner sect. The top 10 earn a chance at the Maradeep Cleansora pool shade. The top 3 will be placed near the pool spring, and the first place winner receives an additional 5th grade pill, the Tribulation Breaking Pilvora. That's the gist. Everyone's an enemy, though some plan to hide in the chaos until the very end. Silvar and Dernick were exceptionally cooperative. They not only explained the first assessment's rules, but shared everything they knew about the inner sect selection. Kalin nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his head in thought, falling silent. The Maradeep Cleansora poolshade. When he defeated that Misty Immortal Palace outer disciple in Iron Peak City, the man had said Torin entered the Misty Immortal Palace's Maradeep Cleansora poolshade. That proved the pool wasn't unique to one location. When Torin met him this time, his cultivation had actually reached the Tengara realm, surely connected to the pool. Therefore Kalin was determined to break into the top 10. Silvar and Dernick watched Kalin with strained expressions, the weight of 20-odd disciples behind them amounting to barely 20 points between the lot. No match for him at all, the others hadn't thought that far ahead. After a long moment, Kalin exhaled and turned to them, voice level. How about this? I'll go with you for now. Both men released the breath they'd been holding. At least he wasn't killing them. Fine, Silvar said. Dernick said nothing. Lead on, I'll follow. Kalin nodded. He intended to stay with them a few days, learn the realm's layout. Over 5,000 people had entered, meaning over 5,000 winning points up for grabs. No need to exhaust himself early, someone else would reap the benefit. Better to familiarize himself with this unfamiliar place first. With Kalin among them, the group's presence sharpened. They waited another half day at the pre-arranged meeting point. Everyone had agreed to gather within that window before entering the realm. After that, stragglers were on their own. The secret realm unfolded like a small world. Kalin followed Silvar, Dernick, and the others for dozens of miles until a crystal-clear lake appeared ahead. There's water, let's fill up, Silvar said. No one objected. They descended to the shore and rushed the bank. The lake mirrored the surroundings, a gentle breeze carrying cool dampness. Silvar, Dernick, Irindor, and several others reached the edge first, some stepping into the shallows. Kalin, hanging back at the rear, suddenly frowned. Careful. Everyone who had rushed the water froze. In that instant, dozens of silver lights erupted from the lake, throwing knives. Ambush, watch out, Silvar roared. The attack caught them flat-footed. Blades found flesh immediately. Silvar took a cut to the arm. Dernick, farther back, dodged in time. The rest weren't so lucky. Most collapsed, injured. Damn it, what's happening? Someone cried. Enemies, there are enemies here, another shouted. How could someone hide in the water? 3 young men in blue robes rose from the lake, each radiating the unmistakable pressure of the Tengara realm. One sneered, wiping water from his face. Didn't expect you to notice, wanted to wipe you all out in one go, but a few slipped through. The other 2 sneered, scanning Silvar's group. Hand over your tokens or crush them and leave. Nordain, Boren, Calvin, Silvar and Dernick's faces went ashen. The rest mirrored them. These three were famous outer sect figures, all first-level Tengara. In the outer sect, anyone reaching Tengara was a celebrity. Silvar and Dernick led the team, but aside from them and Kalen, everyone was injured and combat ineffective. 3 Tengara experts? No way to fight that. Kalen stayed calm, though inwardly shaken. He hadn't expected an underwater ambush. Restrictions here blocked secret techniques and artifacts, but realm suppression still applied. Even Trasinor realm cultivators couldn't detect Starfall transformation realm practitioners who deliberately concealed their killing intent. He'd only sensed it because of his distance. He'd caught that flash of murderous intent a split second before the strike. A Tengara youth scanned them with a cold smile, like a predator admiring prey. His gaze landed on Kalen, white robe, one empty sleeve, and paused. "Kalen," one exclaimed. The other 2 followed his look and chimed in unison. "It really is him. 9th level Starfall transformation realm. This year's strongest outer disciple. Wonder what trick he used to beat Stuart Everhart. Never expected to run into him here." Their tones turned solemn. Kalen said nothing, eyeing the 3. Judging by their auras, they'd only recently broken into Tengara, all first level. Kalen's down an arm now, combat power's gotta be way down, even if he matches Tengara, so what? The 3 of us afraid of him. One expert spoke, the other 2 nodded. Clearly they weren't letting him walk away. As for Silvar, Dernick, and the dozen injured, they didn't register as threats. Each minor realm brought a massive strength gap, let alone the chasm between Seraphis and Starfall transformation realm. The lightly injured, Silvar and Dernick included, fell back with grim faces. They knew they couldn't touch 3 Tengara experts. Only a few dozen Tengara cultivators had entered this inner disciple assessment. By strength alone, these 3 were inner sect material. "Damn it, didn't expect a group this strong," Silvar muttered. "What do we do?" Dernick asked, face dark. "Looks like they've set their sights on Kalen." The meaning was clear enough, whether to intervene in Kalen's case, or let him serve as bait to draw the other group away so the rest could escape. The real question was whether to run at all. The 2 were close friends. Before the selection, they had even agreed that if danger arose, they would abandon their other allies and flee. That was simply how the cultivation world worked. One of them cursed under his breath. "Let's see how things go. Darius might not necessarily lose. And us? One problem at a time." A heavy silence settled between them. Finally, Silvar and Dernick resolved to occupy a Tengara realm expert, creating an opening for their friend. The main reason they stayed was Kalen himself, terrifyingly strong, utterly ruthless. If he survived and came to settle scores, the consequences would be unimaginable. 2 half-step Seraphis realm experts fighting a true Seraphis realm cultivator might not win, but they could buy time. As for the other injured companions, that was merely wishful thinking. At that moment the 3 opponents moved, each producing a magical weapon, and attacked. Kalen did not hurry. He watched them approach with calm eyes. "Kalen, the 2 of us will hold one off for you," Silvar gritted out. Dernick wore the same grim expression. Whether they survived this battle depended on him. Just as the pair prepared to fight with everything they had, a calm voice cut through the tension. "No need, I can do it myself. It's just 3 stinky fish." The 3 young men opposite, all at the Tengara realm, were instantly enraged. 3 Tengara cultivators underestimated by a one-armed Starfall transformation 9th level. Yet none dared true carelessness. His reputation in the outer sect was too great. The trio immediately unleashed their strongest techniques. Silvar and Dernick were astonished. The aura their opponents displayed was overwhelming. They were certain now that even together, they could only stall one of them briefly. But when they looked at Kalen, he remained unruffled, seemingly not taking the fight seriously at all. To Arindor and the dozen other injured outer sect disciples, the 3 enemies moved like ghosts, speed beyond what their eyes could track, the speed of Seraphis realm cultivators. Everyone wiped cold sweat for the one-armed youth. In a few breaths, the 3 surrounded him from different angles, cutting off escape, preparing a joint strike. Then a mocking smile curved Kalen's lips with a pat. The Solare Hastael appeared in his hand, badly damaged, looking as though it might shatter at any moment. "Go to hell," one shouted. One held a knife, one a sword, the other a staff gripped in both hands. They struck simultaneously at the figure in the center. Kalen had only the Solaray Hastale, which could at most parry 2 attackers, impossible to stop a third. Even 3 first-level Tengara cultivators working together could easily defeat a second-level cultivator. Even a third-level Seraphis Realm expert would have a fighting chance. But Kalen moved. Instead of attacking, he slammed the Solaray Hastale down onto the ground. A thunderous crash rang out. The weapon collided with the earth, producing a violent explosion. Centered on him, the ground cracked inch by inch, emitting a powerful tremor. Clods of dirt scattered, a grey mist rose. The 3 were shocked. The power displayed was astonishing, shaming them by comparison. The tremor shook the ground beneath their feet, nearly unbalancing them. Such a strike would be devastating against a combined attack from Starfall transformation cultivators. But all 3 were Tengara realm. They could fly. In an instant, the trio left the violently shaking ground and took to the air. Startled, they attacked again without hesitation, intending to use their most ruthless methods to kill him. That all 3 were so young yet had reached the Tengara realm spoke to exceptional talent. Kalen smiled, unsurprised. Those who reached the Tengara realm were never easy prey. A sharp whistle cut the air as he used the Solare Hastael as a spear and hurled it at the man directly ahead. The man was shocked, never expecting his opponent to discard his weapon at this moment. Was he asking for death? Did he think a thrown spear could fell a Traseno realm expert? Impossible. Even Kalen knew a single thrown Solare Hastael could not take one down. His aim was simply to stall the young man for a moment. The Solare Hastael was a low-grade Ashen-level magical weapon, projected from his cultivation. Its power was terrifying. Though the youth possessed Tengara realm strength, he dared not be careless and hurriedly dodged, blocking with his long sword. Meanwhile, the other 2 had already reached Kalen. He patted his storage bag and a magical sword appeared in his hand. With only one arm, he could not wield the Solare Hastael and a longsword simultaneously. Now armed with the sword, Kalen leaped up and slashed at the young man before him in midair. The man held a long, jet-black sword whose imposing presence marked it at least an Ashen-level weapon. A heavy clang rang out as the 2 longswords clashed. Kalen's strength was clearly greater, forcing the Tengara cultivator back several meters. His figure paused in midair, blades locked. The young man sneered. So what if he was stronger? As long as he committed his sword to block, he could not defend against the attack from behind. Kalen would have nowhere to defend, nowhere to retreat. The last young man, attacking from behind, had clearly seen the same opening. He held a massive niobium gold staff, bringing it down with ferocious force toward the back of Kalen's head. His eyes were cold and sharp. Silva and Dernick were shocked and moved to help, but it was too late. All of this had unfolded in mere breaths. Erindor and the injured disciples stood stunned. The 3 young men from the Tengara realm wore identical cold smiles. Certain Kalen could not withstand the assault. One screamed for his death. The niobium gold club descended toward his skull with killing intent. Even if the blow failed to kill, it would cripple. Just as every spectator expected bone to shatter, Kalen vanished like a ghost. The club wielder cried out in shock. His target had disappeared, yet momentum carried the strike forward. The swordsman, thrown off balance by Kalen's sudden absence, lurched directly beneath the crashing weapon. No one could have predicted such a chain of events unfolding in a single breath. The club wielder tried to arrest his strength, but it was too late. A sickening thud rang out. The swordsman absorbed the full force on his crown, the sound wet and final as a melon splitting. Unprepared and defenseless, he collapsed, consciousness fleeing. The club wielder roared Mordane's name. Meanwhile, the 3rd young man, the one who had dodged the Solary Hastael, stared in astonishment. In those few heartbeats, Kalen reappeared behind the club wielder, as if by sorcery. The man cried out, but realization came too late. Gladius light flashed, 2 strikes severed both arms at the shoulders. The niobium gold club clattered to the ground, hand still clenched around its haft. Screams tore the air. In an instant, 2 first-level Trascenal realm cultivators were eliminated. Only the swordsman who had blocked the Solary Hastael remained. Darius cursed, face draining of color, retreating 2 steps. He had planned to assist, but looking up, he saw his companions destroyed, one unconscious with a shattered skull, the other armless and howling. Both combat ineffective. You're the only one left. Come on, Kalen said calmly, longsword in hand. Silvar, Dernick, and the others stood stunned. Was the Tengara realm truly this fragile? A 9th-level Starfall Transformation Realm cultivator had instantly killed 2 Trasino Realm experts unscathed. They questioned the very hierarchy of their world. Silence fell. Not just them. Outer disciples, menial disciples, even elders watched in amazement. The number of active light screens outside had dropped by hundreds, attention concentrated on the secret realm's strongest battles. Most had been fixed on Kaelin's fight. Renowned as he was, facing 3 Tengara realm experts drew eyes. Though dialogue was inaudible, every movement was visible. This Kaelin is really 9th-level Starfall Transformation Realm, impossible, one disciple muttered. I'd believe 3rd-level Seraphis Realm. Fighting a 1st-level Seraphis Realm cultivator would be like slaughtering a dog, another replied. Darius defeated Mordain and Boran just like that, and Calvin fled. Too powerful. The discussions continued. Most had heard rumors of Kaelin defeating Stuart Everhart at the 2nd level of Tengara Realm, but hearsay differed vastly from witnessing it firsthand. Seraphina smiled radiantly beside Boran, her gaze never leaving Kaelin. Inside the secret realm, the last young man's expression was utterly grim. The Kaelin before him was nowhere near 9th stage Starfall Transformation Realm. Even 3rd or 4th level Seraphis Realm seemed plausible. Terrifying, that instantaneous attack, that ghostly movement. Darius glanced at his ruined companions, destined to lose their inner sect qualifications, then at Kaelin. Without a word he turned and fled, taking to the air. They ran. Kaelin was speechless. But he had no interest in pursuit. He could not fly, and the man's escape changed little. Darius turned to the other 2, one unconscious with a shattered skull, the other screaming, armless. After a moment, Kaelin looked at Silvar and Dernick. In this selection, we can seize and crush jade tokens. Are there any other rules against it? The 2 snapped back to reality. Silvar hesitated, then admitted there was no such rule. Dernick added hurriedly, though stealing isn't forbidden, the light screens outside broadcast everything to the Zereth Immortal sect leader and elders. Generally, no one dares. Kaelin nodded. Darius already knew the selection rules and the surveillance. Killing was not a crime within the secret realm, precisely why few did it openly. But Kaelin had a different idea now. Kaelin turned his gaze to the storage bags of the 2 Tengara realm cultivators. Without a word, he snatched them away, probing with his divine sense. A look of joy crossed his face. He withdrew their jade tokens from the bags. Crushing them would eliminate the pair. The young man whose skull had been smashed lay unresponsive, already unconscious. The other, armless, stared at Kaelin with a grim expression. You can crush the jade token. We admit defeat. Give me back my storage bag. Storage bag? Kaelin's face was all smiles. Where is your storage bag? These are all my spoils. You. The armless youth tried to speak further, but Kaelin had already crushed both jade tablets. The 2 figures were enveloped in bright light and vanished in a flash. Those around them exchanged bewildered glances, thinking him too ruthless. He had directly seized the storage bags despite the Zereth Immortal sect leader and elders watching from outside. Silvar and Dernick both swallowed hard. The scene felt strangely familiar. Afterward, Kaelin's own jade tablet reacted. He took it out and found a row of numbers on its surface. Did these 2 already rob 11 people? And now it's all been added to my list, he murmured, feeling it was about right. With Tengara realm's strength lying in ambush here, killing more than 10 people was normal. Where is the stick? His expression darkened. The armless young man had been teleported away along with his shattered jade token, the magical staff in his hand gone as well. However, the jet-black longsword remained. Kaelin sighed, then felt relieved. A Brindor longsword was good enough. He glanced it over, put it away, then retrieved the Solare Hastale from a distance. The 2 storage bags were already packed away. Kaelin sighed again. Losing his left arm had a huge impact on his strength. If the gap between sides was overwhelming, fine, but if strengths were similar, he would suffer greatly. Otherwise, he would not have needed Shadow Shift to deal with those 3 first-level Tengara realm cultivators. Outside, the 2 Tengara realm cultivators were teleported to an open space beyond the Zareth Immortal sect. All inner sect selection participants arrived here upon having their jade tokens crushed. Eldamir, the outer sect steward, immediately led people to check their injuries. Whether shattered skull or severed arms, the injuries were severe. However, Tengara realm cultivators differed from body or Indal realm and Starfall Transformation realm practitioners. They could regenerate limbs. Given time, the armless youth would grow them back. A short while later, The skull-smashed youth revived. His name was Mordain. Disqualification did not surprise him, but upon waking, he discovered his storage bag was missing. The armless youth beside him, Boren, wore a livid face. Clutching his head, Mordain asked, "We have all lost?" Boren remained silent. "Where is the storage bag?" "I got robbed." "What?" Silence followed. Outside the main hall, quite a few disciples had witnessed Kalen skillfully snatching the storage bags. They wore strange expressions, thinking him too ruthless. Did he not know the Zereth Immortal sect leader and elders were watching? How dare he rob so openly? Does Kalen not know there is a light barrier outside? I think it's possible. Holy crap. He just robbed 2 Trasinor realm cultivators of their storage bags. If everyone he encounters afterwards steals his storage bag after defeating him, how much will he ultimately steal? The 2 sect leaders, Lorcan and Coldrick, along with inner sect elders, Shirith, Cedric, Uldric and Boren, and outer sect elders Darius, Sorrel, Lyriel, and others who knew Kalen possessed the Enlightenment seed wore strange expressions, their thoughts unreadable. The elders unaware of his identity began to speak up. "Who is this kid? He's so strong, yet he actually dared to openly snatch a storage bag during the inner sect selection. This kid was too ruthless, severing both arms. He's too bloodthirsty. Judging by his appearance, he's probably done his fair share of murder and robbery in the past." Inside the secret realm, Kalen naturally knew those outside could see everything clearly. But he did not care. The rules did not forbid stealing storage bags, only jade tokens mattered. Even if they disallowed it, he could just return them after leaving. If they did not care, would he not make his fortune? Kalen was quite satisfied with the haul, nearly 2,000 spirit stones and a pile of miscellaneous materials. He had not had time to check the contribution points on the other disciple's jade tablet, but guessed it was substantial. He planned to steal a few more later and check them all together outside. He was in no hurry, nowhere to spend money in the secret realm, and he was not truly interested in spirit stones. However, the feeling of grabbing storage bags seemed addictive. With the astral chart of Evernight, he had no shortage of cultivation resources and rarely used the spirit stones he stole. Yet ever since robbing the Luminar Patriarch and a group of Luminar family elders, he felt himself becoming somewhat addicted to snatching storage bags. Darius muttered to himself, tallying the deficits. The Astravi Pilvora still lacked its final main ingredient, and he needed more heart-binding leather and Ithriel Lyrandel dried pyrith besides. A single failed refinement would wipe him out. The arithmetic was brutal, he was very poor. The logic settled into something like comfort. He had found a perfectly good reason to be miserable. Behind him, the other injured disciples had struggled to their feet. Only Silvar and Dernick remained where they had fallen. The rest approached with the dazed gait of people who had witnessed the impossible, a Tengara realm disciple lying in wait underwater. Without Darius, the lot of them would have lost their teleportation rights already. "Kalen, what do we do next?" Silvar and Dernick stepped forward, their eyes strange with a mixture of awe and wariness. One man had dispatched 2 outer disciples at the first level of the Seraphis realm and frightened off a third. That kind of strength did not belong to someone challenging above their weight. It rewrote the rules of the engagement. "What's next?" Darius turned the question over, then frowned. "Wasn't I following you? Why are you asking me?" Silvar went quiet. Dernick did the same. They had no answer. Darius was the gravity in the room now, and neither of them knew the way forward. "Our original plan was to comb the perimeter for isolated disciples and take their tokens," Silvar said, his expression tight. It didn't work out that way. They had not found a single lone target. Instead, they had nearly been annihilated. Without Darius, Silvar and Dernick would have died alongside the rest against 3 Seraphis realm experts. Darius nodded, scanning the walking wounded. Injuries ranged from minor to debilitating. Several could barely move. "Let's find a place to rest. With this many hurt, we're not going anywhere." No one objected. It had been the plan all along. In Darius's view, the past few days had been wasted. Better to wait until the final stretch and intercept the survivors after they had done the heavy lifting. But the more he considered it, the more the strategy soured. Once the scramble ended, everyone would care only about points and tokens. Storage bags would be ignored or feared. With over 5,000 outer disciples in the realm, each from a wealthy family, those bags represented a fortune he could not afford to miss. He could not sit and wait to die. The group reached a deserted clearing in the dense forest. The injured swallowed pills and settled into meditation. Darius approached Silvar and Dernick. "I'm leaving, Kalen. You're leaving?" Stunned silence rippled through the clearing. If he went, their anchor vanished. A single powerful enemy would wipe them out. Darius looked at each face in turn. "Given your condition, you can't travel or fight. Stay here, hide for 7 days. When the trial ends and scores are tallied, if more than 100 have been eliminated, you might still qualify. Your job is to survive. Mine is to thin the herd." The disciples cycled through despair, disbelief, and a rising desperate hope. "Brother Kalen, is that true? You wouldn't lie to us? Do we really have a chance?" Eyes fixed on him, injured disciples, Silvar, Dernick, all burning with the same need to believe. "If you survive 7 days," Darius said, "you still have a chance." Gratitude erupted, thanks and blessings poured over him. They were convinced he was sacrificing himself to cull the competition for their sake. After all, they could barely move. What else could he be doing? Darius said nothing. The truth was simpler. He needed an excuse to leave so he could hunt storage bags. The strongest outer disciple here was Tengara Realm. Even with one arm, he feared none of them. There was another truth he had not yet admitted to himself. When he had defeated Torin but spared him, when he had walked away from old grudges, something in him had shifted. The old Darius would never have invented a noble lie to cover his departure. He would have simply gone, growing up in the Korath family. Kalen never knew the love of kin. The absence carved a deep inferiority into him from childhood. When Torin beat him unconscious and shipped him off to the Veilers as a live-in son-in-law, he hit bottom. The future looked like nothing but uncertainty and despair. He considered suicide, ending it all because only suffering waited. Then he accidentally activated the astral chart of Evernite, and the second chance it gave him became the reason he cultivated, the reason he never relaxed a single day, even after Torin left Iron Peak City. What followed, his life with the Veilers, let him taste genuine family affection for the first time. When he finally defeated Torin and laid bare the emotions he had suppressed for years before Roderick and Seraphine, something in him sublimated. He had rarely trusted anyone, rarely smiled. Now, having left Iron Peak again, he did not even realize how often his lips curved upward. After saying goodbye to Silvar, Dernick, and the others, he departed alone, exactly as planned. Darius had even considered robbing them, a fleeting, unethical impulse. They had been allies, yet he had poisoned them. Besides, the dozen of them likely carried nothing of value. Darius moved swiftly now, his pace far exceeding the group travel with Silvar and Dernick. "Kill everyone you encounter after that," he muttered, seeing a golden opportunity. Not far ahead, 2 figures hurried along, a man and a woman. The man's cultivation sat at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, the woman's at the 8th level. "Zephyra, hurry up. At this pace we'll need another hour," the man urged. "Brother Lang, this is already my fastest speed," she replied. They were clearly close, allied with others outside and rushing to a rendezvous. A sharp sound split the air, as a figure suddenly blocked their path. They halted, frowning at the white-robed, one-armed man drawing a long knife. "Who are you to dare block my way?" the man roared. Darius had just sensed the stranger's cultivation at the 9th level of Starfall transformation, lower than his own. So he felt bold, but when he saw the face clearly, he froze. His pupils contracted. "It's Kalen!" Zephyra, behind him, had obviously heard the name as well. She turned pale and stepped back. "You recognize me?" Kalen was speechless. When had he become so famous? Darius did not know his name was now widely known in the outer sect, though few had actually seen him. His high-profile appearance in the inner sect selection, especially with only his right arm remaining, was truly eye-catching. What do you want?" the man exclaimed, sidestepping the question. Even though his cultivation was higher, he had no intention of fighting. "Let me tell you, I'm allied with Senior Brother Baldric. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the Tengara realm. You must not touch me." Darius thought invoking that name might intimidate the other party. Instead, Kalen's eyes lit up. "Where did you agree to meet?" The man was confused, unsure of the intent. "Why are you asking about the meeting point? What are you up to?" Darius was not stupid. He could not reveal the location. "You don't have a choice. Here's the deal. Tell me, and I'll let you both go. Otherwise you're eliminated right now," Kalen said calmly. "You're threatening me." The man spoke toughly, but his body unconsciously retreated another step. Zephyra was completely dumbfounded. At the 8th level of Starfall transformation, facing a notorious outer sect figure, panic was only natural. Yes, I'm threatening you. So what? Kalen replied evenly. The man roared, his aura surging as if ready for a fight to the death. Kalen nodded to himself. This guy still had some backbone. Even the woman beside him drew a long sword, her whole body radiating murderous intent, apparently intending to stand with her lover and fight to the end. The disciples and elders watching the light screen outside thought so too. This Kalen is quite a man, an outer disciple exclaimed. I admire him for still having the courage to fight the ruthless Kalen. Men, countless disciples began to admire Kalen. He dared to fight even knowing he was no match, and that deserved respect. The next moment, however, the man suddenly turned and fled at incredible speed. Darius was speechless. Zephyra stood stunned. He ran away? She was still here. The man poured every ounce of strength into his flight, not once looking back. Darius had covered less than 10 breaths' distance when Kalen's figure abruptly appeared in front of him. You're not a real man, Kalen said, disgusted. The kid was too spineless, abandoning the woman and running. The man looked utterly astonished. He did not know when his pursuer had arrived. Before he could react, a punch knocked him unconscious. My storage bag was stolen. The battle was over. Darius stood over Kalen's crumpled form. The fight drained out of him in a single breath. All that posturing, the bluster of a chase, it had been nothing but theater. Kalen's eyes had rolled back, consciousness severed by a blow he hadn't the constitution to withstand. Yet even unconscious, instinct drove his fingers to his storage bag. He found the token, crushed it, and vanished in a pillar of light before Darius could decide whether to finish what he'd started. Darius exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders. He blinked across the distance between heartbeats, materializing before the woman frozen at the clearing's edge. She still clutched her longsword, knuckles white, her face carved from heartbreak. The 8th level of Starfall transformation meant nothing against the simple shock of abandonment. Her Taoist partner had just traded her life for his own. She gasped when he appeared. You. 2 staggering steps backward, she nearly fell. Darius frowned. Was he truly that terrifying? He hadn't moved to strike outside the secret realm. The viewing platforms curdled with contempt. Disciples and elders alike wore matching expressions of disgust. A coward who abandons his partner. The words circulated like poison. Heartless. Ruthless. No man is any good. Even the elders nodded in grim agreement. A child who would flee alone, leaving his Taoist partner to die. Such a one lacked the fundamental character of a cultivator. None of them knew that Kalen, still unconscious in his flight, would one day become a notorious figure in the outer sect. Infamy, as it turned out, was its own kind of fame. Inside the realm, Darius studied the woman with unhurried attention. She was striking, slender, delicate features, a high-nose bridge, beautiful by any ordinary measure, though she fell short of Isolde's impossible standard. Your name, he said. Wariness flickered across her face, then settled into something like resignation when he made no move to attack. Lyriel? Lyriel? He rolled the name over his tongue, stroking his chin. I said I'd let you go if you told me your meeting point, did you hear me? She blinked. You're serious, deadly. He had no taste for cutting down a woman half his cultivation, no matter the realm's rules. Tell me where you're meant to meet Baldric and you walk away. She hesitated. If I betray senior brother Baldric, he'll never let me live. Baldric Rena? The one Kalen mentioned? She nodded. Darius considered. Tell me his location. I'll say Kalen gave it up under pressure. Your name never comes up. Her eyes sharpened, calculating. And you swear this? Why would I lie to you? She weighed it, then exhaled. West, a desert. We agreed to meet there. She described the coordinates with careful precision. Darius listened, memorizing, a slow satisfaction spreading across his face. Good. Your secret's safe with me. He turned to leave. Wait. He paused, glancing back. Could you take me with you? Darius stared. You want to follow me? She nodded, desperation and something harder beneath it. Alone, I'm dead. With you, I have a chance. I won't slow you down. If trouble finds us, don't worry about me. Just go. Her sincerity was a blade's edge. He saw the calculation behind it. If he won against Baldric, she'd ride his coattails. If he lost, she'd surrender to Baldric's faction and claim she'd been captured. Clever, ruthless. Exactly the sort of survivor who lasted in these realms. Darius sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. Fine, stay close. Darius didn't care about the extra tale. Inside the secret realm, he feared no one. Then come with me for now, he sighed, turning west. Lyriel followed without protest. Outside, the spectators were stunned. They could see the screen but not hear the conversation, and the situation had inverted too fast to process. Moments ago, Darius had been planning to rob a couple. In the next breath, he'd knocked the man unconscious, stripped him, and sent the woman fleeing. What kind of mess was this? In the crowd, Seraphina's smile froze. Her brother-in-law had run off with a pretty female disciple. She cursed the woman as a vixen, grinding her teeth with the urge to bite him. Unaware, Darius and Lyriel continued west. Along the way, he asked the name of the man he'd robbed. Kalen, since they'd be shifting blame later, it helped to know the name first. At a normal pace, the journey would take an hour, but Lyriel's speed frustrated him. There's no danger around, he said, not breaking stride. I'll go on ahead so you don't have to come with me. Keep walking west. I'll wait for you up ahead. She considered it and nodded. Showing her face beside him would complicate too many things. Darius accelerated, his speed multiplying until he vanished from her sight in an instant. She was utterly astonished. She'd only heard of his strength, hadn't even seen him kill Kalen, and just witnessing this movement was enough. He was probably faster than a first-level Tengara realm expert. She secretly sped up and kept walking west. Beyond the dense forest lay a scorching desert of rolling yellow sand, the sun blazing overhead. The hidden realm spanned thousands of miles with varied climates, forests, water bodies, deserts. Atop a high dune stood Baldric, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by more than a dozen blue-robed outer disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Starfall transformation, allies he'd recruited. Senior Brother Baldric, when do we set off? A disciple half a step into the Seraphis realm asked, face full of respect. If the rest don't arrive in another half hour, we leave. Baldric's voice carried arrogance. The disciple nodded and withdrew. Once inside, following a powerful Tengara realm expert and surviving 7 days gave them a high chance of becoming inner disciples based on scores. Baldric, at the first level of Tengara, was a top-tier expert among the outer sect. Darius wore an arrogant expression, eyes fixed on the distance. A moment later, a blurry figure materialized in the east, closing fast. Brother Baldric, someone's coming from the east. Looks like our companions. The half-step Heaven Realm disciple returned, beaming. Baldric nodded. Good. Follow me and you'll have no problem getting through these 7 days. The disciple offered more flattery before turning away. This was their prearranged meeting point. Anyone heading straight here was likely looking for them. But as the dark dot drew closer, expressions shifted. Senior Brother Baldric, that person seems to be wearing a white robe. In the open desert, visibility was unlimited, and Starfall transformation experts could see even farther. At a distance, it had been just a rapidly moving point of light. Now they could tell it wasn't a blue outer disciple robe. Only one person had entered the assessment in white. Kalen. Baldric's eyes narrowed, arrogance vanishing, brow furrowing. The light moved extremely fast. Arrival was imminent. Darius cursed it was him. Those in the Tengara realm naturally saw farther than those in the Verdant Vale. Kalen, the surrounding disciples murmured, greatly surprised, the nemesis. Don't panic. See what he's up to. If he's coming for us, kill him too. Baldric exhaled, relief smoothing his features. He possessed the strength of the first major perfection of the Tengara realm. Even if the rumors were fierce, the boy was only at the 9th level of Starfall transformation. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to the half-step Heaven Realm disciple. That was right, why panic? Their senior brother, a first-level Tengara expert, was here. What was there to fear? A moment later, Kalen arrived. The group stood coldly watching. Baldric didn't speak, but the disciple behind him stepped forward. Kalen, what brings you here? I'm here to rob you, Kalen said, his expression flat, as if stating the weather. Hand over your storage bags and I won't have to take them myself. A disciple cursed, another shouted arrogance. A third called it outrageous. Then silence fell, heavy and stunned. The dozen-odd disciples glared, teeth gritted. Baldric, standing behind them, darkened. The young man beside him, a half-step Seraphis cultivator, stepped forward, furious, demanding to know how Kalen dared cause trouble for senior brother Baldric's team. Baldric's chin lifted, arrogance returning. Then Kalen laughed loud and sharp and declared he had come to take Baldric down. The disciples cried out. More than a dozen froze, even Baldric stared. He had never met Kalen, never offended him. The half-step expert roared for a joint attack. Weapons sang from scabbards. Baldric pointed out Kalen's missing arm, urging them to swarm. He was curious, yes, but certain this was about him. Rumor said Kalen had beaten Stuart Everhart, a second-level Seraphis cultivator, but so what? One arm, numbers. They would not fear him. They charged, a ring of blue robes closing from every side. Kalen didn't move. His right hand tapped his storage bag. A towering black longsword materialized in his grip, stolen from the man whose head he had split, though he had never learned the name. A finer weapon than the one he had taken from Gavrik, at least. The moment the hilt settled, his aura spiked. He moved like a ghost, crashing into the formation. Baldric produced an Aurimus hammer, mid-grade ashen level, heavy enough to shatter stone. He held back, waiting for a fatal opening. The disciples attacked with the confidence of numbers. One breath. One body hit the ground. 3 breaths. 3 fallen. 20 breaths. Every blue-robed disciple lay wailing, unable to rise. Not one withstood a single exchange. How can he be this strong? Someone gasped. Only Baldric remained untouched. He had expected flaws. 10+ disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Starfall transformation should have created gaps. None appeared. The group was simply erased. "Your turn?" Kalen said, calm, eyes on Baldric. Baldric's face went ashen. The fallen disciples could only watch. "Kalen, die." Baldric's aura surged. He charged, each step shaking the ground, the Aurimus hammer a blur of killing weight. He leapt, bringing it down in an arc that twisted the air itself. The watching disciples paled, elders and outer sect observers turned their attention to the clash. Baldric's strength ranked among the outer sect's best. Kalen did not dodge. Teleportation would have been easier, cleaner, but he refused to keep revealing that card. His grip tightened on the black longsword. Spiritual power flooded the blade until the steel drank the light, ink black against the sun. He swung upward. The impact thundered across the plateau. Baldric staggered back, blood spraying, flung like a severed kite. He crashed 20 meters away, motionless, combat ability gone. Blood spurted. Baldric stared at Kalen in disbelief. Kalen exhaled, lowering the sword to examine its edge. He had underestimated the weapon. He walked to Baldric, took the storage bag, pried the Aurimus hammer from limp fingers. The remaining disciples received the same treatment, fluid, seamless, without hesitation. Kalen now held more than 10 tokens. The onlookers' faces were grim. "Sorry," Kalen said, helpless, "inner sect selection assessment." The other side practically choked on rage. Taking tokens was the assessment. Taking storage bags was robbery. The surrounding disciples seethed. Even Baldric stepped forward, voice sharp. "Kalen, give me back my storage pouch and the golden hammer." Kalen glanced around, calm. "I heard you get away with murder here." Silence fell. The threat hung plain. If he killed them, their deaths would be meaningless. Yet the words only deepened the resentment. A cultivator's life rode in their storage pouch. Stripped of it, they had nothing. Survival left no choice but to endure. Baldric burned with it. Darius had been the favorite to crack the inner sect rankings this year, strong enough for the outer sect's top 30. Yet he had fallen to Kalen of the Verdant Vale 9th, beaten head-on by raw strength. "Kalen, how did you know we were here?" Baldric spat. Darius wasn't stupid, the encounter wasn't chance, it was a detour. Someone had betrayed them. The others turned on Kalen, hatred sharp for the traitor in their midst. Kalen chuckled. "Kalen told me." Darius smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I've already eliminated him. Consider it revenge." "Kalen? Kalen?" Baldric raged. Darius cursed. "I knew it was him. That heartless bastard. He's going to kill him, Kalen." More than a dozen voices rose, blaming the betrayer for their wipeout. If they hadn't met Kalen, they wouldn't be here. It was all his fault. "All right, leave now, goodbye." Kalen smiled and crushed over a dozen jade tokens. Light swallowed the disciples, teleporting them away. Darius exhaled, glanced at the black longsword in his hand, and sheathed it. Having an arm is such a hassle. The battle had cost him. Old wounds still limited him, otherwise he would have taken Baldric's Orom's hammer cleanly. Need to reach the flare realm soon, he murmured to himself. Seclusion after this, push for the flare realm, limbs could be reborn there. Kaelan sat cross-legged, scanning the area. Clear, his divine sense slipped into the star chart. Darius didn't linger. He swallowed more than a dozen first-grade pills of his own refining, then withdrew his sense. Unlike an immortal cave, this place wasn't safe from danger. Still, the star chart held top-grade pills and countless rare spirit medicines. He closed his eyes, restoring spent spiritual energy. Half an hour later, a figure approached, slow, panting, exhausted. Lyriel. Kaelan opened his eyes and stood. They're here. Lyriel nodded, scanning the battle signs. No one else. He'd won, still, she asked. You won. Kaelan nodded. We won, over 10 eliminated, and Kaelan told me the location. So don't worry. Even prepared, Lyriel was taken aback. Darius had actually won. Senior brother Baldric, is he not here? Eliminated by me too. Kaelan said it casually. Lyriel drew a slow breath, steadying herself. She needed to reassess. She'd given him the meeting point, but she hadn't believed he could take Baldric, first-level flare realm, great perfection starfall transformation, a hair from the second level. Kaelan looked toward the horizon, power nearly restored. He meant to hunt more targets. Lyriel's eyes lit. Big brother Korith, are you looking for more people? Kaelan nodded. Darius asked, do you know where they are? Anyone left nearby? Lyriel shook her head, then hurried on. I don't know where they've gone, but I know where they might go. We can ambush them. Kaelan's eyes sharpened with interest. The trap was sound and he liked it. Tell me your plan. His face stayed calm, revealing nothing of his approval. Lyriel nodded. The Secretum realm contains every environment, but the desert sees the least traffic. The climate is brutal, and there's nowhere to hide, easiest place to become a target. Kaelan waited, finding her reasoning solid. In past elections, everyone instinctively avoids the desert. They flock to forests, water sources, anywhere with cover. She met his gaze. Here's where we go. I'll act as bait, make noise in the open, draw them in. You stay in the shadows, instead of hunting, let them come to you. Kaelan's interest deepened. Darius realized he'd underestimated this woman. He hadn't expected such cleverness. Better to attract victims than chase them. Darius studied her a moment longer, stroked his chin and nodded. Your plan works. I won't have you work for nothing. We split the tokens 80% to you, 20 to me. Agreed? Lyriel's face brightened instantly. She'd hoped for this but dared not suggest it before the terror. 20% sounded small, but with Kaelan's capabilities it could be substantial. Possibly enough for inner sect entry. Alone she'd be prey before she could take anything from anyone. She thanked him, genuinely grateful. Kaelan nodded, and they departed together. Outside the realm, a crowd stared at the viewing screen in silence. Kaelan had dispatched Baldric and over a dozen others with ease, stripping their Dernith pouches. The display left them speechless. Is this Kaelan of the Verdant Vale, 9th level? He defeated Baldric Flare Realm, 1st level, great perfection of starfall transformation, and over a dozen opponents at 8th and 9th level Verdant Vale. Over a dozen pouches stolen again. Even the elders were impressed. They called him ruthless, not just strong but possessing the heart of a bandit. Was he a bandit in a past life? The remark came from Cedric. Tall and burly with sleeves rolled up. The atmosphere shifted. There was truth to it. Baldric and his group had been teleported out injured, each radiating fury, disqualified in less than a day by a 9th level Verdant Vale cultivator. The resentment was palpable. You scoundrel Kaelan, I'll never let you get away with this. Baldric roared. The dozen disciples around him seethed with identical murderous intent, itching to find him and skin him alive. Even the deacons sent to treat their injuries were taken aback by the agitation. Kaelan, meanwhile, had left half an hour earlier to recuperate at his villa, unaware of the storm gathering. 2 hours later, inside the Secretum realm, dense forest, Lyriel ran alone through the undergrowth, tall and slender, creating deliberate chaos. She crashed through thickets, struck trees for noise and let out sweet, desperate cries. Help me! Save me! Is anyone there? Her performance drew every nearby Yerdan disciple. Even smaller alliances of a dozen plus turned toward the commotion. A woman. Sounds like she's being pursued. The pursuer can't be strong from all that noise. Let's wipe them out. A team of 15, led by a half-step flare realm expert, moved in. Kalen led them. His followers had no objections. Others converged similarly. Lyriel had run less than a quarter hour when she'd attracted multiple groups, not a single pursuer behind her. She kept running, kept screaming, then over a dozen figures burst toward her. They spotted her first, probed her cultivation, 8th level verdant veil, and accelerated, eyes gleaming with greed. 3 points, junior sister. Were you crying for help? The leader's voice was gentle, but his eyes held avarice. His dozen followers mirrored him. Yes, me. Lyriel stopped, stepped back twice in fear. Little sister, who's robbing you? Tell me. The leader laughed, scanning behind her, empty. Darius wondered if their arrival had scared off the pursuer. Before Lyriel could answer, a man's voice came from behind the group. The person chasing her just now was me. Who goes there? The Irdan disciples froze, whirling as one. No sound had heralded the arrival behind them, only a figure in white robes, one sleeve hanging empty against the wind. Terror rippled across every face. Kalen. Kalen. The terror. My God. How can it be him? Darius was famous in the Irdan sect now, whispered to have felled a flare realm deacon while still at the verdant veil. He glanced across the crowd, fingers brushing his chin, unhurried. The leader of the opposing group paled, realization crashing down. A trap. You lured us here. His face went ashen. Around him, expressions twisted. A bitter smile curved his own lips. That's right. The bait was mine. Now that you know, it ends. He vanished. The dozen disciples on the far side gasped. Careful, someone shouted. Artifacts flared, stances locked, but the gap in power was a chasm. The clash lasted fewer than 10 breaths. Half fell instantly. The rest scattered, desperate, only to crumple moments later, unconscious in the dust. Darius had been ruthless, even by his own standards. Lyriel, watching from the fringe, stood dumbstruck. First time seeing him move. She had not expected such savagery, more than 10 Irdan disciples, a half-step flare expert among them, and she had watched that expert take a fist to the gut, vomit blood, and drop. What kind of power was this? Darius moved through the fallen, stripping Dernith pouches, collecting tokens. He reappeared before her with a flicker, tossed 2 over. Your share? No mark on him, calm as breath. The division was crude, tokens unknown until pouches broke, but he cared nothing for fairness. Convenience robbed everyone in sight. Her presence had only accelerated the harvest. She turned the token over, dazed too, just like that. Darius studied her, head tilted. You're smart, you know we work well together, even if they don't realize it now. What happens when we leave? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? He couldn't place her. With Kalen she had seemed fragile, vulnerable. When Kalen fell, she betrayed Baldric's stronghold to follow Darius. Then she helped him set this very trap. A woman this sharp couldn't be blind to consequences. She paused, then chuckled low. I've thought about it. If few are robbed, nothing follows us out. But if many, she let the silence stretch. If it's enough to make me inner sect, I won't stay in the Irdan sect. Why borrow trouble? Darius looked again. Her logic was cold, clear, irrefutable. Inner sect disciples answered to no mere Irdan rabble. Failure was their problem, not hers. She had already priced the risk. You trust me that much? Not afraid I'll cut you loose once you've served your purpose? A half smile. She met his eyes, held them. You won't. If you do, I simply misjudged you. Darius had no answer. Admiration unbidden rose in him. She saw farther than he had, and she carried a gambler's nerve, familiar somehow. She was not what she seemed. Lightning figures materialized at the tree line. Voices drifted, faint. Is the hard part done? Likely, given the time. They exchanged a glance, crushed tokens in unison. Light swallowed the remaining Irdan disciples, teleporting them away. Darius vanished after. Lyriel drew a breath, then screamed until her throat raw. Help someone, please save me! The same scenario repeated, but this time the man never finished his plea. Younger sister, who is pursuing you? Tell senior brother. A single strike knocked him unconscious. His companion fell just as silently. Kalen stripped both storage pouches without a word. He wasn't in a hurry to give Lyriel her share. Their arrangement stood at 80-20. She didn't complain. From then on, they moved in perfect harmony. Outside, the watching disciples gaped. Even the sect masters, Lorcan and Caldric, stared in disbelief, the elders behind them equally stunned. Kaelin had actually set a trap with a woman to lure victims in. It was shameless. No one knew quite how to describe him. Beside Boran, Seraphina's expression darkened. On the light screen, Kaelin and Lyriel robbed another group with seamless teamwork. She stomped her foot in frustration. Inside the secret realm, their coordination only sharpened. In half an hour they'd looted the surrounding area for miles before moving on. Kaelin already held over 50 storage pouches, though he hadn't bothered checking his token points. Lyriel carried more than 10 tokens herself. Her score now at 23. 3 days passed in a blink. Kaelin couldn't hide his smile. He had so many pouches he hadn't had time to count them all. And Lyriel was beaming just as brightly. 3 days together had brought them much closer. Initially he'd been wary, he always felt this woman wasn't simple. But now she seemed genuinely decent. A strange feeling, hard to define, just a feeling. Outside, disciples came and went. They didn't stay glued to the main hall, some ate, some rested, but most remained fixed on the light screen. The 2 sect masters never left their posts, and an elder kept constant watch. By now the price of screen access had dropped by more than half, from over 5,000 spirit stones to around 1,000. The inner sect selection followed the same pattern every year. The fiercest competition came at the start. The weak were culled in droves within the first few days. The further it went, the stronger the survivors. And this year Kaelin drew the most attention. Not only was he incredibly strong, he set traps and shamelessly stole pouches. Paired with Lyriel, they were a perfect match. Only a handful saw through the ruse. Those who fell for it and were eliminated watched Lyriel's crocodile tears on the screen, then Kaelin's sudden strikes, and trembled. They dared not offend him, but they hated her intensely. When they learned Lyriel had a Dao companion in the outer sect named Kaelin, a mob went to collect interest up front. Besides Kaelin, few outer disciples remained active in the realm, alone or in groups. 3 major teams dominated. The first was an all-female unit led by Falora and Isolde, still over 10 strong. Falora had reached the 2nd level of Flare Realm. Isolde had quietly broken through to the 1st level before entering. The other 2 teams were mostly men, each with a Flare powerhouse. One team even boasted a 3rd-level Flare cultivator, the current token leader. Kaelin would have recognized him instantly, the man he'd seen beside Falora at the Syndral Pavilion. There seemed to be far fewer people here, Kaelin said as they reached a lakeside. 2 days ago we attracted crowds, now they're scattered. Normal, Lyriel laughed. Only a little over 5,000 entered. Besides us, others are hunting them too. After robbing in the forest, they committed dozens more heists near the water before resting here. Less than 4 days left, Kaelin muttered. Time was flying. Lyriel smiled at him. What? Not enough yet? Kaelin stayed silent, but she noticed. He seemed obsessed with storage pouches, preferring them over tokens. She was even a little envious. His current haul had to be near 400. Lyriel laughed, the sound bright against the damp air. Don't be so disappointed. The ones still standing are strong, which means their pouches are full of good stuff, right? Kaelin nodded. He knew the calculus. The higher the cultivation, the richer the spoils. He had over 800 tokens now. Lyriel held exactly 200. Together they commanded nearly a fifth of the assessment's total, and only a few dozen points separated him from the lead. Nothing left out here, he said, eyes tracking toward the Sacratum Realm's heart. Let's go deeper. Lyriel knew the pattern. Unless he'd already secured enough points, the smart play was to hole up and wait for the realm to close. Otherwise, the survivors would converge on the center in the final day's instinct and an unwritten understanding. They left the water. Their roles held, he melted into shadow. She walked open ground. Help. Her voice rang sweet and thin. A cluster of female cultivators nearby frowned, heads turning. Did you hear that? Sounds like a junior sister. Come on, let's save her. They rushed the sound. Help. Help, Lyriel kept calling, but the words died when more than a dozen figures materialized before her. All women, all radiating strength, the weakest at the 9th level of Verdant Veil. At the 4, Falora curves dangerous beneath her robes, face lovely and sharp. Beside her, Isolde, pale and cold as winter iron. Don't be afraid, junior sister, Falora said. appearing at Lyriel's side in a flash. She didn't scan for ambushes. At the second level of Flare Realm, she didn't need to. Who bullied you? Kaelin, still cloaked in shadow, went rigid. He'd sensed a group of women, yes, but never Philora and Isolde. Lyriel's throat tightened. Philora's tone held no malice, but what could she say? This, she stammered. Kaelin sighed behind his veil. He hadn't wanted to show himself, not with Lyriel exposed. After days together, he couldn't gamble on whether Philora's cohort would simply rob her too. He stepped from the shadows, every gaze snapped to him. Killing intent, cold and collective, washed over him, no less lethal for coming from women. You. It's you, Kaelin, it's actually him. I never expected. Even Philora and Isolde held back, eyes flat. Then Isolde spoke, voice light as a breeze stirring his hair. Kaelin, I never imagined that besides being a lecher, you also enjoy bullying women. A sharp crack split the air, a slap delivered from nowhere. You're a famous figure in the Yurdan sect, a voice spat. I never expected a despicable coward who preys on weak women. Kaelin, I never thought you were just like other men. The chorus swelled, unified in hatred, allowing no explanation. Philora's face darkened. She remembered him from Syndral Pavilion, where she'd offered guidance. I really misjudged you. I never thought you were this kind of person. You deserve to die. She stepped forward. The group roared murder. Isolde joined them. In heartbeats he was branded, despicable, shameless, vulgar, lecher, bully of women. The labels stuck like tar. Lyriel gaped. What had happened? Had he caused this much trouble the moment he showed his face? No, that's not. She tried, but Philora cut her off. Junior sister, don't be afraid. Leave the rest to us. Her gaze locked on Kaelin. Kaelin, prepare to die. Kaelin's frustration boiled into something sharper. How had he been branded a lecher again? What cosmic debt demanded this particular punishment? Philora moved first. Killing intent radiated from her as Flare Realm cultivation erupted, a longsword materializing in her grip. She slashed without warning. Kaelin could only stare. They were really attacking. He tapped his storage pouch, a jet-black longsword appearing to meet her strike. The impact drove him back 2 steps. Her aura was frightening, verdant veil level 2, yet carrying the weight of level 3. A genius who fought beyond her station. And she was a woman, which somehow made the strength more unsettling. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. He tried to speak, but she wouldn't listen. Philora's eyes widened mid-swing. When they'd first met, he'd been a nobody in the Yurdan sect. Days later, his name rang through every hall, the disciple who'd defeated Steward Everhart and a Flare Realm duo simultaneously. She doubted the rumors. Now she believed them, and the most shocking part, his cultivation sat only at the 9th level of Verdant Veil. Sisters, let's go. Her companion surged upward. Even Isolde, who had privately questioned her own judgment, joined the charge. Lyriel stood frozen below, stunned into silence. Had they just started fighting? She hadn't said a word yet. It's a misunderstanding. Please stop fighting. Lyriel's voice finally cracked through the chaos. Kaelin breathed a fraction easier. Philora didn't slow. Don't be afraid, she called over the ring of steel. The lecher will be crippled today. He nearly broke. A dozen women closed in, killing intent thick as fog, faces grim. Isolde's white longsword flashed among them, with only one functional arm surrounded, refusing to kill or use poison. He was purely reactive. Lyriel shouted again, louder. It's a misunderstanding, really, please stop. The more she pleaded, the harder they swung. Kaelin's face grayed as he wove through the storm. The women were ruthless, their blades converging on a single anatomical target. Stars shifting kept him fluid, unpredictable, an eel slipping through net after net. Outside the secret realm, the watching disciples fell silent. They couldn't hear the words, but the image spoke volumes. One man against more than 10 female disciples. Philora, a dual Flare Realm wielder, at the forefront. The ruthlessness left them awed. This Kaelin is amazing. Those senior sisters are terrifying. That last strike aimed straight for his. I swear, I'll never cross a woman again. The male disciples traded glances, goosebumps rising. The evaluation of Philora and her cohort climbed another rung. They weren't just strong, they were surgical. Vital points ignored, lower body targeted exclusively. The elders watched with the same grim understanding. This wasn't Kaelin's first scheme with Lyriel. Clearly he tried to rob them, and the fight was justified retribution. If he knew their thoughts, he would have wept. He hadn't intended a move. It was all a misunderstanding. But Felora's team didn't see it that way. Every slash carried castration intent. His expression darkened with each near miss. He could dodge, but what if he couldn't? Isolde's blade missed his manhood by a hair's breadth. Shadow Shift saved him, but the margin was non-existent. Rage finally snapped the leash. Damn it! I already said it was a misunderstanding. Can't you just listen for a second? His aura surged. The black longsword drank the light. He slashed outward, releasing waves of ink-dark sword chi that crashed through the encirclement. Felora and Isolde led the desperate defense. In the opening, Kaelin flashed, reappearing beside Lyriel. She flinched. Then realization dawned. Before he could speak, she threw her hands up. Wait! Her voice rang sharp and clear. This is a misunderstanding. We're in cahoots. Lyriel hurried to explain, fearing another attack. Senior sisters, you've misunderstood. We're together. Felora, Isolde, and the others froze. Kaelin chimed in, exasperation sharpening his voice. That's right. We're in cahoots. Couldn't you have asked before you started swinging? I didn't say a word. Why the ambush? Felora raised an eyebrow. Then tell me what happened. Kaelin steadied himself and laid out the scheme he and Lyriel had devised. The women's expression shifted through a quicksilver sequence, outrage at the shamelessness of it, embarrassment at their own mistake, a flicker of grudging respect. Isolde stared at him, incredulous, unable to believe he would resort to such a treacherous trick. Felora said nothing, but color rose in her cheeks. She knew she had struck the wrong target. In truth, she found nothing objectionable in his methods. She rather liked his style. He had won on his own strength, and the ruse had merely drawn opponents to him, a negligible edge. She even regretted not meeting him sooner. If her own team employed such tactics, it would save no end of trouble. Kaelin had no desire to fight a group of women, especially over a misunderstanding. In a life-or-death struggle, he would fear no one, but this was different. He had said his piece. If they still wanted blood, he would not be polite a second time. A silence stretched. Then Felora sighed and forced a smile. We misunderstood you, junior brother. Murmurs rippled through the group. He's not that kind of person. With their strength catching a verdant veil, Astral disciple wouldn't be this hard. Still, the scheme itself was vicious. The commentary left Kaelin speechless. Isolde stood apart, silent, her thoughts unreadable. Never mind, Kaelin said. It's all right. I'll be going now. Goodbye. He turned to leave with Lyriel. Wait. He paused, glancing back. What is it? The Secretum realm is half spent, fewer than 1,000 remain, and soon everyone with points will converge on the center. Want to join us? Call it an alliance. Felora's laugh held genuine warmth. Kaelin assessed the group. More than a dozen women, all competent. His gaze lingered on Isolde. She caught it and snorted, cold and wordless, though something reckless flickered across her face. He stroked his chin, considered, then nodded. Okay. Felora's face brightened. Welcome. His strength was undeniable. Even with one arm, his cultivation sat at Flare Realm 2nd level or higher, a massive asset in the Secretum. The final days would bring the hardest clashes. Felora's team had already crossed paths with other strong groups. Neither side had fought, both unwilling to suffer losses that would only benefit third parties. Once points were secured, the endgame would decide who claimed a place in the Marrow-Deep Cleansora Poolshade, and the top 3 would earn entry to Shade Vale. Lyriel fell in beside Kaelin, joining Felora's ranks. Most of the women regarded her with open disdain. She noticed and did not care. Her thoughts her own. At the head of the column, Kaelin glanced sideways at Isolde. When did you reach Flare Realm? She glanced back, arrogance threading her voice. A while ago, he nodded. Then she added, Kaelin, who cut off your arm? The question came from nowhere. He answered flatly. My brother, Isolde blinked. Heads turned. Kaelin had no interest in elaborating. Who's the strongest player in the Secretum realm right now? When Kaelin turned the conversation to serious matters, the cluster of women around him fell quiet, their attention sharpening. Felora's gaze held a solemn weight. Phoenix Jorath, Flare Realm, triple. Kaelin blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't expected the Erdan sect to harbor a cultivator of that caliber. Long tenure in the Zareth Immortal sect had kept him isolated, but he knew the Yerdan sect's hierarchy well enough. Flare Realm disciples were its apex, most stalled at level 1, a handful reaching level 2. A third level was unheard of. Darius, listening, felt the same disbelief. He had never heard of a third level in the Yerdan sect. This Phoenix, Felora explained, was at the second level until a few days before the Secretum realm opened. He broke through just in time to enter. Kalen nodded, filing that away. Darius's mind raced. He had expected to sweep the Secretum realm uncontested. A Flare realm triple complicated things. Whole, he wouldn't have flinched. One-armed, he couldn't unleash his full strength. Speaking of which, Darius said, "You've met him." Kalen frowned. "I have? Where?" "The third floor of Syndral Pavilion. Besides you and me, the third man there, that was Phoenix." Memory clicked into place. Darius had sensed a dangerous pressure from the man then, correctly pegging him for Flare Realm. "So it was him," Kalen murmured. The breakthrough to third level didn't surprise him. "Right. Phoenix's team is the strongest in the Secretum realm now. He's almost certainly sitting on the most points." Felora's curiosity shifted. "Little junior brother, you've been ambushing people for days. How many victory points have you collected?" Kalen paused, calculating. "Around 800, give or take. I haven't counted closely." 800. Felora's voice rose. The women around them turned, eyes wide. Darius kept his face neutral. 800, was that really so staggering? Isolde's lip curled. Kalen, despicable. She shook her head. Their own group had set traps and stolen barely 1,000 points combined. She didn't know about the storage pouches Kalen had also looted. The knowledge would only deepen her contempt. Kalen ignored her, turning to Felora. "What about your group? How much did you take?" Felora's cheeks colored. Not many," she sighed. "We have more than 10 people, and the hall is barely better than the rest." Kalen frowned, unsure how to pass that. 800 wasn't nothing, but he had no benchmark. "Total, we're just over 1,000, Felora admitted. "Personally, I have a little over 400. The number startled Kalen so little until he did the math. Only 5,000 entrants meant a hard cap of 5,000 points total. "How does your operation work?" he asked. Darius had crushed every alliance he'd encountered. He'd never seen one function from the inside. "We're spread through the inner domain, moving in parallel," Felora said. "If someone spots an enemy, they signal. Whoever's closest converges." Kalen nodded, understanding. His gaze drifted to Lyriel at the rear of the procession. She caught it and smiled, slow and charming. Darius smiled back and looked away, impressed despite himself. He'd only mentioned his own 800, Lyriel held 200 more. If these women knew the pair had cleared 1,000 together, the silence would be deafening. Kalen turned to Isolde. "And you? How many points?" She pouted. 250. He studied her a moment, then nodded once, saying nothing. The number felt right, auspicious even for her. They walked on toward the central zone. Other groups crossed their path, but neither Kalen, Felora, nor Isolde moved. The women trailing behind them swept up the stragglers. Their scores already placed them in the top 100. Small fry weren't worth the effort. Felora, a Irden sect veteran, knew the Secretum realm's currents well. She had shared plenty along the way. "Besides you," Kalen asked, "who else holds a dual flare realm?" The Verdant Veil posed no threat. Even a standard flare realm level 1 was negligible. He needed to know who beyond Phoenix could endanger him. Felora considered. Lucian Orinel, Fenric Ciela, and Silas Everhart, those three publicly. Unless someone advanced in secret before entry, that's the list. Kalen nodded, and the group kept walking. It was common practice to use the time before the inner sect selection to sharpen one's edge. The only direct threats were Phoenix, Lucian, Fenric, and Silas. Phoenix in particular, a triple flare realm cultivator, stood as the greatest danger of all. "You'd do well to watch yourself around Silas," Felora said, smiling. "He's related to Steward Everhart, the one you injured." Kalen paused, then nodded. They had been walking for 3 hours without noticing, Lyriel trailing in silence. Kalen and Felora led the group, Isolde at Kalen's side. When darkness fell, Felora called a halt. "We'll camp here. No need to rush." Everyone agreed and began setting up in the dense forest. Kalen felt a quiet stirring of respect. This was what a captain did. He recalled his earlier arrangement with Silvar and Dernick. They had deferred to him on everything, leaving him adrift. After that, he and Lyriel had simply partnered up, resting when tired. Now he realized how good it felt to have someone else steer. They lit a fire, despite the risk. Cultivators rarely bothered with warmth, but Flora and the others were women, and with a man among them they wanted light. The full moon rose, casting dappled silver through the canopy, while the fire threw a bright circle into the gloom. Kalen ate plain jerky from his storage pouch, his mind drifting to Vorin. 10 days since he had fled the Zareth immortal sect. 10 days since he had checked on his beast. He dismissed the worry. Vorin was a Yao beast he could endure. A normal animal survived a week without food. Vorin would be fine. Still, Kalen felt a pang of guilt. If the beast had come with him, starvation would have been its greatest danger. The women ate well: fruit, dried meat, dry rations, all laid out with care. Even Isolde's pouch was generously stocked. Lyriel ate simply, only slightly better than Kalen. He sat apart, watching them gather around the fire, talking and laughing like a genuine outing. Without Flora, they would never be this relaxed. Isolde approached in her blue Eardan sect robe, the fabric outlining her figure. She was breathtaking, and she sat beside him without hesitation. Kalen glanced at her, unsurprised. Their bond had deepened during the Ibon City mission, when she had intervened to save him after Zevron's humiliation. Her presence was the main reason he had agreed to join this group. "Kalen, how did you lose your arm?" she asked, her voice cold. He sat up. "My brother chopped it off." "Your brother?" She had not known about Torin. "Why?" Kalen hesitated. He would have refused anyone else, but something in him wanted to tell her. It felt like they were exchanging secrets. Hatred. He told her the story. Torin's cruelty since childhood, the name good-for-nothing his brother had branded him with, the beating when Torin joined the Misty Immortal Palace, the forced marriage to Alara of the Veilers, sent to Draconis' house as a matrilocal son-in-law. He omitted the star charts. Isolde's expression shifted with each revelation. When he mentioned the marriage, disappointment flickered in her eyes, unnoticed even by her. Learning of Alara's veiled birthmark shocked her, pity stirred, and when he spoke of fleeing the sect under Torin's latest threats, a nameless anger flared in her chest. Emotions surged and receded in rapid succession, leaving her unsteady. She realized then that the Kalen she had known was not the real one at all. "It seems I misunderstood you before." Kalen blinked.
You misunderstood me? You mean you called me Kalen?
Isolde nodded, lips pursed. "Darius," Kalen corrected himself, the old name slipping out, stared at her. "Then stop calling me that. What was your mother thinking, telling you the man staring at you is Kalen?" He remembered asking before. She'd said her mother told her. He'd wondered then what kind of woman would teach a child such a thing. Isolde glanced at him. "My mother said it was his mother who told her." Kalen fell silent. A family heirloom passed down through generations of misunderstanding. Asking had been pointless. An hour had slipped by. The other women kept their distance, even Flora and Lyriel, both prodigies of this year's cohort, rumored to have fought each other for first place in the final trial. Their silence wasn't surprising. Gradually, Isolde stopped speaking, settling quietly to the side. Kalen said nothing either, a faint smile on his face. He realized he'd changed. The old Kalen never confided in anyone. Not about the Korath family, not about his years as a matrilocal son-in-law. Those were sore spots, weaknesses, but since defeating Torin, he'd found he could release those pains. They were simply part of his story now. He didn't know this was the sublimation Boren had spoken of in Iron Peak City. Let go, put the past behind you. The mind shifts, life becomes less exhausting. "Not a bad feeling," he murmured, a relaxed laugh escaping. Isolde, standing nearby, started. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing," he waved a hand. She studied him, then rose and left. Kalen watched her go. Terrible temper for someone so pretty. He lay back, gaze finding the full moon. Lyriel approached a short while later. "Senior brother Korath," she trailed off, taking Isolde's vacated seat, eyes fixed on him. Lately, that was how she addressed him. Kalen didn't turn. "What's wrong?" Days of working together had erased barriers between them. "What's your relationship with Isolde? Why ask about her?" Lyriel asked. Curiosity tugged Kalen upright. "Nothing, just asking." She shook her head too quickly, color rising. He studied her with open skepticism. Strange woman. She'd had a Dao companion before, Kalen himself. Unless memory failed when he'd abandoned her and run, she'd looked heartbroken, then she'd said she wanted to come with him. Now this. Kalen felt a headache building. Friends, she saved my life. Simple truth. Lyriel might be suspicious, but she wouldn't harm him. Saved you? She blinked, leaning forward with more questions. Careful. He moved without thought, shouting, lunging, snatching her close with one arm, vanishing from their spot. A thunderous crash. Heartbeats later, a fireball detonated where they'd been sitting. A massive crater yawned open, ringed by raging flames that licked outward a dozen meters. Enemy attack. Watch out. Felora's voice cut through the shock. The female disciples scrambled, artifacts drawn, battle ready. Kalen landed 30 meters up in a tall tree. Lyriel still in his arm. His eyes were cold, burning. The attacker had waited in shadows for a moment of distraction. If Kalen hadn't reacted instantly, the strike wouldn't have been fatal, but serious injury was certain. Lyriel's breath quickened against his chest, face flaming, yet no fear showed in her eyes. He set her down. All right? She shook her head quickly. Fine. He didn't catch the shift in her expression, already frowning. He turned, a black longsword materializing in his grip. Come out. Sneak attacking and too cowardly to show yourself. Felora tracked his gaze. The other women followed. Killing intent sharpened Isolde's eyes. A figure stepped from the trees, chuckling. Didn't expect you to dodge all that. You're good. More than 20 figures melted from the shadows behind him. Kalen's jaw tightened. Silas. Felora's expression was grave. His voice cold. Silas, a powerful expert at the second level of the flare realm. Kalen stared at the man before him. Silas wore a blue robe, long black hair framing a slender, handsome figure. You are Silas?
Good.
A faint smile curved Silas's lips. I didn't expect you could dodge my attack just now with only one arm. Silas showed no sign of panic. Why did you ambush me? Kalen's right hand clenched, genuine anger in his voice. Ambush you? Silas shook his head with a bitter smile, speaking calmly. Back then you also ambushed my second uncle. Your second uncle? Kalen raised an eyebrow. Stuart Everhart? Silas nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face. That's right. You hurt someone from the Everhart family. Do you think things will end so easily? Kalen spat out a mouthful of water. The reason for the incident crystallizing. Behind Silas stood more than 20 Erdan's sect disciples of the Verdant Veil at the 8th and 9th levels, all in blue robes, including 6 powerful members of the half-step flare realm. On Kalen's side, only a dozen or so people alone. Kalen could escape temporarily. None of them could catch him. But he was with Felora, Isolde, their group, and Lyriel. Kalen looked at Silas and said calmly, If you want revenge, then come on. Silas shook his head with a wry smile, ignoring him to address Felora and the others. Junior Sister Felora, today's matter is a personal grudge between Kalen and me. I don't want to involve you. Withdraw now, and we won't take action against you. How about it? Felora raised an eyebrow. You want us to give up on Kalen? That's right. Silas nodded. Felora's cultivation was Flare Realm Level 2, comparable to his own. Moreover, the other side had more than a dozen female disciples, each quite powerful. Silas didn't want a head-on fight. You want me to abandon my companions? Impossible. Felora took a step forward, his aura surging. Kalen gave him a deep look, silently remembering this kindness. Isolde didn't speak, but a white longsword had already appeared in his hand. The female disciples behind them wore complicated expressions. Silas smiled, ignoring Felora to address the women behind him. Junior sisters, I don't think you have anything to do with Kalen. Are you really planning to fight to the death with us here? Is it worth it for Kalen? We're here to participate in the inner sect selection and ultimately become inner sect disciples. Are you willing to give that up for Kalen? Besides, look at the numbers. Do you really think your dozen or so can stop us? The female disciples who had remained silent showed even more complicated expressions. In truth, they were well aware of these things. Fighting for Kalen and Silas, was it worth it? Of course it wasn't. They weren't familiar with Kalen. Most were meeting him for the first time. Was it worth it to fight against a group for his sake, even if they lost their qualification and were eliminated? It definitely wasn't. Kalen also turned his gaze to the group of women. Silas didn't speak, just watched silently, expression calm, neither happy nor sad. Lyriel did the same, calmly looking in their direction without saying a word. Upon hearing this, Philora turned and glanced at the female disciples. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Their reaction was obvious. They were unwilling to fight for Kaelin. Or rather, among this group, only Philora and Isolde were willing to stand up for him. Including the two of them plus Kaelin, could they defeat more than 20 people on the other side, including a second-level flare expert? It would be difficult. Silas smiled and continued. Dear junior sisters, how about this? I'll make a promise to you all here. If you choose to withdraw from the upcoming battle now, I guarantee that I and my companions will not attack you in the next few days. How about that? You should know that this will greatly increase your chances of surviving the 7 days, and you might even become an inner sect disciple. His words were clearly intended to sow discord. However, these people all knew the stakes. Yet they were deeply attracted to the offer, because the conditions were too tempting. More than a dozen female disciples lowered their heads and remained silent. A hint of disappointment flashed in Philora's eyes. He turned and said, If you're unwilling to help, that's fine too. From this moment on, I'm leaving the team. Everyone around was stunned. Senior Sister Philora, don't talk nonsense. How could you leave? Exactly, Senior Sister Philora. Are you really going to fight for Kaelin? We don't know him well. This is only our first meeting. Senior Sister Philora, a group of female disciples began to dissuade him. Silas smiled coldly and didn't rush to speak. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Isolde's eyes were cold and sharp, but he remained silent. Senior Sister Philora, you don't need to do this. Kaelin spoke from his perch high in the tree. Darius, watching from the opposing line, had not expected Philora to declare she would leave the alliance over him. This was only their second meeting, a temporary arrangement at best. Yet she was willing to walk away. Even Lyriel, standing beside Darius, glanced at Philora repeatedly, admiration bright in her eyes. Philora turned and smiled at Kaelin. Brother Korith, you're an ally I brought in. Now that you're in trouble, I cannot back down, even if I lose my chance it costs me the inner sect. What does it matter? She laughed freely. A spirit as fierce as any man's warmth rose in Kaelin's chest. He nodded, saying nothing more. Senior Sister Caraway, are you really going against Silas for Kaelin's sake? Another female disciple finally broke the silence. Philora gave her a long look, her smile turning bitter. It's not that I want to oppose him, he wants to oppose us. My mind is made up. If you're willing to stay and fight alongside me, then stay. If not, I won't force you. She didn't want to explain, the words tasted bitter regardless. They had formed this alliance themselves upon entering the Secretum realm, and the partnership had been harmonious. In every prior engagement, she had handled the strongest enemies. She had shared the bulk of her tokens with her companions. Without her, the group might have been wiped out by now. Isolde, unsurprisingly, remained at Kaelin's side. The other female disciples bowed their heads in silence, offering no reply. Their silence was answer enough. All right, I understand you can leave now. Disappointment shadowed Philora's eyes, though she forced a smile. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Caraway. The first disciple bowed, hands clasped, and turned away. Take care, Senior Sister Caraway. Senior Sister Caraway. One by one, the dozen disciples retreated, withdrawing from the battlefield. They did not flee far. Silas had already sworn he would not harm them. They settled in a safe hollow to watch. Isolde did not leave. He stood beside Philora. She smiled at him and he inclined his head slightly. Philora knew Isolde stayed not for her but for Kaelin. Even if she walked away, he would remain. Together they turned to face Silas. Have you made your decision? No regrets? A smile curved Silas's lips, handsome but cold. Isn't that what you meant to divide us? Philora raised an eyebrow, a long sword materializing in her hand as her aura surged. Shameless scoundrel. Isolde gripped his own blade, frowning at Silas. Silas glanced at him, unbothered. I didn't want to be your enemy, but if you insist on helping Kaelin, don't blame me. Silas's face contorted. The Everhart family was powerful, yet it fell short of the Blackthorns. Every genius training at the Zareth Immortal sect carried the blood of a great clan. Enough nonsense, let's fight. Philora's killing intent spiked. Kaelin glanced at Lyriel, but before he could speak, she said, Senior Brother Korith, no matter what happens, I'm on your side. Kaelin shook his head, a wry smile touching his mouth. That's not what I meant. If a fight breaks out, you find a place to hide. Lyriel nodded in agreement. Gripping a jet-black longsword, Kaelin flashed to stand beside Isolde and Phaelora. All three gazes locked on Silas. Senior Sister Caraway, Isolde. Thank you. I told you we're allies. Phaelora curled her lip. Isolde snorted. Kaelin. The use of his given name should have grated. Instead, Kaelin felt a surge of camaraderie. Enough words. Let's begin. Kaelin laughed, battle intent blazing. Silas sneered from across the clearing. He had more than 20 disciples at his back, enough to wear Kaelin's trio down to nothing. The men behind him wore cold, eager smiles. Kaelin's name was known throughout the Yurden sect. Now the prospect of toppling him here excited them, especially the older disciples who had long resented a newcomer stealing the sect's spotlight. Since that's the case, all three of you may die together. Silas's eyes iced over, a long spear manifesting in his grip. Attack! More than 20 male disciples surged forward at once. Kaelin did not retreat. He leveled his jet-black longsword at the oncoming spearman, and the 20-odd disciples fanning out behind him, then glanced at the two women beside him. Senior sisters, hold him for a moment. The rest are mine! Isolde and Phaelora stared. Stunned, he was already moving. Silas bore down with killing intent, spear aimed to avenge the Everhart clan. But Kaelin ignored him entirely, plunging into the mass of male disciples. Silas faltered, then found Isolde and Phaelora intercepting his path. Phaelora stood at the early second level of the flare realm, Isolde at the early first. Scylla's at the middle second outclassed Phaelora alone, but against both he deadlocked. However fiercely he thrust, he could not shake them. Damn you, think you can stop me? His eyes glazed with cold fury as the spear lashed out again and again. Enough talk, Phaelora sneered. Isolde said nothing, but her longsword was no less lethal. Outside the secretum realm, every eye fixed on the light screen. Since Kaelin had allied with Phaelora, Isolde and the others, observers had watched closely. Many had sighed at his apparent luck, falling into a world of women's fragrance and gaining a powerhouse like Phaelora, only to see the situation reverse in a heartbeat. Silas, isn't he Steward Everhart's nephew here for revenge? Knowledgeable disciples murmured. I've heard the same. Same clan, same surname. Darius came prepared, with numbers. The alliance just formed, and already everyone's fled except those two. Kaldor stood among the crowd, surrounded by this year's Eardan entrants. Hyven and the others Kaelin had helped in the arena. Their faces darkened on the screen. They abandoned Big Brother Korith, Haven said, indignation sharp. The rest echoed her. Silas picked the fight. They ran scared. Big Brother Korith. Genuine respect and worry laced their voices. Seraphina, beside Boren, felt the same dread watching her brother-in-law outnumbered. Then her gaze landed on Isolde and Phaelora, and her expression shifted. Bad brother-in-law, she muttered. Mirel's flirting with two vixens. Neither would marry her. Is she really that bad? Inside, Kaelin knew none of it. Killing intent radiated from him as he crashed into the enemy ranks without restraint. Over 20 opponents, weakest 8th level of the Verdant Vale, 6 of them. Miravel at the 9th, Raventh at half-step flare. Kaelin sneered. Until we reach flare, I'll cut down however many come. The mob flinched, feeling dismissed. Arrogant. Kill him, ruthless, every strike lethal. Most had been hired by Steward Everhart, promised rich rewards for Kaelin's head. Murder was legal in the Secretum realm. Even so, Kaelin dared not be careless against 20+ attackers at once. His black blade drank the night, ink dark and gleaming. In under 5 breaths, 2 men fell. The onlookers froze. No one had expected Kaelin to be so ruthless, cutting down 2 cultivators in a single breath. Charge, everyone, charge. The shout ripped through the stunned silence. Darius glanced across the field, his black longsword humming, eyes cold. You're asking for it, don't blame me. Killing intent surged from him in a palpable wave, dropping the temperature until frost bit at exposed skin. He moved like lightning. The combined assault of more than 20 Verdant Vale 8th and 9th level cultivators would have given a Flare Realm 3rd level pause. But Kaelin stood at only Verdant Vale 9th, not yet half-step Flare. They had underestimated him. At 8th level he had already matched a Flare Realm 2nd. Before entering Iron Peak City he had broken through to 9th. His benchmark had been Tauren, a genius who could challenge higher realms and had taken a blood-burning pill, combat power equivalent to a flare realm quadruple. Kalen had defeated him. That victory proved his peak strength touched the quadruple threshold. He had paid for it with an arm, and old wounds still dragged at him, but he was hardly helpless. Darius had never truly committed since entering the Secretum realm. Silas had struck first from ambush, then rallied the others to surround and attack from behind. Their intent was clear. They wanted his life, acting on Everhart family orders. Kalen would not hold back. The fighting was savage. He met flashing blades with his right hand alone, his white robe soaked crimson, his face twisted into something feral. The numerical advantage that should have been decisive collapsed under a single man. Silas, locked in combat with Isolde and Philora, watched with shock and fury. Darius cursed, eyes bloodshot, desperate to break free and join the kill. Half the force he had brought already lay scattered in pieces across the ground. Kalen moved like a demon. Surrounded, he slipped through death with shadow shift, then struck. Darius cut down so many the survivors trembled, feeling they faced not a man but a god of death. Isn't he Verdant Vale, 9th? And he lost an arm? Voices cracked. How is he this strong? In a heartbeat, 20-odd attackers dwindled to fewer than 10. Kalen stood dripping, one-armed black sword raised, and charged again. Damn it, fight, or we all die here. The remainder threw themselves forward with everything they had, trading blows in desperation. They miscalculated, let them see who was more ruthless. Kalen had never feared anyone. Darius had clawed his prominence in Iron Peak City through sheer brutality, surviving this long by answering every slash with a stab. He roared for the kill, voice echoing, body radiating murder. Outside the secret realm, every Erdan sect and utility disciple stood dumbfounded. Swallowed breaths sounded everywhere. Too ruthless, they whispered. This Kalen over 20 Erdan disciples, and he nearly wiped them all. Even Kaldor's group, initially anxious for Kalen, now felt their worry had been wasted. There was no need to fear the terror. Condolences should flow the other way. The two sect masters remained silent, but the elders' faces cycled through expressions. Dravik, holder of the Enlightenment Seed, said nothing. The uninformed voices rose, addressing Lorcan and Kaldric. This boy carries too much bloodlust. He went too far. No restraint at all. Those opponents are Zareth Immortal Sect disciples, truly ruthless. If such a disciple entered the inner sect, it might not be a blessing for the Zareth Immortal Sect. The sect masters ignored them entirely. In a corner beyond the main hall, Steward Everhart's face had gone ash-grey. He stared at the light screen, disbelief freezing him in place as Kalen slaughtered the elite force the Everhart family had sent to kill him. The plan had collapsed in the space of a heartbeat. Inside the Secretum realm, Kalen had gone berserk. Wounds scored his body, blood streaming freely, yet he ignored them entirely. He had endured far worse, these were nothing. Cold eyes fixed on the four opponents still standing across from him, right hand clamped around a long black blade. Of the 20-odd attackers, only these four remained. The rest lay dead or maimed in the dirt. This time he would kill. In previous trips to the Secretum realm he had only ever stolen Dernith pouches, never taken a life. Those disciples of the Zareth Immortal Sect held no grudge against him and he refused to slaughter innocents. But the group before him now was different, they had come for his head. No matter their numbers, he would cut them all down. Damn it, one muttered, face ashen. How can he be this strong? How do we fight this? They glanced towards Silas, but he was locked in combat with Isolde and Philora. Silas had tried several times to break free, only to be blocked by the two women. His eyes were bloodshot, aura surging as he roared hoarsely. Damn it, you all have to die! It was only a roar. Neither Philora nor Isolde yielded an inch. Kalen glanced coldly at the quartet, gaze calm as if viewing corpses. They exchanged a look, terror written plain, yet gritted their teeth and charged. Flight was pointless before such strength, only death awaited. His peak strength was formidable enough to challenge higher realms. More terrifying still was his martial skill. Stars shifting granted unparalleled speed among peers, along with shadow shift for ambush and escape. In a blink, several more corpses hit the ground, over 20 bodies now pooled in blood. Kalen's expression was ferocious. He did not rush for Dernith pouches or tokens. Instead, he turned slowly, black eyes locking onto Silas, still battling the two women, Under that stare, Silas felt targeted by a prehistoric beast. A chill raced down his spine. Felora and Isolde were overjoyed. They had never expected Kalen to dispatch 20-plus Irdan sect disciples so easily. Even Kalen had fallen in under 15 minutes against Silas in their previous encounter. Felora questioned whether she could replicate the feat, and a lingering fear took root. When they had attacked Kalen earlier, he had clearly held back. Otherwise they might share the fate of the dead. Kill! Kalen roared, jet-black longsword raised, charging Silas with naked killing intent. Damn it. Silas's face blanched. He had been supremely confident killing Kalen was supposed to be a certainty. Reality had proven otherwise. More shocking still, Kalen had single-handedly slaughtered over 20 Irdan sect disciples. Even at the second level of the Flare realm, Silas could not have done it. The sword descended at his skull with blinding speed. Silas gritted his teeth, parrying the two women's attacks first, then thrusting his spear at the incoming threat. As Kalen closed, a burning sensation washed over him. A terrifying aura radiated not from Silas, but from the spear itself. The weapon blazed like flame, piercing toward his chest. A profound rank high-grade magical artifact from the Everhart family treasury. Silas had brought it for two reasons: to kill Kalen and avenge his clan, and to dominate the Valora energy selection. He had not activated it against Isolde and Felora. Profound rank artifacts drained spiritual energy heavily, and even as a flare dual cultivator, he had waited for the killing blow. His men's lives were irrelevant. Go to hell. Just as Silas believed the strike would end it, Kalen vanished from sight. What? Silas's pupils contracted. His spear skewered empty air. A burst of flames erupted from the tip, hitting nothing. For a heartbeat he could not comprehend. Then Kalen materialized beside him, black blade already at his throat. Shock froze Silas's face. Disbelief. He tried to react, to flee too late. A head arced skyward. The body stood motionless a moment longer, then collapsed. One move, Silas was dead. Everyone who witnessed it reeled. No one imagined such ruthlessness, killing without a blink. But more importantly, every viewer before the light screens realized the same question: what was Kalen's movement technique? He had used shadow shift multiple times in the Secretum realm, yet everyone assumed it was merely exceptional speed and skill. Silas was no weakling. Such speed should have been impossible. The killing blow especially defied explanation. How had he done it? The disciples would not stop talking. Irdan's sect and utility disciples alike circled the scene, voices overlapping in disbelief. They had overlooked him before, but the movement technique he had just displayed defied comprehension. Kalen had killed Silas of the Everharts in a single breath. The terror of it rippled past the disciples to the elders, and even the sect masters, Caldric and Lorcan, wore faint surprise. Kalen didn't disappear, Lorcan said, voice low. His cultivation pierced illusion at a glance, yet what he saw strained belief. He accelerated instantly. Caldric nodded. He borrowed stars shifting from the Irdan sect. Lorcan turned sharply. Stars shifting? A silent nod. That manual is severely incomplete. I've studied it. It lacks any spell cultivator framework. Lorcan's brow furrowed. Caldric smiled without speaking. He had seen the boy penetrate the technique when he defeated Steward Everhart. Beside him, Lorcan's eyes widened as realization struck. The enlightenment seed. The seed embodied enlightenment itself, understanding realization. They had only heard of it, never witnessed it, and knew only its benefits to Faelith and artifact refining. Now they saw what else it could do. They attributed everything to the seed, never considering alternatives, inventing excuses for him. If Kalen had heard their reasoning, he would have laughed and shouted praise. Sect Master is wise. The elders behind them exchanged glances. Several sharp-eyed veterans recognized the technique from ancient texts, the legendary shadow shift, a heaven-rank art degraded to earth, rank only by its incompleteness. Greed stirred in more than one chest. Even profound core cultivators would risk death for a heaven-rank cultivation method. Outside the main hall, clamor erupted. Kaldor and the others cheered, clapping until their palms stung. Steward Everhart lurked in shadow, face ashen. He had never imagined the family genius would fall to a single sword stroke. It's over. It's over. The steward slumped through his actions. A genius had died. He had made a fatal mistake. Through the light screen he watched Kaelin examine the Everhart's prized Lyrandel-tipped Hastale with open satisfaction. Blood sprayed from the steward's mouth, a loss of both wife and army. Inside the secretum realm, Kaelin had defeated over 20 opponents and carried several bloody marks, but they meant nothing. He had taken a medicinal pilvora to stabilize himself, discarded the stained robe, and pulled a clean white one from his Dernith pouch. Elara had prepared everything before his departure. He studied the spear, satisfaction deepening. The Solare Hastale in his pouch was nearly broken. This would replace it handsomely. Not bad, not bad. His smile widened. Felora laughed beside him. No ordinary weapon, at minimum profound rank medium grade, possibly high grade. Kaelin nodded. Isolde remained silent. He stowed the spear. Neither woman objected. The killer claimed the spoils, and since the weapon belonged to the Everharts, taking it invited trouble, but he had already bloodied that well beyond repair. He stripped the Dernith pouch from Silas's corpse, inspected it, and grinned. Over 3,000 spirit stones alone. The Everharts live up to their reputation as a wealthy clan, he murmured, then laughed. Come on, let's divide the spoils. Isolde and Felora stared, dividing spoils. They had not known he and Kaelin. He had been collecting storage pouches along with tokens throughout the secretum realm. Lyriel arrived at a run. Kaelin smiled at the two women's confusion, said nothing and vanished. He reappeared among the 20-odd cultivators he had defeated earlier, now dead or dying. 3 still breathed, broken and immobile, unable even to crush their tokens. Kaelin looked down, killing intent radiating from him. They looked up, terror bare in their eyes. Kaelin, you crushed the token, we yield. Kaelin, don't kill me. Kaelin, we lost. This is a competition. The sect master and elders are watching. Lost? His sneer cut the air. If I lay there, would you let me go because I lost? Silence. A cold glint flashed. Desperate pleas rose too late. His longsword swept down, beheading them in a single motion, no mercy. The witnesses stood frozen, stunned by a ruthlessness that exceeded imagination. Kaelin gathered the storage pouches from the 20-odd corpses and piled them together. Severed limbs littered the ground, and Isolde and Felora's faces tightened. Both were cultivators long accustomed to death, yet neither had ever killed with such cold efficiency. Between them, their lifetime tallies fell short of what Kaelin had achieved in a single afternoon. Lyriel said nothing. Her expression was calmer than the others, but her eyes held something brighter than unease, admiration, undisguised. The killing intent that had radiated from him evaporated. He was simply Kaelin again, crouching in the dirt. He waved the women over, and they approached to watch him upend the pouches. Spirit stones, bottles, artifacts, and tokens clattered across the earth in a glittering heap. Aside from Silas, every corpse had belonged to an enemy, cultivators bribed by the Everhard family to ambush him. The haul was substantial. Kaelin's eyes lit with satisfaction. Even Isolde, usually so composed, swallowed hard. Felora and Lyriel stared, equally transfixed. The dozen female disciples who had fled earlier had not gone far. They had lingered in the tree line, hidden in shadow, and witnessed everything. None had imagined Kaelin capable of such ruthlessness, of cutting down every threat alone. Regret settled thick in their throats, but the secretum realm offered no safety for the weak. After a hurried conference, they chose to return. Senior Sister Felora, this is yours. Kaelin set aside 10 jade pendants, a disciple token, over 8,000 spirit stones, and a mountain of pill bottles, jars, and artifacts. Felora's voice came thin. So much! Her hands trembled as she stared at the pile. This was her first time dividing plunder from dead men's pouches. She had meant to refuse. The words died in her throat. Thank you. You're welcome, Isolde. These are yours. 10 jade pendants, 10 disciple tokens, 7,000 spirit stones, and a heavier share of medicinal pills and artifacts. Fewer stones, but the pills alone would sell for 10,000 more. Isolde's mask of detachment flickered. She wanted to decline with cool grace, but her mouth formed only a soft, stunned "oh." The remainder, roughly 2,000 spirit stones, assorted pills and artifacts, and 4 tokens went to Lyriel. She blinked. I have one too? Kaelin smiled and nodded. Lyriel accepted at once, beaming. All 3 women stood stunned by the sudden windfall. The returned disciples watched from the periphery, dumbfounded, their eyes bright with envy and a deeper, sharper regret. Isolde frowned, counting. You gave everything to us. What about yourself? Philora and Lyriel looked over. Junior brother Kalen, you gave us all your things. Philora flushed with embarrassment. Lyriel, who had done nothing to earn a share, hurried forward. Senior brother Kalen, I don't want them. Please take them back. Kalen waved a hand, laughing. Keep it. I've already gained plenty. Besides, didn't I take that spear? I really like it. They protested several times. His attitude was firm. They had not abandoned him in his crisis, and he believed they deserved this. In the end, they accepted, understanding the gratitude beneath his insistence. The returned disciples felt the weight of their choice more keenly now. Even Lyriel, who had hidden in the shadows without truly leaving, would have received a share. What then had their flight cost them? The three women crushed their jade pendants. Numbers rose. Joy bloomed across their faces. Isolde and Philora already held enough points for the top 100. Now the top 10 beckoned. Lyriel was the most surprised. She had carried only 200 tokens. Now her winning points surged to 500. She stared at Kalen, astonished. He turned back with a smile and a slight nod. Something moved in her chest, deep and quiet. Isolde and Philora had contributed the most, so the largest shares were natural. Had Lyriel received equal portions, resentment might have stirred. She was weak, only at the verdant veil, and earning points would only grow harder. So Kalen had given her Silas's jade pendant, which undoubtedly held the highest score. It was the greatest help he could offer. Lyriel understood all of this without a word, keeping it in her heart. The faces of the group beamed with joy. Philora and Isolde, dividing spoils for the first time, were particularly excited. Murder and robbery make you rich fast, Philora said, laughing heartily. I didn't believe it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Her personality was outgoing, fiery, passionate. Isolde had once despised murder and robbery. Now she felt a strange excitement, wanted to do it a few more times. Lyriel, needless to say, had spent days with Kalen and knew how many people he had tricked. She had only received tokens then, not as satisfying as soulforged fragment stones. A dozen female disciples stood 20 meters from the four men. The men knew about Kalen, but none paid attention to the women, nor wanted to. Kalen felt neither joy nor sorrow toward them. At 19 he had experienced far too much. He felt only slight disappointment at their abandonment, not even sadness. Lyriel hadn't spent much time with them, only found them heartless. But that wasn't a big deal. Isolde didn't glance at the group. Cold and aloof on the surface. Her heart was not like that at all, as shown when Kalen was in danger before Zevron. She was actually sentimental, loyal. The most heartbroken was Philora. Most of these people had been recruited by her. They were fine most of the time, but in crucial moments. The men clearly had no intention of acknowledging the women. The female disciples understood. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and walked forward with flushed faces. Senior sister Philora, we were wrong. We were just too scared, one said. Junior brother Kalen, we were just scared, that's why. Another said, we're too weak. Staying here would only be a burden, wouldn't it? A third said. Junior sister, please help me persuade them. Another pleaded. Silence fell. The women spoke, eyes brimming with tears as they looked at the four men. Kalen sneered and shook his head without speaking. Isolde's face grew colder. She ignored them as well. Philora's eyes filled with disappointment. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. No need to say anything more. We were no longer comrades when you left just now. People who abandon their comrades at crucial moments are not trustworthy. But senior sister Philora, another disciple tried. Philora replied coldly, we are no longer companions. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Her words startled everyone. Philora had a fiery temper but was always kind to her own. They had never seen her like this. Out of consideration for our past as comrades, I will not harm you within the secretum realm, so you'd better watch yourselves from now on. Philora spat out a mouthful of starfall. The women stood stunned. For a moment, Kalen didn't know what to do. Darius glanced at Philora, sensing her emotions, then turned his gaze to the female disciples and asked coldly, aren't you leaving? Senior sister Philora said she wouldn't touch you, but I never said that. The women were immediately horrified. They had seen clearly how ruthless Kalen was. Darius had single-handedly slaughtered over 20 Yerdan sect disciples, even killing Silas, a Flare Realm dual-level powerhouse. The group clasped their hands in a fist salute to Philora, then fled at top speed. From now on in the secretum realm they would have to rely on themselves. Whether they could ultimately become inner sect disciples depended on themselves. Kalen glanced at Philora, whose eyes showed even greater disappointment. With a formidable enemy at hand, he felt a sense of loss, but no time to dwell on it. Senior Sister Philora, don't overthink it, Kalen offered. Some people and some things can only be understood and seen clearly after experiencing them. Philora looked up at him. Isolde didn't speak, just seemed lost in thought. Lyriel smiled at Philora. Senior Sister Philora, if you're with them. It'll be even more dangerous if they betray you when we encounter danger. It's better this way. Philora took a deep breath, exhaled, nodded heavily, smiled, and returned to her original state. The three women collected their respective stolen goods. Let's go, let's find somewhere else to rest, Kalen said, laughing. The three had no objections, so they left together. In the outside world, a group of Irdan sect disciples and utility disciples were filled with extremely complex thoughts. Did you see that? That spirit stone just now, one said, and those medicinal pills. Magical artifacts. They cried out in awe. We're rich, they exclaimed. This Kalen didn't keep a single penny for himself and gave it all away. Who said that? Didn't he take Silas's spear? Silence fell. The fact that Kalen divided the spoils caused a huge sensation among all disciples who witnessed it. They had never seen anything like it. A mountain of spirit stones, various magical artifacts, bottles and jars of medicinal pills, split up just like that. Envy was one aspect, but even more it made them look at Kalen with new respect. They thought him very generous. Even the elders were the same. Several who had previously criticized Kalen for being too bloodthirsty had changed their tune. Although this boy is bloodthirsty, he is grateful for kindness, which is a good thing, one said. Cherishing feelings, knowing how to be grateful, another said. They could all see Kalen's intention in dividing the spoils. This changed their opinion of him considerably, and they also had a high opinion of Philora and Isolde. Similarly, the elder who was in the know also remained silent. The more sentimental Kalen was, the better it served the Zerith sect. A man like that would never betray them if treated well, and he would contribute enormously. Inside the realm, 1 man and 3 women rested through the night. By morning all 4 had fully recovered, even Kalen, despite the wounds still mapping his body. Darius had slipped into the star chart under cover of darkness and swallowed a cache of his own medicinal pills alongside a hoard of spirit medicine and spiritual plants. His concoctions were all of the highest grade, though some proved less effective than simply taking advanced pills. The spiritual plants worked. Their tokens now held enough winning points. For them, the remainder of the trial was simply a matter of finding a safe place to wait for the realm to close. They would enter the inner door steadily, with no need to compete further. But Kalen and his companions were hungry for the top 10 of the Marrow-Deep Cleansora Poolshade. All 4 intended to keep plundering points. Darius proposed a split, 3 parts each for himself, Isolde and Philora, 1 part for Lyriel. The 3 women nodded in agreement. Lyriel was essentially a background figure, her strength pitifully weak. Simply making the top rank was already an achievement. The group moved toward the central area, eyes peeled for Irdan disciples. Any they encountered would be relieved of their storage pouches. Half a day passed in this fashion. They robbed 3 more groups, 16 disciples in total. Yet the combined wealth was pitiful, less than Silas had carried alone. The scene left disciples outside the circle in awe. Many felt that being defeated and eliminated was not so terrible. The true nightmare was crossing paths with Kalen, because their storage pouches would be taken all over again. Losing the election was heartbreaking enough, but to lose everything on top of it? It wasn't just 1 or 2 who thought this. Most shared the sentiment. Even many onlookers, including those with Verdant Veil and Nimbus disciple accounts, secretly rejoiced. They felt that not participating in the inner sect selection had been the right decision. Who could blame them, given the terror of the process? They no longer cared about Face, or the elders and sect masters watching from the sidelines. They didn't care about anything. Even Discriminant began analyzing and pondering. In the 4 days since Kalen entered the realm, how many storage pouches and spirit stones had he stolen? When the final estimate reached approximately 400,000 spirit stones, it stunned the Irdan disciples. A few days ago he had robbed Baldric's group of more than 10 pouches. Later, when he took Lyriel along, all those pouches went with him. Darius couldn't even remember how many people he'd robbed afterward. 400,000 spirit stones was an astonishing figure, and that didn't include the identity jade tokens he'd stolen. If contribution points could also be redeemed, no one could guess the final total. It was terrifying. Leaving aside the flare realm, only a profound core expert would likely possess 400,000 spirit stones. If the Xeris sect ultimately didn't intervene and let Kaelin's group leave with their haul, wouldn't he be worth as much as a profound core expert, and he was only at the Verdant Vale. At the same time, the way people outside looked at Isolde and Felora through the light screen changed. It was one thing for Lyriel and Kaelin to have colluded in wrongdoing. Now even the pure and innocent Blackthorn Fairy, the fiery and passionate goddess Felora, had started robbing and looting alongside him. The male disciples were speechless, unable to name the feeling in their hearts. Kaelin, inside the realm, was completely unaware of all this. Robbing alongside the three women felt incredibly exhilarating. Felora's cultivation sat at flare level 2, Isolde's at level 1. As a team, the four of them could almost sweep through the realm, even facing Phoenix, who possessed triple flare cultivation. The group showed no fear. Working together, even if they couldn't win, self-preservation was definitely not a problem. If Kaelin hadn't lost an arm, and if his internal injuries from fighting Taurin had fully healed, he could have handled Phoenix himself. However, just as the four were happily committing robbery, they bumped into a group of male cultivators. Both sides went on high alert. The opposing team numbered over 20, each with formidable strength. The lowest cultivation was Verdant Vale, level 9, with 7 at half-step flare and 3 at flare level 1. Upon seeing the leader, a look of seriousness flashed across Felora's eyes as she called out Lucian's name. Lucian was one of the remaining 2 flare disciples. His gaze also sharpened as he called out Felora and Kaelin's names. Darius dared not underestimate Felora. She also possessed flare level 2 strength. Kaelin's name was now known throughout the Yerdan sect, having defeated Steward Silas, a duo from the flare realm. Although Lucian had reached flare level 2, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Add a flare level 1 in Isolde. As for Lyriel, she was essentially a freebie. Lucian didn't even glance at her. However, what gave him confidence was his numbers: 3 at flare level 1, 7 at half-step flare, and himself at flare double middle stage. Kaelin was also taken aback, not because of Lucian, but because he spotted an old acquaintance in the crowd and cried out Mirabelle's name. Mirabelle spotted Kaelin and Isolde. Darius froze. He hadn't expected to run into them here. A tangle of emotions rose in his chest. He had once stood up for Merrick and made trouble for Kaelin, only to suffer a crushing defeat in a later competition and public humiliation. As for Isolde, Mirabelle had once tried to form an alliance with her, only to be flatly rejected. Darius never imagined the two would be together, and from the looks of it, they were in cahoots. Kaelin, Isolde. His expression was complicated, the feeling in his heart impossible to describe. At the front of the group, Lucian glanced back. Darius recognized him as a fellow Irdan sect disciple from this year's cohort. Darius chuckled. So we all know each other. Kaelin turned to look at Lucian. His attention had been on Mirabelle, wondering how she had ended up with this group. Lucian was not tall. His skin slightly dark, features rugged, unattractive when neutral, worse when he smiled. Lucian, are you going to make a move? Felora raised an eyebrow. The opponent was strong, but they were not afraid. After all, Kaelin was on their side. Without overwhelming combat power to suppress him, his ghostly movements would force any lower cultivation opponent to their knees. As long as Kaelin had enough spiritual power, the shifting stars gave him speed beyond his peers. Darius was invincible unless someone could suppress him in raw strength. Otherwise, a low-level cultivator wouldn't fear numbers. Being surrounded was just a matter of shadow shifting for Kaelin. Lucian glanced at Felora, then at Kaelin. A grotesque smile spread across his face. A few days ago, I definitely wouldn't have made enemies of you. Even with 4 of you, I wouldn't have wanted to provoke you. But there are less than 3 days left until the Secretum realm closes. Far fewer people remain, and I not only want a top 10 spot, I want to go further. It's about my position in the Marrow-Deep Cleansora poolshade, and if I'm lucky I might even get the Solvorn Pilvora. His meaning was clear: they had to fight. The chance to enter the Marrow-Deep Cleansora poolshade was rare. The top 10 in the inner sect selection all qualified, but positions differed. The higher the ranking, the closer to the Shade Veil, the greater the benefits. Let's get started. Felora's longsword appeared in her hand. Isolde did the same, a silver-white blade materializing in her grip. The two had already prepared. Kaelin glanced at Lyriel beside him. She instantly understood, nodded, and retreated to hide. 3 against a group. 1 Flare Realm, 2, 3 at Flare Realm 1, 7 at Half-Step Flare, and over a dozen Verdant Vale level 9 powerhouses. Eldemir Vera's extremely strong lineup. Yet Kaelin showed no fear. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat excited. Senior Sister Caraway, can you handle Lucian? Kaelin asked, eyes gleaming. This was a big ticket. Isolde and Phaelora thought the same. This was a big fish they couldn't let escape. Unbeknownst to them, their personalities had been influenced by Kaelin. Phaelora nodded. Don't worry. Kaelin looked at Isolde. Those 3 at Flare Realm 1, how many can you take down? She was very strong, able to challenge higher levels. Back when she was at Verdant Vale 9th, her strength already surpassed Half-Step Flare. Now that she had reached the first level, she was undoubtedly stronger. Isolde gave him a disapproving look. If we fight with all our might, we can handle the 3 of them in a short time. Phaelora didn't know exactly how strong she was, but Kaelin, who had fought her, certainly did. She looked at Isolde with surprise. She hadn't expected this girl to be so strong. Taking on 3 cultivators of the same rank right from the start. Kaelin laughed. How about this, you take 2, I'll handle the rest. Isolde pursed her lips and said nothing. Phaelora nodded. Kaelin's fighting ability was formidable. The 3 spoke openly, making no secret of their plans. But when Lucian, Mirabelle, and the others overheard, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Did they look down on people that much? Especially Isolde's claim she could take on 3. The 3 Flare Realm 1 disciples on the opposing side instantly seethed with killing intent. Lucian's eyes turned cold. This was a disgrace. A deep sense of shame. In the crowd, Mirabelle quietly took 2 steps back. Darius had personally experienced just how terrifying Kaelin was. Back then, even with a higher realm, he had suffered a great loss. Kaelin was currently at Verdant Vale 9th level middle stage, while Darius had only reached Starfall 9th level early stage. Kaelin was even further ahead. Darius believed Kaelin wouldn't even need a second move against him. For a moment, Mirabelle wanted to turn and run, but with Lucian and the others present, the Flare Realm 2 expert remained silent. He dared not speak. Darius had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. You all deserve to die, Lucian roared, his dark face twisting with fury, making him look even uglier. Kill, Darius roared, and everyone behind him echoed. With so many people, so many strong individuals, how could they not defeat 3 opponents? Were they kidding? Without further ado, Kaelin and his 2 companions charged forward, following their earlier discussion. Phaelora and Lucian engaged at once. Lucian's fury was plain, yet he held nothing back in caution. Darius produced a quarren axe from his storage pouch, the massive weapon radiating killing intent alongside its wielder. The axe head alone had to weigh 1,000 pounds, and paired with Lucian's dark skin and fierce features, the impression was striking. When Phaelora's longsword met the axe, she staggered back several steps, wrist numbed, face flushing. The power behind the blow exceeded her expectations. But she was no pushover, a recognized genius of the Yerdan sect, and the disadvantage proved temporary. She soon answered with a cascade of flexible attacks, turning defense into a flowing offense. Isolde faced 2 Flare Realm disciples of the Yerdan sect. Her stunning beauty drew no mercy. Her earlier provocations had been too cutting. She had begun with 3 opponents, though only 2 remained standing before her. Meanwhile, Kaelin charged straight into the mass of disciples. 20-odd cultivators ringed him like a turtle in a jar. The strongest among them, a first-level Flare Realm practitioner, slapped his storage pouch, drew a machete, and shouted the charge. Together, take him down. Kaelin's reputation preceded him, a true prodigy known for challenging higher realms. Anger hadn't addled their wits. No one dared carelessness. They moved as one, committing everything. Yet within a few exchanges, several disciples were cut down and sent flying. Kaelin moved through them like a tiger unleashed, baleful energy rolling off him in waves. Same-level cultivators couldn't withstand a single exchange. Half-step Flare Realm fighters barely survived too. The first-level expert fared worst of all. First to rush forward, he took a kick to the stomach that displaced organs, reversed blood flow, and forced a mouthful of blood. Nearly killed in a single strike. For all their strength, the group lacked the will to die for this cause, and Kaelin routed them alone in short order. Mirabelle didn't dare move. Darius trembled, fingers tightening on his withdrawal token, ready to crush it and flee if the tide turned. Lucian, locked in combat with Philora, and the two disciples facing Isolde all blanched. Kalen had single-handedly wiped out the rest? What manner of strength was this? The verdant veil had only 9 levels. Could it truly produce this? Lucian's axe strikes were powerful but clumsy. Philora dodged each with practiced ease. Kalen's displayed strength was terrifying. Lucian knew he had to intervene, or it would be too late. The two fighting Isolde shared the thought, but couldn't act on it. Her strength was equally absurd. Though only at the first level of Flare Realm, she fought with terrifying skill. Cyan flame clung to her longsword, emitting a bluish-green light without heat, yet striking with bone-chilling cold. They were completely suppressed. Across all 3 battles, Kalen dominated, absolutely. Numbers meant nothing against him. Lyriel, watching from the shadows, observed with keen interest, almost tempted to pull an apple from her storage pouch and eat while the spectacle unfolded. Kalen didn't kill anyone this time, only injuring them enough to end their fight. Both sides were Zerith Immortal Sect disciples. There was no true enmity, and they hadn't been targeting him. No reason to take lives. Outside, Eodan and Utility disciples reacted with far more calm. They weren't surprised he'd felled so many, on the contrary. They'd expected it. Anyone who's faced Kalen before, no matter how strong, suffered greatly. Silas even lost his life. Lucian's in trouble. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill, only injured, not dead. Thank goodness, though I'd guess their storage pouches are gone. Just surviving him is a feat. You still care about a storage pouch? From the moment they clashed, the onlookers hadn't worried about Kalen's group. They'd worried about Lucian. Despite superior numbers and strength, it wasn't enough. Kalen and his companions were terrifying. Especially Kalen alone, who could dominate the opposing team single-handedly. They estimated that inside the Secretum realm, besides Phoenix at the 3rd level of Flare realm, no one could rival him. The elders and both sect masters agreed. Kalen was very strong, terrifyingly so. And this with only 1 arm. They didn't know about his old injuries. Otherwise he'd be even more terrifying.